Demons with horns and pointed ears shouted warlikely, opening their mouths and holding their weapons high in their hands. The armored men clenched their teeth, holding their spears out in front of them. 8,000 years ago, the devils united into the demon kingdom to attack the kingdom of the celestials. They swept away everything in their path. Rocks surrounded by fog, many demons attacked people. Holding weapons in their hands, they ran back, screaming and trying to defend themselves from the demons. A ray of light flashed among the clouds, and people turned to look at it in surprise, raising their heads. A girl with long white hair. Part of her hair was tied into a bun on her head, violet eyes, and wearing blue and white clothes with long sleeves. Behind her was a golden symbol of the sun, and a golden light shone around her. She was descending from the sky. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered in the wind. The people with weapons smiled widely, raising their spears up, and shouted that it was the Shi Empress who had appeared and they were saved. The Empress raised her hand above herself, frowning, her white hair and sleeves of clothing fluttering into the sky. A huge sword blade descended from the sky, from which the sunlight reflected. There were golden hieroglyphs on the sword. The girl flew next to the sword above the ground. Many demons froze, holding weapons in their hands and raising their heads, looking at the weapons. People with spears raised them high. Holding them in their hands, they smiled widely, saying that the Empress of the Three Kingdoms is invincible and she will destroy the demons. The huge golden sword was surrounded by dark purple mist, and Empress Shi looked at it in shock. She frowned, opening her mouth and looking at the sword, thinking that it was a devilish power. The golden sword began to fall apart, surrounded by dark mist, and the girl flew next to it, emitting a bright golden light. She looked at a dark cloud with a skull on which a man in black robes and blonde silver hair sat, resting his cheek on his hand. Empress Shiv frowned at him and asked that he had mixed devil blood, created a demon temple, and united 10,000 demons into one realm. The supreme lord of the demon realm, Lin Tianhong, a man with long silver hair, sat on a dark cloud. Over his eyes was a black mask with a horn. Red eyes were visible from under it. He crossed his legs, answering with a smile that it was him. He watched as the girl extended one of her hands. Purple lightning flashed behind her, and she angrily said why he plunged the people into the abyss of disaster. Lin Tianhong smiled, put his hand to his chin and looked at the girl, saying that he was bored. Empress Shi put her hands in front of her. Many golden swords descended from him, and she shouted that he was crazy. Many golden swords and purple plumes were aimed at the man who was sitting on dark clouds with skulls on them. The girl flew towards him, her white clothes fluttering behind her, and she said that today she would execute the demon. The Empress extended her hand. A golden sword flew from her palm, and the girl's face was distorted with anger when she said that she would destroy the monster. There was a big explosion in the sky. People holding spears in their hands looked up, where the sun was shining brightly from behind the clouds. Two figures were visible between the purple clouds. The figures of Empress Shi and Lin Tianhong stood opposite each other. The man extended his hand towards the girl. Purple lightning flashed behind the clouds. The man's hand pierced the girl's chest right through. She was stained with blood, and he smiled, saying that what a pity. Even she did not have the strength to defeat the Supreme Lord. The man looked at her from under a black mask. There were blood stains on his face, and he said with a smile that from now on the Supreme Lord is considered invincible in the Three Kingdoms. Empress Shi gritted her teeth. Her face darkened as she looked at the demon with anger. The girl put her hand on the man's hand, which pierced her through, leaving a bloody trail on her white clothes. The girl began to dissolve in the sky, crumbling into white sparks. But holding the demon's hand, she said that he was her sworn enemy, and that he would remember this for the rest of his life. The girl disappeared. Only a ray of light remained in front of Lin Tianhong, which he looked at, and the Empress's voice said that it doesn't matter whether in 1,000 years or 10,000 years, she will return to take revenge on him. 8,000 years later, a huge mountain, on the top of which a violet light fell. Lin Tianhong sat on the top, on a stone throne. There were skulls at the foot of the stairs, and the man said that for 10,000 years no one could defeat him, and he has immortality and monstrous strength, but has still not achieved perfection. The man looked forward displeasedly with red eyes and thought that 10,000 years ago, when he came from Earth to foreign lands, he was lonely. He had neither home nor relatives. He put his hand on the black clothes to his chest and thought that this was loneliness, the greatest regret in his heart. The man in black robes stood up from his throne, his hands clenched into fists, his cloak and white hair flying in the wind. He thought that this was preventing him from achieving perfection. Lin Tianhong put his hands in his hair. There was a long white light in front of him. When he has said enough, it is worth opening the gate to the human world and traveling through it as a mortal. a city with many traditional Chinese houses. There was another house on the cliff next to the city. Lin Tianhong thought that he would enjoy the hustle and bustle of the world. He stood with his hands clenched into fists, blue energy with white particles swirling around him. He thought that the Supreme Demon Lord had sealed his body with demonic Kai and blood, and went to the earthly world as immortal, to experience a long-forgotten life, and to look at the diversity of the worldly bustle, and find simple happiness. The top of the mountain with the throne of the Demon Lord, yellow lightning was visible on the stairs. Lin Tianhong disappeared. Xuanshan State, Fengjing City. A girl in blue and white clothes and with a broom in her hands was sweeping the road between the house and the gate. Lin Tianhong abruptly opened the gate to the house, telling his wife with a wide smile that today he met the god of wealth, and the rent for this month has dropped. She, with a broom in her hand, looked towards the man, holding the broom in her hands, and called her husband with a smile. The broom fell near the autumn leaves that the girl was sweeping. She walked up to Lin Tianhong, placing her hands on his chest, and kissed the man on the lips, pink cherry blossoms flying above them. The man looked in surprise at the girl, who pressed her lips to his and blushed slightly. Looking at each other, the two smiled, their cheeks slightly red. She blushed, holding her hands on the man's chest, and smiled as she looked at him and greeted him, saying welcome back. She hugged the man's hand with a wide smile and led him to the house, saying that the food was already ready, and they should go quickly, otherwise it would get cold. Lin Tianhong thought that this was an ordinary people's world. He looked with a smile at the girl, who hugged his hand with a smile, and thought that he was accustomed to devilish intrigues, and this was exactly the life that he had wanted for so long. She and Lin Tianhong were sitting at a round table with various plates of food on it. The man held the bowl in front of him and opened his mouth wide as he ate. He smiled widely, holding chopsticks and a bowl, and said with his mouth full that his wife was a jack of all trades. She put her chin on her hands, leaning them on the table, and smiled at him, wishing her husband a pleasant appetite, and if he is not full, she will cook more. The girl asked with a smile how the trade went today, and Lin Tianhong reached into the inner pocket of his kimono, smilingly asking her not to be too surprised. With a smile, the man held a silver iambic in his outstretched hand. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and put her hand to her face, saying that this is 10 liang of silver, and so much. She trembled, and Lin Tianhong put out his hand, asking his wife in surprise what happened. She looked sadly at her husband, putting one hand to her chest, and worriedly asked to be honest. He stole them. Lin Tianhong waved his hands worriedly and said no. He handed 10 liang to the girl and worriedly asked her to listen to how it all happened. He said a boy was about to become a Taoist and his father wanted to give him a gift. Lin Tianhong stood behind a counter with wooden figurines. A boy in blue clothes and an old man approached. With a wide smile, the boy told his father that he wanted it, pointing his finger at one of the figurines. Lin Tianhong said that the boy chose the sculpture of the great sage that he made. 3 small sculptures made of wood, between which is a sculpture of a man holding a weapon and wearing traditional armor. The old man took the sculpture in his hand and asked Lin Tianhong how much it cost. He showed 3 fingers with a smile and answered, 3 liang. The man handed him 10 liang, and he looked at them in surprise when the man said that no change was needed. With a wide smile, Lin Tianhong pointed to the 10 liang in his hand and said that he ended up giving it to him and said that there was no need for change. She clasped her hands together and bowed her head, smiling and answering that's how it was. She took 10 liang, holding them to her chest, and said that they needed to be hidden. Lin Tianhong leaned his head on his hand and closed his eyes with a smile while sitting at the table. He pouted and frowned, thinking that people were so worthless. Lin Tianhong stretched out the hand on which the wooden figurine stood and brought the other hand with the knife back. Wooden shavings were flying around. He thought that in every figurine he created, the true spirit of the most powerful Tao was contained, and 10 lion were not enough. The man sighed and thought, okay. He put his hand to his face, smiling and remembering the happy boy who held the wooden figurine in his hand, thinking that this child was born with extraordinary luck. If given a chance, he can comprehend the very essence of the innermost secret, and everything depends on him. The golden bell rang on the yellow roof of the temple. She ran her fingers along Qin's strings, playing a melody. The two of them were sitting on the floor of the red gazebo. The wind was blowing. The sakura tree flowers were flying in the air. The girl was holding Qin in her lap, and Lin Tianhong was holding a book in his hands, reading it. He thought that 3 meals a day, their modest home-cooked lunch. After eating they talk, read poetry, play the Qin, or paint pictures. Lin Tianhong turned around, resting his head on his hand, and looked at the girl with a smile. She looked back at him, also smiling. They looked at each other. Lin Tianhong held a book in his hands, looking at his wife, and thought that this is truly a wonderful life. Clouds floated across the sky. The sun set behind the horizon. Shi sat near the railing with one hand on it and looked at him, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Someone extended a hand to the girl's back. Blushing, Lin Tianhong took the girl in his arms. Holding her by the waist, she also blushed and looked at him in surprise. Asking what he was doing, the man said that it was time to go to bed. The girl looked at her husband, blushed, and playfully asked if he wanted to make fun of her. He answered yes. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking at him with a smile, and said that they could go. The guy held her in his arms, stuck out his tongue, and said that they were going. Shiv put her hand on his chest and closed her eyes, resting her head on his shoulder. The door to the room suddenly closed. Shiv sat on the bed with a smile, putting her hand to her chest. She was wearing a translucent nightie and a white t-shirt and shorts under it. She asked why he froze. The girl put a finger to her lips, smiling, and playfully called Lin Tianhong over. He blushed and stuck out his tongue. There were hearts in his eyes, and steam was coming out of his ears. He jumped into Shiz's bed, throwing off his outerwear. The girl modestly bit her finger and turned away, closing her eyes. Shi and Lin Tianhong kissed with their eyes closed. Various obscene sounds were heard from the couple's house. The moon, which was shining in the sky, turned red and took a telescope, looking into their house. In the morning, two birds sat on a tree, pressing their beaks to each other, pink hearts flying from them. Lin Tianhong and Shi were sleeping next to each other. The man smiled widely, spreading his arms to the sides. The girl frowned in her sleep. A golden light emanated from her forehead as she slept. Several different islands of the earth floated in the sky. On one of them there was a large temple. Clouds, Chinese dragons, and birds were flying nearby. The girl thought where she was, and this was something very familiar. Many people bowed before climbing. The sign of the sun and a person standing at the top was visible at the top. People asked Empress Shi to protect the people of the three kingdoms. Shi sat on the throne, looking at the crowd of people in surprise, and thought about Empress Shi. Her eyes widened in realization as she remembered that she was the Empress of Shi. The girl flew into the air, raising her head up. Clouds swirled around her. Her white clothes fluttered in the air, and she thought that after being born in a mortal body, having gone through countless difficulties, she would become the Empress, the mistress of the kingdom and people of the Celestials. The girl was surrounded by various demons, opening their mouths in a roar. Some with wings flew towards her. She raised her hands above her. Above them was a golden ball from which a bright light emanated. She thought that her strength helped defeat the Chaos Demon in a great battle. Many demons were killed, and the rest hid trembling in fear. She brought peace to the three kingdoms for 10,000 years, until he showed up. Empress Shi's eyes widened in shock as drops of blood flew out of her mouth. She looked down as blood ran down her chin, looking in shock at the hand that had pierced right through her chest. She stood in front of the man, looking at the hand in shock and fear, thinking that they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. But she was defeated and died immediately. Shi's eyes widened in shock as she woke up. The girl sat up on the bed and put her hand to her cheek, looking forward in shock. She thought that she really was the Empress of the Celestials, but she was reborn, and it seems that her memories associated with her past life awakened. Lin Tianhong next to her raised his hand while the girl sat on the bed. He touched her and Shi raised her hand in shock, blushing and asking who else he was. He continued to keep his hand on her body, and the girl sighed indignantly. She pushed his hand away from her and covered her chest with her other hand, closing her eyes. Shi frowned, pursing her lips, looking at the man. She covered her chest with her hand while Lin Tianhong smiled in his sleep. Muttering what he wanted more, the girl thought that she was a deity, and all people respected her, and no one would ever dare to even touch her. Has a mere mortal really done this to her many times? She looked down at the nightie she was wearing and thought that he forced her to wear such clothes, and if rumors spread about it, she would become a laughingstock. The girl frowned, looking displeased at the man next to her. Lin Tianhong smiled, lying on the bed, and muttered about his wife and that he wanted to eat stewed tofu. She extended her hand to him, looking at him with anger, and thought that he would kill him and get rid of the evidence. The girl's hand trembled as she reached for him. The girl looked at the man. Their bodies were covered by one blanket, and she frowned at him. She sighed quietly, closing her eyes. She looked at him with a faint smile on her face and thought that they had made a marital vow, to be together through thick and thin, and not to kill him. The girl put her hand on the face of the smiling Lin Tianhong. She thought that she was the Empress of the Shi Celestials, and the most revered in the three kingdoms, but since they are connected by marriage, she will not break them. The girl straightened her back, looking menacingly in front of her, frowning. She thought that now she would spare the demon lord, but as soon as she cultivated, she would come to the world of celestials and take revenge on him, and then return to her husband. She looked in surprise at Lin Tianhong, who stretched out his lips in his sleep, calling for his wife. She smiled and hovered over him, tucking her hair behind her ear, wanting him to be quiet. She leaned closer to the smiling man, parting her lips. Leaning towards his lips, the girl closed her eyes, tucking her hair behind her ear, and thought that she would protect him all her life, and no one would harm him. She lay down on Lin Tianhong's chest and smiled, closing her eyes. The sun illuminated the house, birds flew in the air. Lin Tianhong stretched and yawned while sitting on the bed in his underwear. He slapped Shi on the thigh and she looked at him in surprise, blushing. She was lying on the bed, looking at the man with a smile, and he turned to her and asked to give him some clothes. The girl hugged the guy from behind and agreed with a smile. She stood in front of Lin Tianhong, buttoning his black robes as he looked at her with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Tianhong put his hands on the girl's waist. He pulled her towards him while the girl placed her hand on his shoulder, looking at him with a smile. The man said that he was so lucky to have such a friendly wife. Shi looked into his eyes and said that she had run out of blush and cream, and he would go to the store with her. He smiled, looking at his wife, and answered in agreement, saying that he would also help her get dressed and asking what dress she wanted to wear. Shi put her hand to her cheek and blushed, smiling at the man and asking him to choose, saying that she trusted his choice. Lin Tianhong ran over the girl's arm, the white sleeves of her clothes falling down. The man traced the waist and neck of Shi, who was wearing a white dress with white fur on her shoulders and a blue belt. The skirt of the dress was blue, the girl's legs were in dark tights. Shi stood near a sakura tree, with pink petals, in a long dress, with a blue skirt and white long sleeves. She stood in front of the mirror while Lin Tianhong touched her hair, smilingly saying that he has been going through a lot lately. The girl looked over her shoulder and raised her eyebrows questioningly, asking what he was worried about. The man put his hand on Shi's shoulder, saying that it's hard to believe that there is such a beautiful woman on earth. The girl put her hand to her mouth, giggling, closing her eyes. She looked at her husband over her shoulder and asked with a smile if she wore makeup, she would be ugly. Lin Tianhong looked at her in surprise, raised his eyebrows and blushed slightly, thinking about how to answer, and he dug a hole for himself. He hugged his wife, leaning towards her, and closed his eyes, saying that even when she is not wearing makeup, she looks like a delicate chrysanthemum, and for him she is the most beautiful. Shi kissed him on the cheek, blushing, and said that his speech was honey. She said they could go. High gates of the city with various designs. A man in purple clothes walked along the road, holding a tall man with gray skin by a chain, who was holding boxes on his shoulder. People were walking along the road, a cart was driving. Lin Tianhong and Shi walked past several men dressed in black with a smile, with swords on their backs and straw hats on their heads. Lin Tianhong looked back at the men, frowning. Shi pointed forward with her index finger, smiling broadly and telling him to wait for her, and she would go and look there. He smiled at her and agreed. Someone shouted about top-notch rabbit girls, and Lin Tianhong looked back at the voice, raising his eyebrows questioningly. He looked to the side while his wife stood behind him and asked about the rabbit girls. A man in red clothes and a black beard pointed with both hands to a cage in which there were girls in a black suit. Their tights were torn, and rabbit ears were visible on their heads. The man said that they were all of extraordinary beauty. The bunny-eared girls looked down emotionlessly as the man said that they had a cute appearance, a graceful figure, and were proficient in all kinds of bladed weapons, and they were deathly charming, and said not to miss the opportunity. The bunny girl's tights were torn, one of them had her back turned, her bunny tail was visible. Lin Tianhong frowned as he looked in their direction and thought that in this world the strongest survive, and the weak are insignificant creatures. The red-robed man waved his hand at Lin Tianhong and called him over, who looked at the man in surprise. The merchant raised his hands, looking at the guy, and asked if he would like to buy a rabbit girl, and he would guarantee top-notch service. He answered negatively. The merchant hugged Lin Tianhong's shoulder and smiled broadly at him, raising one eyebrow and saying that they had a special promotion of 20%, and advising him not to miss the chance. There may not be another. The guy looked at him silently. He looked back at the cage where the girls were sitting and thought that of course he felt sorry for them. Various girls with rabbit ears stood or sat on the floor, with emotionless eyes. The guy thought that he was sorry that the world was merciless and living beings were treated as useless things. Shi stood behind him. A shadow fell on her eyes and she asked, "They stole his heart, and he wants to buy them to be served in the evening." Lin Tianhong flinched, raising his eyebrows in shock. His eyes widened. He turned to his wife, who displeasedly crossed her arms over her chest and said in confusion that she had misunderstood him and that this was not what he had in mind. Shiv put her hand on her waist and frowned, saying that she only left for a minute, and he can't even control his eyes and maybe he should buy them then. The main character grabbed the girl's hand. He walked forward, saying with an awkward smile that they could go for a walk. Shiv looked at him displeased. She pulled her hand away from her husband's grip. The girl turned away, waving her hand, and said that she would not go and he had money. Let him buy some. The guy stood behind her in confusion, holding out his hands, and with an awkward smile said that he only looked at his wife and never looked at others. The girl frowned, pursing her lips as she angrily thought that this was Yu Baozhai and he dared not only to engage in criminal trading, but also to seduce his man. She crossed her arms and looked at the merchant, while Lin Tianhong looked at her in surprise. She thought for him to quickly get out of Fengjing. The merchant and Lin Tianhong looked at her in fear, widened their eyes in surprise, and thought that they were scared. The girl stood in front of the main character, holding green clothes in her hands with a smile, showing her husband. Behind them there was a sign for a silk fabric store. Shi and Lin Tianhong were sitting in front of a cloth on which various jewelry lay. The girl was holding a blue necklace in her hands, looking at it with a smile. The main character was holding dango in her hands, turning with a smile at her husband, who was walking behind her with an awkward smile with many boxes and packages in his hands. He looked at his wife and told her that they had been walking for a long time and had bought everything they needed and did not need, offering to return home. She agreed with a smile. 2 red flags fluttered in the wind. Several horses walked along the road, their hooves clattering on it. Someone shouted that the army had returned to the city, asking to be let through. 4 horses walked along the road, carrying a cart behind them, on which one man was sitting. On either side of it, soldiers walked holding spears in their hands. On their helmet, spears and neck red fabrics were visible. A girl with long pink hair and a sword in her hand was sitting in a cart with a gloomy expression on her face. She was wearing white clothes and a blue cloak, iron boots on her feet, and chain mail on her shoulders and hips. She looked ahead, pursing her lips and frowning. The wife and husband stood among the crowd of people, looking at her, holding shopping boxes in their hands. Lin Tianhong asked who she was and she looked like an important person. One of the people turned to look at him. One of the guys smiled at him and said that this is Fu Tianyu's little sister. He said that he didn't expect her to suppress the rebellion of the demonic wolf clan so quickly and return victorious, and she is truly a woman who is not inferior to men. The other guy pointed his finger forward and also smiled, saying that she was the youngest warrior in the dynasty as well as the first confidant of Empress Shenfeng. Shi looked at the girl with a smile and thought that she really came back quickly, and that was not bad. Fu Tianyu turned around, looking to the side, orange leaves falling around her. The main character hid behind Lin Tianhong, who looked questioningly at his wife. He looked back at the crowd of people, noticing something. The man frowned as he stood among the people, thinking that the aura was becoming murderous. Men in black robes and straw hats stood with anger on their faces. Lin Tianhong looked around, holding shopping boxes in his hands, and thought that someone was going to do something. One of the men in a straw hat jumped up above the crowd and screamed at Fu Tianyu to die, throwing a round bomb towards the girl. Lin Tianhong frowned at this, realizing that it was a bomb. Fu Tianyu sat calmly, crossing her arms and closing her eyes, while a bomb flew in her direction. With a burning fuse, the guard shouted that it was murderers, holding a spear in his hands. The girl looked forward, frowning, holding her sword in her hand. Lin Tianhong hugged his wife. The people in the crowd were panicked and she looked forward in shock with her hands raised. Fu Tianyu with a sharp movement knocked the bomb upward with her sword, pulling it out of its sheath and sitting down on one knee, the sword leaving a yellow shine in the air between him and the sheath. The bomb exploded in the air above the girl who was holding the sword high above her. People looked at the explosion in panic, their mouths open and their eyes widened. Shi and Lin Tianhong stood hugging each other, looking up, while people ran back behind them. Someone shouted that she dodged so quickly. Others shouted to escape. The pink-haired girl frowned as she looked ahead. The guards stood behind her. One of them raised his sword, shouting at the girl to defend herself. The man in the straw hat looked ahead, frowning. There were other people standing behind him. The man said that everything was fine and everything was going according to plan. He stretched his hand forward and shouted to kill her. The people in black clothes behind him ran forward with a frown on their faces. The girl sat in the cart, holding a sword in her hand and crossing her legs. She lowered her head, saying to listen to her order. The guards turned to her, asking the general to order them. Fu Tianyu's face distorted with anger. A shadow fell over her eyes and she ordered to kill every single one of them. White air trails were left around one area on the ground as the black-robed people jumped. They jumped above the ordinary people, flying forward. The people looked up at them in panic, their mouths open. One of the men pointed his finger at them and said that these were great monks who had the skills of concentration. The man in the straw hat extended his hand towards the green glowing figurine on the square pedestal, shouting the seal of the sky, his body illuminated with turquoise light. Another monk gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together, shouting a wish-granting rod. In front of him was a long green object. The monk's body and the object glowed with a bright green light. Another monk with a mustache held a yellow weapon in his hand. Holding his hand in front of him and clenching his teeth, shouting the order of hell, his body and object illuminated with yellow light. The fourth monk with white hair showed a sign in front of him by extending his index finger and little finger and said Fire Phoenix Feather. He held a large red feather in front of him. It and his body lit up with a red light. The guards shouted to form a defense. They put large shields in front of Fu Tianyu, holding them in front of them while the girl sat on the cart with her arms crossed over her chest. The objects that the monks were holding flew towards the officers and the girl, shining in different colors. The shields of the guards formed a blue protective field in front of them. People ran along the road, turning back in panic and opening their mouths. Behind them there was a huge blue explosion, from which stones flew. Lin Tianhong frowned as he looked at this and thought that they ruined everyone's mood, and if he unlocked the devilish Kai, he might harm his wife, just in case he would take her home first. The main character turned around with a smile, closing his eyes, pointing forward, and telling his wife not to be afraid and to return home soon. But another girl in pink clothes stood in front of him, asking him to save her. The guy looked in front of him in shock. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide when he said that it was a monster. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath from his mouth with white eyes, thinking that he had almost died. Opening his eyes wide, he looked forward with a shocked face, thinking that now was not the time to think. Lin Tianhong grabbed the woman by the clothes, clenching her in his fists, and angrily asked where his wife was. She raised her hands in fear, asking him to let her go. She put her hand to her chin and her other hand on the man's shoulder, looking at him and smilingly saying that he grabbed her in front of everyone. And does he really want her to become his wife? The guy thought that this world would drive him crazy. Lin Tianhong put his hand on the woman's shoulder and she looked at her, calling him in confusion. The guy's eyes glowed red and he clenched his teeth, looking at the woman irritably, asking her to shut up, and asking how she could be so disgusting. The woman asked him if he wanted to dance, and the man frowned at her, a red light flashing in his eyes. He abruptly threw the woman forward, asking her to leave, and she flew forward, holding out her hand. There were tears in her eyes and she screamed that this was so rude. The woman slammed into the back of one of the guards, knocking him down as Fu Tianyu stood in front of them. The girl with pink hair raised her eyebrows and turned around questioningly, wondering what else was there. She turned around, looking in surprise as the woman lay on top of the guard. His sword lay next to him. She thought what was happening and what they were doing. Lin Tianhong stood with his hand down and his eyes closed. Dust rose around him and he exhaled, thinking that he was finally at peace. The guy put his hand to his head, frowning and closing his eyes, thinking that fortunately he had foreseen this and used the soul connection technique to find his wife. Skill, soul connection. The guy stood in the middle of a dark space in blue water on which white circles were visible. A white light stretched from Lin Tianhong's head. He opened his eyes while a white light was coming from his head and said that he had found her, thinking that she was far away and must have been carried away by the crowd. He bent down, a white light dissolved around him, and he said that he did not feel pain, but he thought that there was a feeling of confusion and anger in his heart. Lin Tianhong clenched his teeth in anger. A shadow fell over his eyes and he cursed. A monk in black clothes ran past him, also swearing. The main character grabbed him by the hair. The man opened his mouth in shock. His eyes widened. Lin Tianhong held the monk by the hair, who grabbed his hand, his mouth open in shock. The guy walked forward. His body glowed with a yellow light. His eyes glowed with the same yellow light, and he said that they had committed a serious crime and everyone would die. The monk shouted who he was and is looking for death or something. The main character frowned, looking ahead. He thought that he couldn't weaken the seal too much, otherwise mere mortals in the area might die from shock that he was so powerful. He pressed his hand on the man's head, who opened his mouth in panic. Tears flowed from his eyes, illuminated by the yellow light. Lin Tianhong said that he would open the seal a little. There was a sharp explosion of yellow color near the main character's hand, where the man was. His hand glowed yellow, and dust from the explosion rose next to it. He raised his hand to himself, behind which the light was reaching, and looked at it in surprise, opening his mouth, thinking that this was the aura of a celestial and he, the supreme demon, still had the aura of a celestial. Lin Tianhong held his hand in front of him, looking at her, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, and he said that he missed it so much. He thought that who would have thought that the supreme demon would one day become a celestial. A child with long white hair tied into a ponytail stood at the beginning of the climb to the big gate. Fog was flying nearby. A sword hung behind his back. Lin Tianhong said that in search of immortality, he went through thousands of difficulties, step by step. The young man was sitting in a meditation position. Among many people, in front of them sat another man in white robes and with white hair. He said that he was laying the foundations. Lin Tianhong was training with his fist outstretched and his mouth open. Other students were training next to him. A temple was visible in the distance. He said that he was developing Kai. He sat in front of an old man with white hair and a long beard. The guy raised his hands, clasped them together. There was white energy around him. He said that he was training concentration. Lin Tianhong sat in the middle of the water with his hands clasped together and his eyes closed, white energy flowing from him, and he said that he had reached the secrets. The guy was sitting around the fog. His hair was flying. Red energy was reaching out to him, and he said that he had reached the divine flame. He was surrounded by red energy. His eyes lit up with white light. Veins appeared on his body, and he screamed, raising his head. He said that he had experienced the deprivation of his life force. Lin Tianhong's long white hair fell onto the stairs as he sat meditating. There was white energy around him. There were many skeletons and skulls lying on the stairs and in the cave. He said that longevity, false immortality, even true cultivation to the saint stage, step by step overcoming obstacles and relying on his exceptional talent, he firmly pursued his goal. He stood in front of a long staircase. At the top there was a large gate. A yellow sun shone behind it. He said that he had finally achieved the status of a saint and ascended to the realm of the celestials. The ladder under Lin Tianhong's feet broke and he looked down in surprise. Dark red energy was flying around and he said that there was a disaster. He raised his hand, looking at it in shock and fear, red veins popping out on his hand as dark energy poured into it. Lin Tianhong stretched his hand up to the gate among the clouds, while he was pulled underground by dark energy that wrapped around his body and around his hand. The stairs fell apart, crumbling into stones. He said that the road to the kingdom of the celestials was destroyed and he fell into the abyss hell. He put his hand to his chest, closed his eyes and laughed, saying that this surprised him. After falling into hell, the road to the kingdom was closed to him, and he did not expect that the aura of a celestial being remained in him. The main character looks at his hand glowing with golden light and smiles, asking if this body of a celestial being has overcome the demonic force. A man approached him from behind, loudly asking if he had killed his brother. A black-robed monk jumped over Lin Tianhong, throwing a golden talisman at his back and shouted at him to die. With a smile, the guy bent down. He was surrounded by a yellow glowing shield, which the amulet crashed into. The monk's eyes widened in shock and he screamed that this couldn't be happening. A strong explosion thundered next to the man, when his own amulet flew into him and he screamed, raising his hands. Lin Tianhong calmly stood behind the golden dome, smiling at his hand, and thought that this was an unprecedented event among the three kingdoms. He clenched his hand into a fist, smiling, and thought that a celestial being and a demon coexisted together, and this was interesting. He put his hand to his chin, closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that his enemies were in all three realms. And if anyone found out about the evil spirit, they would immediately come for revenge, and this could harm his wife. But fortunately, the cultivation of a celestial being is still with him. It will now be much easier to act. Lin Tianhong turned to the side. Fire was burning around his eyes. He frowned, saying that then he would send these bunglers to the next world. Black-robed monks surrounded Fu Tianyu and her guards. One of them shouted that there were more than 10 monks here. The girl was leaning on her sword, down on one knee and breathing heavily. Her clothes were torn in some places and she cursed. One of the guards turned to her, who put up a shield and told her to run, and the enemy was advancing. She frowned, clutching the sword in her hand, and shouted at him to shut up and keep everyone in line. Fu Tianyu stood between the knights, holding the sword in front of her, and said that they would wait until her brother sent troops, and until then she would not abandon them. The monks stood in front of her with swords in their hands, smiling. One of them pointed his finger at the girl and laughed, saying that they were already at their limit, and she was just the Empress's favorite, and nothing more. Fu Tianyu gritted her teeth and frowned in anger, squeezing the sword in her hands and holding it in front of her. She thought that although she had reached the ideal level of concentration, and she was also the first in the entire country in skill, against 10 who had mastered concentration, it would not help. 4 monks ran forward. One of them held a fire above his head, the second showed a hand sign. A monk in a straw hat in front held a sword in front of him and said that it was time for them to die. The girl with pink hair closed her eyes, holding the sword in front of her, and pursed her lips, mentally asking where her brother was. Suddenly, a strong blow passed through the center, which left behind orange impulses. The air was drawn from the place where the monks had been before, and dust rose from the ground. The girl looked at this in shock. Holding a sword in front of her, she stammered and asked what it was. Dust rose in the air, and the soldier behind her also looked forward in confusion and shock, scratching the back of his head. Fu Tianyu turned to the guards and asked what was happening and where the killers were. They looked at the girl in confusion, and one of them scratched the back of his head, saying that they seemed to have disappeared. The girl put her hand to her chin and frowned, thinking that this happened in broad daylight, or was it just a trick? She stood with 3 guards in the middle of the road, with her hand outstretched. The girl ordered to be alert and not relax. They answered in agreement, holding their weapons. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at them, and thought that they were so weak, and if he unleashed a little more power, they would turn into powder. He asked, "Are all ordinary people so weak?" He closed his eyes and frowned, thinking. He stood on a mountain. Behind him there was a high mountain, around which clouds were flying and the sun was shining from above. Below in the forest was Fu Tianyu. The guy said that people and celestial beings are different like heaven and earth. They never will not surpass the celestials. The main character walked on the roof with his hands behind his head. The sky turned orange. He said that he would forget about this incident, and in any case he vented his anger. Opening one eye, Lin Tianhong looked to the side, thinking that his wife was fine, but his celestial body was too conspicuous. He would seal his powers and go to his wife. The guy jumped to the ground, his black clothes flying. He put his hands behind his head again, walking forward along the road, and said that it was time to find his beauty. The main hall of Tianfeng, 3 large buildings with stairs leading to it. A red entrance to a building with a blue sign on top. Someone said that Master Zhu Feng is asking for an audience. An old man in black clothes and a high headdress knelt down, bowing. He said that the servant Zhu Feng greets the empress. A girl with white hair and a blue and white dress was sitting on the throne. An old man was kneeling near the rise, his head bowed low. The girl told her faithful servant and guardian of the state to raise his head. He raised his head and looked at the girl, saying that he was obeying. She sat on the throne, her face distorted with anger as she looked down at Zhu Feng. She told him that he leads the strongest military unit in Tianfeng, and she hopes that he will achieve results. The girl asked how the situation was. Zhu Feng waved his hands in panic, looking at the girl in fear, and said that the assassins who attacked General Fu Tianyu suddenly disappeared, and there was also no trace of their disappearance. Shiv frowned, looking down at him, and pursed her lips. She squeezed the stone armrest of the throne. Cracks appeared in the stone and some stones flew to the sides. The girl removed her hand from the armrest from which smoke was coming out and looked gloomily at Zhu Feng, saying that no matter how much it costs, they must find those who are hiding in the shadows of the killers. Trembling, the old man lowered his head, kneeling in a low bow, and said that of course he would immediately give an order to all authorities, and they would take all measures. He looked down, his face turned pale with fear, and he thought that he could no longer withstand this murderous aura. And only a few days passed, and the empress became more inscrutable. The girl with violet eyes put her fist to her cheek. A shadow fell on her eyes, and she said gloomily that when they find them, let them destroy them. Zhu Feng lowered his head to the floor, hitting it, and said that he would check everything and not a single one would be left. The girl told him to step, and he, standing in front of the throne, replied that he was obeying. He went outside and sighed, thinking that he was scared to death. The old man rubbed his beard, closed his eyes, and thought that he did not expect that the empress valued General Fu Tianyu so much and should definitely meet her. A girl with brown hair braided in ponytails and wearing red clothes put her finger to her cheek and smiled slyly. Looking at the old man, she asked what he was thinking about, and if his sister had really given him a difficult task, she could help. Zhu Feng raised his hands to his face and looked at the girl in fear. Sweat flowed down his face, and he said that this is Princess Lai Wenya, and don't let her worry, he will sort everything out himself. The girl pointed her finger at him and smiled broadly, saying that she had deceived him and she did not have time for this. She walked towards the building and waved her hand to the old man, saying that she was going to see her sister. Zhu Feng wiped the sweat from his face with a white handkerchief and closed his eyes, thinking that fortunately Princess Lai Wenya did not interfere. The Empress's office. The Empress was sitting near a piece of paper at a wooden table. She was holding a brush in her hand. The girl frowned, pursed her lips, and thought that it would be difficult if her husband found out about her cultivation, and how he got lost in the crowd. But fortunately everything is fine. Shi wrote the word kill on a piece of paper and thought that if anyone laid a finger on him, he would be in trouble. She frowned as she held the brush and looked at the piece of paper on the table. Lai Wenye put her hands on the wooden table, lowered her head and hid behind the table, and asked the majestic Empress Shenfeng in anger. She crawled out from under the table, looking at her sister and put one hand on the table, smiling widely and saying, "She really seems to like that guy." The Empress asked what she was doing here. Lai Wenye smiled, knitted her eyebrows and showed a small black box in front of her face with a red diamond on it, which had a hieroglyph on it. She said that she had come to give something away. The Empress took the box in her hands and stroked it with her palm. Lai Wenye pouted her lips and crossed her arms, turned away and said that guy is too ordinary, and maybe he threatened with poison to make Shi fall in love with him. She married him of her own free will, but does she need to play the role of a wife? The Empress patted her sister on the head, saying that she was still a child and did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman. Lai Wenye looked at her questioningly, raising her eyebrows. The Empress put her palms to her cheeks, blushed and smiled, and said that although her son-in-law was ordinary, she was calm and joyful in her soul. The girl with white hair turned away, blushing deeply, and said that they also do things that make her feel happy. Lai Wenye crossed her arms over her chest, looking forward displeasedly, and asked what kind of business this was, and Shi became obsessed with him. The Empress frowned and pouted, looking at her sister. She looked at Shi in confusion, sweat running down her face. The Empress blushed, pulling her younger sister's cheeks, saying that Lai Wenye is a small child and should not ask so many questions. The younger raised her hands, tears appeared in her eyes, and she apologized to her sister, saying that she was hurt. The Empress released her sister, who fell to her knees while the spirit was leaving her. Shi looked through the doorways. Outside, the sun was setting behind the horizon, and she thought that it was already so late, and she usually returns to the palace when her husband goes to the store. The girl with white hair put her hand to her face, looking forward in fear, her mouth open, and thought that today was a special occasion. She needed to come back soon, and that if he saw that she was not at home, he would worry. Lai Wenye extended her hand to the disappearing figure of the Empress, who spread her arms to the sides, and the youngest called her sister. She looked after her running sister, whose running caused dust to rise in the air, and thought that this was the world of adults. Lai Wenye looked down, sulking and sadly thinking about the adults. She frowned, looking forward, and said displeasedly that Shi said she was a child, but she was deeply mistaken. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. Standing near the house, he walked from side to side, loudly saying that he was worried and where his wife had gone. He had already looked everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. The guy put his hand to his chest and clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and thought that if he opened the seal, he would immediately be able to find his wife, no matter where she was. But returning to the state of an ordinary person, he finds no place for himself. Shi opened the big yellow gate. She walked towards the house, and Shi and Lin Tianhong both looked at each other in surprise with their hands on their chests. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and closed her eyes, blushing slightly and greeting her husband. Lin Tianhong put his finger to his cheek and smiled tenderly, looking at her and saying that it was good that she was here. They hugged. The guy put his hand on the girl's cheek. Green and pink leaves from the tree were flying around them. The girl smiled, saying that her husband had finally returned. Lin Tianhong looked at her and said with a smile that he was worried and couldn't find her anywhere. The girl raised her head at him and smiled, blushing slightly, saying that she was also looking, and then she was afraid that he would come back and not see her. Lin Tianhong hugged the girl to his chest, who rested her head on her and closed his eyes, thinking that he made his wife worry, and as time goes on, he will find the one behind all this and make him feel the consequences of her worry. Lin Tianhong, with eyes glowing yellow, held the head of one of the monks, threateningly asking to show him who was behind this. His hand and the monk's body glowed with golden light. The monk's eyes turned white, a celestial technique, the revelation of a secret. Golden energy was drawn to the image of a man who was sitting with folded hands, and the guy looked at him, saying that it was he who gave the order. He frowned, pursed his lips, and thought that something was wrong here. Shi took her husband's hand and pulled him somewhere, thinking that they had more important things to do. She led her husband into the house, pointing to the food on the table, and said that the food was ready, and they could go eat quickly. He smiled and blushed slightly, agreeing, and saying that he had been looking for it for so long that he was hungry. They sat down at the table, and Lin Tianhong pointed his finger into his open mouth, asking to feed him. The Empress smiled and closed her eyes, agreeing. The girl with a wide smile took a piece of food with chopsticks and reached across the table, saying that he would have to eat everything, otherwise she would be angry. The guy smiled. In front of his face there were chopsticks in which his wife was holding a piece of food. He blushed and thought that then he would eat with his wife. Lin Tianhong put the chopsticks in his mouth while eating and told her not to worry, and no matter how much he ate, he would be hungry again by the evening. She blushed and told him to eat. The girl held chopsticks, looking at her husband with one leg raised, blushing, sweat running down her body, and she called him stupid. Lin Tianhong looked at her in surprise and blushed, sighing loudly. He abruptly took his wife into his arms. One of the plates on the table fell, and the girl looked at him in surprise, her white sleeves and belt flying in the air. The guy blushed and closed his eyes, saying with a smile that his wife's food was very tasty and now he was full of energy. The girl covered her mouth with both hands and looked away, blushing and saying that he was lying and he just wanted to do something indecent. Lin Tianhong raised his hands, with hearts in his eyes, saying that he was full and now they can do something useful for the soul and body. The girl covered herself with her hands and said in confusion that she hated it. Hearts flew away from their house. Birds on a tree branch huddled together. On golden candlesticks, in the shape of a phoenix, 3 candles were burning from which white fog was coming out. There were various plates of food on the table. She handed the ball out from the plate, holding it between her chopsticks. She extended her other hand over it and asked her husband to open his mouth. He leaned over, opening his mouth wide, to which the girl raised the ball. Lin Tianhong put his hands on his cheeks and chewed, smiling and saying that it was delicious. He put his hand to his mouth and blushed, smilingly saying that if one day he could not eat his wife's food, he would die of starvation. She blushed deeply, clenched her hand and looked at him embarrassedly, saying that this was nonsense. A shadow fell over her eyes and she closed her eyes, saying with a gloomy smile that the city had many restaurants and taverns where any beauty would be company. She opened her eyes, looking at the guy with a gloomy smile. A white light flashed in her eyes and she said that if there were several rabbit girls here, wouldn't they be tastier than her usual food? Lin Tianhong smiled awkwardly, beads of sweat running down his face as he realized that she still remembered that incident with the rabbit girls. The guy grabbed the sausages with chopsticks, saying that they tasted good today. He brought it to his wife's mouth, putting it in her mouth, and the girl looked in surprise at the food in her mouth. Lin Tianhong said with a smile that she should also eat and that she should eat well before going to bed. She put her hand on the sausage in her mouth, holding it between her lips. She blushed and frowned, holding the food between her lips and closing her eyes, telling him not to even think, to use the sausages to calm her down. She sighed, closing her eyes. The plates of food were half empty, and she said that she was thirsty and asked for some congee. The guy held the bowl in his hands and agreed with a smile. He scooped the rice water onto a spoon. Lin Tianhong handed the spoon with the broth to his wife, asking her to open her mouth, and she did so with a smile, closing her eyes. She drank the broth from the spoon, which ran down her lips. She licked her lips, put her hand to her chin and blushed and looked at her husband, who thought that their marriage was the happiest event in his life. He closed his eyes, smiling and holding the bowl and spoon in his hands, thinking that he would definitely protect his wife and would never exchange these carefree days for anything. The candles on the phoenix candlestick were almost completely burned out. Lin Tianhong and Shiv were sitting on the sofa and the guy leaned on his hands, exhaling and smilingly saying that he was full. Shiv's leg lay on his knee, and he looked at her in surprise. The girl called him. She blushed, touching her leg, and said with a smile that they went shopping for a long time today and met those people. Her legs were very tired. Lin Tianhong looked at her with a deep blush and sighed sharply with a smile on his face. He took the girl's leg between his hands, massaging it, and said that his wife had suffered so much. The guy looked at his wife, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs stretched out. He smiled at her and said that he would massage her legs. The girl blushed and put her finger to her lips, looking at him and agreeing. He sat with his eyes closed, massaging his wife's legs, and called her. The girl looked at him, humming questioningly. The guy opened his eyes, looking forward, and said that Fengjing City is a little uneasy now. Why don't they move? She looked at her husband in surprise and asked him about the move. A high mountain with fog swirling around it. They both sat at the foot of the mountain, hugging each other, and the guy said that they could find a mountain where there was a pond. He would farm and fish, and she would spin cloth. Lin Tianhong looked up, thoughtful and holding his wife's legs in his hands, while she looked at him in confusion and surprise. The guy said that they would hug every day and grow old together, asking how she felt about it. The girl looked at him with her mouth parted and her hand raised, thinking that she really wanted to follow her husband. She frowned at him. Silhouettes of monks in black robes and with red eyes that emanated dark energy. She thought that if she left now, the other ruler would make a mess. There was a large hall where a golden throne stood, yellow curtains hung behind it, and a red carpet led to the stairs that led to the throne. The girl opened her mouth and said that she didn't want to. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes and put her hand to her face, saying that she did not want to move. She remembered how she ate various cookies and snacks, smiling, and said that she liked their life so much. Delicious street food. She looked in the mirror with a smile. There was a jar of blush next to her, and she spoke about them. The girl put her head on the table, closed her eyes and smiled. Next to her there was an incense burner, from which steam was coming out, and she said that the incense burner had an aphrodisiac. It was impossible to part with it. She put her hands to her face, looking at her husband with tears in her eyes, and he extended his hands, smiling awkwardly and saying that they weren't locking themselves at home. They would just be a little more careful. Lin Tianhong frowned and put his hand to his chin, thinking that he needed to think about everything carefully. But in order to remove the feeling of anxiety, isn't it enough to secure the entire city? The main thing is to make his wife happy. The girl frowned and turned away from her husband, clenching her hand into a fist. She thought that she did not expect that this assassination attempt would make her husband worry about her so much, and she would wait until her husband went to the store and found who was behind all this. Lin Tianhong frowned, clenched his hand into a fist and turned away from his wife, thinking that this assassination attempt had scared his wife so much, and tomorrow he would pretend to go to the store, and he would find the one who gave the order and talk to him. He clenched his hand into a fist, looking up, and thought that he could not allow his wife to be in danger. She clenched her hand into a fist, looking to the side and frowning, thinking that she couldn't let her husband be in danger. White mist was coming from the incense burner with various patterns. She stood in a blue nightie with white lingerie underneath and put her hand to her chest, blushing and looking at her husband with a smile. He sat on the bed in a white robe and looked at his wife, saying that she was very tired today. The man extended his hands, blushing and closing his eyes, with a smile, and told her to come quickly and he would give her a massage. The girl put one knee on the bed, climbing onto it, and agreed. She was sitting on the bed, turning to her husband and looking at him, asking him to be more gentle with her shoulders. He stood on the bed behind his wife and extended his hands to her, telling her with a smile not to worry. The girl thanked him. Lin Tianhong put his hand on his wife's shoulder and thought that they would start with the simple version first. The girl narrowed her eyes, pursed her lips while her husband massaged her shoulders and knitted her eyebrows, saying that so gently, all the fatigue of the day immediately subsided. Lin Tianhong squeezed his hand on the girl's shoulder, rubbing it, thinking that he would instantly develop his wife's fatigue, and applied the enhanced version. With a wide smile, he squeezed his hands on the girl's shoulders and she put her hands to her chest. Her eyes widened in shock and she said that it hurt. Lin Tianhong's eyes flashed as he looked down with a wide smile and thought that he would apply the final version now. He massaged his wife's shoulders and she closed her eyes, sank back and bent one leg at the knee, shouting that it was very painful, and her small body could not stand it. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth, breathing heavily. She half closed her eyes, breathing heavily, while Lin Tianhong hugged her shoulders, smiling and closing his eyes, telling her to be patient for a while, and he would clean the channel. He thought that he could smell the divine body odor of his wife, and it smelled better than anything in this world. Lin Tianhong looked forward, thinking that it seemed to him that he had already smelled this smell, or it seemed to him. Lin Tianhong looked at Shi with a smile, asking if she had relaxed. She looked back at her husband, breathing heavily, and said with a tired smile that her legs were still tired. The guy threw the girl onto the bed and she squeezed the sheets in her hands, looking at her husband and asking him to be more gentle. Her shoulders still hurt. He smiled widely and put Shi's leg on his shoulder, saying that now it was the turn of the legs. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and frowned, narrowing her eyes, and said that it was scary. Her legs were very fragile. Lin Tianhong smiled widely, saying that this is why they need to be taken care of very well. The girl kicked her husband on the cheek and he closed one eye. She screamed that she was not mentally ready. She sat next to her husband while he rubbed his cheek and smiled, saying that his wife had such fragrant feet and he would serve her well. The guy's eyes sparkled as he grinned and raised his hand to his face, saying that she could enjoy his method of foot massage, which he learned in distant lands. He took the girl by the hand, pulling her towards him, and she raised her hand, looking at him in surprise, asking him not to tickle her. The lights were on in the house, the moon was visible in the sky behind the clouds. She laughed loudly, asking not to tickle her. The girl was lying on the bed. She was breathing heavily, sweat appeared on her face, and her eyes were half closed. The guy hugged the girl from behind, lying down next to her, and put his hand on the girl's shoulder, who blushed and smiled. He said that it was late and it was time to sleep. Many hearts were flying from the house where the lights were on. The moon took a telescope, watching them with a wide smile. A small bell on the roof of the house. The sun came out from behind the horizon, illuminating everything. Shi and Lin Tianhong stood in the courtyard under the cherry blossom tree, kissing, pink petals falling above them. They opened their mouths, looking at each other with reddened faces, the guy holding his hand on his wife's cheek. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and said with a smile that he was going to the store. The girl put her hand to her chest, blushed, and with a smile asked him to come back early. She waved her hand after the leaving man, put her other hand to her chest, and said with a smile that she was waiting for him for dinner. Lin Tianhong turned to her, waved back, and answered well with a smile. The girl looked after him with a smile. Lin Tianhong walked forward with clenched fists. A shadow fell on his eyes and he frowned, thinking that it was time to settle scores, and in the world of his wife there could only be beauty and happiness. He opened his eyes, frowning and looking ahead, thinking that with him in Fengjing City there would no longer be any chaos. The main character was walking along a city street, with many people walking nearby. He turned the corner. There was an orange lantern on the building. A dango merchant stood in front of a man with a child. Standing in the alley, Lin Tianhong looked back. There was no one there. The guy put his 2 index fingers together and closed his eyes with a frown, summoning the seal to open. His black clothes and white hair began to flutter with energy. White fog flew around, and the main character himself was surrounded by blue light. People turned in shock towards the houses, behind which a long column of white fog was visible. Lin Tianhong flew into the air, his clothes and hair flying in the wind. Tanfang City is divided into inner city and outer city. It is too big. A city, many people walked between the houses. Behind the houses there was a huge fence, and behind it a large building. Lin Tianhong disguised himself as an ordinary person with a 6th level of basic cultivation. He would not be able to reach his destination on foot in one day. Layout drawing. District. A city with houses surrounded by a wall, behind which mountains and clouds are visible. Taoists are trained here. Throughout their lives, these ordinary people only practice laying the foundations. They usually live in sleeping areas outside of Tanfeng. That is, the territory of the imperial court. Inside, the imperial court and palace is surrounded by a wall with a large gate in it. There are several buildings inside, as well as the main large building. Clouds can be seen around the design, as well as girls with traditional hairstyles and light clothes. Those who were able to overcome the foundation level could change their destiny. Those who reached the concentration realm were called great monks. Those who reached the mysterious realm were called holy fathers, and those who reached the divine realm were respectfully called perfect humans. In the air, the main character looked down and frowned, saying that the leader's residence was inside. The guy was flying over the city, behind which there were mountains surrounded by fog. He left a white trail of air behind him. The building with a sign at the top is the palace of King Ning. 2 soldiers stood near the red columns of the building. Holding spears in their hands, Lin Tianhong flew over the palace. He stopped over the courtyard in front of one of the buildings. Several more were visible behind it. The guy's black clothes fluttered in the air. The office, a 2-story building with a blue roof on which the sun was shining. A man with black hair and gold jewelry on his hair and blue clothes was sitting at a wooden table. In front of him stood 3 people in black hoods, and 1 person in purple clothes. The man at the table shouted how the people sent had disappeared. The man at the table, who was King Ning, put his hand on the table. Various patterns were visible on his clothes. He looked at the people with dissatisfaction and said, "Was it really some rogue who did this? And there is no information about this person." A man in purple clothes and blonde hair clasped his hands together, looking at the king, and said that whoever is able to do this so silently is most likely a very strong enemy. The man knitted his eyebrows, looking at him displeasedly, and said that it was impossible to make great monks disappear with one movement of his hand, not to mention the Xinfeng dynasty, and in all of Nanju there would be no one who could do such a thing. The man in purple clothes put his hand to his chin, rubbing it, and said, "Is this really a celestial being?" King Ning leaned his elbow on the table and rested his head on his hand. He extended his other hand and said that it is impossible, and no matter where a celestial being appears in this world, even if it is truly a celestial being, all of Xinfeng will not be enough to grab him. The king slammed his fist sharply on the table and cursed loudly. Fu Tianyu lay on the ground with her arms outstretched and her eyes closed. King Ning said that if she were killed in the middle of the street, Fengjing would be mired in riots. The army with flags in their hands goes to the city, behind the walls of which the fire is burning brightly. Gray smoke is visible next to the houses. The king said that then he could send the Black Dragon army to pacify the unrest, and would take the throne from Lyciu, naming the empress by real name. The man told this, frowning and clenching his fist over the table. The purple-robed man frowned and looked at him, saying that after so many years of developing a plan, everything should have gone smoothly, and not the way it turned out. He put his hands into the wide sleeves of his clothes, folding them together and sighed, lowering his head, saying that after what happened, the Empress will be more vigilant, and he is afraid that it will be difficult to repeat this again. Someone coughed, attracting their attention. King Ning turned towards the sound. The voice said that instead of useless whining, it would be better if he behaved like a king. Maybe he could save his life. A man with blonde hair and a man in a black hood also turned in surprise at the voice. All three people turned towards the voice and the king frowned, loudly asking who it was. The man in purple robes pointed upward, looking at something in shock, saying that it was there. King Ning turned around in the direction he pointed. A man was flying above the two of them, surrounded by a dark mist, looking down at them. King Ning frowned at him. Drops of sweat flowed down his face and he shouted that how dare he invade the king's palace. The man thought about how he entered, and the palace is heavily guarded. All the high-ranking monks and 3 saints are here, and no one noticed him. Lin Tianhong was surrounded by dark fog. His figure was completely gray. He clenched his fists, and said that the king did not need to know who he was, but should remember his words, be content with his fate, and not bother Feng Jing. King Ning clenched his hand into a fist and looked at Lin Tianhong angrily, asking what he was up to, and why should he listen to him. He thought that he had been planning hard for so many years, and could not give up because of some threat. King Ning pointed to the man standing by the wall wearing a black cloak, looking at Lin Tianhong in the air, and shouted that there were many undetected geniuses in this palace and only he dared to threaten him, and wouldn't it be better to ask them if they agreed. The cloaked man smiled as the king pointed at him, most of his face hidden under his hood. King Ning smiled, knitting his eyebrows, and thought that the man is a demonic holy father who has reached the 5th stage of the mysterious region. He is a devil who single-handedly destroyed an entire city and scared the entire Nanju. A burning city with burnt buildings. The Holy Father sat on turtles with a wide smile on his face. There were 3 girls around him. One hugged him from the back, the second by the shoulders, and the third sat between his legs. King Ning thought that he even gave him his beloved concubine to win favor. He is the first master in the palace. The demonic Holy Father smiled widely and smugly as he chuckled. He tore off his cloak. His skin was dark and there was no hair on his head. He was wearing loose clothes and beads with skulls. He smiled widely and cursed at Lin Tianhong, telling him since he was here, he should not dare to leave. The demonic Holy Father screamed at him to die and extended his hand. A fog with dark energy stretched from him to the main character. A skull of dark mist opened, its eyes glowed white, and it flew forward. A huge skull appeared in front of Lin Tianhong. Opening its mouth and making a long sound, it glowed with a pink light from inside. The guy grinned, looking at the skull, and raised 2 fingers, saying that the Holy Father overestimated his strength when he dared to challenge him. He extended his hand with 2 fingers forward, towards the skull, and a beam of light shot into the skull, dispersing the fog. A ray of light that emanated from the main character, surrounded by black fog, headed towards the Holy Father. He put his hands in front of him, his mouth opened wide as he screamed, and his eyes widened in horror, white steam emanating from his body. Dense white fog, with scraps of black fabric flying next to it. The purple-robed man and King Ning were in the middle of the white fog. The king held his hands out in front of him, looking in shock at where the demonic Holy Father used to be. On the carpet in the room where the Holy Father had previously stood, ashes remained in the shape of a man, with fog flying around him. King Ning fell to the floor with a loud sound. He crawled back from the table to the screen. His body was shaking, and sweat was running down his face. The man smiled nervously, shouting that this couldn't be happening and it was probably a dream. Lin Tianhong, surrounded by dark fog, pointed 2 fingers towards him and smiled, saying that he would help him wake up. A beam of light shot between the man's legs, and he opened his mouth wide, screaming, tears flowing from his eyes, and a yellow puddle formed under him. King Ning sat in yellow better under him, and with a wet spot on his pants, trembling and fearfully looking at Lin Tianhong in front of him. He said that if he disobeyed and disturbed the peace of Feng Jing, he would lose the opportunity to die of old age. The main character dissolved, leaving behind a cloud of black fog, and advised him to listen to his words for the last time. The king looked at it trembling. He turned to look at the man in purple robes, sweat dripping down his face. The man extended his hand and looked at the king, asking if he was okay. Sweat ran down the purple-robed man's face and he frowned, asking what they would do. Two men in black hoods stood behind him. They were also trembling, and one of them asked what they would do. The second put his palm to the side and told him that the Holy Father had been killed. Now there was no hope of getting the imperial throne. King Ning frowned, the veins on his face popping out in anger. The king began pounding the table with his clenched fists, shouting in irritation about the throne and how it was his to begin with. He put his hand to his chest, a vein bulged on his forehead, and he shouted that he had no equal, and some little thing would not instill fear in him. The man in purple clothes extended his hand, sweat running down his face, and he asked what they should do then. Smiling, King Ning raised his fist up while the three people looked at him. He said that isn't he a simple master of the highest rank, and asked to bring him the sixth great sect. He said that the shadow that was able to kill the Holy Father had reached at least the fourth divine realm stage, and within the sixth great sect, there would be a monster like this. King Ning rose to his feet, with a wide smile on his face. He extended one hand forward, clenched the other into a fist, and shouted that for the sake of the throne, he would go to the end, no matter what, and asked to tell them to come out with their secret super battles abilities, and in return the king would give them whatever they wanted. He said to leave immediately. The purple-robed man smiled awkwardly and pointed at the king, asking if he wanted to change his clothes first. King Ning looked down. There was a large wet spot on his pants, and yellow liquid had spilled onto the table. The man blushed deeply, pointing the three people forward and covering the stain with his other hand, shouting for them to go away and bring him a change of clothes. The three people ran out of the office in fear. Lin Tianhong walked along a city street where many people were walking. High mountains could be seen behind the city. He smiled, looking ahead, and said that it was too early and he'd better take a little walk. Several people in dark cloaks were walking towards him and Lin Tianhong noticed them. People passed by. They were surrounded by dark energy, and the guy looked back at them, thinking that who knows who was staggering on the streets of this city. He frowned as he looked at them and thought that these people had a familiar aura coming from them, and they wouldn't make a fuss in the middle of the street. He looked after the people in dark cloaks who were walking along the road and thought that this would not work, and he would follow them, in case they were planning something again, very bad if it would affect his wife's mood. There was a sign on the building that said King Yu's Palace. Lin Tianhong stood behind one of the buildings, watching as people in black cloaks entered this building past two guards. He put his hand on the gray brick wall, looking at them, and thought that they were going to the palace of King Yu, one of the four great rulers of Xinfeng, and they were all dissatisfied with their lives. Lin Tianhong frowned and bit his lip, squeezing the wall, causing cracks to appear, and thought that these mortals are so weak, but impossibly treacherous, constantly trying to disturb his love with his wife, and they need to be called to order. In the place where the guy had stood before, only a white reflection was visible. He thought that in any case it was too early, so he might as well get on with this matter. Secret room of King Yu. Two men stood in a spacious room. One of them was dressed in blue clothes. The second was in a cloak with a black hood. In the room there were two large red columns, chairs next to them, and a large light screen. The body of a man in a black cloak was surrounded by blue fire. He had blonde hair. King Yu clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. He was young. His hair was tied up except for two long strands near his face. He asked the man what order, calling him Venerable Haiyan. Lin Tianhong sat on the chair next to them with one leg crossed over the other. His body was translucent, and he thought that King Yu, one of the strongest in the Xinfeng dynasty, was so polite to his mentor. He put a finger to his chin, frowning and looking at them, thinking that his abilities seemed familiar to him. There are four great kings in the Xinfeng Empire. Above the three red buildings with yellow roofs was a translucent red phoenix, wings spread to the sides. Kings Yu, Wu, Yu, and Mu. Four people dressed in pink, blue, gray, and black clothes. Three of them had no visible face. King Yu stood in front of them wearing black clothes. Their ancestors followed the great Xinfeng and laid the foundations of the country. They performed great feats, and for this their descendants inherited the royal title and enjoyed the patronage of the emperor. A man in military uniform and a long red cloak held a red flag in his hands, raising it high above his head. Behind him there was thick fog, behind which a red building was visible. In front of him, four people stood with their heads bowed. Now that the imperial court had declined in influence and military power, the four royal houses had become equal to the imperial court. A man with black hair and a black cap on his head, traditional for emperors, stood in front of other people who bowed their heads. Haiyan looked forward, frowning, his blonde hair tied up with a traditional hairpin. He said that the master was going to establish an Ashen demon teaching cell in Nanju, and it would be under the responsibility of King Yu. The king fell to his knees and bowed low, hitting his head on the floor, shouting that he would never disappoint his mentor. Hien got down on one knee and put his hand to his chest. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and addressed the great demon Ashen, their merciful patron. He said that as loyal followers, they are ready to sacrifice everything for the greatness of their lord, even their own lives. The main character looked at Hien, who was standing in the hall, and King Yu, who was kneeling. The guy thought that there are so many eccentrics, so many people are plotting evil, and are they really planning to deprive his wife of a serene life? Hien reached out with his hand for his cloak, saying that this time the mentor ordered this figurine to be given to him for worship. He extended his hand, in which he held a black figurine, on which there was a demon with 6 eyes and long claws. Hien said that it stores the great magical power of Ashen, saying he prays in front of it every day, and one day, at the most unexpected moment, she will save his life. A black figurine that folded its hands together. King Yu extended his hands, on which the man placed the figurine and lowered his head, thanking the great lord for his protection. Lin Tianhong looked at the figurine in surprise and realized that it was the Ashen demon. He said that Lin Tianhong is an unrivaled supreme demon lord, who has 10 great demon generals under his command, each of whom is the strongest warrior at the peak of the Demon King stage. The main character was sitting on a throne of skulls, with his arms spread apart. Next to there were many different demons, some with wings or horns. He thought that they included the demon Zumo, the elder brother of the demon Ashen. The silhouette of a demon with white eyes and short spiky hair. In front of him sat a small demon who clasped his hands together. His 2 eyes were closed, the 4 eyes on his forehead were glowing red, and he was smiling. Ashen is the subordinate of Lin Tianhong's subordinate. The main character put his hand to his chin and looked up, saying that his junior's junior was up to something unclean, and he could beat the Zumo demon as a warning. He held the man with blonde hair by the ear and smiled widely and sinisterly. His eyes narrowed as he told him that his boy had gotten completely out of hand. Zumo knelt in front of Lin Tianhong with his hands clasped together. His ear turned red, tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that he was only engaged in sabotage activities and did not do anything good. He clenched his fist while the main character looked down on him. Zumo said that if Ashen did something good, then let him tell him and Zumo will skin him. The main character looked forward with his red eyes and thought that there was no point in doing this. They were just going about their demonic business, as they should be. He put his hand to his chin and closed his eyes, frowning and thinking that he would first see what exactly they would do. Hien and King Yu walked along the corridor past the red columns. Lin Tianhong disappeared from the chair on which he was sitting and thought that if they disturbed the quiet life of Fengjing, then there would be no escape for them. He was flying on the street in front of a light-colored building, his hair fluttering in the wind. The main character looked ahead, thoughtful, and said, "Can he warn Empress Xingfeng so that she begins to prepare in advance? Help her with cultivation and raise her to several levels." He said that he can help with the defense of the city so that he and his wife can lead a quiet life here. The guy scratched his head and frowned, pursing his lips and saying that he would have known in advance, taken a couple of demons with him, and would not have had to rush around the whole city. He walked down the street, putting his hand to his head, and said that it was already late, and he needed to return home early. Lin Tianhong clenched his hand into a fist in front of his face and smiled, narrowing his eyes, saying that he would need to find time to go to the palace and teach the useless empress a lesson. The girl's hand reached out. The main character was sitting on a white throne. An empress with white hair was lying on his lap. The guy told her to stop being so weak, and it was time to become strong. The empress looked up at him when the guy spanked her and loudly apologized to him. With a smile, Lin Tianhong extended his hand with his palm open. A blue vase with brown balls around and a scroll tied with a red rope flew over the burning flame. Everything glowed with a golden light. There was a white mist around them. The guy was sitting on a white throne. In front of him was the empress in a blue dress, sitting in front of the objects on the floor. The main character told her that the strongest techniques, first-class pills, incredible strength, this is all for her. The bird was flying away from a large building in fear when a guy shouted from it to bring order to Fengjing already. Silver bell on the roof of a house with red columns. She stood at the gate of the fence. The girl looked back, clasped her hands together and sadly asked what happened to her husband. It was already so late, but he had not returned, and was there really unrest in the city again? She began to walk from side to side, closing her eyes. The girl clenched her hands into fists. A fire was burning behind her, and her eyes turned white when she was angry. She said loudly that she would soon exterminate all the vile rats. The empress looked ahead. The red columns of the gate were visible nearby, and she said that she could go look for him. But what if he returned at this time? The girl clenched her fist, looking forward with a determined gaze, frowning, and said that if you raise the ears of all the policemen, let them search the whole city, but you just need to make sure that her husband does not fall under their hot hand. From the other side, the voice of Lin Tianhong was heard, who said that he had returned. The girl froze in surprise, pressing her hand to her chest. The guy smiled at her, closing his eyes and waving with one hand, holding the other behind his back. She pouted her lips and frowned. Looking at him, she pointed her finger at her husband, calling him a brat, asking where he was, and why he returned only now. The guy smiled awkwardly at her. He closed his eyes, knitted his eyebrows, and thought that she seemed out of sorts, and she only called him a brat when she was really angry. The main character held a wooden box in his hand behind his back, thinking that it was good that he was prepared. The guy handed the box to his wife, holding it in his palm, and said that he had something for her. She took the box in her hands in surprise, opening her mouth and opening it, looking inside. In the box, on a red pillow, lay a gold hairpin with a phoenix, from which 3 chains with red stones at the end stretched. The girl took the hairpin in her hands in surprise, looking at it and asking her husband why he bought it. He squeezed the girl's hand in his, which held the hairpin. He leaned towards her, saying that she really didn't remember what happened on this day 10 years ago. The girl blushed, looking at him. Lin Tianhong stretched out his hand with a smile, saying that they first met on that bridge. She smiled and blushed, remembering how they stood on the white bridge. The girl ran along it while the main character stood calmly. Her face turned very red and she responded positively. Young Shi stood in a long blue dress while someone handed her a windmill. She put her hands to her chest and smiled shyly, saying that she had just turned 16 then. The girl stood with a toy in her hands, turning to the people who stood in front of her with swords in their hands. She said that the bad people wanted to kill her. A girl with red cheeks ran across the white bridge. Her clothes were torn. She closed her eyes and ran straight towards Lin Tianhong. The girl crashed into his chest, closing her eyes as he stood calmly. She put her hand on her head, falling to the ground, and looked up at the guy. The main character smiled at her and leaned over, extending his hand to the girl. They swam underwater, kissed. People with weapons ran across the bridge without noticing them. The girl said that they collided, and he hid her in the water, and she escaped trouble. She hugged the guy by the neck, blushing. He hugged her back with a smile and said that on that day their destinies were intertwined. The main character thought that he had been looking for something special for a long time. He stood at different stalls in the market in front of the sellers, looking at the goods. The man showed him various hairpins on the counter. In the center lay a golden hairpin with a phoenix. The guy thought that he had finally found this hairpin and let it remind Shi of their anniversary. He held the girl's hand, in which she held a gold hairpin, and said that although it was only a hairpin, he hoped that she would not reject his gift. Lin Tianhong attached a hairpin to the girl's hair, and she blushed and smiled softly while looking at him. She covered her face with her hands and lowered her head, calling out to her husband. The girl looked at him, tears streaming down her face, and she blushed, opening her mouth. The main character leaned towards her with a gentle smile, calling his wife, and she looked at him in surprise, blushing. Shi suddenly looked at him menacingly, frowning, and asked how much money he used to buy this hairpin. Lin Tianhong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled, looking away from his wife. She pulled him by the ear, pulling him towards her, and asked him that he spent his stash behind her back. The guy blushed and said that it hurt him, looking at his wife. He smiled as his wife held his ear and said he hid some to please her on her special day. The girl covered her mouth with her palm, laughing, and closed her eyes. Blushing, she said that it's hard to earn money now. Was it worth spending so much? She pointed to the side with her hands, smiling and closing her eyes. There was a black robe, and she said that wouldn't it be better to buy her more fabrics to make beautiful clothes for him. Lin Tianhong and Shi looked at each other with red faces. They kissed on the lips, blushing and closing their eyes. In front of them there was a crowd of people who looked at the couple with flushed and surprised faces. The girl in front said that they were not shy about showing their feelings in public and how she envied them. The couple looked sideways at the people in surprise. There were dark bags under their eyes. They looked at each other. Lin Tianhong held his wife's hand, and she extended her hand towards her husband. They quickly ran into the house, slamming the door loudly. The people in front of the gate looked after them. Lin Tianhong looked to the side with reddened cheeks and frowned, saying that they were so carried away by each other that they even forgot where they were, and then invited his wife to continue. She blushed, but looked at her husband, frowning and saying that they would continue. The couple kissed again. Lin Tianhong leaned towards the girl, closing his eyes, and she also closed her eyes. Night, the house in which the light was burning. A loud groan was heard from it. She clutched the fabric on the pink pillow with her hand and gasped loudly. Her clothes fell off her shoulders, her hair was loose and she raised her head, with tears in her eyes asking her husband to be more gentle. She lay on the light sheets with her arms raised, her body was trembling and she bent one leg at the knee. Closing one eye, Lin Tianhong held one of her legs in his hands and the girl said that she could not stand it for long. The guy smiled contentedly, massaging her leg and said that she would endure it. He pointed to his wife's foot, smiling and lifting it with his other hand, saying that he had diligently studied all the intricacies of foot massage, and if you knead it gently, there will be no effect. He held his wife's leg between his hands, saying that he ensured that every day she would be full of energy. Her skin would be smooth, shiny, and acne-free, healthy inside and out. Shiv put one hand to her chest, blushed and pouted her lips, saying that he had been crushing them for a long time, and she had probably had enough. Lin Tianhong leaned towards his wife's leg and closed his eyes, smiling and saying that how could the other leg be neglected, and should be crushed as well. The girl bent her knees and extended her hand, blushing deeply and asking her husband to wait. The guy didn't pay attention, pressing his finger on the girl's foot and she gasped. He pressed harder and she gasped loudly again. Hearts were coming from the house in the city. You could hear She asking not to do it so much. The moon crossed her arms and looked displeased at the house. The girl with white hair sat next to the main character, who was sleeping on the bed, raising her hands. She smiled and blushed, pressing her hand to her chest, looking at her sleeping husband with a smile. She thought that this hairpin was much more expensive than those rare treasures that princes and ministers give at the annual festive banquet. She looked at the guy, blushing deeply and smiling, thinking that she would always carry it with her. The Empress placed her hand on the chest of Lin Tianhong, who was smiling. She leaned towards him, blushing heavily and smiling, thinking that she loved her husband. The girl kissed him on the lips, tucking her hair behind his ear. She lay down next to him, hugging him, and the guy put his arm around her shoulders. She thought that tomorrow would be another wonderful day. Night, houses stood in the city. People were walking down the street, and singing could be heard from one of the doors of the buildings. A sign that says trinkets. There were carved figures on the display case. There were small signs next to it. Lin Tianhong was sitting at a wooden table with a couple of figures on it. He was humming a melody. The main character stuck out his tongue, looking at the figurine he was making, which depicted his wife. There were other tools on the table nearby. A man in blue clothes sharply opened the door with his foot. Two more people in the same clothes stood behind him. Lin Tianhong suddenly raised his hands, throwing up the figurine out of surprise. Three people walked into the shop. One of them crossed his arms over his chest and asked very loudly where the owner of the shop was. Behind the wooden shelves sat Lin Tianhong, who irritably raised his fist in the air. He looked forward with a gloomy gaze. A shadow fell on his eyes, and he realized that these were 6 policemen. He put his hand to his chin and said that their leader had a first-level Kai concentration, and his attendants were at the 8th or 9th foundation level. Many people in blue clothes. On the right stood a plump man with the sign weak. In the center stood another man with the sign inexperienced, and the third was a tall man with the sign useless. Lin Tianhong spread his hands to the side and closed his eyes, saying that these idiots are getting worse and worse every time. None of them have talent. He abruptly put his hands on the table and stood up, saying that he was coming. He pulled back the blue curtain and came out to 3 people in blue clothes who looked at him. The main character smiled and told the policeman that he was the owner. The guy put his palm on his fist in greeting and smiled broadly, asking what business they were on. The guy in the middle leaned on the table and smiled. Behind him 2 men looked menacingly at Lin Tianhong. The one who was leaning on the table smiled and said that they, on the orders of the Empress, were investigating the assassination attempt on General Fu. The main character frowned, looking at them from under his brows, and asked if they were in the wrong place. The policeman pointed his finger at him, smilingly saying that they were conducting an investigation and suspected him of conspiring with the murderers. The guy looked down at his finger and clenched his fists, not understanding what he meant. He looked irritably at the policeman, frowning. But then the guy sighed and touched his cheek with his fingers. Lin Tianhong cupped his fist with his palm, looking at the policeman who pointed his finger at the figurine on the table with a smile. The protagonist said that they unfairly accused him, a common man with the foundation of the 6th level, and how he could be related to the murderers. The policeman turned to him with a smile and patted Lin Tianhong's chest with his palm, asking if he was related to them. The guy looked threateningly at the policeman in front of him, frowning and looking down. There was purple energy around him. The 3 policemen looked at him in shock, backing away as Lin Tianhong walked towards them surrounded by purple energy. They huddled together, looking around in fear. The one in the middle grabbed his sword, pulling it out of its sheath, and asked what was happening and why it got so cold. Lin Tianhong held his hands behind his back. On his palm was a purple skull with flames around it. The skull in his hand dissolved, leaving behind a faint light. Lin Tianhong put his hands on his hips and smiled with his eyes closed, thinking that killing them would be much more fun. But if more than 6 greats came, it would be bad, and it was not good to make scandals. The 3 policemen looked around absently. A shadow fell on their faces. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, closing his eyes and pursing his lips, thinking about Xie, who folded her hands behind her back and smiled. He thought that his wife liked living here, and for her sake he was ready to endure. He would pay them money, and then quietly get rid of from witnesses. The guy put his hand in front of the policeman, calling him. He looked back, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Lin Tianhong clasped his hands together, smiled at the man and bowed his head slightly, saying that he had a small business. Today he had not opened and made no money, and could they make concessions? He said that he would go home for money and bring it back them. The policeman looked at Lin Tianhong irritably and pointed his finger at him. He shouted that he thought they had nothing else to do, and they had not searched so many stores yet. He threw a small stool on the floor. It broke in pieces. The guy in front of him clenched his hands into fists. The policeman shouted that while they were waiting for him to return, he would already collect all his things and run away. Lin Tianhong cupped his hand and closed his eyes, smiling irritably and asking the gentleman to calm down. The policeman called someone and asked to take the guy to prison. Outside the door there were many policemen who looked at the surprised guy with anger. 2 people in blue suits stood near the main character, who was kneeling. One of them put a long stick on his shoulder, and the second held his hands. Lin Tianhong turned to look at them with an angry look, narrowed his eyes, and thought that for the sake of his wife he must endure. Many policemen led him outside. One of them held a stick at his back. Lin Tianhong's face was distorted with irritation, and he thought that he would endure the maximum until the night, and that he wanted to destroy only them at first, but now their families would be destroyed. The guy looked back at the smiling policeman, who crossed his arms over his chest, and thought that he would like it in hell. A crowd of people were burning in flames. 2 more were falling down towards them. The face of a man with a wide evil smile looked down at them. He had dark skin, black whites of his eyes, and red pupils. The policeman looked at the departing Lin Tianhong, whose legs were in chains, and with a wide smile said to be taken away, and informed the family to come for ransom. He looked at the guy smugly, smiling and saying that if he was not pulled out, he would be sentenced to death as a murderer. 2 other policemen stood next to him with smiles. Red fence with a large gate. Xie stood near the clothes dryer, her pink kimono held high, a purple translucent fabric fluttering next to her. The girl stood on her tiptoes, sweat running down her legs. Xie sighed and threw her head back, fanning herself with her hand, sweat running down her neck and chest. The girl stretched with a smile, raising her hand and closing one eye. She looked at the pink kimono in her hands with a smile, her face turning slightly red. The girl pressed her cheek to the kimono, holding it close to her, and closed her eyes, blushing heavily. Hearts were coming from her, and she said that she would enjoy the smell of her husband a little more and would go to the palace. There was a noise behind the gate and she turned towards them. Someone knocked loudly on the door. She hung the fabric back on the drying rack. She said she was coming and went to the gate, on which there was loud knocking. The girl opened the door with a smile, asking if they were looking for someone. Behind her stood several people in blue uniforms. The man in the center looked down at the girl and loudly asked, "This is Lin Tianhong's house?" Xie looked at them absent-mindedly, raising her eyebrows, and answered yes, asking what happened. The man handed her a paper, which the girl looked at in surprise. He told her that they suspected her husband of attempting to murder the general. The guy held the warrant in front of the girl, frowning and shouting loudly that if she wanted to avoid responsibility, she should bring the ransom to the county jail. Xie frowned, looking at him irritably. The policeman threw out a statement. It flew to the ground. He smiled broadly and said that time was running out. The girl watched as 3 people left. The one in the center raised his palm with a wide smile and said to hurry up. They still need to go around many houses. Xie looked after them irritably, frowning, and thought this is how the police are conducting an investigation. There was a blue sheet under her feet, with a red stripe and a yellow circle. She thought that was why the rate of solving cases was so high, but the crime rate had not decreased. The girl picked up the sheet with the warrant from the ground, bent down, and thought that they were engaged in falsification from the very beginning, and also took bribes behind her back. The leaf in Xie's hands began to burn as she looked forward angrily, frowning and mentally cursing for the policeman. A fiery flame burned in the Empress's open palm as she walked from the open gate and thought that they had also kidnapped her husband. The girl opened the apartment door with an angry face, clenching her hand into a fist, around which the fire was burning, and thought that those who dared to touch her husband had signed their own death warrant. The girl stood in the middle of the room, putting her hand to her chest and looking around. She bent down next to the nightstand. When she was looking for something, she leaned on the bed, reaching out for something with her hand. The girl thought that she would first save her husband, and only then take care of business in a palace. Next to the white sheets lay a small wooden box. She opened it, looking inside with a frown, and said that this should be enough. The girl put the wooden box on the bed, putting it down. She raised 2 fingers, putting them in front of her chest, and closed her eyes. Yellow energy swirled around them. The girl called for a messenger. She held out her hand, which had a golden ball with yellow energy swirling around it, and shouted to it to fly. A golden bird flew out the window. Golden energy stretched from it to the girl's palm. The bird took off from the house, flying forward, leaving a golden trail behind it. A large white building, in front of the gates of which stood 2 officers with spears. Several policemen walked along a long corridor, on the walls of which torches were burning. The policeman kicked Lin Tianhong and he flew into the cell with a surprised face. The door to the cell was locked with a golden lock. The guy stuck his head between the bars and extended his hand forward, shouting in displeasure that this was unfair. Another man next to him, with black hair, also stuck his head between the bars, shouting that this was unfair, and he was illiterate. How could he correspond with enemies? Another person also stuck his head out between the bars, holding them with his hands, and shouted that he was blind and how he could spy on the girl taking a shower. The main character looked at him in surprise. The guy turned around, where a man without legs was sitting, leaning on his hands, and cried, shouting that as a child he had an accident, and now he has no legs. How could he rob the house? The officer crossed his arms, standing in front of the cage and looking down at Lin Tianhong. He said with a smile that all these people did not pay. He smiled evilly, looking at the guy. A shadow fell on his eyes, and he said that if his relatives did not bring 10 lions, then he should not even think that he would leave here. The guy was sitting on the floor in a cage, raising his palm and smiling irritably, raising his head at the officer. He said that his wife would bring the money. That officer looked at the other man in uniform and raised his fist, smilingly saying that Lin Tianhong knows how to negotiate. Now he can buy roses, durians and peonies to please the girls from the Red Mansion, and they have not allowed him to touch them for many days. The main character looked at them with anger. A shadow fell from his eyes when he thought that he had to endure, and they made his wife worry about him. This money will cost them their lives. One of the policemen waved his hand while standing in the doorway and called Mr. Jiang, saying that there was a girl there. The policeman who was standing by the cage turned around and asked to let her in. The main character held onto the bars of the cage and turned, looking to the side. Shiv ran down the corridor where the cameras were, holding a box in her hands, and called out to her husband in concern. He raised his palm, leaning out of the cell cage. There were hearts above his head, and he smiled widely, saying that he was fine and that she should not be afraid. Policeman Jiang put his hand to his chin, rubbing it, thinking about the breasts of the girl in the blue translucent outfit, and her waist. He said that the main character is very popular with women. Jiang looked at him with a grin, saying that he has such an unprecedented beauty, they must have fun every night. Lin Tianhong looked at him with anger, frowning. He looked at the policeman from under his brows. A shadow fell on his eyes and he frowned, thinking that his patience would soon burst. If there was a way for his wife not to notice how he would use his fists, he would immediately end them on the spot. The girl stopped near the policeman and said that she had brought money. She handed him the brown box and frowned, telling him to let her husband go. She looked at Jiang, frowning and pursing her lips, thinking that the policemen were real scum, a disgrace to the entire imperial court, and a big purge should be carried out, finishing off these parasites and their families. She clutched the cracked box, her hands shaking. Jiang placed his hands on top of Shi's hands, which were holding the box. The guy smiled and blushed, stroking the girl's hand, and she looked at him angrily, frowning. She backed away from him, snatching her hand away and raising it, loudly asking what he was doing. The box fell and opened at Jiang's feet. Money fell out, and the guy said that he suddenly discovered that her husband had colluded with enemies. He put his hand on his chin and grinned, raising his eyebrows, saying that 100 lien was not enough. Jiang narrowed his eyes, smiling widely and rubbing his chin with his hand, thinking that such a charming creature would marry such an insignificant scum. The girl looked at the policeman angrily and rubbed her hand with her other hand, asking what he needed. The man leaned over, looking at the girl. 2 more policemen stood behind him with grins. Jiang said that she would go with him and become his concubine, and he would immediately let her husband go. Lin Tianhong sat on the floor of the cage, looking at them and clenching his teeth in anger. Fire burned around him and he squeezed the iron bars with his hands, causing them to crumple. Shi pointed her finger at the policeman and frowned, displeasedly saying that he is so shameless. He is not afraid that they will be punished by the boss for using his official position for personal gain. Jiang spread his arms to the sides with a wide smile. Another policeman stood behind him, crossing his arms over his chest and laughing. Jiang said sarcastically that he was scared to death. He raised his head while two more policemen were laughing next to him. The man with a wide smile said that their boss was his uncle. Why should he be afraid? Lin Tianhong and Shi looked at him irritably. A shadow fell on their faces. They both simultaneously thought that their patience was running out and they were insulting their spouse. Even if the identity was revealed, they would cut these animals into pieces first and explain everything later. The girl held her hands behind her back. A bright orange flame burned on her palm, and she thought that she would not let him die a quick death. Shi brought the palm on which the flame was burning to her face, looking at him. Her eyes darkened with anger and she frowned, thinking that she would burn Jiang alive. Lin Tianhong stood behind the bars of the cage, clenching his hands into fists and frowning, looking at the policeman with anger. He thought that he would not let Jiang die instantly. It was too easy for him, and he would crush his bones, turning him into a pile of rotten meat, and he would die because of fear. The main character with black whites of his eyes and red pupils stood above the gray mass, from which the figure of a man from this mass was reaching out with his hand. His mouth open in fear, the demon smiled evilly. He had sharp claws, and there were spikes on his body. On his forehead grew long horns. Suddenly the voice of a man was heard asking how dare he, and everyone turned to the passage when they heard him. Shi turned back, her mouth open in surprise, when the voice said that the policemen were deliberately breaking the law. Lin Tianhong looked towards the voice, frowning and narrowing his eyes as it shouted, "Who else are they considering the laws and orders established by the Empress?" 3 policemen turned towards the voice, looked there in surprise and frowned. A guy in a beautiful red suit and a blue cloak, with fur on his shoulders, stood with clenched fists and a frown. He had shoulder-length brown hair. Jiang pointed at him. A shadow fell on his eyes and the guy shouted who it was and how he dared to commit outrages in the district department. He asked to grab him. District Department Prison. Next to a man in red clothes stood another man in black clothes. A fire was burning above him. Jiang looked at them. A man in black clothes approached the policeman while a man in a blue cloak looked at him. The man hit Jiang sharply on the cheek with his palm and he looked at him in shock. There was a bright red mark on his cheek, and saliva flew out of his mouth. The man in black clothes cursed loudly and asked how dare he. Jiang put his palm to his cheek, which had a red mark from the blow, and asked his uncle why he hit him. His uncle hit the policeman in the face again, looking at him displeasedly, and said that Huang Tianhu came and told him to kneel down on him. The man in red stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. Jiang fell to his knees. There was a red mark on his cheek and he raised his hands, closing his eyes and asking for forgiveness. He bowed to Huang Tianhu, lowering his head to the floor, and said that he was a vile dog, again asking to forgive him. His uncle raised his leg, hitting the guy in the face, and he staggered back. His uncle frowned, shouting that he didn't hit him enough. Jiang slapped his cheeks with his palms. His face was swollen and he closed one eye. Lin Tianhong and Shi stood behind him, looking at him. The red energy around the protagonist's hand dissolved. The golden energy around the Empress's hand also dissolved. They watched Jiang slap his cheeks while 2 people stood over him, and both thought that they had arrived on time and there was no need to reveal their identity now. Huang Tianhu frowned, looking down at the policeman with his blue eyes. A shadow fell on his face and he said that Manager Jiang is the biggest scoundrel. He stood in front of the manager, who was sitting on his knees. The man clenched one hand into a fist, put the other behind his back, and shouted that the imperial court had captured the suspect, and he took the opportunity and knocked out money. He insulted the greatness of the imperial court, thereby damaging the reputation of the Empress. Policeman Jiang and his uncle were kneeling in front of Huang Tianhu. They folded their hands on the floor, and Jiang lowered his head, while his uncle looked at the man in fear. Huang Tianhu pointed 2 fingers at them and frowned, shouting to be grabbed. Other policemen in blue robes clasped their hands behind their backs. They raised their heads together and with tears in their eyes said that they were asking for mercy and they realized their mistakes. The man turned around, looking at Lin Tianhong and Shi who were standing next to the bars. The girl looked at him with an angry look, frowning and pursing her lips. Huang Tianhu looked at the girl in shock. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, sweat running down his face. He walked up to her and clasped his hands together, bowing as the girl looked at him sternly. The man said that he wasn't harsh enough with them. They were judged unfairly, which almost led to big trouble. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes as the man stood in front of her. She said that he should take responsibility for the common people, and such absurd things as oppressing people happened at the feet of the Empress. Should the common people live in fear? Huang Tianhu cupped his fist with his palm, looking at the girl, and said that he would definitely punish his uncle and his nephew, and also apologize to all citizens. The girl looked at him ominously and smiled slightly, asking if he would punish only these two. Huang Tianhu sweated a lot, looking at the girl, and said that she was right. This epidemic must be eradicated. Lin Tianhong looked at his wife in shock, opening his mouth. He looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Leaning towards Shi, the protagonist put his hand to his face, saying that Huang Tianhu is the Holy Father who has reached the mysterious area, and also the Empress's confidant. He can be said to have great power, and the protagonist did not expect him to conduct business so prudently. The girl covered her mouth with her palm and closed her eyes with a smile, saying that she also did not expect and thought that the fish was rotting from the head. She was almost disappointed in the Empress and her ministers. Lin Tianhong smiled as he looked at her. He leaned towards her, smiling and whispering, since he is so sensible, maybe he will give them back the money that Zhang took. Shi folded her hands and bowed to Huang Tianhu, who looked at her in surprise, raising his hands. The girl closed her eyes and said that she had a request. Could he return their 100 lion that they were blackmailed with, and they would be very grateful. Huang Tianhu clasped his fist with his palm and closed his eyes. Frowning, he closed his eyes and said that this would not work, and such unscrupulous things should be compensated doubly. The man raised his hand and turned back, shouting to bring 200 liang and that it would be deducted from his salary. Lin Tianhong looked at him with a smile while the girl looked at him in surprise. Lin Tianhong smiled awkwardly as he turned his gaze to his wife. She smiled while looking at Huang Tianhu. They both bowed to the man with folded hands and thanked him very much. She hugged her husband's hand and looked at him with a smile. They walked together to the exit, where a bright white light was on, and the girl told them to go home. A dark wood house with clouds floating above it. Lin Tianhong and Shi stood at home, hugging each other. The guy closed his eyes. He looked at his wife worriedly, knitting his eyebrows, and said that he scared her and almost allowed that policeman to harm her. The girl looked at him and smiled. Her cheeks turned slightly red. She said that when her husband is nearby, she has nothing to fear. Lin Tianhong frowned and looked up. The girl also frowned, pursing her lips and looking to the side. They both thought that the entire Zhang Tianhao family would die. The guy looked down at his wife with a smile and, blushing, said that they had just gotten out of trouble and they should rest. The girl kept her hands on her husband's chest and also blushed, agreeing and asking what he had planned. The guy said they would do something interesting. Shiv put her hand to her chest and looked at him with a deep blush. She looked at her husband with her violet eyes, blushing deeply. He leaned towards her and the couple kissed. Their faces turned red and they closed their eyes. Lin Tianhong put his hand on the girl's shoulder. The house where the main characters lived was shaking. Hearts were coming from it. The sun and the moon high-fived each other. The sun was on the right and the moon on the left. They looked at the house with a surprised look. The sun and moon high-fived each other again. This time the moon was on the right and the sun on the left. They looked confused at the house that was still shaking and making hearts. Lin Tianhong waved his hand to his wife, who was standing in front of the house, and smiled at her, saying that he was going to the shop. The girl waved to her husband, who was walking towards the gate, looking at him. The guy frowned and his eyes narrowed as he said that it was time to take care of business and kill the Zhang family. A green sign with the words Zhang Palace in black. The main character stood near this sign, looking at it, and said that he was a small manager, but lived in such a luxurious mansion. He put his hand to his chin, frowning at the sign, and asked how much he had taken into his hands. Lin Tianhong looked in surprise at the doors in the house where no one was and realized that no one was guarding. He put his hand to his chin again and looked away, frowning. He stood near one of the houses, looking up ahead as ripples passed through his body. People were walking along the street, not noticing anything, when Lin Tianhong disappeared between the houses, leaving behind a white light. Living room. The guy stood in the room. Having appeared there, ripples ran through his body. The walls of the living room were turquoise. He looked at the living room, where there were various furniture and decorations, loudly asking if anyone was there. The main character frowned and narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was strange. Lin Tianhong extended his hand, around which energy began to swirl, illuminated by golden and pink light. He cast a spell to restore temporary space. A large ball formed in front of the guy's outstretched hand, inside of which there were purple, pink and gold colors, and in the center there was a dark color. The main character's clothes fluttered with energy. The white house with brown wooden beams stood illuminated by the sun. The door was suddenly opened by Huang Tianhu. The doors broke into two parts, and a crowd of people stood behind the man. He raised his hand and frowned. Dust rose from his side. The man said to arrest everyone and execute them tomorrow. The policeman behind him walked forward. Huang Tianhu stood with one hand folded behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. The policemen stood around the man and woman, holding swords in their hands. The man and woman were sitting on the ground. The woman looked at them in fear, and the man frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. Lin Tianhong looked at this through the small open memory window, thinking that they had decided to execute all the corrupt family members. The guy looked to the side and frowned, thinking that after all this Huang Tianhu was in charge. He closed his eyes and sighed loudly, frowning. The guy left the house, putting his hands behind his back, and said that everything had already been done for him. He didn't have to bother with it. But death was too simple. The Imperial Court, a large building with many climbs to it, which were surrounded by a red fence. Empress Shi sat on a golden throne, with a purple and gold ornament in her hair and a purple and white dress and a golden phoenix pendant on her chest. 3 people in red robes, Huang Tianhu, Zhu Feng and Tianyu Huang, who were kneeling in front of the throne with their heads down. A golden Chinese dragon flying above them with its mouth open. The pink-haired girl lowered her head in front of the Empress and thought that she had just returned from a military campaign, and the Empress's level had reached an incredible degree. She clasped her hands together, pursed her lips and bowed her head, thinking that she had such a domineering aura, she couldn't even look at it. Zhu Feng looked up at the Empress, clasped his hands together and said that they were investigating a case of an assassination attempt on a general. The one who sent the assassins was King Ning. He knelt in front of the Empress, who looked at him, shouting that King Ning wanted to take advantage of this situation and move the Black Dragon army into the capital, planning to take over the imperial throne. One of the men, dressed in red clothes, wearing a black hat and with a black beard, turned to Zhu Feng, loudly asking that King Ning was trying to start a rebellion. The other 2 men also looked at Zhu Feng in shock. One of them frowned and asked how someone could be so stupid. Empress Shi rested her cheek on her hand, smiling and saying that King Ning was such a good uncle. She crossed her legs, dark energy emanated from the girl, and the golden dragon circled around her, revealing sharp fangs. The girl said that since he started first, then she would not take into account their blood connection. She looked at Tianyu Huang, who extended her hand to her and said that she was entrusting this to her. The pink-haired girl looked at her with her hands together and said she understood. Zhu Feng looked at the Empress while kneeling and said that there was something else that Xinfeng's scouts reported. He said that the Beiwei master from the black and white Taoist palace, a guy with his arms crossed on his chest. One part of his hair was white and the other black. It was braided into 2 braids. On his face there was a mask also divided into white and black. Master Qilong from Tianlong Palace, a man with long beautiful hair, and a red pattern on his forehead, who smiled, cupping his fist with his palm, a fire burning behind him. His skin was dark. Master Tianji from the Wuji clan, a man with white hair and a beard, the sign of the sun on his forehead. He extended his hand, opening his palm, on which the blue wind swirled. Master Mei Gui from Wanhua Valley, a girl with long black hair who put her finger to her chin. She was wearing a long green dress, and there was a red design on her forehead. Master Jing Xuan from the King Xuan clan, a guy with long green hair and yellow eyes. His eye was covered by a mask. He was wearing dark green clothes with a slit on the chest. And Master Shen Jian from the Latian Jian clan, an old man in dark robes and with gray long hair. He had a beard, as well as a dark sword on his back. Zhu Feng said that the 6 divine fire masters had arrived in the capital. The above 6 masters surrounded the capital, looking at the imperial palace. Huang Tianhu raised his hands and frowned, saying that everyone is the supreme elder of the 6 great sect. He does not show himself in public, and asked why they all came to the capital. The Empress looked down at them. A shadow fell on her eyes and she frowned, saying that if she was not mistaken, her uncle made this sect of the 6 greats an offer that they could not refuse. She frowned as she angrily said that as soon as the plot was revealed, he began to fight back. Tianyu Huang who frowned at the Empress, a bead of sweat running down her face, and she wondered what kind of sentence could make the divine fire masters show up. Looking at the entire Nanju, It can be said that they are the peak of combat power. One of the men in red robes and a black hat smoothed his beard and frowned, asking about the 6 divine fire masters in the Black Dragon army, what King Ning was up to. Another man in red robes turned to him and said that they too could call the masters. The third red-robed man stretched out his hand and looked at the other two, saying that there were no other divine fire masters. Empress Shi looked down at them, frowning and opening her mouth. She thought that her consciousness as the supreme deity of Empress Shi had just awakened, but the progress was already very fast. The girl looked to the side, pursing her lips and sitting on the golden throne, thinking that against 6 divine fire masters, she could hardly fight to a draw. The girl stood up and raised her hand high above her. The golden energy surrounding the Empress stretched around her. The girl said that since these old people dared to interfere, she, the Xingfeng Empress, will fight. Surrounding the Xie Empress was a bright pillar of golden light, from which a powerful golden pulse of golden energy passed through, her clothes fluttering with energy. A strong and large pulse of golden energy passed around the entire imperial palace. A powerful column of golden light fell from the sky. The girl said that she would meet the masters. Zhu Feng, Tianyu Huanghu, Huang Tianhu and the 3 red-robed men looked at the Empress in shock, their mouths open. They thought that although the Empress lived in seclusion, her level was so frightening. They all knelt before Empress Xie, from whom golden light emanated, bowed their heads and shouted that they would swear to follow Her Majesty, together repel a strong enemy, and protect the homeland. Empress Xie frowned, a shadow fell on her eyes, and she pursed her lips, thinking that war should not be allowed in the capital, it could harm her husband. People in the city walked down the street gossiping. 2 stood next to each other. A man in black clothes said that there is war again. King Ning is coming with 300,000 Black Dragon army troops. The other 2 men stood a little further away. One told the other what they say, with 6 great masters with him, and asked what to do and whether they would all die. A guy in blue robes looked at them in surprise. Night. A light was burning in a house with a bell on the roof. Shi was sitting at the table on her knees, under which there was a pillow. Lin Tianhong sat opposite and ate food with chopsticks, closing his eyes. He smiled widely as the girl on sticks handed him a piece of meat, looking at him and holding up the bowl. Shiv put her palms on her cheeks and smiled, looking at him and saying that the capital has been uneasy lately, and he shouldn't make a fuss. He answered with a smile that she should not worry and he would be careful. He took the rice with chopsticks, while his wife closed her eyes with a smile, sitting in front of him. Lin Tianhong's eyes widened and his face contorted with anger as he frowned and thought that those rats had not listened to his warning and were causing his wife to worry. There was dark energy around him and he lowered his fist onto the table, looking menacingly in front of him and thinking that this petty King Ning had made his wife worry, and he would be merciful and destroy them. He closed his eyes, whispering the magic field, his body glowing with a faint purple light. White energy swirled around him and the table of food, and he found himself in the middle of a blue space with his hands clasped together. A magical translucent field formed around the city. People walked along the street without noticing. The map showed a city next to the river with a golden light. There were 6 smaller red lights around it. Lin Tianhong thought that the troops were only 100 miles away. He put his finger to his chin and frowned, looking away and thinking that these were 6 assistants, small ants that were only slightly larger than those that were before. The guy disappeared from the place where he had been sitting, leaving behind only a white light. King Ning's tent. A man in military uniform stood in front of the yellow tent. A translucent Lin Tianhong appeared in front of her. The man, who was completely blue, quickly walked towards the tent, shouting that he had news. The main character looked at him in surprise. He pushed the entrance to the tent, passing. The guy folded his hands behind his back, watching the military man. He knelt down next to the table where King Ning was sitting, clasping his hands together. The military man said that the 6 great masters were about to arrive in the capital. They sent subordinates to inform him that he could send troops to attack right now, and they will immediately come to his aid. A man in a black hood and with blonde hair stood next to the king. He looked at him and told the smiling king that all he had to do was find that sneaky rat. The 6 great masters would catch him and he could punish him. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms and frowned as he looked at King Ning and the man next to him, thinking about the rat and who else they ambushed. The king slammed his palms sharply on the table and shouted that this was wonderful. He smiled, placing his palms on the table and knitting his eyebrows, saying that he wanted to chop it into pieces with his own hands. The man raised his palm up, clenched the fist of his other hand and said with a wide smile that he was ordering the 3 armies to immediately advance and capture the imperial palace. King Ning clenched his hand into a fist and lowered his head, looking at him, smilingly saying that whoever captures Lai Siyu, He will reward him by calling the Empress by her real name. Lin Tianhong put his hand to his chin, looked at him with a smile, knitted his eyebrows and said that this divine baby would be a little difficult for King Tianfeng. The main character looked at him, narrowed his eyes and smiled, telling him to let him take care of it. He looked at King Ning with a smirk. He crossed his arms. The guy said, "As for this king, let the Empress deal with him, and he will just check whether the Empress, who never shows herself, can protect the capital." Lin Tianhong's eyes narrowed and he frowned, his red eyes glowing red, when he thought that if she could not handle such a small thing and protect the peace of the capital, it would disrupt the stable life that his wife desires most. The main character stood over the city, holding a pawn in his hands. His eyes turned completely red and glowing. His white hair flew up. He stood with an evil smile, thinking that then he would need to replace the Empress with a capable emperor. Lin Tianhong disappeared from the tent. Leaving a white light, King Ning was sitting at the table, and a guy in a dark hood stood next to him. King Ning's main camp. The king stood on the rise. Next to him stood a man in a black hood, and in front of him stood an army of soldiers in armor, and with spears in their hands. The king put his fist to his mouth and said that he had an announcement. He held the piece of paper in his hands, his other hand to his mouth, and closed one eye, thinking. He said loudly that the Empress was young and did not have the ability to rule the country, which led to frequent civil unrest. His ancestors bequeathed him to protect the people, and he did not forget about it for a minute. Many soldiers in armor and with red bands on their shoulders, shocked, looked at him with their mouths open. King Ning spread his arms to the sides and closed his eyes, telling the soldiers to follow him and they will restore the great state of Tianfeng and accomplish a great deed. The king looked down at the soldiers in confusion and twisted his mouth, thinking what happened, and the king made a fiery speech. And these rags don't know what to applaud. The guy in white robes and a black hood next to the king cleared his throat and lowered his head, asking if anyone had any objections. The soldiers looked at them in surprise. The king extended his hands as the soldiers finally raised their fists in the air and smiled, shouting that King Ning was the ideal candidate, that he had the character of a sovereign. He should get the throne. Someone shouted, "Long live King Ning," and that King Ning was the wisest king in the world. Someone shouted that they were ready to follow him. King Ning closed his eyes, smiling. His cheeks turned red and he thought it was nice. Let them continue. One of the soldiers knelt down on one knee in front of the man and cupped his fist, closing his eyes and saying that the provisions were ready, and they were waiting for his instructions. King Ning turned to the soldier, opening one eye, and said that he could go. He looked at the king and agreed. The king thought that it would be soon. The man raised a long black sword above his head and told the soldiers to listen to the order, and whoever captured Lai Si would receive a reward of 10,000 lions. The soldiers looked at him, shouting yes. The man smiled evilly and widely, shouting at them to go on the attack. He thought that everything was ready. A little more luck and all his wishes would come true. City Wall Tower. Empress Lai Si stood on the tower wall, looking at the huge army that held red flags above them, her black cloak fluttering in the wind. A man approached her from behind and said that he had urgent news from the front. The girl stood in silver armor and a long white dress. She turned around, holding her hand on the hilt of her sword, and asked him to speak. The man said that a large army of troops appeared in front of the city. Their spies confirmed that it was the army of King Ning. The king was sitting on a black horse, holding its reins. Behind him stood people in armor and holding spears. The man on the horse smiled, looking ahead from under his brows. A shadow fell on his eyes. Lai Si thought that King Ning was stubborn. She looked down at the king and frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes, and she thought that since he decided to disturb her and her husband's peace, then she should not be surprised that she would settle scores with him. She closed her eyes and called Huang Tianhu. Behind her stood Tianyu Huanghu, who put her hand on the sword, and Huang Tianhu, who put his hands together and said that he is here. Without turning her head at him and looking forward, the Empress said that if she loses this war, then let her send people to the Huangyu wood-carving shop. Let them take her husband, and the sooner the better. The man knelt down on one knee in front of her, holding his hands together and closing his eyes, saying that he understood the order. The Empress called General Tianyu Huanghu, who also knelt down on one knee and closed her eyes, clasping her hands together and saying that she was here. Lai Si turned to the girl and frowned, holding her hand on the hilt of the sword, and said that she would accept the fight with her. The girl with pink hair replied that she obeyed. The Empress turned around on the wall she was standing on. There were dense clouds of white smoke coming from the wall, and she shouted that they were moving out. The two in front of her stood up, holding their hands together and closing their eyes, lowered their heads, saying that they understood the order. Lai Siyu frowned and closed her eyes, clenching her teeth as she thought that she didn't want to leave her husband, but he wouldn't be able to understand that she was an empress and a supreme deity. The three of them walked along the stone wall. The empress walked in front, followed by Tianyu, Huanghu, and Huang Tianhu. The girl put her hand on her sword on her belt and thought that the happy days spent with her husband were the happiest in her life. She frowned, looking forward, pursing her lips. Behind her, the man and girl with pink hair also had angry faces. The empress thought that she would definitely win this war. Forest outside the city. The moon was shining in the sky. 6 people were running through the forest between the trees, jumping high. Mei Gui jumped between Qilong and Shen Jian. She put her hands back, asking who they think is the mysterious man in King Ning's residence. The black-haired girl smiled as she looked to the side and said that powerful people above the 4th level of divine fire are rare in the Xingfang Empire. Jing Xuan also smiled, looking at Qilong and said that this must be a well-known person. Tianji raised his palm without looking at them and told them to stop talking. He looked forward with a frown and said that King Ning had moved forward. He shouted upward and all 6 people jumped, leaving a trail of air behind them. They were all standing or sitting on the branches of a tree, the moon shining brightly high above them. Jing Xuan smiled, raising his long-sleeved hand and closed his eyes, saying that King Ning gave them the Tianhuo Shenzhen treasure map, and they will help him take the imperial throne. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that this deal is quite profitable, right, Master Jing Xuan? A guy with black and white hair stood on the top of a tree next to him. He crossed his arms and said that Tianhuo Shenzhen is a peerless master who was able to overcome the boundaries of this world. His treasures are extremely important to them. Jing Xuan agreed after looking at him. Beiwei raised his hands and pointed his index finger upward. There was a sign behind him. In the center was the inscription Divine Fire, and on the 4 sides the inscriptions were Fire, Thunder, Heart, and Wind. He said that if they could pass through the 4 heavenly tribulations, wind, fire, thunder, and heart, then they can be reborn and live to be 1,000 years old. Master Beiwei from the black and white Taoist palace. Qilong laughed, putting his hand to his chest and asked him not to show off his knowledge. Beiwei crossed his arms and said that he was a rude person. Qilong raised his hand with a wide smile and closed his eyes, saying that he still had to thank this mysterious person for letting him get out of the shackles of this matter. Master Qilong of Tianlong Palace. A man with gray hair and a beard and a sword on his back raised his hand and closed his eyes, saying that he did not expect that this mortal King Ning would have the treasure map of Tianhuo Shenzhen, Shen Jian of the Latian Jian clan. The girl next to him, who was sitting on a tree branch, laughed and the man looked at her. Mei Gui closed one eye and smiled widely, looking at the man. She said that then they should help King Ning get the throne. Master Mei Gui of Wanhua Valley. Tianji stood on a tree branch with his arms crossed over his chest, his brown cloak fluttering in the wind, and he said with a smile that a girl in her early 20s was not worthy of fighting next to him. Master Tianji of the Wuji clan. The man looked forward, smiling, and said that he was only interested in that mysterious man. Dark energy passed through the sky between the trees. A voice told the masters that they were so slow. The entire group looked up in surprise. Shen Jian reached behind his back, taking the hilt of his sword. At the top of one of the trees, in front of the group, stood Lin Tianhong, from whom dark energy emanated. He said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. Tianji looked at him in shock with his mouth open. There was dark energy behind him and he realized that they had not noticed him. The martial artists looked back at each other with painted faces and realized that the main character was above their level. Qilong put his hands on his waist, frowned, and said that he was threatening the Divine Fire Masters. The man slammed his fists together and smiled as he walked forward. Behind him was a large orange Chinese dragon. The man said he advised him to disappear and not get involved. Qilong smiled widely, looking forward while there was a large orange dragon behind him and said, otherwise he would say goodbye to his life. He was surrounded by orange energy. An orange dragon was circling around him with its mouth open. And behind him were the rest of the martial artists. Lin Tianhong stood in front of him as the man told him not to forget that they were 6 great masters. Jing Xuan smiled, looking forward, and thought that everything is right. They are 6 great masters. Beiwei looked forward. His face was not visible from under the mask and he thought that they were afraid of this vile man. Tianji smiled as he looked forward and thought that although he was scared, the main character could not surpass them. Mei Gui frowned and smiled, looking from under her brows, and thought that a fight would start. Shen Jian frowned at the main character, thinking that no matter who the opponent is, they are 6 great ones. Even the 8th level of skill is enough to fight. Qilong smiled widely. His eyes widened and the man was surrounded by orange energy as he loudly asked how he liked it. and let him know his place and retreat. Lin Tianhong laughed, putting his finger to his chin and smiling, and said that they were insignificant earthly Taoists. He thought that even the highest celestial beings and demons knelt down and licked his shoes when they saw him. He raised his hand smiling. Black energy was emanating from his body and his figure was gray. He said, then they will start. Let them use their circus tricks to impress him. The 6 great masters looked at him in shock. Their mouths opened and their eyes widened as they realized that Lin Tianhong did not care about them, the 6 greats. Shen Jian reached for his sword behind his back, taking it by the hilt. The moon was shining above him and the stars were falling. The man told everyone to step aside. He pulled out his hand with the sword forward, putting 2 fingers on his other hand in front of him, and pointed the sword at the main character, flying towards him. His sword glowed with a blue light, and the man himself was surrounded by blue lightning. He shouted that he wanted to see his skills, attack with a 40-meter sword. Lin Tianhong smiled as he looked at it and tusked, saying that it was nothing more than a grain of rice. Shen Jian's eyes turned white and sparkled with lightning. He was surrounded by blue light and his face was distorted with anger as he loudly asked how he dared to say such a thing, and then let him die from this grain. A huge blue sword pierced the main character's body, with red energy trailing behind it. Long streaks of blue energy emanated from the sword Shen Jian was holding as it pierced the demon. The long blue sword vibrated, emitting waves of blue energy from itself. The rest of the masters covered their faces with their hands. A white mist rose under their feet, and Qilong said that this old sword master is incredibly hot-tempered, and his blow is fatal. Tianji agreed. The man with red hair looked at him with a wide smile, covering his forehead with his hand, and asked if the main character could survive against such force. Tianji looked ahead. White fog was flying next to him and he said that he could and would survive. The white fog began to dissipate. No one was visible behind it, only the blue energy that remained from the sword. Someone said that the main character had died. Someone shouted that Master Shen Jian was there. An old man with gray hair was flying in the air in front of the white fog, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Qilong smiled widely, putting his palm to his forehead, and said that the old man is strong. Tianji's eyes widened in fear when he noticed something and he shouted no. Shen Jian fell down. In front of him stood the main character, who folded his hands behind his back. Qilong and Tianji watched as the white-haired master fell down. His sword broke and they both shouted that Shen Jian was a loser. The 5 great masters stood in front of the dark figure of the protagonist, and the 6th master fell down to the ground, leaving behind a blue light. Everyone looked at Lin Tianhong in shock. Their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open as they realized that he had killed Shen Jian. Sweat dripped down Tianji's face as he looked at the main character in fear and asked in a trembling voice, "Is he at the peak of the divine fire?" The demon smiled at them and narrowed his eyes, saying that it was their turn. Tianji put his hand in front of him, looking at him in fear, and asked him to wait. He held up a finger, smiling nervously, sweat running down his face as he said if he knew the consequences of their deaths. Lin Tianhong chuckled and sighed, putting his finger to his chin and asking what the consequences were. Tianji stretched out his hands, smiling nervously, while the remaining 5 masters were flying in the air in front of the demon. The man said that the protagonist has an unprecedented level. He warned King Ning only because he didn't want to rebel, but if he kills them, he will definitely offend the 6 clan great ones. And then the entire ruling dynasty and people of Xinfeng will suffer, and maybe he wants to see it personally. The man raised his finger up, smiling unequally, and extended his hand to the main character, saying that the 6 great ones also have a master who has reached the peak level of divine fire, and it is better for everyone to stop and avoid the destruction of friendly relations. Lin Tianhong smiled widely, holding his hand next to his face, and said that it was good that the man reminded him of this. He spread his arms to the sides. Dark energy stretched from him in all directions, and he said that in this case he would destroy the entire clan of the 6 great ones. The masters covered their faces with their hands when the dark energy walked near them, and Tianji shouted that he did not perceive it the threat is serious. He turned to the other masters, shouting to them that from now on it was every man for himself. They looked at him in shock. There was dark energy around them. Tianji shouted to everyone to run. Lin Tianhong stood still. There were gusts of air next to him as the masters jumped away from him in different directions. The main character smiled, frowned, and raised his hand, saying that they would not run away from him even to the Imperial Deity Palace. He extended his hand. Strong golden energy swirled around, preventing the masters from leaving. They screamed, stretching out their hand and trying to escape. Their eyes widened in fear. Tianji shouted that this was impossible and how could he reach such a level. All the great masters were tied with golden ropes. In the middle of them stood Lin Tianhong in the air, Raising his hand up, one of the masters shouted that this was not the master of divine fire. Shilong and Tianji raised their heads at the main character. Looking at him in fear, one of he shouted at them that it was a celestial being, asking him to spare them. Lin Tianhong snapped his fingers. All the great masters around him dissolved, leaving behind only a bloody trail in the place where they had previously flown. Golden energy flowing from these places. Lin Tianhong closed his eyes. There was a white fog and streaks of golden energy around him. He frowned, saying that they were just a bunch of cockroaches. The guy thought that it looked like he had destroyed the entire clan of the Six Greats, and finally got rid of the annoying people. City wall. The sun was setting over the horizon. Many soldiers were walking forward. Some were riding on carts tied to horses. They were throwing projectiles at the city wall, killing the soldiers on them. Lai Siyu stood near the two soldiers, looking at this. King Ning stood on a cart with his hands clasped behind his back. Next to him was some creature with green skin and a tail. Next to him on a horse sat a guy in a black hood and blonde hair. A dark fog swirled around them. King Ning smiled, looking to the side, and told them to create the biggest megaphone. The soldier nearby answered in agreement. A huge cannon made of orange energy and with symbols on it appeared behind King Ning. The king called Lai Siyu, smiling widely, standing under the cannon. He looked up, shouting with a wide smile that she did not have the qualities that an empress should have, and if she gave up the throne, he would spare her. The empress stood with her arms crossed on her chest, her eyes closed. General Tianyu Huanghu extended a spear towards him. Her face was distorted with anger, and she shouted that King Ning's courtier, he opposed the empress, committed the greatest crime for which he would be executed. King Ning clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, veins popping out on his forehead as he asked how Tianyu Huanghu dared to shout at him. He pointed his finger at her. Under the walls of the city stood an army with red flags on which Ning was written. The king shouted irritably that as soon as he ascended the throne, he would quickly deal with all of them. Lai Siyu stood on the wall with her hands behind her back, and looking down, she called out to King Ning. The girl looked at him threateningly, raising her eyebrows. A shadow fell on her eyes, and she said that she would give him one chance. If he withdraws the troops right away, she will pretend that nothing happened. King Ning put his hand to his chin, smiling widely, and closed his eyes, laughing. He said that he would agree if she handed over the throne to him. Lai Siyu turned her back to him as she left and said that then there will be war. The man frowned at her. His lips curled with dissatisfaction, and he said that she did not know what was good and what was bad. Pointing his finger forward, King Ning shouted for them to capture her and he would reward the soldiers generously. The king's army threw many shells at the city walls. Many soldiers headed towards the gates, shouting. Explosions were visible on and near the walls. King Ning pointed his finger forward, smiling widely as shells flew above him, and behind him was an army of soldiers. He said that now it was the monks' turn. They answered in agreement. The people in blue clothes held their fingers in front of their faces, jumped up over the soldiers. They looked up at them in shock, shouting that these were Taoists, and how many of them there were. Tianyu Huanghu stood in front of the empress, covering her with a hand with a spear in it. She frowned and shouted that King Ning had taken advantage of all his possessions. Lai Siyu looked at the girl and frowned, saying that after several decades of doing business, his influence was deeply rooted. Sooner or later he would rebel. Lai Siyu watched as Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu jumped into the air in front of the Taoists, holding weapons in their hands, and shouted to protect the empress. The empress frowned, pursing her lips, looking up at them, and thought that her sister and brother were the commanders of the troops, plus the battlefield in the imperial city, so the problem was not big yet, but her opponents would be the 6 great masters. She turned her gaze to the side, frowning, a drop of sweat running down her cheek as she wondered why she couldn't feel their aura. Maybe they were lying in ambush. Someone shouted for them to die. A shell crashed into the wall on which the empress was standing, exploding. The soldier stood near the wall and the girl looked back. Zhu Feng ran towards the girl. There were clouds of dark fog next to him, and he screamed that everything was lost. The old man knelt down in front of the empress, who was looking at him, and shouted that the Zhu family, the Tianyu family, and several ministers had brought their soldiers to kill her. Lai Siyu looked to the side, frowning and pursing her lips, where an explosion went through the wall, and King Ning shouted for them to capture the empress, and a generous reward awaits them all. There was a sign on the stone wall, eastern wall. A large explosion thundered near the gate. The wooden gate flew to the side, breaking. Someone shouted that the city gate was destroyed. King Ning laughed with his hands behind his back. Behind him were people wearing purple robes and black hoods, and an army that was holding red flags. The king laughed and said, "Great job." He closed his eyes and turned his head back when one of the black-hooded people said with a smile that this mysterious person, and the 6th Great Yi appeared. It seems he was tied up. King Ning replied with a wide smile that this is wonderful. He spread his palms to the sides and closed his eyes, imagining how he was sitting on the imperial throne. Throwing money to the sides, the man thought that now he could get the imperial throne without any effort. Huang Tianhu shouted that he had news. He knelt down on one knee in front of the Empress with folded hands and said that the hidden area-level elders from the great families had broken through the defense of the eastern wall. The army, the Empress, Tianyu Huanghu and Zhu Feng were looking at him, who he said that it was all over and what to do now. Huang Tianhu lowered his head and closed his eyes, sitting on one knee. He said that the condition was critical and he asked the Empress to go to a safe place. Zhu Feng looked at Lai Siyu, wanting to say something while the girl looked at the man in front of her with her hand on her sword. She closed her eyes and frowned, saying that she had already decided everything. The girl thought that King Ning had secretly entered into an agreement with the families of the imperial court and showed all his power, and it seems that everything will end soon. One of the soldiers knelt down on one knee and folded his hands in front of King Ning, saying that the city wall had been taken. The king clapped his hands and smiled widely, saying that this was wonderful. He looked to the side at the people in purple clothes and black hoods. The king told them that Master Du Long, Master Zhu Guang and Master Kung Wu were coming after him to grab the Empress. They folded their hands and bowed their heads, saying that they were obeying. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu stood in front of the Empress, holding weapons in their hands and taking fighting stances. Behind the girl stood Zhu Feng, shouting that it was all over, as well as an army with swords. King Ning stood towards them, holding his sword outstretched. 3 soldiers with spears pointed their weapons at him. Zhu Feng put his hands on his head. His eyes turned white in horror as he screamed in fear. What should they do when they are already here? Lai Siyu frowned, looking forward, and told him to close his mouth. The old man covered his mouth with both hands, saying that he was obeying. The girl closed her eyes and pursed her lips. King Ning held a sword in his hand, pointing it forward. Behind him was an army holding spears and red flags. The man with a wide smile shouted that he loved his people and those who surrender, he would not kill. The spears fell to the ground and Huang Tianhu looked at them in shock, stretching out his hand, shouting that they were fools and that they should not dare to give up. The 2 frightened soldiers ran forward, their eyes widened and tears flowing as they shouted that they would surrender, and if they did so, they would live and did not want to die in vain with them. Huang Tianhu clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, clenching his teeth, holding back a curse. Lai Siyu asked why they didn't give up either, and Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu turned to look at the girl. They looked at each other silently. In front of them was a huge army of soldiers. The 2 turned back to the Empress and frowned, saying together that they swore with their lives to follow her. Zhu Feng, behind the Empress, put his palms together and said in fear that he was also devoted to her, and he believed that she could prevent trouble. Lai Siyu did not look at him. The Empress closed her eyes and smiled, answering well. Zhu Feng looked at her in shock while sitting on the floor and thought that she didn't even pay attention to him. Lai Siyu walked forward with a smile, keeping her hand on her sword, and said to Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu that since the 6 greats didn't show up, there's no point in waiting. King Ning pointed the sword at her, stretching out his hand and holding it. He laughed and said that she finally realized that the situation was hopeless. Empress Shi laughed, lowered her head and smiled, saying that he was rejoicing too early. The man raised an eyebrow, looking at her questioningly, his eyes widening, and he sighed indignantly. The girl flew into the air above him. She was surrounded by golden energy, and the white skirt of the dress fluttered in the wind. A large golden dragon appeared behind her, and the girl said that King Ning had forgotten who made the Xinfeng dynasty so powerful all these years. Lai Siyu flew in the air. The golden dragon rose above her, lowering his head down. The soldiers grabbed their heads, screaming and asking for mercy, saying that their head hurt. They fell to their knees, screaming that their legs were crushed. King Ning dropped his sword from his hand and looked up, opening his mouth and looking up in shock. The Empress looked down at him. A shadow fell from her eyes when she said that they were surrounded, and whoever surrendered, she would spare. She flew in the sky. A golden dragon flew behind her. The soldiers stretched their hands up, looking at her. Someone asked if they surrendered, they would be pardoned. King Ning pointed his finger at her and smiled widely, looking at the girl. He laughed, saying that it was a laugh and nothing more. The man raised his hands with a wide smile, while the soldiers behind him knelt holding their heads. The king asked why give up when it was clear that victory was theirs, and told them to take heart. The soldiers looked at him in confusion as they knelt, and King Ning smiled awkwardly, making a questioning sound. One of the soldiers leaned towards his ear, whispering that everyone was too scared. King Ning clenched his teeth, sweat running down his face as he listened. He turned his gaze to the soldier, frowning, and asked. He also did not get up. The soldier closed his eyes and answered that he was on his knees. King Ning raised his head up, holding his hands up, and shouted that the Empress was an impudent witch. And wasn't she afraid of the 6 great masters? The soldiers looked up in shock. The man looked at the Empress, who was in the air, silently looking at him. He frowned and smiled awkwardly, making a questioning noise again when he didn't get an answer. Lai Siyu raised her eyebrows, looking at him menacingly, and smiled, asking what kind of monkey behavior, and her patience ran out. Zhu Feng, behind her, folded his hands in a respectful gesture and closed his eyes, bowing his head, asking him to speak. The girl put her hand on her waist and looked at him. Zhu Feng frowned at the Empress and said that King Ning is skilled in tricks and let her beware of deception. The girl frowned, saying that he couldn't trick her. The girl's legs were surrounded by golden energy as she rose above the floor. Lai Siyu flew into the air, surrounded by golden energy, while Zhu Feng and Huang Tianhu looked at her from the wall. She found herself in front of King Ning, looking at the man. He clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, saying with a smile that he wanted to spare her, but let her not blame him for his cruelty. Lai Siyu frowned, looking down at the king. She was surrounded by golden light and said that let it be his way, but she will repeat herself. The soldiers looked at the Empress, who was flying high in the sky, pulses of golden energy emanating from her, and she said that she would have mercy on those who decide to surrender. The soldiers covered their ears with their palms, lowering their heads and screaming as there were pulses of golden energy around them. Empress Xie raised her hand above herself. A huge column of light stretched from the sky. Clouds swirled around it. A huge golden dragon appeared in the sky, lighting up everything around. Flying next to the Empress, the soldiers stood under it. One of the soldiers looked up in fear, holding onto the wall nearby, his body trembling, and he said that this was the spirit of the golden dragon, the 6th level of divine fire. King Ning clenched his hand into a fist and grinned, asking what they were afraid of, and they also had an ace up their sleeve. The soldier turned to him in surprise. His eyes widened. The king raised his hands above himself, folded them, and shouted that he was asking the great masters to appear and execute this witch. Lai Siyu looked in confusion at the city gate where the soldiers were standing, and there was no one else. King Ning clenched his teeth, and one of the soldiers behind him frowned and said, maybe the masters fell asleep and didn't hear. The king clenched one hand into a fist and cupped it, frowning, his eyes white with anger as he shouted again. The 6 great masters to come and execute this witch. King Ning and the soldiers behind him were petrified. Cracks passed through their bodies, the wind blew, and 2 leaves from the tree flew. Empress Xie crossed her arms and frowned, saying that she always knew that King Ning was a traitor. The king frowned, his face contorted with anger as he raised his hands and began calling out to the 6 great masters. He turned the other way, still angry. The soldiers stood behind him in confusion, and the man cursed, loudly asking where the 6 great masters were. He pointed ahead, frowning and standing behind one of the soldiers, saying to quickly send people to find them. They must be lost. One of the soldiers, with flags on his back, quickly ran forward. Empress Xie was flying above him, a bright golden light emanating from her. The soldier stopped when he was cut by a large bright beam of light. Several soldiers and King Ning looked at the soldier's dead body in shock. There was a large blood stain on his torso. Lai Siyu flew in front of the king. The sun was shining behind her and the Empress was surrounded by golden light. She said that she had long known about his intention to rebel. The girl pointed her finger at the king, frowning, and said that with his betrayal he had given her the perfect excuse for his death. The man clenched his hand into a fist, his face contorted with anger as he looked at the Empress and asked that he should have entrusted the reign to such a brat. The girl frowned at him. There was a golden light around her, and golden particles were shining nearby. The girl said that those who committed treason, she deliberately allowed them to join King Ning to arrest everyone at once. The Empress sat on a throne in a hall with red columns, crossing her legs. The imperial palace, with many rises and red walls. People were kneeling in front of it, bowing. The girl said that those who betrayed her, betrayed the whole country, betrayed the people. She clenched her hand into a fist and frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes, and a golden light burned behind her. The girl said that even if they don't even try to escape, they are surrounded. One of the soldiers fell to his knees in front of Lai Siyu, who was in the air. The soldier raised his hands and shouted for her to have mercy on them, and King Ning threatened them. The soldier put his hand on his sword, shouting that in their hearts they were loyal to the Empress, and he only wanted to become a spy for the Empress. The soldier behind him looked at him in confusion. He swung his sword, stabbing the soldier behind him. Blood sprayed out of the wound as the wounded soldier screamed. Another behind them looked on in shock. Zhu Feng and Huang Tian, who stood on the wall, watching as riots broke out among the soldiers below. Huang Tian, who crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, and looked at the old man, saying that he always knew that the Empress's strength was amazing. Only fools would commit treason. They did not listen to advice, and now they will die. Lai Siyu frowned. There were bright highlights in her eyes, and a bright golden light could be seen behind her. She thought that her divine consciousness and holy blessing had awakened, and she wanted to delay this moment. And even if the 6 great masters at the peak of the divine fire entered into fight, for her they will be just insects. She flew in the sky, her arms spread out to the sides. Her body glowed with a golden light, from which golden particles emanated. And she thought that fortunately the 6 great ones did not show up and the war would be quick. Lai Siyu stretched out her hand downwards, looking there and frowning, telling the wars to listen to the order. Zhu Feng and Huang Tian, who knelt down in front of the Empress, who was flying high in the sky, and responded in agreement. The girl raised her hand above her, which glowed with golden light. She sharply lowered her hand, looking down threateningly. A shadow fell on her eyes, and she said that every traitor should be executed. Zhu Feng and Huang Tian, who folded their hands, frowning at the Empress, and an army of soldiers kneeled behind them, all answering that they understood the Empress's order. The large iron gates opened. An army of people wearing black helmets and holding weapons walked forward. Some of the soldiers were sitting on horses. A soldier on a horse, with red flags behind his back, held a sword in his hand. A shadow fell over his eyes and he rode forward. King Ning fell down, looking at the army of soldiers in shock. He loudly asked what was going on. And where did Lai Siyu get such power? The man pointed his finger forward. His eyes widened and he frowned, telling all the masters of the mysterious space to come forward all together. He shouted for them to use everything to kill the Empress. A man with long hair jumped forward towards the Empress, blue energy emanating around him. Several monks in white kimonos flew into the air. In front of them were balls of energy, a different color for each monk. Colorful lights surrounded the She Empress, and the girl frowned, looking up at them. She raised her hand. A golden bright light shone around her, and a shadow fell on the girl's eyes. The huge golden dragon behind her flew down, shining with a bright golden light, its eyes and mouth glowing with white light. One of the monks looked at him in shock, his eyes widening as he shouted that this was the heavenly dragon art, a great miracle of the heavenly realm, and asked why it appeared on earth. Zhu Feng and Huang Tian, who bowed their heads, kneeling on the wall behind the Empress, and the dragon, shouting long live the Empress. The girl put her hands behind her back, looking forward with a frown, her white clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. The soldiers looked forward in surprise, raising their eyebrows. One of the soldiers asked if the Empress was really only 26 years old. The other said in shock that he was trembling and could not stand. A large imperial building that was illuminated by the sun. People were sitting on chairs in a dark room. One of them asked in surprise if this was the Empress. An old man with a gray mustache looked to the side, narrowing his eyes. The dark hooded man sat on the floor with his head down. He frowned, asking when Lai Siyu became so strong. The hooded man frowned, eyes narrowed, pink particles of light flying around him. Wooden building with a sign for a wood carving shop. Lin Tianhong put his hand on the table, running his fingers over it, and said that Empress Shenfeng has good abilities and her laws are fair. He clasped his hands together, looking up with a smile, and leaned his elbows on the table, saying that if everything goes well, then a wonderful future awaits her. The guy looked out the window at the city, saying that she could probably become the new goddess of Xie. King Ning stood on the city wall. Looking down, he shouted to the soldiers not to fuss and hold their positions, saying that the great masters would arrive soon. The man squeezed the edge of the wall in his hand, on which a vein had bulged and his face was distorted with anger. He clenched his teeth, asking to be trusted. The Empress frowned at him and asked why the 6 great divine fire masters had not come yet, and whether they had sensed her divine power and were afraid to die. A man in purple robes and a black cloak jumped out of the air next to King Ning, saying that he had news. The man looked at him. The king clenched his hand into a fist, looking at him, and asked the guy where the 6 great masters were. The guy was trembling, kneeling next to the king. His eyes widened in horror and he frowned, trembling. The guy said that in the forest outside the city he found only the remains of the 6 great masters. A guy in a black hood and cloak stood in the middle of the forest. A dead body lay between the trees, and there were blood stains and a broken weapon on the ground. King Ning raised his hands as his face contorted with anger, and he shouted, "How is this possible? And these are 6 great masters. There were 6 of them." Lysiu put her hand to her chin and frowned, saying how this happened and did the Elder Clan really help. She said that these old people never interfere in the battle for the throne. Besides, they are closer to King Ning than to her. The girl looked back at the city behind her, thinking that this was no longer important. The war would be quick. She couldn't let her husband and people worry. She thought that she needed to figure this out quickly and return to her husband. She stretched out her hand in the direction where Zhu Feng and Huang Tianhu stood on the city wall. The girl frowned and shouted that she needed to quickly clear the battlefield, capture the criminal of King Ning, protect the city walls. After the war she would generously reward everyone. Zhu Feng and Huang Tianhu were sitting on horses. There were soldiers in front of them and behind them. The two of them extended their swords and shouted for the soldiers to listen to the order, destroy the enemies immediately and capture King Ning. The army was approaching the wall where King Ning was standing, looking at them. He covered his face with one hand. His eye widened madly and he smiled widely, laughing, saying that even if he lost, she couldn't judge him. The man clasped his hand on his golden sheathed sword, drawing it from its scabbard. He swung his sword sharply in front of him. Drops of blood were visible on it. The Empress closed her eyes, turning away from the corpse of King Ning, who lay bleeding on the city wall. She sighed loudly. The girl raised her head and clenched her hands into fists, saying that King Ning admitted his guilt and committed suicide, but he is not worthy of a solemn funeral. All his relatives will be sent into exile. Lysiu lowered her gaze, looking down and frowning, asking her to find a burial place for the king. The city was illuminated by the sun. There were no people on the streets. Lin Tianhong stood near the gate and called his wife. The girl opened the gate, behind which Lin Tianhong stood with a smile, looking at her. Lysiu clasped her hands together, standing in a long blue dress with a pink petticoat, red petals flying around her. She hugged her husband, closing her eyes. The guy put his hand on her hair and blushed, looking at his wife and saying that he made her wait a long time. The girl hugged her husband. There were tears in her eyes, and her cheeks were slightly red. She said that she did not expect the war to start so quickly. Martial law was introduced throughout the city, so he was not able to come home right away. Lin Tianhong looked at the girl with a smile, saying that she was all alone and was probably very scared. Lysiu lowered her head, not looking at her husband, and said that she was not afraid of anything. The girl looked up at her husband, tears flowing down her cheeks as she looked at him, and said that she was not afraid of anything except that she would not see him again. She put her hand to her chest and pursed her lips, looking away to the side, thinking that the worst thing was losing and realizing that she would never see her husband again. Lin Tianhong put his hands on her shoulders, looking at her and told her to calm down. The news had already spread. King Ning's rebel army had been suppressed, and they were safe. Closing her eyes, the girl pressed herself against his chest and blushed, agreeing and smiling. The main character hugged his wife's waist, frowning and looking to the side, thinking that his wife was so worried, and he needed to uproot all the weeds, and he would not leave the clan of the Six Greats. The guy looked at the girl with a smile and narrowed his eyes, telling her that they needed to go home, and she and the Empress of the same age. Lysiu blushed and looked away, saying that who would have thought that she would reach the 6th level of divine fire with her own strength suppress the rebel troops. The girl put her index fingers together, smiling and blushing, looked at her husband, saying that she thought that the Empress was very powerful, and since Her Majesty the Empress was here, they would have nothing to worry about in the future. Lysiu covered her face with her palms and blushed deeply, smiling and thinking that listening to praise from her husband was much more pleasant than from ministers sucking up to her. Lin Tianhong touched his wife's nose with his finger with a smile, and she looked at him. Blushing, the guy said that it looks like his wife is a fan of the Empress. The girl raised her hand and winked at her husband, sticking out her tongue and blushing slightly. They hugged each other and walked towards their house along the stone path. The couple sat at a round wooden table. Lin Tianhong held a bowl of food and handed the food to his wife, holding it in chopsticks. The girl handed him her bowl. He ate food from his plate with chopsticks and frowned, thinking that he needed to find an excuse to leave the city and destroy the clan of the Six Greats. The guy held chopsticks and a plate, looked at his wife. There were food crumbs on his cheek, and he said that he had a big deal a few days ago, because the matter with King Ning was delayed, and tomorrow he will go to Haiyang City and stock up on local ebony. Lysiu clasped her hands together, closing one eye and blushing, telling him to go and be careful and come back quickly. She looked at him with a smile, lowered her hands and thought that her husband would leave for a while. She would use this time to eradicate the followers of King Ning, and she would have to make some noise in the city so as not to scare her husband. Lin Tianhong put the chopsticks on the table and called his wife. He put his 2 index fingers together and smiled, closing his eyes and blushing, saying that he made her worry and they can go to bed. He needs to apologize to her. Li Siyu blushed as she looked down where her husband touched her feet with his and said that the dishes had not been washed yet. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and looked away when her husband told her that he would wash everything tomorrow. Lin Tianhong smiled contentedly, closing his eyes and rubbing his palms together. The girl extended her hands to him, blushing, and said that then they would go to bed. Lin Tianhong took the girl in his arms, smiling, and she raised her palm to her face, blushing and looking at him in surprise. The guy leaned towards her neck and smiling said that she smelled nice. The girl put her index fingers together, looked down and blushed, and said that he smells her every day. Lin Tianhong smiled stupidly, saliva dripping from the side of his mouth, and there were stars in his eyes as he said that he wanted to smell her for the rest of his life. Blushing, he carried his wife forward with a smile, who also blushed and lowered her head. The guy entered the house where the doors were open, carrying his wife in his arms. Wooden small house. Li Siyu was heard screaming that she forgot to take a shower. The guy answered her that then they would go to the shower together, he would wash her feet, and she would rub his back. The girl screamed that not so fast. The husband's black clothes, his underwear, and his wife's blue apron flew out of the house. Lin Tianhong, dressed in white clothes, turned around with a smile and waved as he walked down the city street. Li Siyu looked after him, waving her hand at him. The guy went outside the city walls, behind which the city was visible. He stood near the wooden barricade, his hand on his waist, his white hair blowing in the wind. The main character's red eyes glowed, and he turned to the side, noticing something. Looking around, the guy saw that there was no one at the city walls. Lin Tianhong looked ahead in confusion, and wondered if the Empress was too cautious and when someone left the city, she would send surveillance. 3 people wearing straw hats stood behind the city walls, hiding as red petals fell from the sky. A man in black clothes, a straw hat and black hair looked around the corner and asked if this was the one they were sent to follow. Someone shouted that he was a fool and punched him in the head. The guy's eyes widened and he stuck out his tongue. The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this was not surveillance, but security. On the top of the hat of the guy with black hair there was a large lump and he raised his hands above it. The man with purple long hair clenched his teeth, looking at him with fire in his eyes and said that this is a secret defense. Another man at the opposite end of the wall looked around the corner and asked where he had gone. They looked into the passage. The place where Lin Tianhong should have stood was visible, indicated by a dotted line, and the inscription was empty. The guy with black hair put his hands to his head. His eyes widened as he screamed, "Where did he run? And he is a weak scientist." He asked how he could hide from their sight, and he is something like a ghost. Thick white fog, from which fists protruded and the sounds of blows were heard. The guy with purple hair stood with a red fist, saying that everyone needed to split up and find him. The guy with black hair stood with several bumps on his head. The man with purple hair frowned and said that if he got hurt even a little, their heads would fly off their shoulders. A map of the area where 3 people in black clothes were standing on one side of the map, and Lin Tianhong was on the other side of the map. While the shadow guards were searching, 3 people in black clothes looked around outside the gate, asking where the main character was. Lin Tianhong was already thousands of miles away from the dynasty map. The guy was flying through the sky with a smile on his face. There were mountains behind him, and a river below him. Flower Valley. The main character landed on the grass next to a large city that was floating around the clouds. Next to the place where he landed there was a stone on which the Flower Valley was written. The main character leaned on a stone with his hand, placing his other hand on his hip, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he looked out at the city with a smile. The guy stuck his hand over the edge of his white kimono. He extended his hand, on which hung a golden round amulet, casting golden light. Lin Tianhong had square golden seals swirling around him. Golden light surrounded him, and he spread his arms out to the sides, his clothes burning in the golden fire. Lin Tianhong used the powers of a celestial being to ascend to the heavenly realm according to the rules. The Eye of the Breath of Life is able to protect the power of rules in all areas. The main character flew into the sky with his arms outstretched. Among the clouds there was a large eye with pink whites of the eyes and a blue pupil, casting a golden light on the main character. The Eye, the Breath of Life, can make it possible to use the power of a celestial being in the earthly world. Lin Tianhong surrounded a white dome while the eye cast golden light on him. A bright golden light emanated from the guy's chest. He disappeared from the place where he stood near the stone, leaving behind air and flying grass. The big city that was flying on the ground among the clouds. Lin Tianhong landed on the grass in front of him. He folded his hands behind his back, raising his head. Leaves of grass were flying around him, and flowers were growing in the clearing. The guy smiled. His white hair was blown by the wind. Blades of grass were flying nearby. He looked ahead, where 3 girls were swimming in the lake. One of them was splashing water on the other. The guy thought that the Flower Valley was full of female cultivators who bathed in flowers every day, and this wonderful aroma was confusing. A girl with blonde hair, a blue dress and a pink veil on her face smiled and leaned over, saying that her sister's skin was so soft. Another girl with dark hair leaned on a small island in the middle of the lake and leaned over, smilingly saying that her legs were so long that they drove even the dead crazy. 3 girls sat on a small island, their faces covered with translucent pink veils, red petals falling from the sky. The blonde and the girl with black hair looked forward in shock, frowning. The blonde loudly asked where the male cultivator came from, and how he dared to invade the Flower Valley. One of the girls stood in front of Lin Tianhong with 2 short swords, standing barefoot in the lake as red petals fell from the sky. She ran forward, shouting that she would kill him, followed by 2 other girls with swords in their hands. The 3 girls jumped up behind Lin Tianhong, raising their swords to strike. He put his hands behind his back and thought that these so-called sects of truth claimed superiority, and for so many years people have been killing each other because of differences of opinion. And this one of the reasons for his madness. The guy raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A strong golden energy flowed around him. The 3 girls became upset, leaving behind only blood stains in the air. The guy walked under the dome while bloody rain dripped from the sky. The weapons that the girls were holding were broken, sticking their blades into the ground. The Palace of the Elders, a large white building with tall columns and green roofs, had a long staircase leading to the entrance. 5 girls crossed their legs. Floating above the blue lake, there were golden domes and amulets around them, and behind them was a large arch with a yin and yang sign in the middle. The 2 girls opened their eyes in surprise, their faces hidden under a translucent white veil. The girl in the red outfit and white hair frowned, looking up in surprise, her face open and a golden crown on her head. 2 other girls with veils on their faces looked forward in surprise. Above the city that was floating in the sky, 4 huge golden missiles appeared and rose above the city. Many golden projectiles flew down over the head of the protagonist, who held his hands behind his back, raising his head and looking at them. 6 girls walked across the sky. In front of all was a girl in a red dress, white hair, and a golden crown on her head. She frowned, looking down at the guy, and shouted who he was, and why he dared to invade the Flower Valley. A girl with turquoise hair and a turquoise dress stood behind her, frowning and whispering that this man was a stranger to her, where he was from. Another girl whispered to the girl with white hair, saying that she had not met him either. Maybe it was a cultivator who had appeared by chance. Lin Tianhong clasped his hands together in a greeting gesture and smiled, saying that he had come to find out the answer to the question. The girl with white hair frowned at him and told him to ask. Lin Tianhong put his hand to his chin, closed his eyes and said with a smile that if Master Mei Gui from Flower Valley died in Fengjing City, would everything be resolved peacefully. He narrowed his eyes, which had a white gleam in them, and asked whether they would want to restore justice and attack Tianfeng. The girl with white hair looked at him in shock, frowned and asked loudly. Another girl with black hair frowned. Her eyes widened in surprise and she asked Mei Gui is dead. A girl with black hair put her sword forward. A crowd gathered behind the 3 women. She said that whoever dared to kill their man brought trouble upon himself and the guy was dead. The white-haired girl frowned, a shadow falling over her eyes as she shouted that the ruling Xinfeng dynasty was challenging them. And did that mean they had neglected the Valley of Flowers? The girl with turquoise hair frowned, pointed her finger forward and said that she had not liked them for a long time, and this time they would destroy them and support a new dynasty. Lin Tianhong stuck out his hand in front of the crowd, and everyone looked at him in surprise when he said that he was satisfied with their answer. The guy put his hand to his cheek, looking away and smilingly saying that destroying the clan of the 6 greats today was a good decision. He pointed upward, narrowed his eyes and grinned, saying that they were lucky to be the first. The girls stood in front of the guy, and one of them shouted, "What impudence, and he wants to kill the clan of the 6 greats. They will look at his skills." The girl with white hair jumped into the air and raised her sword hand to strike, her face contorted with anger as she screamed to kill him and turn him into fertilizer for flowers. Many swords that glowed with golden light flew towards the main character who was standing on the ground. He put his hand in front of him with a smile. There was a bright golden light around him and the guy said that you shouldn't hurt the weak, so if she survives one blow, he will spare her. The girl with white hair grinned and put 2 fingers in front of her. Her body was enveloped in a golden glow, and she asked if he was laughing at her. The ground began to break under the girl's feet, and golden energy came out from under the ground. A huge golden palm appeared in the sky behind the clouds, emitting a bright light, and the girls looked up at it. The palm fell to the ground, and someone shouted to run and that the guy was using his power. The black-haired girl's eyes widened in horror, sweat running down her face as she said she couldn't move, asking what it was and she couldn't free herself. The girl with turquoise hair looked down, frightenedly saying, "Where did Shinfeng have such a strong master?" A huge golden palm descended from the sky. A girl with white hair and a red dress fell to her knees, looking up in fear and calling for the master. She bowed to Lin Tianhong on her knees and asked him to let them go, and said that they were willing to give him all the yin. The main character bowed his head and smiled, closing his eyes, saying that he will give her a chance. If he can escape, then let him escape. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she looked at him in horror, saying that he was not going to let them go. A large and powerful explosion passed across the field, falling from the sky. A huge mushroom from the explosion walked across the ground, exploding and emitting impulses from itself. A huge handprint was left on the ground and dust rose on the ground. The figure of a man was visible in the fog. Lin Tianhong stood in front of the pit with his hands behind his back, his white hair flying, and he said that there was still enough time and where should he go next. He flew into the air, leaving behind a golden glow. A map on which a dotted line with an arrow showed from one end of the map to the other, where there was land marked in blue and an icon of the main character. Northern lands, King County, snow-capped mountains, and frozen rivers. A cart tied to a horse rode across the land. The horse exhaled cold air from his nostrils. She walked with her hooves in the snow. A man in blue warm clothes held a horse by the reins, sitting on a cart with red curtains. He turned back, saying that there was a black and white Taoist temple ahead. The carriage drove up to a huge temple, where a long staircase led. The roof was supported by long red columns, and at the top there was a yin and yang sign. The young guy with black hair and blue warm clothes pulled back the curtain on the cart and told Uncle Kun to wait, and he heard that this temple is a boring place. He asked him to find him a doll, and he wants to remember what beauty is. The horse suddenly reared up and Uncle Kun pulled the reins. The guy with black hair was holding onto the edge of the cart, frowning and shouting in displeasure for him not to stop, stopping the conversation with him. Uncle Kun, who was sitting on the cart, looked at Lin Tianhong, who stood with his back to them. He shouted displeasedly that he was blind, blocked the gentleman's path and shouted at him to get out of the way. Lin Tianhong looked at the long red columns of the temple, holding his hands behind his back, his hair blowing in the wind, snowflakes flying from the sky. He looked away, frowning and pursing his lips. A guy with black hair shouted at him from the cart to leave and asked if he even knew who he was. Without turning to the guy, the main character asked who he was. The guy with black hair pointed at himself, smilingly saying that he was a student who was personally selected by the Black and White Taoist Temple and exempted from taking the exams. The guy pointed his finger at the main character with a smile, saying that he was going to get rid of the worldly bustle and get an important position. Lin Tianhong turned to him, raised his eyebrows and said with a wide smile that he was afraid this dream would never come true in his life. Uncle Kun and the black-haired guy frowned at him. The guy put his hand on his uncle's shoulder and pointed his finger, saying how dare he say such a thing. And his uncle was the master of the mysterious area in the Black and White Taoist Temple. The guy ran his thumb along his neck, narrowed his eyes and grinned, saying that the main character insulted him, and believe it or not, he will be thrown out of the first round of the exam. He will make the main character learn the power of blood kinship, and they will never change ordinary people your destiny. Lin Tianhong turned to look at him from over his shoulder and asked like this. He smiled and narrowed his eyes, which showed a white glow, saying that soon the temple would disappear, like his uncle. And did the guy have any other blood relationship? Lin Tianhong disappeared from the place where he stood, leaving behind only a golden light, a horse. The guy with black hair and his uncle looked there in surprise, their eyes widened. A crowd of people approached the temple, onto a large round platform of black and white color. People stood on the platform. Behind them there were high gates with red beams and a green roof. Snow was falling from the sky. A man in black clothes and with gray hair and beard stood above the students near the stairs, stroking his beard and saying that the Black and White Taoist Temple is very popular. So many people have come, and many talented guys. He closed his eyes, stroking his beard and saying that the temple would become more stable and stronger. Over the snow-capped mountains, many purple lightning flashed in the sky. The old man turned to the sky, looking at this in surprise. One of the students raised her finger, pointing at something, saying in surprise that there was a man in the sky. Other students also looked up. Among the purple lightning, Lin Tianhong flew in the sky, surrounded by golden light, with the sun shining brightly behind him. One of the students with blonde hair and blue clothes frowned, looking at the main character in confusion, and said that he looked menacing, And did he really come with bad intentions? The other disciple in the brown vest also frowned, sweat dripping down his face as he said that this was the territory of a temple that had countless powers, and was the main character really looking for death? A voice was heard from the sky that said that Lin Tianhong had broken a taboo by coming to his black and white Taoist temple and causing chaos. The disciples fell to their knees, covering their ears with their palms. A student with blonde hair shouted that it was the voice of the owner of the Taoist temple. He smiled widely, opening one eye and looking up, laughing and saying that the owner of the temple, the strongest in the Xinfeng dynasty, and he is at the peak of the divine fire, and his miserable existence will soon end. Lin Tianhong looked down at him with a calm face. Purple lightning flashed in the sky behind him. A large red portal opened in the sky with people coming out. The person in front was surrounded by purple energy. A man with white hair, a golden crown on his head and black and white clothes, held his hands behind his back, calmly looking forward. The old man near the stairs knelt down and bowed, greeting the owner of the temple. The disciples were also kneeling with their heads bowed, and the brown-robed disciple turned to the fair-haired one, saying that the owner of the temple had personally come, and even the other supreme elders had come. The teacher with blonde hair smiled widely and closed his eyes, raising his palm to his face, saying that he was doomed. Many people stood in the air in front of Lin Tianhong, next to the red portal, and the person in front said that the protagonist had invaded his temple. The owner of the temple looked at the main character, frowning, while purple lightning flashed in the sky. The man said that he had damaged the reputation of the temple. Lin Tianhong smiled, looking at the owner, raising his hand to his face and said that the black and white Taoist temple will soon disappear. And what kind of reputation is there? The temple owner's face was distorted with anger and he clenched his teeth, loudly asking how the guy dared to say such a thing. He extended his hand, in front of which a huge red ball appeared, with flames burning around it, and told the main character to die. Lin Tianhong extended his arms to the sides. His body began to glow with a bright golden light. A huge golden palm appeared behind him, casting a bright light from itself. The temple owner looked at her in shock, holding out his hand, sweat running down his face as he asked in shock what kind of technique this was. A huge palm moved towards the red burning ball that came from the hand of the owner of the temple. The main character replied that he could call this technique a clap. The owner of the temple looked up in shock, his mouth wide open. There were people in masks behind him. The man said that this was impossible, and there was no such force in the world. A large and bright explosion passed among the snow-capped mountains, throwing off powerful impulses. Orange smoke from the explosion dispersed into the air. Lin Tianhong flew over a huge pit in the shape of a palm print, with smoke dissipating around it. A minute ago, Uncle Kun looked back at the curtained cart, smilingly telling the master that they had arrived. The guy with black hair pulled back the red curtain, smiling and closing his eyes, saying that the man was just showing off, and next time he would teach him a lesson. The two looked up in surprise as they sat on the cart, their mouths open. The guy with black hair frowned and pointed his finger forward, asking his uncle what it was. The man, sitting on the cart, closed his eyes and put his hands to his face, saying that it looked like a huge palm and maybe the owner of the temple was showing his spells. It looked impressive. The cart turned black as it burned from the momentum of the explosion. There was a large round mark left on the ground, going deep into the ground. The main character was flying next to him, looking at him, his hair and clothes flying in the wind. He smiled, placing his hands on his waist and said that's it. The guy put his finger to his chin, frowning and saying that he became much kinder after the wedding. The guy with an angry expression on his face raised his hands. A fire was burning behind him and he shouted that they disturbed the happy life of his wife, and he allowed them to die painlessly. The guy buried himself in the chest of his wife, who hugged him with a smile, and repeated that he allowed them to die painlessly. Lin Tianhong waved his hand, driving away the cloud of memories, and looked forward, saying that there were 4 more left to destroy and he would destroy them at once. The guy folded his hands and closed his eyes, casting a spell, base level self-exploding clones X4. There was a blue seal in front of his hands, and yellow energy passed around his hands. He held out his palm, on which there was a purple ball sparkling with purple lightning and 4 silhouettes of people. Lin Tianhong stood in front of his 4 clones with his hands behind his back and told them to choose a sect and blow themselves up, and he wants to hear the explosion. The clones cupped their fist and said they understood the order, lowering their heads. The main character shouted to them forward and 4 clones flew in 4 different directions from him. Some time later, a large explosion went off near the houses, throwing a couple of houses to the sides. A second strong explosion occurred near the high mountains. A third explosion occurred in one of the temples. A malicious smile was visible in the cloud from the explosion. The fourth explosion took place in another temple. An orange cloud from the explosion enveloped it. Lin Tianhong looked at the map in front of him, in different parts of which there were 4 powerful explosions, and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that the task was completed and everyone was destroyed. He put his finger to his chin, looking down with a satisfied smile, and said that the sects were over, and he still needed to go shopping in Haiyang and return home. The guy looked up, his face turning red as he asked how a wife would reward her husband who worked so hard to earn money to provide for the family. He thought of Lai Siyu in a red translucent outfit. The girl held chopsticks to her lips and said with a smile, blushing, that this chicken leg is so sneaky and that her husband would help her catch it. He thought of his wife in a pink dancer's outfit, sheer pants, sitting on the table with her legs up. She smiled widely, blushed and said that her husband worked so hard, that's why she learned a special Persian massage technique. The guy thought about Lai Siyu, who was wearing a short blue skirt and a white blouse with a yellow bow. She blushed, touching her hair with her hand and sitting on the bed, saying that these clothes are so embarrassing. Lin Tianhong put his finger to his chin, closing his eyes and flaring his nostrils as he thought about all this. Yellow reflections were visible on the top of the mountains as the main character quickly galloped along them, from one mountain to another. He spread his arms out to the sides. There was dust under his feet as he ran forward and said that he would rather go shopping and go home. Imperial Palace. A large building of the Imperial Palace with a long staircase leading into it. Lai Siyu sat at the wooden table, stretched out her legs, and sighed loudly. She put her chin on her palm, raised her head and pouted her lips, holding a wooden brush with a white tip on her lips, saying that her husband left recently, and her soul was restless. She touched the brush with her hand, sitting at the table in front of a piece of paper, closing her eyes and sadly saying that the city was several days away. But she couldn't sleep on her husband's chest. Where would she get the strength for state affairs? Someone shouted that he had news. The Empress, with a stupid smile on her face, shuddered, dropping her brush. Her eyes widened in surprise. She was sitting at a wooden table. There was a yellow screen in front of her. There was a long yellow carpet in the office. Huang Tianhu was standing at the other end of the screen, saying that he had an urgent secret message. The Empress was sitting behind a screen. Only the outline of her figure was visible. She asked what the panic was and told the man to come in. The man clasped his hands together, frowning, sweat running down his face as he said there was trouble and it was very serious. The girl put her hand to her cheek, frowned and said loudly that he was willing to lose his life for her. And during the rebellion of King Ning, he was less excited. Why did he lose his composure now? Huang Tianhu's face twisted as he tremblingly said word 6, pulling out a yellow package from under his red clothes. The Empress hit the table with her hand. A fire burned in her eyes as she irritably asked what was 6 and let her speak more clearly. The yellow scroll fell from Huang Tianhu's hands, spinning in the air as he absent-mindedly raised his hands, looking at it. The man caught the scroll in his hand, clenching it in his fist. He opened the scroll, showing his girlfriend. There were hieroglyphs on it crossed out in red. The guy said that there were great sects that were destroyed in one day. This led to changes in the world and everything was very strange. Lai Siyu frowned and pulled back the yellow curtain, coming out to the man and said that he was saying such a thing, it was impossible and who did it. Huang Tianhu extended his palm and shook his head, holding a scroll in his other hand. He closed his eyes, saying that the imperial spies were also killed and there were no clues. The girl covered her face with her palm, looking at him in shock and said that there are few creatures in the world with such power. This is definitely a celestial. The guy looked at her in surprise, frowned and asked about the celestial being. She said that he was free, walking behind the screen and waving her hand. The silhouette of Huang Tianhu left, saying that he would go. The Empress sat on a wooden bench with one leg raised and said that she had just awakened her divine consciousness and the progress was amazing. She climbed onto the bench with her feet, putting her finger to her chin and frowned, saying that she was still far from being a celestial being. Lai Siyu knitted her eyebrows, her nose turned slightly red and she pursed her lips, asking who this person was and why he destroyed the 6 great sects. Was it really to intimidate the Tunfeng dynasty? The girl squeezed the armrest of the wooden bench, asking what to do. She closed her eyes and put her hand to her chest, shaking her head from side to side, saying that for a celestial being in the world of people there is no equal in strength. With one movement he can destroy an entire state. She said that if the dynasty loses in the war, she and her husband will die. And if they are reincarnated, then no one knows how many lives later they will be able to meet again. The girl sat, hugging herself by the shoulders and trembling, saying that she did not want to part with her husband, and what should she do? The city gates, behind which there were many houses, people came inside. Lin Tianhong didn't even realize that by killing the 6 great sects to prevent them from disturbing Fengjing City, he ended up scaring his wife. The main character stood on a tree branch, holding onto the tree trunk, his clothes and hair flying in the wind as he looked out over the city. He held out 2 fingers in front of him and closed his eyes, saying the word ceiling. The guy opened his eyes and looked down. He jumped from the tree to the ground, landing on his feet. Lin Tianhong put his hand on his waist and walked forward, whistling a tune, when he thought that he would buy black wood and go straight home, and that he did not want to be separated from his wife for a minute. The guy put his hand to his cheek with a smile, blushing, red hearts coming from him. The main character was followed by a strong explosion in the forest. He turned back, pouting his lips, and thought there were 6 more there. Shaking his head with a smile, the guy closed his eyes and thought that this was a revenge killing, and if he interfered, he would lose a few seconds. Blushing and closing his eyes, Lin Tianhong thought of his wife, who was lying on the bed, covered with one blanket, with a smile. He thought that it was better not to get into trouble in order to avoid the bitterness of separation from his wife. A human figure flew out of the bushes onto the road, and the guy turned to look at it. The girl's figure rolled along the ground along the road. Blood dripped from the black-haired girl's lips as she clenched her teeth. Blood was also running down her arm, dripping down. Her white skirt was torn at the end. The girl with black hair held her hand while standing near the tree on trembling legs. She was holding a golden flute with a red tassel attached to it. Lin Tianhong frowned, looking at her with his mouth open. The girl held the golden flute with trembling hands, bringing it to her face. The main character's eyes widened when he realized that it was a flute. A powerful shot of green energy flies towards the girl. There was a powerful and bright explosion on the road around the trees. Behind the fog after the explosion, against the background of trees, stood many silhouetted people. The man in the black boots raised his foot in the air, with a white mist around it. A guy in black clothes and with a black mask on his face, a mirror was flying in front of him. A yellow light was circling around him. The guy said that the girl could not escape and let her return with them. Other people in black clothes stood behind him. A guy in a black mask and with brown hair grabbed the mirror in his hand and smiled, saying that otherwise they would break her arms and legs and take her with them, and after torture she would no longer be a beauty. A girl with black hair and a flute in her hands leaned on a tree behind her, closing one eye. She opened her eyes and frowned, shouting that stop talking nonsense, and they were her sworn enemies. There were reddened bruises on her face. She was clutching a flute in her hands, and Lin Tianhong was hiding behind a tree next to her. He peered out from behind the tree, frowning, and thought it was a jade flute, a gift he had left for the 7th brother before leaving Nanju 10,000 years ago. Lin Tianhong frowned and narrowed his eyes, looking to the side. He wondered if the black-haired girl was a descendant of her Lin family. 10,000 years ago, a traditional Chinese house, with red beams and a green roof, round particles with a star-shaped cutout were flying in the air. 3 people dressed in white were sitting on their knees on round pillows around a fire burning in a container. Nearby there was an open coffin with an offering inscription on it. People could be heard crying. Suddenly, the man in the coffin stood up and sat down. 3 people looked at him in shock. One of them fell to the floor. Lin Tianhong looked forward in surprise. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, thinking that he had been reborn on Earth, falling into the body of the Lin family's 3rd son who had just died. 3 people ran out of the building at night. While they ran, they screamed about ghosts and a reanimated corpse. A woman with brown hair and blue clothes, crying, hugged Lin Tianhong, who looked at him in shock. Behind them stood a man with a gray beard and mustache, who had tears in his eyes and raised his hands. A man and a woman were sitting at the table. Lin Tianhong was sitting next to a woman who was holding a baozi with a smile, stuffing one into her son's mouth. Lin Tianhong thought that the sudden appearance of relatives he didn't know made him feel a little uncomfortable. The main character left the house, waving his hand to his relatives with a smile. The woman was crying. Raising her hand, the man looked at him sadly, and 2 girls in the same green outfits and with the same hairstyles stood calmly. Lin Tianhong thought that in order to get rid of this strange feelings, he ran away from home in search of immortality. A drawing with high mountains and a long road, an icon representing the main character, and the tracks that led ahead. The guy was walking along the road, holding a stick on his shoulder with a cloth tied to it containing things. On the ground in front of the guy, there was a skeleton of an animal. In his chest between the ribs, there was a glowing golden ball, which the main character is looking at. The guy with a wide smile reached out to the golden ball, touching it with his fingers and his second hand, holding onto the ribs of the skeleton, thinking that thanks to the priceless treasure, the Breath of Life bead, his level was rapidly developing. A golden ball that cast golden rays of light from itself. Lin Tianhong sat cross-legged, holding a golden ball between his hands that cast a bright light. The guy opened his palms, between which a golden ball hovered, casting a bright light. He flew into the air above the mountains, raising his hand high above him, above which a golden ball flew. The protagonist looked down at the crowd that lined up in front of him. Looking at them, he thought that it only took 5 years to enter the realm of immortality and become the #1 person in Nanju. The guy walked along a long staircase. On the other side there was a large golden gate among the clouds. He thought that it took 100 years to break into the kingdom of the Celestials. With his hands behind his back, Lin Tianhong walked into the house. The sign on top said House of Lin. He thought that before his ascension, he returned to the Lin family. The guy was kneeling, head down to the ground in front of 2 coffins, next to which there were incense and offerings. He thought that he was honoring the memory of his parents. The main character stretched out his hand with a smile. A golden bell with glowing eyes hovered above it. The 2 young guys looked at it in surprise. He thought that he left the Lin family a magical artifact. A golden bell with a red tassel at the end flew over the city. A bright golden light emanated from it. The guy thought that it would guarantee 10,000 years of good fortune for the Lin family in Nanju. Lin Tianhong smiled and handed the golden flute with a red tassel to the elderly man with gray hair, who stretched out his hands towards it. The main character thought that the jade flute was a gift personally for the 7th brother, with whom he had the best relationship in the family. He closed his eyes, smiling as he hugged his brother, who rested his head on his shoulder, tears streaming down the man's face. A girl with black hair and a flute in her hands looked at the group of people in front of her. Lin Tianhong stood behind the tree with his arms crossed and looked at her in surprise, his eyebrows raised and his mouth open. He thought that he was very lucky to stumble upon a descendant of the Lin family. The guy sighed, closing his eyes and lowering his head, thinking that he would save her only this time. The girl stood leaning on a tree while 6 people in black clothes and black masks on their faces stood in front of her. The head with long brown hair laughed at the girl and said that they would kill her and the Lin family would disappear. The girl clenched her teeth, frowning at him, sweat running down her face, and she clutched the golden flute to herself. One of the men approached the head, looking at him with a wide smile, and said that they had been chasing the girl so much that they were tired. He pointed his finger at the girl, saying, "How about we have some fun with her, and then bring her head for a reward?" The girl looked at him in surprise. The head frowned, silently narrowing his eyes and looking at the girl. She put her hand on her chest, sitting on her knees, and frowned, pursing her lips, looking at the people. The head's cheeks turned red and he raised his eyebrows. The guy put his hand on his chin, smiling widely, and said that this was a great idea. The 2 other men behind him also smiled widely. The girl looked at them, clenching her teeth and covering her body with her hands, sweat running down her face as she thought that she would really die here today. And the Lin family, which had ruled all of Nanju for almost 10,000 years, would disappear like this. The girl closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, tears appearing in the corners of her eyes as she mentally repeated that she would not give up. The head looked at one of the men, frowning, and asked who would start. He answered with a wide smile that let the boss enjoy it first. The second clasped his hands together and asked the head to put in a word for him later. Lin Tianhong opened his mouth. His white hair was blown by the wind. It touched his cheeks as he said that 6 small rats dared to touch a person from the Lin family, and they must die. The boss turned back, frowning, and loudly asked who it was. The girl with black hair looked forward in surprise, raising her eyebrows and her eyes widening. Lin Tianhong walked out to a group of people in black clothes, holding his hands behind his back, his clothes and hair flying in the wind. He stood on the ground with a smile. Green leaves from the trees fell in front of him. A shadow fell over his eyes. The head in the black mask smiled broadly and said that he thought it was reinforcements, but it turned out to be an ordinary person. A girl with black hair was kneeling by a tree, while 4 people in black clothes turned to the main character with a smile. One of them extended his hand and said that if he wants to become a hero and save the beauty, he must first weigh his strength. He spread his palms to the sides, looking at the guy, and said that it would be difficult to do. He had insulted 6 masters of the black region. The consequences would be serious. One of the people in black clothes reached behind his back, pulling out a sword from its black sheath, and asked why he was chatting with the main character. The guy and Lin Tianhong turned to him. The man in the black mask put his sword in front of his eyes, grinning and knitting his eyebrows, saying that Lin Tianhong wants to play hero in front of the girl, and they will help him. The girl by the tree looked at them and screamed in concern for them to stop. She put her hand to her chest and frowned, shouting that if they want to kill someone, then let them kill her and not touch the innocent. The man in the black mask laughed and smiled widely, looking at her. He said that today he will kill an innocent person. He will kill this guy. The man in the black mask with a wide smile swung his sword back to strike and ran forward, laughing. He went straight to the main character, who had his hands behind his back. The man shouted that the main character should hate himself because he, a simple man, wanted to stand up for the girl. There was a large bright explosion of golden light. The girl with black hair stood in front of a man in a black mask, blocking his sword strike with her flute. The man looked at her in surprise, his mouth open. He clenched his teeth and frowned, looking down at the girl, asking if she wanted to stop him and saying that she didn't have the strength. The girl looked at him, gritting her teeth and frowning. A shadow fell on her eyes as she held the flute. Blocking the blow, she screamed that as long as she was alive, she would not allow innocent people to be killed. The girl knocked the sword away, raising the flute up, and screamed at the man to get away. The man staggered back from the girl, gritting his teeth and looking at her with anger. The girl put her hand on her chest, coughing, drops of blood flying from her mouth, beads of sweat running down her face. She stood in front of Lin Tianhong, shielding him with herself and holding the flute in her other hand, frowning and saying that she was grateful to the guy for his kindness to her. She looked towards him, holding her hand on her chest, blood flowing down her lips as she screamed for the main character to leave and not sacrifice his life in vain. The masked man held a sword on his shoulder with a smile, saying that Lin Linian's life is still under threat, and she is thinking about saving her lover, and if so, he will personally save the couple from suffering. The man stuck the sword into the ground and spread his arms out to the sides. Behind him, the other 5 men in black clothes were laughing, smiling widely. The man in the black mask said that he would send them to the afterlife together, and isn't that wonderful? Lin Linian and Lin Tianhong stood opposite them. The main character frowned, his red eyes narrowed, veins popping out on his face. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder. She turned at him in surprise, frowning, and the guy with an angry expression on his face told her to move away. He stood in front of the girl, clenched his hands into fists, and told the men that since they were all in a hurry to die, he would not give them time for their last words before dying. The main character frowned, looking at them with red eyes on which a shadow fell. A dark mist appeared behind him and the girl, among which was a white smile with 3 eyes. The men in black clothes looked at it in surprise, staggering. Lin Tianhong clenched his teeth. His red eyes glowed, and he raised his hand, holding his thumb and middle finger together. The guy snapped his fingers. The men in black clothes fell to their knees. One of them held his chest. The other raised his head, spreading his arms to the sides. They were lying on the grass, dead. The eyes of one of them were open in shock. Lin Tianhong and Lin Linian stood in front of them. The girl looked at them in shock. She placed her hand on her chest, sweat running down her face. The girl fell to her knees on the grass. She looked at the main character, clasped her hands together and began to thank him, saying that she would never forget this. The guy turned to face her, clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked down at the girl, saying that he was interested in something. The girl replied that she would tell everything she knew. Lin Tianhong calmly looked down at her and asked the girl who Lin Ju was to her. Lin Linian's eyes widened in surprise and she opened her mouth slightly, wondering why he was asking about her ancestor. She held the golden flute in her hands, raised them and said that Lin Ju was her ancestor who lived 10,000 years ago, and this jade flute was given to her by her grandfather. Lin Linian looked at the protagonist with pursed lips, and holding the jade flute in 2 hands in front of her, wondering if he really knows Lin Ju's ancestor. And this is impossible. Lin Ju lived 10,000 years ago. How can he know him? The guy silently looked at the flute, crossing his arms over his chest. He put a finger to his chin, frowning, and thought that she actually had the blood of the 7th brother flowing in her, albeit very faintly. The guy raised his hand, with a golden light glowing around it. The girl looked down in surprise. She rose in the air while golden light surrounded her. Lin Tianhong extended his hand towards her. The body of the girl and the main character was illuminated with golden light, and she slowly sank to the ground. The guy looked at her calmly, holding his hands behind his back and said that those people had just said that after her death there would be no more Lin family. He frowned, his eyes glowing red as he thought of the golden bell with the red tassel on top and how he had left behind the immortal Emperor's bell, guaranteeing boundless luck only if the Celestial did not destroy it, and there was no Celestial in the south. Like, is it possible? With tears in her eyes, Lin Linian clutched the jade flute to her chest and sadly said that out of the entire Lin family, she was the only one left. The main character looked at her in shock, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth. The girl stood opposite him, saying that his father and mother died, his grandfather and uncle were also dead. She closed her eyes, there were tears in her eyes, and clutching her flute, she screamed that they were all killed by people from the sacred land of Lingshuan. Lin Tianhong's eyes widened in shock, his red pupils glowing, and he knitted his eyebrows as he looked at her. A shadow fell on one half of the main character's body when he looked down at the girl, and, clenching his teeth, asked that everyone had died. Lin Linian looked at him fearfully, putting her hand to her face, sweat dripping down her face. The girl's legs began to tremble as she stood in front of the guy. She fell back with a startled cry, holding the flute in one hand and opening her mouth wide. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and she looked at it in surprise. He held the girl with one hand, who leaned back, holding her, red petals flying around them. Lin Tianhong looked at her calmly. There were bright highlights in his eyes and he told the girl to be careful. She blushed, looking at the guy, looking at him in surprise and stutteringly thanked him. The main character stood opposite the girl, resting his hand on his hip, and looking at her, asked to explain how the whole family disappeared. Lin Linian, still slightly blushing, lowered her gaze and knitted her eyebrows, saying that this happened 500 years ago. Red flags with gold inscription on them, pink petals flying in the air. 500 years ago, the eldest son of Lin Rong married Lin Ruyu, the saint of the three sacred lands in Nanju. At that time, their family was the largest family in Nanju. Others coveted their power. The man and woman were wearing red wedding dresses. The woman had a red veil covering her face. The man raised his glass up, standing in front of a crowd of people. However, Lin Hong died during an errand for his family abroad. Two people at night in a field among the grass, one of them pierced the second with his sword in the back. The man was covered with a white sheet. A girl in white clothes sat next to him with her head down, and a child in white clothes was crying next to him, his mouth wide open. Lin Ruyu was heartbroken over the loss of her husband, so she spread this resentment to the entire family. The girl in the white hood was crying, frowning, her eyes glowing red, and she bit her lip. She put her hands on the shoulders of the child, who was crying buried in her clothes, and looked up angrily, crying and screaming that the outdated customs of the family killed her husband. She pointed her finger at an old man with a beard, in black and white clothes, behind whom there were other people. The girl shouted that they were already the first in Nanju, why should they be everywhere? And they were the killers of her husband. The old man frowned, looking at the girl with anger, a vein bulging on his forehead. He shouted at her, how dare she say such a thing? Hitting Lin Ruyu in the face with his palm, she clenched her teeth and closed her eyes with tears in her eyes, leaving a red mark on her cheek. The old man spread his arms to the sides, shouting angrily that it was a common thing for his children to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the family. And since when did women start pointing and pointing? The girl leaning on the ground, turning away, and clenching her teeth. The child held her shoulders and cried, calling Mom. The child pointed her finger at the old man and frowned, with tears in her eyes, covering her mother. The girl screamed that bad people killed her dad, and why they hurt her mother. She screamed that she hated them. The old man extended his hand, frowning. He shouted how dare she say such a thing, and said to take them away and lock them up. Two people in blue clothes were holding Lin Ruyu's hands, leading her away. The child was under the armpit of one of the people, shouting that she hated them and they were all bad. The old man stood at the entrance to the cave. Lin Ruyu was watching him behind the bushes. By some chance she found out that the Lin family had a legendary artifact. The girl narrowed her eyes, frowning, peeking out from behind the bushes. She entered the cave. Going down the stairs, there was a golden bell on the platform, casting a bright white light. Lin Ruyu realized that the family's power was tied to it. The palace was built between two high cliffs. Clouds were flying nearby. As the daughter of Lord Lingshuan, in order to take revenge on the Lin family, she entered into an agreement with them and hatched a plan for many years. Lin Ruyu knelt in front of the man on the throne, clasping her hands together and lowering her head. The old head of the family was lying on the ground of the cave, face to the floor, red blood flowing under him. Lin Ruyu and the guy in blue clothes headed towards the pedestal where the golden bell stood. Eventually, using Lin Yi's son, she captured the bell. A guy in blue clothes and blonde hair held a knife in one hand, making a cut on his palm. The girl stood nearby. He raised his hand with the cut over the bell, and red blood began to drip onto it, flowing from the guy's palm. Linny with a smile stretched out his hands to the bell, which began to shine brightly, casting a golden light and hovering above the pedestal. The bell of the immortal emperor recognized Lin's blood. A man with long hair and glowing green eyes, with a smile, spread his arms to the sides. In front of him was Linny, holding a golden bell above his hand with a smile, and next to him, Lin Ryu smiled widely with her eyebrows drawn together. To prevent the holy artifact from falling into the hands of the Lin family again, Lord Lingshuan began to kill everyone in whom their blood flows. A house around which a bright fire was burning. Among the fire lay dead bodies of people. The house with the sign "The Lin House" was burning in a fire that was throwing off red sparks. Lin Linian and Lin Tianhong stood in the middle of the forest at night, tree leaves flying around. The girl knitted her eyebrows, holding her hand and looking down, and said that the Lingshuan Holy Land was in its prime, and no one in the south dared to stand up for their family. She clenched her teeth, saying that in the end, only their family hid and survived. 500 years have passed. Her hand, clasping her shoulder, trembled, veins bulged on it. The girl turned her back. There was a white fog around her, and trees in front. She said that she thought that she and her parents would have shelter. Lin Linian looked up, looking forward with a sad expression on her face. She said that 3 years ago people from the sacred land came here. Among the houses with black roofs it was raining and bright lightning was striking. A group of people stood in the courtyard in front of other 3 people. Lin Linian sat on the ground while a man with long black hair and a woman with light brown hair stood in front of her. The man's back was turned to his daughter, who sat behind them, screaming for her to run. The girl looked up, clenched her hand into a fist and put the other on her chest, saying that she would stay with them. Her father turned on her, shouting that she was the last blood heir of the Lin family, and she must survive. The man frowned, narrowing his eyes, shouting at his daughter to avenge them. Lin Linian rose to her feet, resting her hand on her thigh. She clenched her teeth as tears streamed down her face. The girl ran back, away from her father and mother and the group of people who stood in front of them. She clenched her teeth as tears streamed down her face, a shadow falling over her eyes. The girl cried, remembering this. The main character turned his back to the girl and shouted for her to stop. Lin Linian looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red. She called the master. The guy looked forward, crossed his arms over his chest and frowned, saying that this is how this world works. The strong are respected, and the weak are devoured. He smiled slightly and turned to face the girl, saying that since the Lingshuan Holy Land destroyed his family, he clenched his hand into a fist and said with a smile that he would destroy them. Lin Linian put a finger to her chin and frowned, asking if he was from the Lin family. The guy raised his hand and frowned, looking to the side, saying that it could be said that way. The black-haired girl clasped her hands together and blushed slightly as she smiled. She giggled, her face turning even redder. Lin Tianhong looked at her clasping her hands together, blushing and frowning, asking what was wrong with her. Lin Linian put her palms to her cheeks, closed her eyes and smiled, thinking that she was burning with shame, and she thought that he saved her because of her beauty. The girl opened her eyes, looking to the side. Red petals were flying around her and she thought that she wanted to marry him and have children. Lin Tianhong found himself next to the girl. A golden light emanated from his body. The girl looked at him in surprise, removing her hands from her cheeks. The guy put his palm on her forehead and she looked at him in confusion, her mouth open in surprise. Lin Linian lowered her head, blushing deeply, while the guy frowned and asked if she had a fever. The girl put her hands in front of her and turned away from him, saying that she was fine. She clasped her hands together and bent slightly, looking up at the guy, asking what generation of the family he belonged to. Lin Tianhong calmly looked at the girl and said that this is no longer important, and let her go with him to the holy land of Lingshuan, to avenge the family. Lin Linian raised her hand, looking at the main character in front of her in surprise, and said no way. She raised her hand in front of her. Above her there were many silhouettes with white glowing eyes. The girl said that now the holy land of Lingshuan is the first in Nanju. They have many top-class masters. A golden candlestick with a picture of a phoenix, on which 3 candles were burning. A moth flew onto the candles, which was surrounded by fire. Lin Linian said that it was reckless to go there, that a moth would fly into the fire. She looked down and thought about the golden bell with the red tassel, saying that they also had the Emperor's bell. The main character grabbed the girl's hand, holding her. His body was illuminated with a golden light and he smiled, raising his index finger up, saying that then let him show her what it means to be wiped off the face of the earth in an instant. A huge beam of light hit the forest, from which there was a strong explosion. A white bird flew from there in fear, opening its beak. Lin Tianhong stood on a long great sword illuminated by golden light as he flew forward. He and Lin Linian were flying near the clouds on a large sword with a golden handle. Mountains could be seen below. The main character held the girl's hand, who was blown away by the wind. She closed her eyes, shouting that it was too fast. She sat on the sword on her knees, looking up at the guy. He looked forward, saying that people from the earthly kingdom cannot withstand teleportation, so they can only fly with the help of a sword. He frowned, his red eyes glowing slightly, his bangs covering one eye. He said that if they didn't speed up, his wife would worry. Lin Linian and Lin Tianhong stood on the sword illuminated by golden light. The guy put his hands behind his back. There were mountains and clouds in front of them. 3 days later, Lin Tianhong and Lin Linian flew several million miles. The guy and the girl stood on a sword, from which a bright golden light emanated, and a golden star flew nearby. The girl fell to her knees and put her hand to her chest, breathing heavily. Weakness in her legs was written next to her. She blushed slightly, holding her hand on her chest and knitting her eyebrows, saying that she thought she was going to die. The main character stood with his back to her, looking forward, and said that they had arrived. The girl looked at him in surprise. She raised her head, looking up in surprise. There was a big house on a high mountain. There were high rocks on both sides of it. Clouds were flying nearby. The two stood on a big sword with a golden handle. Looking at the house, Lin Linian thought that this was the holy land of Lingxuan. A plaque on a colorful wall with various designs on it said, Lingxuan Holy Mountain. The girl put her hand to her mouth, looking at the mountain with a smile, and said loudly that they had arrived so quickly. A strong earthquake occurred, and the sword on which the two were standing lit up brightly. Lin Linian frowned, looking forward, and loudly asked what it was. Someone shouted loudly, "What happened?" The main character and the girl looked forward, hearing the voice. They looked up, looking at the house between two mountains. Someone shouted that it had finally happened. A lot of people were standing on a round platform. The people in white robes were kneeling, their heads bowed low, and their hands buried in their hands. The man shouted that the Lord had finally perfected the Emperor's bell. One of the people with brown hair looked forward with a crazy look, smiling. He said that now they would survive any disaster, and ask for immortality. He said that immortal saints had not appeared in Nanju for several centuries. The two white-robed people stood smiling. The brown-haired man extended his hand and said that the last time the one who broke through to the immortal realm was the ancestor of the Tianlong dynasty, the Tianlong Taoist. The black-haired man smiled widely, cupped his fist with his palm, and closed his eyes, saying that now their holy land of Lingxuan is on par with the Tianlong dynasty, and on the day when Taoist Tianlong remains 100 years old, from the holy land will become the Lord of Nanju. A man with brown hair crossed his arms over his chest and smiled evilly, looking at him, laughing. Lin Linian looked at them, her face distorted with anger, and she clenched her teeth, asking about the realm of the immortals. The girl sadly lowered her head, knitted her eyebrows, and said that she was the strongest creature in all of Nanju. Forbidden area of Lingxuan Holy Land. A high mountain with an iron gate. The large iron gates opened slightly, and a bright green light came from behind the opening. In front of the gate stood a man wearing white and black clothes and long light green hair, his eyes glowing brightly with a yellow light, and a green light emanating from his body. Lord Lingxuan, a man with green hair, stood with a smile. His eyes were green, and a red pattern was visible on his forehead. The man raised his hand and looked at her, with his mouth slightly open. He thought that in order to refine the imperial bell, the holy masters practiced this secret method of blood exchange, but their bodies exploded. 4 people wearing kimonos of different colors, strong streams of blood flowing from their bodies, their mouths opened in pain. The Lord thought that he had finally succeeded. The man was holding a golden bell over his hand. Next to it was a drop of blood from which a red light emanated. There was a green flame around the bell, and above it were red glowing eyes. The Overlord thought that only after merging with the blood of the Lin family, the Emperor Bell recognized the master. He thought he had asked for immortality. A huge green beam of light flew down the mountain. The man found himself flying above a tall building, in front of a crowd of people, surrounded by bright green energy. The green energy around the Lord began to dissipate, leaving green reflections. The man stood on a light green flower with his feet. People loudly congratulated the Lord on his immortality. The man put his hands behind his back. He put his palm out in front of him, not looking at the people. The crowd looked at the Lord, raising their heads, who stood on a flower. Green light emanated from the Lord. He smiled, saying that he had broken through to the realm of the immortals and perfected the bell. Now they have no equal in the entire south. The man raised his hand, smilingly saying that in order to show the prestige of his sect, they would arrange a meeting of the Celestials. People smiled broadly and raised their fists in the air, chanting glory to the ruler, and in the whole world he has no equal. Someone loudly told Lingxuan that his sweet dreams of dominating Nanju would not come true, and the man raised his head up, looking at the sky. The Lord frowned, his eyes narrowed and a shadow fell on them as he shouted who dared to invade the Holy Land. The man shouted that today they would pay with the lives of all the inhabitants of the Lingxuan Holy Land for the Lin family. A long, bright beam of golden light streaked across the sky, leaving a golden reflection at the end. Lin Tianhong and Lin Linian appeared in front of Lord Lingxuan, standing in front of the bright golden light on the sword. The main character looked at the Lord with red eyes. The man looked at him, a green flame was glowing behind him, and he asked who he was. The Overlord's eyes glowed green. There was green energy around his body, and he asked how they dared to cause trouble, and if they were afraid of death. The gray-haired man looked at the Overlord and the two people on the long sword, calling out to Lingxuan. He pointed his finger forward, shouting that this woman was the last of the Lin line, Lin Linian. Lord Lingxuan pointed his finger forward, smiling ominously. A green glow was visible from his eyes. Green energy emanated from his body, and he said that this is what is left of the clan, and does she want to rush into a trap? Lin Linian pointed her finger at the Lord, lowered her head with tears in her eyes. Frowning, she said that he killed her parents, and this enmity is irreconcilable. The gray-haired man looked at the two people standing on the sword and extended his hand, laughing and saying that it was him. All thanks to the fact that she had only reached the measly 4th level of the Black Realm. The gray-haired man smiled, a shadow falling on his eyes as he raised his index finger and said that she would not be able to take revenge in this life. Lin Linian clenched her teeth. Her body trembled with anger. She clutched a jade flute in her hands. Lin Tianhong turned to the girl, frowning, and asked if she wanted to destroy him herself. The girl looked at the main character and said that she only dreams of this. She frowned, lowered her head, and said with tears in her eyes that he was a master of divine fire. If she was 20 years old, she would be able to. The guy turned to her, smiled, and said that no matter how old she is, now she can fight. Lin Linian's face turned red. There were tears in her eyes. Lord Lingxuan looked at them, and the two turned to look at him as the man said that he saw that Lin Tianhong had powers. He looked at him. A shadow fell on his eyes as he said that it was very unwise to interfere in the affairs of the Lingxuan Holy Land because of an insignificant girl from the Lin clan. He extended his hand, frowning, and said that he was in a good mood today, so if they left now, he would spare their lives. The main character put his hand on Lin Linian's shoulder. The girl looked at him with knitted eyebrows and the guy smiled at her, golden energy glowing around him. Lin Tianhong said with a smile that he would destroy this insignificant land. And who is Lingxuan to tell him to leave? The girl with black hair put her hand to her chest. Golden light emanated from the protagonist's hand on her shoulder. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. A bright flame lit up inside her chest, and there was a red light all around. Lin Linian spread her arms out to her sides. Golden energy emanated from her chest, and her eyes glowed with golden light. There was a bright golden light around the girl, and she put her hands to her chest, closing her eyes and blushing slightly, screaming. She looked at the main character, asking what kind of power this was. He smiled, knitting his eyebrows, and told her not to worry, just accept it. People covered their faces with their hands from the bright light that surrounded Lin Linian and Lin Tianhong. The guy stood behind the girl who was hovering above the ground, saying that this was his little gift. The golden light dissipated, white smoke flew around, and people screamed how much smoke there was and what was happening. Lingxuan hovered above the white fog, looking down and thought how fast. He frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his face and the man lowered his head, thinking that they had descended in an instant, and he did not immediately react. A crowd of people stood in front of Lin Linian, saying that this is the realm of divine fire, and how is it possible? The girl sank to the ground near the white smoke, raising her hands and looking at them in surprise. Someone shouted that she had reached the divine fire from the 3rd stage of the Black Realm. The girl looked at her hands. Her eyes widened in surprise and her mouth fell open as she realized that Lin Tianhong had given her such power, and that power was so great. Lin Tianhong and Lin Linian stood on the square platform. There were many people around them shouting that this is not just a divine fire realm. This is the 5th stage. Lord Lingxuan was floating in the air, looking at them. He frowned, pursing his lips as he looked down at them, a bead of sweat running down his face as he thought that even he couldn't do this. But the main character did it so easily, and what kind of background does this man have? The girl sat down on one knee in front of Lin Tianhong, folded her hands and closed her eyes, thanking him for passing on this art to her. The guy smiled at her, looking down at the girl, and said that there was no need to thank her, and told her to go and do what she wanted. The girl smiled widely, with tears in her eyes, and thanked him. She stood up, pointing her finger at the top, holding a jade flute in her other hand, and told Jing that she would make him bow to the dead souls of her parents and send him to hell. The crowd looked at her in shock below, shouting how dare she insult Elder Jing. A man with gray hair and a sword behind his back clasped his hands behind his back while standing in front of the crowd, calling the girl an upstart. Jing put a finger to his chin, smiling and saying that she wanted to take his life with the borrowed power of the 5th level of divine fire. Lin Linian jumped off the platform, leaving behind a blast of air as the crowd looked on in shock with their mouths wide open. The girl brought the jade flute to her mouth, facing Jing. Her face distorted with anger, and blue energy shone around her. She said that if she doesn't try, she won't know. The elder raised his hand in front of his face, looking at the girl in shock, and shouted loudly that she dared to attack on the sly. There was a strong explosion that threw some people to the sides, and bright blue pulses of energy came from the explosion. Lin Linian was flying in the air, surrounded by blue energy. Above her was Jing, striking his shield with his sword. Purple reflections came from the sword. There was a large bright explosion underneath. One of the people covered his face with his hands, asking to be saved. The elder frowned, clenching his teeth, sweat running down his face, and he thought how this was possible. And this was a battle shield technique. He shouted the Sanhua sword. Many purple blows passed across the blue shield around the girl, and the elder realized that the shield had not collapsed. They landed on the ground. Jing sat down on one knee in front of Lin Linian, his sword hand extended. There were several explosions behind him. A shadow fell over the man's eyes and he clenched his teeth, frowning and realizing that he would have to use a trump card. He gripped the sword with both hands, purple streaks of energy glowing around it as he said that the girl made him angry. Now he will be serious. Lin Linian frowned while holding the jade flute in her mouth, and she thought that he had changed his attitude. The elder stood in front of the girl, surrounded by purple energy. Behind him there was only a high white wall, and the man said that letting her escape was the biggest shame for him. The elder's eyes became wild as purple energy emanated from him, and he smiled widely, saying that today he would deal with it. Jing delivered a strong blow that sent out a purple light. A strong gust of wind passed behind him. The stones were scattered to the side. The man shouted for her to take the blow, and shouted the name of the King Yuan sword art skill. Lin Linian put her hands in front of her, crossing them. In one of her hands there was a flute. She clenched her teeth. Blue streaks of energy emanated from her. The girl screamed that things were bad. A long beam of light passed across the blue shield. The elder jumped above the ground. Clenching his teeth, small stones fell on his back. The girl coughed, drops of blood flying out of her mouth. The man smiled widely as he looked at the girl and laughed, shouting that the entire Lin family would be destroyed. Large clouds of white smoke rose into the air, white walls collapsed, and stones fell down below. Lin Linian stood in front of one of the broken walls, leaning over and holding one hand to her face, rocks falling from above. The elder stood with a sword in his hand, running his finger along the blade. His clothes had no sleeves, and he smiled, asking the girl if she had died yet. The girl knelt down, resting her palm on the floor. The elder approached the girl with a sword in his hand, saying that her time was up. Lin Linian was sitting in front of a destroyed wall. There was fog around her, and she thought that she was in pain. Her body was not listening. The girl lowered her head with a sad expression. There were tears in her eyes as she thought that even with the power of the ancestor, there was such a big gap between her and her enemy. Lin Linian clenched her teeth and closed her eyes with tears in her eyes. There were red abrasions on her face, and she thought that she was ashamed there in front of Lin Tianhong. The voice of the main character was heard next to the girl, who told her to come to her senses. The girl's eyes widened and she was surprised to realize that it was Lin Tianhong. The guy told her to close her eyes and the girl listened to him, closing her eyes and frowning. Lin Tianhong raised his hand with a smile, clasping his thumb and middle finger, praising the girl. Lin Linian screamed as she stood up straight. Her body trembled and she raised her head up. The girl's eyes opened as she mentally asked in shock what it was. The girl hovered in front of a golden book. Stripes of black energy emanated from the book, inside of which there were golden symbols and various drawings. The girl realized that this was a transfer of knowledge. She looked at the book, thinking it was an amazing book. Lin Tianhong shouted that there was no time to sit idly by. Lin Linian raised her hands to her face, raising her eyes. Bright golden energy came out. The girl thought that these hieroglyphs and pictures were filling her body. The main character told her to feel it. The girl was sitting on her knees in front of the destroyed wall with her head bowed low. Jing asked her. She had already given up. The man smiled widely and laughed, frowning and saying that this was the right choice. He raised his sword over the girl with a wide smile, about to strike, and said that since she decided to be flexible, He would ease her suffering and kill her with one blow. A golden light flashed next to the girl's head. She lowered her head, closing her eyes. Lin Linian smiled. There was golden energy around her and she said that he was rejoicing early. The elder looked at her in confusion and clenched his teeth, frowning as he asked what she was talking about. A large bright explosion passed across the ground. Thick white fog flew nearby, and stones scattered to the sides. The elder landed on the floor in front of the girl, leaning on his hand, and holding a sword in his other hand. He wondered what happened to her body. The man frowned at the girl and clenched his teeth, a bead of sweat running down his cheek as he wondered why he began to tremble in fear. Lin Linian turned around, holding her flute near her mouth. There were red abrasions on her hands and face. She said that it was time for him to go. She said it was time to play the music. The girl closed her eyes, holding the tip of the flute between her lips and blew. While the girl was playing the flute, blue streaks of energy emanated from her and flew into the air. The man looked at it in fear, his mouth wide open, and asked what it was. A crowd of people looked at this in shock and fear. One of the people pointed his finger forward, shouting that this was impossible. Lin Tianhong put his finger to his chin, looking down with a smile, and said that he brought the bird for fun, and in the earthly world you can brag about it. A phoenix made of blue energy flew high in the air. The people below looked at it in shock, eyes wide open, and shouted that it was a phoenix. Someone shouted that Lin Linian had summoned a mythical animal from the heavenly realm. Lord Lingxuan frowned as he looked to the side, mentally asking what Lin Tianhong had done. The main character stood on a high rock, putting his finger to his chin and smiling. The black-haired girl looked forward angrily, screaming at the elder to die. A huge blue phoenix was flying straight towards Jing, with a strong wind blowing behind it. The man frowned, surrounded by purple energy, and shouted that he was not so easy to kill. A strong gust of wind blew from where he was standing as he jumped up into the air. Jing clasped his hands together, flying in a stream of purple energy, clenching his teeth, and shouted that he would fight to the end. The man smiled madly and widely, veins popping out on his forehead as he shouted that he couldn't be killed so easily. A bright beam of light and a phoenix of blue energy flew at each other, gusts of wind blowing nearby. The purple energy and the phoenix's beak were opposite each other, the phoenix throwing blue waves of energy away from itself. Lin Linian looked at this in surprise, her mouth open, and there were blue flickers of energy next to her. She pursed her lips and tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to cry. The girl clenched her hands into fists and closed her eyes, knitting her eyebrows. With tears in her eyes, she screamed to her dad and mom that now they could rest in peace. The girl was sitting on the ground. There was a white fog around her. A glare of blue energy was visible in the sky, which cast off rays from itself, dissolving. Sitting on the floor, among the white shards of the building, Lin Linian looked at her hand and smiled, tears streaming down her face as she said that she had avenged her parents. People looked at the girl sitting on the floor in surprise. Someone asked if Elder Jing was really dead. Another said that she really killed him. Someone asked what they should do now. A man with a gray beard and mustache shouted angrily that they were fools. People's faces became shocked. A strong gust of wind was blowing around them. White fog was flying behind them. Someone shouted what was happening and said how strong the wind is. A man in brown robes and long gray hair hovered above the people, surrounded by a flow of wind and purple energy. The man said that Lin Linian dared to attack the elder of the holy land of Lingxuan. The people looked up at the man in shock, shouting that this was the Great Elder, the legendary master. The Great Elder pointed downwards, his face twisted with anger as he told the girl to die. Lin Linian turned back, looking at the man in surprise and cursed loudly. 3 large hurricanes flew in front of the man, casting purple light. The Great Elder extended his hand while the girl covered her face with her hands. Clutching a flute in one, she thought that with her condition it would be difficult to stop the attack. Lin Tianhong smiled, a golden light falling on his face as he told the girl not to worry. The guy was flying behind the Great Elder. Long beams of golden energy stretched behind him. When he said that he was here, the man in front of him widened his eyes in fear, clutching his chest. He looked back, beads of sweat running down his face as he realized it was the main character. He pointed his finger at the elder and winked at him, smiling, telling the Great Elder to disappear. Pulses of golden energy passed from Lin Tianhong's finger. When he pointed his finger at the man, he was thrown back, his eyes turned white. The man looked at the guy in shock, raising his hand. Lin Tianhong smiled and closed his eyes, placing his hand on his chest as behind him. The golden energy stretched further into the sky, leaving behind a bright beam of light at the end. Lord Lingxuan looked at this in shock, frowned and wondered how this was possible. Lin Linian also looked at this in surprise, raising her eyebrows and thinking that this was divine power, and the elder just disappeared like that. A crowd of people looked up in fear. Some were holding their heads, some were covering their mouths with their hands. They were shouting that the elder had died, and was Lin Tianhong really a celestial being? The main character sank onto the platform with his feet. Lin Linian looked at him with a smile and slightly reddened cheeks, asking what area he had. The guy raised his hand with a smile and said that it was better for her not to know. He closed his eyes with a smile and bowed his head, saying that otherwise his heart would feel bad. Behind the main character, the Lord of Lingxuan appeared, surrounded by white fog. He said that the guy feels free in his holy land of Lingxuan. He must think that no one can defeat him. Lin Tianhong looked up with a smile on his face. He turned back with a smile and said that he could walk freely on the insignificant land that he would destroy. Lord Lingxuan looked down at him. There was golden energy behind him. The man clasped his hands together, placing his little fingers and index fingers. He smiled, his black clothes fluttering in the wind. There was a bright golden energy all around. He said that he would then show him the Lingxuan Holy Land trump card. Lin Linian looked at him in shock, frowning and wondering what kind of trump card. Lord Lingxuan hovered above them. Golden energy emanated from his body. White fog was flying on the ground around Lin Linian and Lin Tianhong. The girl said that things were bad and they needed to stop it. The main character looked forward with a smile, telling her not to worry, and the Lord would play his trump card on the way. The girl looked at him in surprise, raised her eyebrows and called him. The Lord kept his hands clasped together and smiled, asking if they were careful enough. Behind Lord Lingxuan, golden signs glowed. The man hovered in the air between them, saying that he had secretly set up so many traps in vain. Lin Tianhong smiled, turned to the girl and said that she just looked worried. And if she knew anything, she looked at the guy in surprise and raised her finger up, saying that she only knew rumors. The girl raised her finger and extended her hand. Behind her there was a temple, to which a narrow road led. A man in black and white robes was hovering above the temple. Lin Linian said that it was said that the Holy Land has the heritage of a celestial being. But no one knows the truth. Recently it is known to be in the hands of Lord Lingxuan. She put her hands together, closing her eyes and bowing her head, saying that this is all she knows. Lin Tianhong put his fingers to his chin and smiled, closing his eyes and saying that the legacy of a celestial being sounds interesting. The girl raised her folded hands to her face, frowning and saying that even if this is a celestial weapon, she is not afraid. After all, Lin Tianhong is a saint. The guy put his finger to his chin with a smile and said that he would stop talking and the show would begin. Lord Lingxuan extended his hand, which had golden energy around it, and said that everything was ready. The man smiled widely and madly, narrowed his eyes and shouted that Lin Tianhong would pay with his life for challenging the holy land of Lingxuan. He raised his hands above himself and closed his eyes with a smile. There was golden energy around him, clothes fluttering from it. Lord Lingxuan frowned, his eyes glowing with golden light, and he screamed, summoning the holy artifact. A golden bell with white luminous slits, around which golden chains split, the bell of the immortal emperor. Between the two rocks where the temple stood, a bright golden light shone, and there were white clouds around the mountains. Golden vibrations emanated from the golden bell. He flew in the sky, emitting golden waves from himself. He and Lord Lingxuan were surrounded by golden light. The crowd under the Lord knelt down, bowing their heads low, shouting that they were kneeling before the mighty Lord. A man with long green hair raised his hands up, raising his head and smiling broadly, shouting that he had captured the Emperor's bell, and the celestial beings were like insects for him. One blow was enough to get rid of him. A crowd of people sat on their knees under him with their heads bowed. The Lord turned back with a wide smile and said that he could now sense Lin Tianhong. The main character frowned and raised his index finger up, asking with a smile, "Is it so much fun to fly and feel invincible in the whole world?" Lord Lingxuan flew over the guy as he raised his finger up and closed his eyes, sarcastically saying that he would then hit the child, and the whole world would submit to the holy land of Lingxuan. The green-haired man frowned, sweat running down his face as he awkwardly tried to answer. Lin Tianhong waved his hands, sighed and blushed slightly, telling the Lord not to tell him anything. And he understood. He also went through this. The guy pointed at the Lord with his finger, which was flying in the air, and said that the Lord could make a speech. Lord Lingxuan frowned and pursed his lips, lowering his head. He raised his hand. Above it was a golden bell. It and the Lord glowed with golden light. The man shouted for the main character to die already. He swung his hand down. Lin Linian extended her hand forward, calling Lin Tianhong. A golden bell, with a golden light around it, descended on the protagonist, who was looking at it. The guy extended his hand forward, opening his palm and called the golden bell to him. A bright golden light flashed in the sky. Leaving behind golden streaks, the crowd looked at the sky in shock, their mouths open. Lin Tianhong smiled as he looked down at the golden bell that appeared in his hand, hovering above her and glowing with golden light. The crowd and Lord Lingxuan looked in shock at the protagonist, who looked at the bell in surprise as he touched it with his finger. The green-haired man extended his hand, his body trembling and snot running from his nose as he looked at it in shock, screaming that this couldn't be happening. Lin Linian opened her mouth in shock and frowned, stretching out her hand and loudly calling out to the main character. The guy held a golden bell on his hand, who narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Lingxuan flew in front of him, stretching out his hand and shouting that this was his emperor bell. He pointed his finger forward and frowned, sweat dripping down his cheek as he said that he was the master of the bell. And why didn't he listen to his orders? He said that he would destroy the spiritual consciousness of the bell. Lin Tianhong smiled as he tossed the bell in his palm and sarcastically remarked that the Lord wanted to use it to defeat him. The man stretched out his hands, looked at him angrily, and told him to shut up. The eyes of the bell in Lin Tianhong's hand went dark, put his hand to his chest, looking at him in confusion, sweat running down his face, and he said that he didn't tell the bell to shut up and let the bell answer him. The bell in the guy's hand was still silent, closing its eyes. Lord Lingxuan waved his white stick in the air, looking at him worriedly, shouting that if the bell had any demands, just let him say it and he would do it. The bell was silent, its eyes closed, a drop of sweat running down its surface. Lord Lingxuan dropped the white stick from his hands, looking at him in shock with his mouth wide open, and loudly asked him not to be capricious. Bringing the bell towards him with a smile, Lin Tianhong pointed his finger at it, closing his eyes, and said that the Lord is such a good master and the bell is sure that he will not answer him. The man with green hair looked at this in shock, his mouth wide open and his hands raised, saying that this is his bell. He clenched his hands into fists. His face was distorted by anger. A vein bulged on his cheek when he asked the bell what he was thinking about. And yesterday he was obedient, and why today he let him down. He remembered how with a wide smile he pressed the golden one to his face bell, which also smiled. The bell above Lin Tianhong's hand looked at the man and stuck out his tongue at him, placing a red tassel on his eye. The man with green hair looked at him annoyed. Lord Lingxuan pointed his finger at the bell, frowned in irritation. A vein bulged on his forehead, and he shouted that the bell was capricious and did not listen to his orders. He said that he would destroy his spiritual consciousness. The man put 2 fingers in front of him, irritably looking at the main character, and the bell he was holding. He told the guy not to think that his baby was afraid to touch him, and he enchanted the bell. The Lord showed 3 fingers in front of him, his face contorted with anger as he shouted that the guy would regret it, starting to count down from 3. Lin Tianhong and Bell looked at the man in confusion. He showed 2 fingers, counting 2. He opened his mouth wide, in which there were 4 fangs. The bell and the main character looked at him boredly. The guy picked his nose with his little finger, and the bell with a brush. A man with green hair looked at them irritably, showing 4 fingers on one hand, and 1 on the other. He counted 1.5, 1 with a ponytail. The bell and Lin Tianhong looked at each other, laughing and smiling widely. The guy covered his mouth with his palm, and the bell covered his mouth with a red tassel. Lin Linian looked at this with an awkward and confused smile. Behind her a crowd of people also smiled awkwardly. The girl asked what was happening and how the Emperor's bell could do this. Drops fell to the ground, forming a small puddle. Lord Lingxuan clenched his hands into fists and lowered his head. His body trembled. His face was hidden in shadow, but tears could be seen flowing down his face. He asked how the bell dared to do this and how he could. The man raised his hands, tears flowing from his eyes and snot from his nose as he screamed. How could the bell do this to him? And the bell forgot everything that had happened between them for so many years. The bell, which was flying over the protagonist's hand, looked sadly at the Lord, opening his mouth wide. The man with green hair put his hand to his chest and clenched one hand into a fist. His eyebrows knitted together, his eyes closed, tears streaming down his face as he said loudly that all these years that they were inseparable. Everything that they experienced together, for it didn't mean anything to him. The Lord held the golden bell. Wiping it with a white rag, he stretched out his lips. Pink hearts were flying around him. The man shouted that the bell had forgotten the time they spent together. Lord Lingxuan and the bell were sleeping under a blue blanket. The man put 2 hands on the bell, smiling. He shouted that the bell had forgotten their memories together. The silhouette of a man and a bell, the sun was setting behind them. With a smile, the Vladiker ran across the field behind the bell, who was also smiling. He shouted that the bell had forgotten its shameful little joys. Lord Lingxuan held out 2 fingers in front of him, smiling and closing his eyes. The red bell tassel wrapped around his hand. The man said that in the end, These strong bonds turned the blood pact into their strong spiritual connection. Lord Lingxuan raised his hands to his chest, tears flowing from his eyes and snot from his nose as he cried and shouted for the bell to answer him, and could he really give up their friendship so easily? Tears welled up in Bell's eyes as he looked sadly at the man, covering his mouth with a red tassel. The bell flew forward, crying heavily, mouth wide open. Lin Tianhong looked at it in shock. The bishop put his finger to his chin, joyfully looking at him with tears in his eyes. He smiled and said that he knew that the bell would not deceive him. The golden bell beeped as tears flowed from its eyes and it flew forward. Lord Lingxuan jumped forward, stretching out his hands to the bell, and called him with a smile. The bell also joyfully flew towards him, squealing, pink sakura petals flying around them. With tears flowing from his eyes, the Lord again called the bell, stretching out his hands to it. The bell squealed joyfully again, closing his eyes, from which tears flowed. Lin Tianhong looked at them with a raised eyebrow and snapped his fingers, telling the bell to return. The golden bell looked back at the guy and trembled. He turned away sharply, slapping Lord Lingxuan on the cheek, leaving a red mark. The man's head turned away from the blow. His arms crossed when he failed to hug the bell. The man with green hair fell face down on the floor, and the main character smiled, holding out his hand, towards which the golden bell flew. The face of the man who was lying on the floor was distorted with anger. Blood flowed from his nose and forehead, and he called the emperor's bell. Lin Tianhong looked at the bell with a smile, stretching out his hand to it. It stuck out its tongue. Golden ears appeared on its tops, and a tassel resembled a tail, which it waved. Lord Lingxuan sat down on one knee, resting his hand on the floor and lowering his head, green light emanating from him and chanting the emperor's bell. The man's face was distorted by rage. Veins bulged on his face, and he shouted that the bell was collaborating with the enemy, sucking up to a stranger. Then don't be surprised that he would be merciless towards him. Blue energy swirled around the man's hand, and a green mist emanated from him. Golden Bell's eyes widened in shock and his mouth opened wide. The Lord grabbed the red tassel of the bell, pulling it, his clothes and hair flying, and he shouted that he would destroy this bell. The man held 2 fingers in front of him. Green energy emanated from him. He knitted his eyebrows and smiled widely. A red tassel was wrapped around his hand. With his other hand he held it by the end, pulling. Bell's eyes widened in horror and he opened his mouth wide. The bell pressed against Lin Tianhong's cheek with tears in his eyes. He smiled and closed one eye, asking him not to be afraid. He held the bell on one hand and looked down at it, folding the fingers of his other hand, and said that he would cut off the spiritual connection. The guy hit the top of the bell, which trembled. Golden energy emanated from the red thread. The red thread has broken. Lord Lingxuan staggered back. One end of the thread was flying in front of him. Lin Tianhong stood in front of him, holding the emperor bell over his hand. The other half of the red thread emanated from him. The Lord widened his eyes in shock, and drops of blood flew from his mouth. His body trembled as he raised his hand to his face and looked at the main character, and the bell in his hand, screaming as it was possible. And the guy broke their spiritual contract. His eyes widened in horror. Blood was running down his face from his mouth and he was trembling, frowning and saying what kind of area the guy had. Lin Tianhong smiled with his eyebrows knitted together. The emperor bell flew over his hand and he said, "Doesn't he want to see the power of this thing?" The guy raised his hand. A ray of light came from the sky. The sky near the dark clouds lit up from it. The Lord recoiled back when he saw this. The emperor bell glowed with a bright golden light. Behind it was a temple between 2 high mountains. Lord Lingxuan looked at this in shock, sweat dripping down his face and his body trembling as he loudly asked how this was possible. A crowd of people looked up with shocked and frightened faces, shouting that they couldn't believe it. Lin Linian looked up in shock, frowning, and thought that this was the real power of the protagonist. Lin Tianhong stood in front of the girl, shielding her with one hand, and looked forward, telling her to stand next to her. She looked at the guy in surprise. The main character raised 2 fingers up, frowning and calling for an earthquake. A strong earthquake rippled through the mountains between which the temple stood. The imperial bell, with white luminous eyes, vibrated above the mountains. The bell fell on 2 mountains that stood nearby. The golden ball beat against the walls of the bell. Stones fell to the ground, raising a large white fog. People ran from them, screaming in fear. Lord Lingxuan turned his head. There were stones on the ground next to him, and the man repeated the word no. He frowned, looking ahead in fear, blood dripping from his lip as he screamed, "What incredible power!" The golden imperial bell flew over the temple and the 2 mountains, which were collapsing into rocks and fragments. The man screamed, "How could this be?" Among the clouds flew the golden imperial bell, which cast a bright light from itself, and golden particles flew nearby. Two silhouettes stood on a small island that hovered in the sky, with white fog nearby. Lin Tianhong turned with a smile and looked at the girl trembling next to him, saying that it was all over. Lin Linian opened one eye, looking forward, sweat dripping down her face. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she looked ahead. Shards of stones were floating in the air, white fog was flying nearby. Two people stood on one of the fragments of the earth. The imperial bell was flying above them. The girl raised her hands, looking at it in surprise, and asked, "Is this the Lingshuan Holy Land?" The guy looked at her with raised eyebrows. He stretched out his hand and smiled widely. Stones were flying next to them, and the guy said that Lingshuan Land is everywhere. Lin Linian covered her face with both hands. Tears appeared in her eyes. She cried loudly, raising her head, and Lin Tianhong turned to look at her in surprise, his mouth open. He raised his hands and, looking at the girl in confusion, asked what happened. She wiped her tears from her eyes, holding her chest with her other hand, and apologized for her tactlessness. She lowered her head and clenched her hand into a fist, sadly looking forward and saying that when she thought about the enemy that destroyed her family, and that today they took revenge, she could not stand it. Looking at her, Lin Tianhong just sighed. He extended his hand up. A bright golden light was visible near it, from which a ray of light emanated directly into the sky. He shouted to receive. On the guy's hand was the imperial bell, which shone with golden light. Lin Tianhong turned to the girl who was looking at him in surprise and handed her the bell, saying that she is the last person of the Lin clan, and she should inherit the emperor's bell. By spilling a drop of blood on the emperor's bell, he will recognize her as the owner. Lin Linian looked at the emperor's bell with tears in her eyes, which the guy handed to her. He told her to remember, until the power reaches the realm of immortality, she should not let anyone know about it in order to avoid trouble. The girl held the golden bell and looked at the guy in confusion, saying that he was also a member of the Lin clan. In his hands the bell would show its power. She said that she was not worthy to possess it. Lin Tianhong spread his arms to the sides and closed his eyes, saying that although this thing is a first-class artifact, but for him it is just useless trash. The girl and the bell looked at him awkwardly. The guy pointed his finger forward and smiled, saying that she has talent, and it has changed her subconscious. Plus the bell will help increase the cultivation speed, exceeding the speed of all the monks. Lin Linian looked at him joyfully, smiled and asked if it was true. He replied that it was true, and he entrusted the task of reviving the Lin family to her. Let her drip blood for recognition. The girl put her finger to her mouth, biting her finger, closing her eyes, and agreed. She placed her finger on the top of the bell, and the girl's red blood flowed onto it. Suddenly, the emperor bell flew up, and Lin Linian looked at it in surprise. She gasped loudly when a bright beam of light shone into her chest. The girl closed her eyes and brought her hands to her chest, clenching them into fists. Golden sparks of light came from the girl's chest, and her body was also surrounded by golden light. She put her hands on her chest in surprise and said that the bell was inside her body. Lin Tianhong looked down at her, his red eyes glowing as he thought that 10,000 years ago, in order to prevent the descendants of the Lin family from relying on the power of a celestial being to harm the world, he put a seal on the bell. In addition to protection and endless luck, all other possibilities were sealed. Lin Linian closed her eyes. The red tassel of the bell that was flying nearby was wrapped around her hands. The guy thought that this time the Lin clan faced such a disaster. If he removes the seal, he can protect her. The guy hit his fist with his fist and said that there was something else. He handed the girl a small gold ring, telling her to take it. Lin Linian extended her hands, looking at him in surprise. She looked at the ring in her hand, which was gold with a red stone, and realized that it was a spatial ring. The girl looked in surprise at the main character, who extended his hand and said with a smile that she could use the items inside the ring to revive the Lin clan. Lin Tianhong put his fingers to his chin and smiled, thinking that in this Lingshuan Holy Land, he had found quite a few valuable things. He thought of a girl with a long purple dress, long white hair, and a black mask over her eyes. He thought that he gave some to Linian and presented the rest to Empress Xinfeng. The guy thought of himself, who hugged his wife's neck. She put her hands on his chest with a smile. He thought that let her improve her powers so that he and his wife could live a peaceful and happy life. The main character crossed his arms and turned away from Lin Linian, smilingly thinking that in 100 years he would help his wife ascend to the heavenly realm with him to continue a wonderful life. The guy looked forward, putting his hands on his waist, and said that all work was finished. He turned to the girl and raised his hand, saying goodbye to her with a smile. A large beam of light flew upward, leaving a bright light at the end. Lin Linian raised her head, looking at it. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, calling out to the main character. The girl put her hands on her chest and lowered her head, saying that if she was lucky enough to meet him. She pursed her lips without finishing her sentence. On the small island she was standing on, a beam of light stretched high into the sky as Lin Linian jumped from her seat. Mountains, around which there were white clouds, fragments of stones flying in the air. Two fuzzy white silhouettes flashed on one of the rocks. A guy with long black hair and white and purple clothes and an old man in red clothes and holding a staff appeared on the rock. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that this is the holy land of Lingshuan, but a disaster destroyed it overnight. The old man stroked his white beard, looked at the guy and said that this was the aura of the artifact. The guy turned to the old man, who extended his hand, saying that the first holy land in Nanju was destroyed by magic weapons. The guy with long black hair turned to the old man and clenched his hand into a fist, shouting how could there be such a weapon in Nanju. He clenched his teeth, clenched his hand into a fist, and told Elder King that he had to have it. The old man stroked his beard, looking at the guy, and frowned, saying that he was not able to resist the power of this artifact, and they might not think about it for now. The guy with black hair sighed and turned away from him, agreeing. He folded his hands behind his back and looked forward, saying that when they return to Zhangzhou, he will tell his father about this, and let him send the masters to search, it will be more reliable. The guy put his hand to his chin and smiled, narrowing his eyes, saying that either let him find Bai Yun first, she will only be his, and let him not try to escape. The two people disappeared from the cliff, leaving behind two blue beams of light. Lin City, a city overgrown with grass. On the stones of the table there is a stone tablet that is covered with green grass. Lin Linian walked along the stone road, looking up sadly. In front of her was the destroyed wreckage of a building. The girl entered the gate of the building. On top there was a sign for the Lin family temple. She walked into the building, casting a long shadow, and a wooden sign with an inscription lay in front of her feet. She picked it up, stroking it with her palm and sighed sadly. On the sign was the inscription of the ancestors of the Lin family. Lin Linian walked to a large table covered with a white cloth, with pieces of various objects lying everywhere. The girl put a sign on the table. She pressed the button under the cloth. The girl looked to the side in surprise. A small drawer pulled out of the table. In the box was a white scroll tied with a red ribbon. Lin Linian opened the scroll, frowning, and realized that it was a picture while looking at it. Her eyes widened in surprise. The painting showed Lin Tianhong wearing a black kimono and holding a fan in his hand. He was smiling. Lin Linian realized that this was the main character. She looked at the inscription on the scroll. There was a picture written in memory of the respected third uncle Lin, with tender longing for her nephew. The girl looked at the scroll in shock. Her eyebrows knitted. She screamed that the ancestor called him third uncle. Who is he really? She said that this is impossible. It was 10,000 years ago. Lin Linian ran out of the temple, thinking that she should find the guy and ask him about it. The empress in a purple dress was writing something with a black brush on a sheet of paper. News of the destruction of Lai Lingshuan's holy land quickly spread throughout Nanju. White doves flew next to the purple roof of the building. People were panicked and very frightened. A man with gray hair, a mustache and a beard frowned, shouting to urgently gather everyone. High mountains, between which clouds and white doves flew. An old woman in pink clothes ran forward worriedly, shouting that the sexta was temporarily dissolved and they should wait for the situation to improve. Someone slapped the orange book with their palm, closing it. Lai Siyu stood at the table. In front of her was a guy with red hair. She shouted angrily that the holy land of Lingshuan and the clan of the Six Greats were destroyed in one night. Did one person really do this, and what goals does he pursue? A man in red clothes with a black mask and red hair looked at the empress worriedly, with his hands folded. He said that he had already sent spies to gather information. There were no leads yet. Next to him was the inscription murderer. The empress frowned. Bright lights flew next to her and she thought that she needed to improve her cultivation to achieve immortality in 5 years. And she only had 100 years to get into the realm of the Celestials. Only in this way could she protect her husband. The capital of Fengjing, outside the large city wall, there were a couple of stalls on the field. Next to them there were people walking towards the city gates. The three men sat silently at a wooden table, sweat dripping down their faces and their eyes white, with 3 bowls of liquid in front of them. One of the men with white hair and golden eyes turned to the others and frowned, asking if they had found Mr. Lin. Another guy with black hair also turned to him and said, "No, but he." The white-haired boy clasped his hands in front of his face, looking away with many beads of sweat running down his face as he answered no. The guy with black hair raised his hands high, crying and shouted what should they do. This is the secret order of the Empress, and if they don't find him, their families will be killed. The second man in brown clothes and with black hair lay down with his face on the table and covered himself with his hands, crying and shouting that his mother is 80 years old and his child is only a month old. The guy with white hair smiled, put his hands under his chin and said that he had an idea. The other two looked at him joyfully, clenching their hands into fists, their eyes shining, and two asked him to speak to them quickly. The guy with white hair smiled widely, closing his eyes and said that they would light a candle and they would pray together. The other two men turned away from him, grimacing, veins popping out on their foreheads. Two men with black hair stood over the other, raising their fists. They shouted that they knew he didn't have a good idea, and they would all die. The seller ran towards them worriedly. The bull was walking in front of the kiosk. Lin Tianhong was riding on the cart with a smile on his face, holding the reins in his hands. The three men froze, their eyes widened. One of them swung his fist at the second. The man with white hair was bleeding from his nose. The main character smiled, looking forward and whistling some melody. The three looked at the cart with wide smiles, their eyes shining as they shouted that it was Mr. Lin. They ran to the cart with wide smiles and tears in their eyes, overturning the wooden table that the seller was trying to catch. They shouted that it was Mr. Lin and let him wait for them. They were so bored. The carriage was driving along the road. Outside Fengjing, a cart tied to an ox was driving along the road. Three people and the main character were sitting inside the cart. The men looked with a smile at the guy who folded his hands and closed his eyes, saying that he was asking for forgiveness for making them worry. They looked at him with smiles. The guy with black hair smiled awkwardly and raised his hands. Everyone said that it was nothing. One of the men extended his hand and said that as long as the master is fine, their heads will remain in place. Lin Tianhong looked at them with a smile. He reached for the hem of his white kimono. Lin Tianhong threw something to the three men and said with a smile that he had bought a good elixir of immortality on the way. He asked to accept this as a sign of gratitude. A guy with black hair and black clothes was holding a large white bottle with blue designs on it with a smile. The two guys folded their hands with smiles, looking at the main character and thanked him very much. In the city, Lin Tianhong stood behind the bull, holding the wooden beams of the cart, with the buildings of the city surrounding them. The carriage was driving along a city street. There were large red gates ahead. People were walking on the sidewalks. Lin Tianhong clenched his hand and looked at it. There was a yellow flame in it. In the hand of the main character lies a golden ring, glowing with a bright golden light. The main character sharply threw the ring forward and it flew, leaving behind a golden light. Lin Tianhong calmly looked forward and thought of Empress Shenfeng. As he flew towards the imperial palace, there was a golden light around him. The guy said that he had given the treasure of the Holy Land to Lingxuan. The guy watched as a bright golden trail came from the ring, saying that he hoped that she would be able to be a janitor again. Then she would quickly increase her strength. The imperial palace, a large building with red walls and columns and a golden roof. Lai Siyu in a blue dress, there was a golden mist around her. Golden mist swirled around the heroine. Her body glowed with golden light. She sat on the purple sheets with her hands folded and her eyes closed, frowning. Golden mist emanating from her, golden clouds flying nearby. A book was flying above the girl. The inscription of the Book of the Supreme Deity, a golden tablet with hieroglyphs. The inscription The Origin of All Things, a golden scroll. The inscription Magic for Beginners. The girl closed her eyes. A golden ball shone in her forehead. Golden rays of light were reaching towards her. Golden rays swirled around the girl, who frowned, closing her eyes. The golden ring, which left a beam of light behind it, crashed into the window. The ring, surrounded by a bright golden light, flew straight towards Lai Siyu. It crashed into the girl's head and she fell back, opening her mouth and groaning loudly. The girl put her hand on her head, closing one eye. There was a large bump on her head as she knelt down, leaning on her hand, and angrily screamed what it was, clenching her hand into a fist. Lai Siyu clenched her two hands into fists, frowning, and stood up, asking who dared to attack her. Golden light glowing around her. The sun was shining into the Empress's room from the window, but there was no one there. A wooden cabinet with various boxes, where the light of the sun shone. The girl held out two fingers in front of her and frowned. There was a bright yellow light behind her as she uttered the divine consciousness. The girl put her hand forward. Her eyes glowed with white light. Golden energy swirled around. The girl's clothes and hair fluttered with energy. Everything around the main character lit up with a bright golden light that came from her hand, and a white dome appeared, surrounding the girl. Violet waves of energy emanated from the imperial palace. The purple pulses passed far from the imperial palace. The girl's purple eyes appeared in the sky. She frowned, thinking that no one was there. A golden light emanated from the girl. She looked forward while golden stripes of energy flew in front of her, saying that she had not developed her powers so much in order to be suddenly attacked. The girl put her hand to her chin and, frowning, said who he was after all. She touched the bump on her forehead, which turned red. Lysiu put both hands on her head and cried heavily, kneeling down and saying that it hurt. Suddenly the girl with tears in her eyes noticed something. She looked at the gold ring that was lying on the floor, raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. Lysiu took the ring, holding it between her fingers, and realized that it was a spatial ring. She told him to open. The spatial ring hovered above the main character's hand, emitting waves of golden energy from itself, while the girl looked at him with a frown. A huge portal opened in front of Lysiu. Golden energy emanated from it to the ring. Golden light shimmered inside the portal. The girl walked into the portal, frowning as her body passed through the portal. In front of the girl lay mountains of gold coins, scrolls, and various crystals. The girl frowned at this in shock and said that there were cultivation resources here. She looked at the huge mountain of gold in front of her, at the top of which a sword with a golden hilt was stuck. The girl said that there were many more top-level items than in the entire Xinfeng Empire. Lysiu looked at the gold ring between her fingers and frowned as she asked it to her. The girl closed her eyes and thought that since it was given to her, how could she not accept it? The girl looked at the ring, which glowed with a golden light, and frowned, saying that it would not only help her cultivate faster. She clenched the golden ring in her fist, golden rays of energy emanating from it. A huge golden hand squeezed the portal in front of the girl, and golden lightning bolts flew nearby. Lysiu sat on the throne. Behind her was a picture of a golden phoenix. In front of her stood several men with gloomy faces. The girl said that she would be able to form her own top-class personal troops. Someone knocked loudly on the wooden door. The Empress, holding the ring between her fingers, looked at her. She put the gold ring on her finger. The girl took a white cape from a golden hanger. She put the cape on herself, straightening it, and said to enter. Zhu Feng bowed at the door in front of the Empress's room, and said that he had returned. The Empress clasped her hands together, smiling happily, her cheeks turning slightly red as she thought that her husband had returned. The Empress put her fist to her face, closed her eyes and frowned, calmly answering that she understood. Lysiu crossed her arms and closed one eye, sadly saying that her husband was bad and left her alone for a few days. She smiled, half-lidded her eyes and blushed, saying that he had finally returned. The girl clasped her hands together and smiled widely, closing her eyes and blushing with pink hearts emanating from her as she told him she would make him a delicious dinner tonight. Half an hour later, a red building with red columns and a golden roof. A girl in a red short dress with a long hem and red heels. Lai Wenye smiled. Holding a box and a yellow scarf, she called her sister. The Empress sat in front of her younger sister with a smile. She smiled widely and closed her eyes, saying that she heard that her son-in-law had returned. She sat down on the bed next to her, looking at her sister, and said with a smile that Lysiu was finally smiling, red petals falling in front of the girl. Lai Wenye blushed slightly and said with a smile that she was so happy. The Empress looked at her with a smile, saying that her son-in-law had returned, so she would not be able to stay with her in the palace tonight. The girl extended her hand to her younger sister and with a smile asked her why she was happy then. Looking at the eldest with a smile, Lai Wenye said that she was happy for her sister's happiness. She crossed her arms and turned away, sadly saying that she thought so, that the Empress was worried about the sudden destruction of the sixth great sect in the Lingshuan Holy Land. A purple fog thickened around the girl. Her eyes were not visible behind the shadow, and she said that she could not console her sister. The girl turned away, sighing displeasedly and crossing her arms over her chest, saying that her son-in-law could. The Empress looked at her awkwardly, sitting on the bed. She patted her little sister on the head, who was sulking, and said that after she left, she should train in the palace. With a smile, the Empress told Lai Wenye to face punishment if she did not reach the realm of concentration this year. Lai Wenye looked at her elder sister sadly and said that it was too difficult. The Empress slapped her younger sister on the head. She blushed and closed her eyes, and Lysiu pointed her finger, frowning and asking about the difficulty. And with her abilities and without laziness, she would have achieved it long ago. Lysiu put her hand on her hip and looked at her little sister sternly, telling her to train quickly. The Empress placed her hand on the box covered in yellow cloth. She took it and waved to her little sister, smiling and blushing a little, saying she was coming home. Lai Wenye looked at the place where the Empress used to be, leaving only a white silhouette behind her. The girl put her finger to her chin and looked up, sadly saying that she envies her son-in-law. Her sister is such a good wife. She put her hands on her hips and closed her eyes, frowning and saying that she was becoming jealous of him. A city with many buildings and shops. People walked through the city, carts pulled by horses drove. The cart stopped at the stairs to the building. The man in black boots stood on the ground. Lin Tianhong looked forward with a smile, clasping his hands behind his back as he stepped out of the cart. He knocked on the black gate and called his wife. He smiled as he stood in front of the door and said that he was back. The gate doors opened. Lai Siyu jumped with her hands up, smiling and calling her husband, who looked at her with a smile. She hugged her husband and closed her eyes, saying that he had finally returned. Lin Tianhong smiled, looking forward, and agreed. He stroked the girl's hair and asked with a wide smile if everything was okay at home. The girl pouted and looked up at him, saying that it was bad because he wasn't there. There was a large bump on the Empress's forehead that turned red. Lin Tianhong frowned as he looked at her and asked what kind of bump she had, and someone hit her. He clenched his hand into a fist, a golden light burning around him as he said that someone was tired of living since he dared to hurt his wife. He shouted loudly that he would destroy him, raising his hands up and raising his head. A red arrow pointed at him with the inscription Lin Tianhong, that same guy. The main character smiled broadly, looking at his wife, and told her that they could take a bath, and his back hurt after a long journey. He leaned closer to his wife, looking at her, and asked if she would portrait his back and give him a massage. Lai Siyu smiled at him, blushing slightly, and agreed. The main character was sitting in a wooden barrel filled with water. White steam was flying nearby. The guy closed his eyes with a smile. He blushed slightly while sitting in the water and with a smile told his wife to quickly come to him and rub his back. The girl was behind the curtain. Her silhouette was visible. She was taking off her clothes. She turned around. Her silhouette was visible and said that she was already on her way. A small building with red columns, from which white steam came. The sun and the moon flew over the house with the burning windows, high-fiving each other. Blood came from the sun's nose. His cheeks turned red. The moon turned red and closed her eyes. Behind the screen, two silhouettes of the main characters were visible, who were sitting together in a barrel filled with water. The girl said that it was already very late and they washed themselves several times. Lin Tianhong said that it seemed like very little time had passed and suggested one more time. Behind the wooden door there was a golden light and white steam coming out. The girl screamed that the cooked food would get cold. Lin Tianhong and Lai Siyu were sitting in a barrel of water. The girl leaned over to her husband and called him with a smile. She thought that she missed the times when she was the mistress of the kingdom of the immortals, and thousands of celestials worshipped her. The girl leaned on the chest of her husband, who closed his eyes with a smile. She blushed, looking at him with a smile. Lai Siyu put her hand on Lin Tianhong's face, blushing, and thought, who would have thought that lying on her husband's chest, she would experience unprecedented happiness. The guy looked at her, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a smile what she wanted. The girl took her husband's hand, wet from water, into hers and said that it was nothing. She stepped out of the water barrel, standing on the yellow carpet, drops of water dripping from her feet. The girl put on a blue robe with a smile, blushing, and adjusted it on her shoulder, saying that she just thought that her husband made her happy. The girl's white hair lay on her side. She sat down on the edge of a wooden barrel and looked back over her shoulder, smiling and blushing, and said that she would help him get dressed. Frowning, the girl displeasedly asked what he was doing. Lin Tianhong answered with a smile that he would carry her to the dining room. Large dark house with brown beams. Lin Tianhong and Lai Siyu stood on the floor wearing slippers. They sat at a round wooden table, on which there were plates with various foods. The girl watched as the main character ate from a bowl. The girl was sitting in a green dress, holding chopsticks in her hands. Holding a piece of meat between them, she asked her husband to open his mouth. The main character ate a piece of meat from chopsticks with a smile. Blushing, Lai Siyu also blushed. Lin Tianhong raised his hands up with a wide smile, blushed deeply, and thought that it was good to be back home. The girl put her hands on her cheeks, blushed, and closed her eyes, smiling, thinking how good it was that her husband returned home. Lai Siyu stood near the threshold of the house, raising her hand and waving goodbye to her. The guy also raised his hand, waving her goodbye. He walked along the road. Lai Siyu hid around the corner, watching her husband. She closed the wooden doors with a smile. The girl headed back towards her house. The girl walked to the wooden door in the gate on the street, past a stone well. She looked out and looked around. Placing her hand to her chest, clenched into a fist, a golden seal appeared in front of her. A golden seal appeared under Lai Siyu's feet. Each circle had golden symbols on its ends. A golden bird flew over a city with many houses with dark roofs. The imperial palace, with a long climb to it. Wooden sign with the inscription library. The empress was sitting at a wooden desk, in front of a piece of paper. In front of her was a man in red clothes, bowing. The girl moved her brush over the paper, calling the man Chancellor Long. She looked at him with a smile and asked the man to report. The Chancellor with a black beard stood with folded hands, lowered his head and said that the third prince of the Tianlong dynasty had arrived for a visit. He closed his eyes, hiding his hands under his wide sleeves, and asked if he should be invited. A large black spot fell from the brush that the Empress was holding onto the paper, and she asked about Tianlong. Lai Siyu frowned and looked at the brush in her hand. A large building with a blue roof, to which a long staircase led. There were yellow flags with a red pattern nearby. The girl thought that the Tianlong dynasty is the most influential in Nanju, but they have good relations with the Xinfeng state. World map, the largest territory indicated by the inscription Long. Next to it there was a green land and a red one, with the inscription Feng. A man with long blue hair and black long clothes. There were 3 green stones on his crown. Lai Siyu thought that the third prince was the first master among the entire Tianlong dynasty, and whether he came of his own accord. The girl put her writing brush on a white stand. She looked at Chancellor Long, who was standing in front of her, and asked why the prince had come. The man put his folded hands in front of him, lowering his head, and in a trembling voice, he said that it seemed to propose to the Empress. The girl smiled, narrowed her eyes, and asked irritably about the proposal. She placed her hands on the table, dark energy gathering around her as she loudly asked that he wanted to get engaged. The Chancellor knelt in front of the girl, asking the girl to calm down in a trembling voice. He fell to his knees, bowed deeply, placing his hands on the floor, and said that Tianlong, the largest state in Nanju, and the third prince, is endowed with extraordinary talents, and he is an outstanding genius, calm and strong. Lai Siyu frowned and looked down at him, a shadow falling over her eyes. She clenched her hand into a fist, which was lying on the table, and the Chancellor said that he was afraid that trouble would happen if she refused. The Empress closed her eyes while sitting at the table and waved her hand, saying that she was the ruler of the state, and she herself knew what was what. He did not need to worry. Chancellor Long lowered his head while kneeling on the floor and said with concern that the third prince had brought 2 cultivators with him. At the peak of the divine fire, the Empress rested her cheek on her hand, looking at him as the Chancellor said that they seemed determined to consummate the marriage. The girl crossed her legs, frowned and narrowed her eyes, asking what he said. A brown building with tall columns. Someone could be heard saying that they thought they couldn't refuse their marriage proposal. The Chancellor sat on his knees in front of the table where Lai Siyu was sitting, raising his head to her. He said that even if the Empress does not want to, we can agree for a while, and then find a way to avoid their anger. The girl slammed her hand on the table. She stood up, her face contorted with anger as she shouted what the Chancellor thought she should do with her husband. The man lowered his head as the girl clenched her fist, around which there was golden fire. He asked the Empress to calm down, and said that she was the sovereign of the kingdom, and on her shoulders lay a huge responsibility for the people. He said that her husband, a commoner, about whose existence few people know. Lai Siyu smiled, looking at him gloomily, a shadow falling in her eyes as she asked what he meant by this. Long straightened up on his knees and folded his hands, saying that she decides important matters every day under great pressure, and he does not condemn her relationship with a commoner. He frowned and looked down, saying that it would be better if she sorted it out. He continued, so as not to incur the wrath of the Tianlong dynasty. In front of him, the girl disappeared from her place, leaving behind a yellow trail. Lai Siyu extended her hand, which had sharp claws and glowed with golden light. The girl hit Chancellor Long in the face, and he flew to the side. Blood began to flow from his nose, and a golden light remained from the girl's blow. The girl stood in front of the man. A golden light was burning around her hand in the shape of a hand with long claws. The man looked at her. There was a large pool of blood underneath him, which flowed from his mouth. He closed his eyes, leaning on his hands. Lai Siyu stood in front of him with her hands clenched into fists. A golden dragon was flying behind her, and the girl said that Long served her for many years, worked hard, although he did not achieve any achievements. She frowned at the man with irritation and said that she was refusing him. She turned away from the man, looking at him over her shoulder, and said irritably that he was already old and should come home. Chancellor Long bowed low, hitting his head on the floor, begging him not to kill him. He frowned. There was a reddened bruise on his cheek as he thought that he didn't expect that this commoner was so important to the Empress. The golden doors closed behind the man. He said goodbye to the Empress and told her to take care of herself. Lai Siyu stood near the bookcase and desk, saying that even if it cost her life, she would never leave her husband. The girl leaned on the table with her hands, clenched her teeth and frowned, saying that she was not afraid of the Tianlong dynasty. She pursed her lips and tisked. The Empress turned around, looked back and frowned, screaming to be brought to a meeting with the Tianlong ambassadors as soon as possible. red gazebo with black roof. The prince was sitting on a wooden chair with two people standing next to him. There was a drop pattern on the prince's cheek. He put his hand on his cheek, closing his eyes. A man in a black vest, with a red beard, next to the prince, looked at him and said that Empress Shenfeng dared to disdain the Tianlong dynasty, making them wait. The prince held a folded fan in his second hand, without opening his eyes. He said that when he marries her, let's see how arrogant she will be. The prince opened his eyes, smiling evilly. He stretched his hand forward with an evil smile. A shadow fell on his eyes as he said that he was endowed with talent. In 30 years he had reached the 3rd level of divine fire, but the Empress had already reached the 5th level in her 20s. The guy frowned, saying with a wide smile that such talent is rare to see, and how can you miss a tidbit? The man next to the prince, with a long white beard, stroked her with his hand and looked at the guy with a smile, telling him not to worry. The ancestors personally agreed to this marriage and everything would work out. He said that she would not dare to disobey the will of the ancestors. The man with red hair and beard frowned, asking how dare the worthless Shenfeng Empress be so ungrateful. He said thousands of years ago, 3 dynasties, Tianlong, Shenfeng and Xuanwu, founded Nanzhou, map with 3 territories. The territory indicated by green Wu, the territory indicated by yellow Long, the dynasty indicated by orange Feng. The man continued that now Tianlong dominates Nanzhou, Xuanwu is in 2nd place, and Shenfeng has long stopped paying attention to Tianlong. Even the 4 great kings could not stand it. The green Chinese dragon opened its mouth at the purple snake and the orange turtle. The snake wrapped itself around the turtle, hissing at the dragon. The turtle also opened its mouth, and a golden phoenix flew below them. The man with the red beard extended his hand, looking at the prince who was sitting on the chair, and said that if it were not for the rebellion of King Ning, in which the Empress showed her talent, which amazed the Tianlong ancestors, they would not have agreed to this marriage. The prince sat on the chair with a smile. Someone shouted to the guests from Tianlong what kind of ridiculous business had brought them here. The prince frowned and turned towards the voice. 2 men with red and white beards also turned towards the voice. The Empress stood in a long purple dress, her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes invisible. She went to the wall where the golden phoenix was painted. The prince looked at her, thinking that she was insignificant, and met the emperor's son, and behaved so arrogantly, and he would look at her indifferent face when they lived together. The prince clasped his hands together with a smile and stood up from the chair, saying that she was honest, as an empress should be, and let him speak. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, clasping his fist with his palm, saying that he was a prince representing the Tianlong dynasty. He had come to woo her. He said that the 2 states had entered into an agreement in the name of prosperity and protecting the peace of the Shenfeng dynasty. The Empress placed her hand on the armrest and rested her cheek on her hand, looking at the prince with a gloomy expression on her face. She frowned, looking down at him and narrowed her eyes, saying that since he wants to marry so much, there are many princesses in her imperial family, and let him choose any one he likes. The prince put a folded fan to his chin, smiling. Behind him was his translucent silhouette, which looked to the side with a smile. He thought that among all the beauties in the world, only such a talented woman deserves to be his wife. The guy said that is it really suitable for his status? Princess, he said that in all of Shenfeng she is the only one suitable for him. The Empress looked to the side and replied that of course she was suitable for him, asking if the prince was worthy of her. The boy with blue hair frowned, his face turning angry as he asked how dare she. He pointed his finger at the girl, clenched his other hand into a fist and asked angrily if she said that he was not good enough for him. 2 men stood behind him. The prince stood in front of the Empress, who was sitting on the throne, and clenched his fists and loudly asked how dare she. A fire burned behind him as his face contorted in anger and he raised his fist, saying whether the Empress was suitable for him. Behind Lai Siu, who was sitting on the throne, a golden dragon appeared. Opening its mouth, the prince held a sword in his hand, asking what it was. He frowned, gritting his teeth. The dragon was flying behind him, and the guy thought about the power of suppression. The guy and the golden dragon flew in outer space. The prince watched as the dragon opened its mouth wide, raising its clawed paws. The Empress's voice said that he had heard right, and how such a scum like him dared to woo her. The prince fell to his knees, clenching his teeth and resting his hand on the floor. Behind him, an old man with a white beard sat down on his knees, calling the prince. Lai Siu looked at him with a smile, putting her hand on her cheek and narrowing her eyes. She tusked, saying that she was trash and wanted to marry her. The blue-haired prince knelt on his hands and raised his head, gritting his teeth, saying that she called him trash and she wants Shenfeng destroyed. The girl with a smile said that she will give him one chance and he can challenge her. She said that she will make him understand that he is the best trash among all the non-entities. Lyciu smiled as she looked down at the guy. The prince clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, trying to get to his feet. His body trembled and he said that she was finished. The prince ran forward sharply, pushing off from the ground. He ran forward, his eyes white, his face distorted with rage, flames flying around his hands as he shouted that the girl had asked for it. He approached Lyciu, raising his hand, around which there was flame. Back to strike, the girl looked at him with a frown. She raised her hand. The girl slapped the prince, and he flew far to the side. His long blue hair wrapped around him, his eyes turned red, and his nose was bleeding and he screamed. The prince crashed face first into the red column. He clenched his teeth, one tooth was missing, and a red abrasion was visible on his cheek. The prince rolled down the wall on his face, leaving behind a dent in the set and a trail of blood. Lyciu stood up, looking at him with a smile, and asked if he realized that he was a non-entity. The girl frowned, saying what right he had to marry her. The prince leaned on his hands, kneeling. In front of him was a red column with a bloody trail. He looked back and clenched his teeth, frowning. The guy rose to his feet, trembling. In front of him was a pool of blood that flowed from his mouth, and he grabbed his chest. The prince screamed, his face became pale and purple, his eyes became black with white pupils, and black mist came from his mouth. The two men ran towards the prince, who was surrounded by black mist as the empress looked at him near her throne. She frowned, looking at him in surprise. The man with a white beard also frowned and said that things were bad. The prince became enraged and released a dark force. The man with the red beard looked down at the prince, shouting to stop the prince quickly. They stood in front of the guy who was surrounded by dark energy. Golden light emanated from their palms, and they called out to the prince, telling him to protect the soul. Lyciu frowned, looking down at it. She thought that this was a devilish aura, and could the Tianlong dynasty be related to the demon realm? The prince's face was white, which gradually faded. Blood was visible on his lips, and the whites of his eyes were black with yellow irises. The white color dissipated from the prince's face, becoming normal. The empress clenched her hands into fists and narrowed her eyes, frowning, thinking that she would not let go of anyone connected to the demon world. The guy with blue hair held his hand on his chest with his head down. The man with a red beard put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was too impulsive and if only he would remove that seal. The man with the white beard looked at the prince, who clenched his teeth, saying that he would have died. The prince looked at the man, beads of sweat running down his face, and he said that Elder Bai reminded him that he had lost his mind due to anger. A man with a red beard walked up to the throne, pointing his finger at the empress, shouting, "What insolence! She dared to challenge the third prince." He asked loudly, "She doesn't care about the Tianlong dynasty at all." The girl turned around, her eyebrows furrowed, and she screamed that she was just showing him the reality. And the third prince's cultivation is very low. The words hit the prince's head with a fist, and he hung his head low, blood flowing from his mouth. Lyciu continued that his hair is disheveled and he is an ugly dog again. These words also hit the prince's face with a fist. He raised his head, drops of blood flew out of his mouth again. The girl said that if she married such a non-entity, rumors would spread, and then the reputation of not only Xinfeng, but also the Tianlong dynasty would suffer. The arrow pierced the body of the prince lying on the floor, under which there was a pool of blood. An elder stood next to him worriedly with white beard, mouth wide open. The prince's eyes turned white, blood dripped from his lips, and there was a pool of blood under his head. A man with a white beard looked at the prince's body in surprise, raising his hands. The man with the red beard pulled a scroll from his wide sleeve. He put it forward. The scroll glowed with a bright golden light, and the man frowned, saying that the Tianlong ancestors made this marriage, and let Empress Xinfeng heed the command. The man with a white beard looked to the side and smiled, saying that in Nanju, the decree of the Tianlong ancestors is the law. Lyciu put her hand on her thigh and bowed her head, saying with a smile that she would not bow down to them, and let them not dream. The man with the red beard clenched his teeth and frowned. Holding the scroll in his hands, he shouted that it was not for her to decide. He shouted for the scroll to open, opening it to reveal a bright white light. A huge blue dragon appeared from a scroll in front of the man. It opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowing with a blue light. A huge blue dragon flew in front of the empress, raising its clawed paw and looking at her with its mouth open. The two men knelt, heads bowed, in front of the scroll from which the dragon emerged. The prince knelt between them, but raised his head and folded his hands. The dragon's eyes with black whites of the eyes and red pupils looked at the empress who stood in front of him. She thought that the insignificant immortal wanted to bring her to her knees with the power of suppression. She knitted her eyebrows and smiled, looking at the huge dragon. A huge golden dragon appeared behind the Empress and opened its mouth, looking at the blue dragon. The man looked at the girl in fear, saying that she was able to hold back the coercive power of the heavenly dragon. The man with the white beard frowned, looking forward in shock. The blue-haired prince frowned, sweat dripping down his face as he shouted that it was impossible. King Ning had committed treason not more than a year ago. A dark fog gathered around the prince, and the prince shouted that she had surpassed the divine fire realm. A man with a white beard put his arm around the prince's shoulders, supporting him on his trembling legs. The man asked the prince to stand up and not disgrace the reputation of the dynasty. The man extended his hand and said to take it. A white scroll flew towards him, surrounded by golden light coming from his sleeve. The red-bearded man crossed his arms and closed his eyes with a frown, saying that today Empress Shenfeng disobeyed the will of the Tianlong ancestors. The three people walked along the blue carpet towards the exit of the palace, and the man with the red beard turned back, pointing his finger forward and shouting that he would tell everything to the emperor. She had angered the ancestor of the Tianlong dynasty, and they would not let it go so easily. A long beam of light passed near the building next to the red column. Lysiu pursed her lips as she looked after them. She sadly looked forward and sighed, realizing that the war would begin again. A doorway with a gold plaque that says study. The girl was sitting at a wooden desk in front of a paper. Someone called her loudly. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huang came into the Empress's office. The guy folded his hands, saying that they came at the first call. He smiled slightly as he looked at the Empress. Tianyu Huang looked at her seriously. Lysiu raised her hand, looking at the ring hovering near her with a smile, and said that it was for her dear minister. She extended her hand, releasing the golden ring to fly forward. It hit Huang Tianhu's forehead, and he threw his head back, closing his eyes. The pink-haired girl looked at it in shock. The two of them looked at the Empress, who was sitting at the table with both hands on it. Tianyu Huang asked what it was. Lysiu put her hand on her cheeks and smiled, narrowing her eyes, telling them to use the things inside to form 100,000 army loyal to her. Huang Tianhu looked at her in confusion, holding a gold ring in his two palms, asking about the 100,000 army and saying that in all of Shenfeng there are not so many resources. Tianyu Huang looked questioningly at the ring, raising her eyebrows. She asked to look and frowned, looking at the ring in the guy's hands. Many gold bars, coins, and multicolored crystals flew down, ringing. Tianyu Huang threw her head back. There were two golden lions in her eyes, blood flowing from them as she exclaimed in surprise. The pink-haired girl turned to the side, frowning and asking where she got so many resources from. Lysiu crossed her arms over her chest and smiled contentedly, closing her eyes and asking if she said that they fell from the sky, would she believe her? Huang Tianhu covered his eyes with his hand and put his other hand in front of him, blood dripping from his eyes, and he said that he believed, and if she said so, they would believe. The Empress smiled, closed her eyes and said that's good. She looked forward and said that they would call the army Tians. She sat on a chair, stretching out her hand, from which golden energy emanated, raising books and scrolls into the air. Lysiu said that these were ancient methods of training soldiers that she found in the secret treasury. She said that she would help them train the Tian's army. Huang Tianhu was overwhelmed with a mountain of books and scrolls, raising a white fog. Tianyu Huang looked at it in surprise. The guy, covered in books, clasped his hands together and said that he was obeying. He stood up from behind many books. Nearby Tianyu Huang opened one of the scrolls, reading it. The guy thought that the Empress was only 26 years old. She amazes everyone not only with her cultivation, but also with her knowledge of military affairs. Huang Tianhu opened one of the scrolls, frowning, and thought that she was perhaps the second to possess such a talent since time immemorial. The girl stood up and walked forward. She held a white scroll in her hands, leaning towards Huang Tianhu and handing him the scroll, smilingly telling him to take advantage of all the resources and follow the instructions on the scroll to place the Jingxin seal on Shenfeng City. The guy looked at the Empress in shock, grimaced his face and asked about the Jingxin seal. He said that according to rumors, this is an ancient seal capable of destroying demons and punishing immortals. Lysiu smiled, closed her eyes and said that this was true, and that he should do everything quickly. Huang Tianhu held two huge yellow bags under his armpits, telling her not to doubt him with a wide smile. Tianyu Huang folded her hands with a smile and closed her eyes. The Empress watched the two of them leave and thought that only through the resources sent to her by the mysterious man could this seal be created. She frowned as she looked ahead and thought that once the seal was ready, she would be able to resist the immortal magister even if he came to kill her. Lysiu clutched the hem of her purple dress in her hand, thinking that the insignificant kingdom wanted to fight with her, the celestial. She smiled and placed her hand on her hip, looking forward. The girl walked out of the building into the street. She put her hand to her forehead and closed one eye, looking at him with a smile and saying that she had finished all her work. Lysiu stretched, closing her eyes and blushing. She thought with a smile that it was time to go home. Wait for her husband. The girl giggled, thinking that when they started talking about immortality, she would reveal her identity to him. The girl raised her hand and snapped her fingers. She flew over the city from the imperial palace. Pink hearts came from her. Lysiu smiled, thinking that she wanted to look at his expression. A street in the city of Fengjing. The sun was shining on the city. People were walking next to the houses. A girl with bright green eyes and long black hair walked through the city. She was wearing a long, poor dress with a blue corset, a saint of Jixia Academy in the holy land of Zhangzhou. Bai Yun. A guy with white hair tied into a high ponytail raised his hand, turning behind his back. His eyes glowed with golden light. Bright golden energy emanated from his hand. Jixia Academy was created 10,000 years ago by the famous immortal Lin, whose strength shook the entire Xuantian. Xuantian is the largest holy land. 3 large buildings, 2 long staircases led to the first. On the sides of it stood 2 buildings, higher than the first. Behind them were mountains surrounded by clouds. A white road led to the building. Over the past 1,000 years, Jixia Academy's luck has left, and it has fallen into disrepair. A stone tablet with the inscription Jixia, which is overgrown with cobwebs. There was a large tree nearby. A gate can be seen in the distance. Bai Yun clenched her teeth. She crossed her arms and frowned, thinking with clenched teeth that this Jun Wuxi was constantly stalking her. She clenched her hands into fists. Several people on the street were looking at her. The merchant behind the counter was inviting people. The girl thought that in order to hide from him, she fled to Nanju. She turned around. Behind her was her silhouette, with a clenched fist and an angry face. Behind it was a yellow flame. She thought that in the past, this insignificant disciple of the Celestial Palace would not dare to pester her so shamelessly. A guy with long white hair bumped into Bai Yun's shoulder, and she closed her eyes, blushing and frowning. She opened her eyes, frowning and looking ahead. Lin Tianhong walked with his hands behind his back, and the girl raised her hands, knitting her eyebrows and saying that this person, why is he so familiar to her? The girl turned to look at the guy, a drop of sweat running down her cheek as she said why she felt like she knew him. Lin Tianhong threw his hands behind his head, closed his eyes and walked down the street with a wide smile, saying that when he came home, he would hug his wife. He frowned and looked away when Bai Yun waved her hand at him and asked him to stop. The guy turned questioningly at her and pointed a finger at himself, asking if she was him. The girl walked around the guy, putting her finger to her chin, looking at him with a frown. She leaned closer to Lin Tianhong, blushing and frowning at him. The guy looked at her in confusion. She moved even closer, looking into his eyes, and the guy blushed slightly. He frowned, looking down at the girl and asked what was the matter. Lin Tianhong put his hand on his cheek and smiled, blushing slightly. There were pink roses around him and he asked if his divine face really attracted girls. The guy put his fist to his mouth and closed his eyes, frowning and saying that he had a wife. The main character put his hand in front of him and smiled, saying that he asks not to back away at him. Bai Yun blushed deeply, looked at the guy in surprise and frowned, opening her mouth. She pointed a trembling finger at Lin Tianhong, who scratched the back of his head and blushed, smiling, holding his hand in front of him. The girl asked who he thought he was. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and closed one eye, blushing and asking who was staring at him. The main character frowned and looked at the girl, putting his finger to his chin, saying that they had never met. He leaned towards the girl, looking at her questioningly, and said that she was peering into his face with a lustful expression. Bai Yun said that this was nonsense, frowning and moving away a little. The main character smiled and raised his hand, saying that doesn't mean that she is interested in him. Bai Yun looked at him in surprise, blushing. She looked down and frowned, blushing as she tried to say something. The girl clenched her hands into fists, looking down and thought that she had just behaved inappropriately. The girl put her hands to her face, blushing deeply, sweat running down her face, and she loudly shouted no. Bai Yun looked at the main character from behind and thought that she needed to come up with something, otherwise her reputation as a saint would end. The girl calmly looked at the guy, asking if she could find out his last name. Lin Tianhong spread his arms to the sides and smiled, looking at the girl and saying that she still claims that she is not interested in him, but wants to know his name. He clasped his hands together and smiled, blushing, saying that he loved his wife very much. There were hearts around him. Bai Yun looked at him from behind in confusion. The main character put his index finger in front of him, frowned and turned to the girl, shouting at her to give up. The guy put his hand to his chin and frowned, looking at the girl, thinking that she seemed to have gone crazy. If her wife saw them, she would misunderstand everything. He imagined Lai Siyu, who clenched her hand into a fist and with her eyes burning with golden light, stood over Lin Tianhong, who was trembling. There was a yellow fire behind the girl. The guy thought that if she got angry because of jealousy, he would be finished. Bai Yun smiled awkwardly at the trembling guy and told him not to worry, and she didn't have the slightest interest. The girl put her hand to her chest and extended her other hand, smiling and saying that she just wanted to know his last name. Lin Tianhong's eyes turned white. He pointed his finger forward and knitted his eyebrows. The girl looked at him in shock. She lowered her head. Her eyes were hidden by shadow and she stood irritably in front of the guy. Bai Yun frowned and raised 3 fingers, looking up at the main character and said that she swears. Lin Tianhong sighed and closed his eyes. He crossed his arms and looked at the girl with a smile, his white hair blowing in the wind as he said that his surname was Lin. The guy walked forward and, turning to the girl, raised his hand, asking if he could go. Bai Yun looked at him in shock, opening her mouth wide and frowning as she loudly asked him that his surname was Lin. She thought she remembered. The girl looked to the side, remembering the picture with a man who had white hair and black clothes. It hung over the table with incense. The painting showed a guy in black clothes with his hands behind his back, his long white hair blowing in the wind. Bai Yun thought that it was him in that painting. Lin Tianhong depicted in the painting, who smiled faintly with his eyebrows knitted together. The main character looked back at the girl with a questioning look. A loud scream was heard in the city, between the houses. Bai Yun sat over the main character lying on his back, with her hands on his face, and looking at him. She said that she kept wondering why he seemed so familiar. Isn't he the same ancestor, the celestial Lin? She held the guy's face between her hands, who frowned. A bead of sweat was running down his face and he loudly shouted for her to remove her hands. People looked in confusion as they sat on the ground. Lin Tianhong pushed the girl in the face with his palm, closed his eyes and shouted that the hooligan was harassing a decent man. Bai Yun looked at the hand that the guy put out in front of her, raising her eyebrows. She grabbed Lin Tianhong's wrist. The girl pulled the guy somewhere, whose eyes turned white from shock. One of the people next to him was looking at him in confusion. Lin Tianhong slammed his back into the wall, raising his hands, opening his mouth in confusion and knitting his eyebrows. Bai Yun sharply placed her palm on the wall next to him and the guy looked at it in surprise. The guy looked at the girl in fear. His face was covered by the translucent sleeves of the girl who leaned towards him. Lin Tianhong said that his body belongs only to his wife. He put his hand to his chest and blushed, with tears in his eyes asking to be let go, pink petals flying around him. Bai Yun looked at him in confusion and clenched her hand into a fist, beads of sweat running down her face as she stuttered and tried to say something. The girl put her hand on her waist and shook her head, blushing and frowning, thinking okay. She looked back at the guy who stood confusedly against the wall, scratching the back of his head, and thought that he looked very much like his grandfather. Bai Yun put her finger to her lips and blushed, looking over her shoulder and thinking that maybe he got bored in the heavenly kingdom and secretly returned to visit his relatives. With a satisfied face, Bai Yun smiled widely, slammed her fist on her palm and said, if this is true, her school will be able to be revived. The girl looked at the guy furtively and thought that she needed to test him first. She walked towards Lin Tianhong, standing in front of him. Bai Yun bowed to the main character, saying that she is the saint of Jixia Academy, Bai Yun. The girl folded her hands together and bowed, closing her eyes, saying that she greeted the celestial Lin, the founder of the clan. Lin Tianhong looked at the girl in shock and frowned, smiling nervously, beads of sweat running down his face as he thought, what a bad luck. He awkwardly extended his hands, closing his eyes, in front of the girl who was bowing and thought that he had run into an acquaintance while walking down the street. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Lin Tianhong frowned. A shadow fell on his eyes as he thought that when he returned to the earthly realm, he was afraid to meet his acquaintances in Zhongju, so he chose Nanju. The guy put his hand to his chin, looking questioningly at the girl who stood opposite him and wondered why the saint from Jixia Academy was here. He sighed and closed his eyes, clenching his hand into a fist and thinking, okay, what do they care about him? Lin Tianhong turned back, looking at the orange sky from the setting sun, and thought that he should not linger, otherwise his wife would worry. He clasped his hands together and looked at the surprised girl, saying that she was mistaken. The guy put one hand behind his back and extended the second, saying with an awkward smile that he only had the 6th level of foundation. He was an ordinary person, and how could he be a celestial? Lin Tianhong clasped his hands together and smiled widely, happily saying that he really looked like a high-ranking person. The guy put his hands on his waist and smiled widely, blushing and raising his head, saying that he was very lucky to be a celestial being, and also the ancestor of such a beauty. Bai Yun covered her face with her hand, pursing her lips, and thought that how could she think that this frivolous guy was the founder of the family. She clenched her hand into a fist and looked to the side, frowning and thinking that she had really gone crazy. Lin Tianhong raised his hands and smiled, blushing slightly. He walked past the girl, closing his eyes, and said that since she mistook him for another person, he would probably go. The guy looked at the girl with a smile and said that his wife was waiting for dinner. He closed his eyes and walked forward with a joyful smile on his face. Bai Yun looked at him with a frown. She watched the guy leave, walking down the street, and thought no. The girl put her hand to her chin, frowning, and thought that with the power of a celestial being it was easy to pretend to be mortal. Bai Yun crossed her arms over her chest and pursed her lips, which were trembling. She frowned, blushed, and thought that she could not believe that such coincidences could happen. The girl stood on the street, looking ahead, and thought that she was here anyway, so she would watch him. Lin Tianhong was walking down the street among other people, and a girl with black hair stood around the corner, looking at him. She hid behind the counter, behind the main character, who clenched his hands into fists. The guy turned around and frowned, saying that he said that she was mistaken. Lin Tianhong turned around and asked why she was following him with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Bai Yun smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of her head. Standing next to the counter, she asked if this was Brother Lin. The girl pointed her finger at him, smiling and asking if he bought this street. Lin Tianhong looked at her in confusion, putting his hands behind his back and shaking his head. Bai Yun leaned over and raised one eyebrow, closing one eye, smiling and blushing slightly, saying that they were just walking the same road, and it was just a coincidence. Lin Tianhong stood opposite Bai Yun with a frown. The girl looked up at him and smiled, calmly asking him if he had any questions. The guy looked questioningly at the girl and raised his eyebrows, humming awkwardly. He pointed his finger forward, frowning and loudly saying that the founder of the Lin family was there. The girl with black hair turned back. When she turned back, the guy was no longer there. The wind was flying and a dog was standing with a bone in its mouth. Bai Yun frowned, a green light shining in her eyes. She looked in surprise at the cloud of dust that remained. As Lin Tianhong ran down the street, people turned to look at it. Bai Yun pursed her trembling lips in irritation and closed her eyes. A shadow fell over her eyes, and a fire burned behind her. She ran forward, clenching her hands into fists, her face contorted with anger as she cursed loudly. A sign on the house with the inscription Lin House. The moon and stars were shining in the sky. Lin Tianhong stopped at the gate of a house with a sign at the top. The guy put his hand to his forehead and exhaled, looking to the side. He smiled. In front of him was a street where people were walking. The guy closed his eyes and said that Bai Yun wanted to follow him. She was so funny. The main character knocked on the door using the iron ring on the door. He smiled, extended his hand to the door, and told his wife that he had arrived. The wooden gates opened. Lai Siyu stood at the door, smiling and blushing slightly, looking at the main character, saying that he had come. Lin Tianhong spread his arms to the sides and smiled widely, closing his eyes, pink hearts flying from him as he said that he had missed her all day, and asked for a hug. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock and surprise, and he opened his mouth. Lai Siyu clasped her hands together, smiling gloomily and closing her eyes, a fire blazing behind her as she asked her husband who it was. Bai Yun stood behind the shocked Lin Tianhong. The guy frowned and turned questioningly to the girl. He looked at her in fear, his mouth wide open, his eyes wide. Lai Siyu stood in front of the gate, looking at Lin Tianhong and Bai Yun, who was standing by the stairs. The guy looked displeased at the girl with black hair and called her. Bai Yun stuck out her tongue and closed her eyes. She folded her hands, holding the purple bag, and said that she accidentally wandered here. They don't mind. Bai Yun waved her hand at the guy with a smile, and he waved his hand back at her with an awkward smile, saying that everything was fine. Lai Siyu behind the main character looked at him irritably. A fire was burning behind her and she called the guy. He smiled in fear, thinking that he had unknowingly greeted Bai Yun. The wife put her hand on the guy's shoulder. She looked at him with a scary smile as she approached and asked if he could explain the relationship between the two of them. Lin Tianhong grabbed his head. Tears appeared in his eyes and he thought that this was a dangerous question and how to answer it. He sighed, a bead of sweat running down his face as he said whether Lai Siyu trusted her husband. She looked at him in surprise. Blushing, the guy took her hand in his. He clasped her hands with his, smiled at her and said that he was devoted to her, and there was no place in his heart for other women. Only her in it. Lai Siyu blushed deeply, looking at the guy. Her gaze became calm again, and she said that he did not answer her question. Her husband looked at her in surprise. He touched his face with his finger and closed his eyes, smiling awkwardly, asking what his reputation was among his neighbors. The girl with white hair frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes, and she said that he is kind and always helps. Lin Tianhong hugged his wife by the shoulders, who looked at him displeasedly, and closing his eyes, said that Bai Yun unknowingly followed him to ask for help. Lai Siyu asked if this was so. The girl with long black hair said that was true. She raised her hand, closed her eyes and bowed her head, saying that they had misunderstood, and she came to Fengjing City for the first time, and wanted to rent a house in this area. The guy looked at her in surprise, and Lai Siyu frowned. Bai Yun awkwardly scratched her cheek and blushed slightly, saying that she sees that their house is big, and only the two of them live in it. Can she rent a room from them? Lin Tianhong looked at her in surprise, hugging his wife by the shoulders and said about renting a room. The wife looked at her husband displeasedly, crossing her arms over her chest, and he looked at her in fear. He frowned and waved his hand, saying that it was impossible. His house was not for rent. Bai Yun put her hand to her chest, looking at the guy sadly, blushing slightly, and said that they should think a little more and money is not a problem. The guy said, then no means no. A golden land fell in front of the girl's feet. Lai Siyu covered Lin Tianhong's mouth with her hand, and he looked to the side in surprise. A girl with white hair walked up to Bai Yun with a wide smile, holding a golden lion in her hands, and said that it was late, and it was dangerous for a girl to walk alone. She could stay with them. Lin Tianhong looked at her in shock. Bai Yun handed Lai Siyu a few gold coins with a smile and said that this was rent. The Empress looked at the coins with a smile and said that she was not only beautiful, but also generous. Lin Tianhong looked at this in shock, opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. He grabbed his wife by the shoulders and worriedly told her to wake up. This is a stranger, and how is their married life? Lai Siyu smiled, closing her eyes. She held gold coins in her hands and said with a smile that who cares, and the house is full of rooms. It won't affect their lives in any way. And with this money she can cook more delicious dishes for him. Lin Tianhong sighed and smiled nervously, agreeing. Bai Yun stood in front of them, bowed and closed her eyes. With a smile she thanked them for their understanding. The Empress smiled at her, saying that she could safely stay with them. Bai Yun looked at the main character and, closing her eyes, smiled, thanking him. He frowned with displeasure, looking at the girl, and told her please. Lai Siyu crossed her arms over her chest and sighed dissatisfiedly. Closing her eyes, Lin Tianhong raised his hands and smiled awkwardly, thinking that she was angry again. The Empress pouted her lips and looked to the side, frowning and thinking that since she awakened her immortal consciousness, her senses have become sharper, and Bai Yun has an attractive face, and her cultivation is hidden very well. She is an ordinary fidgety girl, but she allows she can live, however, if she starts pestering her husband. Lin Tianhong stretched out his hands to his wife, who turned away, and said with a nervous smile that he really didn't think anything like that. Bai Yun walked up the stairs with a smile, holding a purple bag on her shoulder. She looked to the side and thought with a smile that until she found out whether the founder of the Lin Tianhong family was or not, he would not get rid of her so easily. 3 months later, a large house with the sun shining on it. Wooden figurine of a girl with a veil on her head and closed eyes. Bai Yun bent down in front of the wooden figurine, her eyes widening in surprise and her mouth open. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, saying what she was going to do. And he already said that he was not the founder of the family. The girl looked at him and said that she didn't say that it was him. She smiled, closing her eyes, and stretched her finger towards the figurine, saying that it was her first time in this place, and by chance she wandered into his shop. And why doesn't he accept visitors like that? His creations are amazing. Lin Tianhong frowned, opening one eye, and asked, then she will buy. He stood next to the girl, crossed his arms over his chest, and said that if she wasn't going to, then let her leave. Bai Yun smiled, looking at the wooden figurine, and said that she knew. She pointed to a wooden figurine and told the main character to pack it. He looked at the girl in surprise. He folded his hands and smiled, closing his eyes, thanking for the purchase. Bai Yun took the wooden figurine in her hands. Lin Tianhong awkwardly put his hand on his head and turned away from the smiling girl, saying with a nervous smile that he would go get the box to pack. He looked to the side, frowning, a bead of sweat running down his face as he wondered what a problem this woman was in. Maybe she had given up already. Bai Yun held the wooden figurine in both hands with a smile, closed her eyes, and said that she would wait. She frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes as she thought that she had been watching him for 3 months. He really is no different from an ordinary person, and is he really not the founder of the family? Bai Yun and Lin Tianhong stood on the street where people were walking. The guy said that everything was ready. Lai Siyu stood watching them, near the wooden boxes. The guy handed the box to the girl with black hair and, closing his eyes, told her that they shouldn't stay together for long. If his wife saw this, she would be very unhappy. She covered her mouth with her hand and closed her eyes, giggling and thanking him for reminding her. Lai Siyu peeked out from around the corner, clutching the wall in both hands. Cracks appeared on it. She gritted her teeth and frowned, thinking about Bai Yun. A girl with black hair raised her eyebrows. People were walking along the street. Merchants were selling goods laid out on counters. The girl raised her hand, looking to the side, and asked if he had just heard something. The main character closed his eyes and answered that it seemed to her. The wooden door slammed shut. The sign above the door said private school. Lai Siyu walked up the stairs from the wooden gate, clenched her hands into fists, and said that she was so angry. The girl raised her fingers to her chin and frowned. A shadow fell on her eyes as she thought that she couldn't be careless. Bai Yun runs to the store every day. Several soldiers knelt to greet the Empress as she walked through the archway. Clenching her fists, she thought that this would not do, and she needed to find someone to help her retaliate. A pink wall with a blue sign above the passage. Someone said that the Tian's army has completed the preliminary formation. The creation of the Jinshin magic field has also begun smoothly. Will be completed in a few days. Lai Siyu sat at the wooden table, resting her head on her hand, and said that it is very good, and let them continue in the same spirit. There is no room for mistakes. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huang, who sat in front of the Empress on their knees, folded their hands and replied that they understood. The Empress frowned with her hand on her chin and thought that the Tianlong dynasty should soon come with a declaration of war. And with the Tian's army and magic field, she is confident that she can withstand their attack. The girl sighed, placing her hand under her chin. Huang Tianhu looked to the side, folding his hands in front of him. Tianyu Huang, who also looked at him silently, frowning. The guy in front of the Empress asked her what happened. She placed the brush on a white stand. She put two hands to her chest and closed her eyes with a smile, saying that she was worried about trifles, and whether they could dispel her doubts. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huang, who folded their hands and looked at the Empress resolutely, shouting that they would give their lives for her. Lai Siyu looked down, her face became sad and she sighed. The girl put her hand on her head and looked away. Blushing, she asked Huang Tianhu, from a man's point of view, how can a woman attract a man even more? The guy looked at her in confusion, smiling awkwardly and knitting his eyebrows. The pink-haired girl looked at the Empress in shock, her eyes widening as she wondered what had happened to Her Majesty. Huang Tianhu looked at the Empress with an awkward smile, saying that he did not understand. Tianyu Huang, who looked at him in shock, her mouth wide open, and thought that he was too straightforward. The guy closed his eyes, with his hands folded in front of his face, and shouted that his loyalty was only to the Empress and training. Without opening his eyes, he said that in his eyes, women are nothing more than a powdered skull like dung. Tianyu Huang, who looked at him in shock with tears in her eyes, thinking that he should shut up and this is too sad. Lai Siyu looked at Tianyu Huang with a tired look, and the girl looked awkwardly at the Empress. The girl with white hair closed her eyes, put her hand to her head and asked, with such a brother, her family will not die out soon. Tianyu Huang, who awkwardly touched her head and smiled, knitting her eyebrows, saying that her parents were also trying to find a way. The Empress pointed her finger at the girl and said that since she was a woman, she would ask her. Tianyu Huang, who awkwardly scratched the back of her head, smiled nervously and stood in front of the table and asked again. She blushed and closed one eye, holding her head. The girl said that she has been practicing martial arts since childhood and trains soldiers every day. She said that these stinking men are naughty, so she doesn't know either. Lai Siyu crossed her arms irritably and closed her eyes, asking her to think for a moment. The pink-haired girl laughed nervously, scratching her cheek with her finger. The Empress sighed dissatisfiedly and turned away, closing her eyes. Tianyu Huang, who folded her hands together and sat down on one knee, saying that she obeyed and would do her best. She closed her eyes in thought and tapped her forehead with a finger, humming. Tianyu Huang, who slammed her fist into her palm and looked at the Empress, saying that she remembered. Lai Siyu pointed her finger at her, knitted her eyebrows and asked her to speak. Tianyu Huang, who said that in ancient times kings loved to watch dancers. Maybe men also like this. A girl with white hair and a pink dress danced in front of several men who were sitting at tables. The man in the middle sat on a higher platform. A girl stood next to her. Tianyu Huang, who smiled and pointed upward, saying that this was all she could remember. Lai Siyu frowned and put a finger to her chin, asking about the dance. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. She slammed her hand down on the table. The girl extended her hand, getting up from her chair, and said to immediately bring her all the dancers. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu folded their hands and closed their eyes, lowering their heads, saying that they understood. They quickly left the office, leaving white dust in the place where they stood. The Empress looked after them. She put her hand to her chin and closed her eyes, blushing and thinking, her husband's birthday is coming soon, and she will give him an unforgettable gift. Outside the palace, Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu stood in front of the building where the music was coming from, looking at it. The guy put his hand to his chin and frowned, asking why the Empress had such a calm expression on her face. The girl agreed. She looked up with a raised eyebrow and said she was so cool and a fast learner. Tianyu Huanghu said that her steps were graceful and her body was like the wind. The Empress, wearing white and gold shoes, stood on her tiptoes. The girl with pink hair said that this is a beautiful dance. The Empress waved her hand, putting out her index finger and little finger. The girls who played musical instruments looked at Lai Siyu in surprise. Tianyu Huanghu said that she is truly talented in everything. The Empress, with a smile on her face, raised one hand. Stretching out the other, she stood on one leg, raising the other in a dance, her white hair and translucent sleeves of clothes fluttering. Lai Siyu opened her eyes slightly. Her face flushed slightly and her hair fell over her face as she thought that today was her husband's birthday. Smiling softly, looking down, the Empress blushed and thought that she would give him a gift. Black building with red columns. Lin Tianhong laughed loudly, putting his hands on his hips and smiling widely, saying that this charlatan had finally given up. He contentedly put his hand to his chin, closed his eyes and thought that his high-level seal could not be felt, just as a simple girl with earthly cultivation was able to see something. His own silhouette appeared behind him, which was surrounded by a golden dome, on which golden chains hung. In the middle there was an inscription seal. The guy thought about Bai Yun, who was sitting in the room on the bed in the lotus position, with her hands folded, and thought that now she sits in the room all day long and practices. The guy tossed his hair back with a smile on his face and said how nice it was not to have a pair of eyes watching him. Lin Tianhong walked towards the black gate with red pillars. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he told his wife that he was back. The guy put his hand to the gate, saying why she didn't come out to meet him. Lin Tianhong looked at the gate with his hand on the ring on it and thought that maybe something had happened. He imagined Bai Yun pinning Lai Siyu to the floor, looking at her with a smile, and blushing, asking to be allowed to look. His wife clenched her teeth and frowned, blushing, answering negatively. The guy thought that they didn't get along and maybe they had a fight. He put his hands in front of him, his face contorted in fear as he opened his mouth wide, thinking that his wife was an ordinary person. How would she defeat Bai Yun? The guy suddenly opened the gate with his hands and called his wife. He frowned, looking forward in surprise, his mouth open. Lin Tianhong asked what Lai Siyu was doing. The girl stood in front of him in a white and purple dancer outfit, with a translucent veil on her face. She looked at her husband and smiled, blushing, saying that today was his birthday, and the dance was her gift to him. She asked if he liked it. The main character took the girl by the hands and asked in surprise if she knew how to dance and why he didn't know. The girl smiled, saying that she had just learned, and asked whether he liked it or not. Lin Tianhong smiled widely, blushed a little and said that of course he likes it. How can he not like it? The Empress smiled and blushed, closing her eyes, saying that then he would help her with the musical accompaniment. Lin Tianhong brought the green flute to his lips and closed his eyes, smiling and agreeing. He stood in front of the girl, bent one leg and took the flute into his mouth, saying that he would demonstrate his skill in playing the flute. Lai Siyu closed her eyes and raised her fingers to her face, giggled. She thought that she did not expect herself, as an empress in the human world and the heavenly realm, to do such shameful things one day, but he is so happy. The girl stood in front of her husband, closing her eyes and smiling. The wind was blowing her hair, and the translucent sleeves of her outfit. Lin Tianhong looked at her, asking then they will start. He stood with the flute in his hands, smiling at the girl, and she agreed, putting her fingers to her chin and smiling. Birds flew in the sky near the trees. Lai Siyu put her hands on her chest. One of the birds flew next to her. The wind blew her outfit and hair, and she lowered her head, smiling. The main character held the flute in his mouth, playing it, and blushing, thought that it was dancing so beautifully, and petals and birds were circling around. The Empress stood on one leg on her toes, raised and bent her other leg. She raised one hand up, extended the other to the side, and closed her eyes, lowering her head. Birds and pink petals continued to fly around. The girl put her hands on her chest, looking at her husband and smiling. The guy thought that his wife was trying so hard for him, and if there is such a wife, what more could you ask for? The main character put his hands to his cheeks, smiling widely and closing his eyes. Bai-yun sat on the bed on her knees, folding her hands on them and closing her eyes. She opened her eyes when she heard the music playing, looking to the side in surprise. The girl went to the wooden window, opening it, and thought that the sound was coming from here. She looked towards the gazebo where Lai Siyu was dancing and Lin Tianhong was looking at her. There was a stone path leading to the gazebo. The Empress reached down with one arm and raised the other, bending it. She closed her eyes, standing on her toes and bending her other arm as her husband watched. The girl threw back her head. Her hair fluttered beautifully in the air and opened her mouth. The girl stood on her tiptoes in black tights and had gold bracelets on her feet. Lin Tianhong played with his fingers on Qin's strings, smiling. He ran his fingers along the strings. The guy smiled at the girl, closing his eyes, and Lai Siyu turned to him over her shoulder, putting her hand on her chest and smiling too. Behind the gazebo was a large house made of dark wood. Bai-yun looked forward, opened the window and smiled, looking at them and said, "So this is what ordinary happiness looks like." She looked down sadly and said if this would happen in her life too. A gazebo standing by the lake, which was illuminated by the sun. Lai Siyu turned to look at her husband, who was smiling, her long white hair blowing in the wind. She blushed deeply and wrapped her arm around hers, smiling. Lin Tianhong looked at his wife with his mouth open in surprise. The girl sat down on the edge of Qin and, blushing deeply, asked with a smile if he liked her dance. Lin Tianhong approached the girl from behind and smiled at her, saying that her dance was like celestials. The Empress blushed deeply and looked at him in surprise, her mouth open. The guy put his hands on Lai Siyu's waist, closing and smiling, saying that today is a feast for the eyes. The girl put her hand on the guy's cheek, looking at him and smiling. Lin Tianhong opened his eyes with a gentle smile looking at the girl and thought that 10,000 years ago he secretly snuck into the realm of the immortals and spied on the dance of the celestials. But it was not as beautiful. Lai Siyu hugged her husband's waist and smiled widely. Closing her eyes, she said that if he liked it, she would dance for her husband more often. She raised her arms to hug her husband's neck, thinking that when she was the Empress, the Celestials danced for her. She kissed Lin Tianhong on the lips, closing her eyes. The guy also closed his eyes, kissing the girl. The Empress thought that now she wants to dance for her husband herself. The girl pulled away. Her face turned very red and she looked at her husband with a weak smile. Lin Tianhong also smiled, blushing and looking at her, said that they need to try. Without children, a family is incomplete. Lai Siyu, with a smile and a flushed face, put her hand on her husband's chest, asking if he wants to fool around again. The guy extended his arms towards her, with a wide smile on his face. There were hearts in his eyes as he blushed deeply and said that then they would not waste precious time. He took the girl in his arms and ran down the road with a wide smile. Lai Siyu hugged his neck and looked forward in surprise, her mouth open. A large cloud of dust passed near the white building as they slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Bai-yun is sitting on the bed with her legs crossed and her hands folded. A loud noise was heard, causing the girl to fall backwards, holding out her hand. She sat on her knees on the bed and grabbed her head. Her hair was disheveled and the girl pursed her lips, closing one eye, saying what it was and that everything was just fine and why they were fighting. She walked along the corridor, clenching her hands into fists and sighing indignantly. Loud noises could be heard outside the window. Bai-yun opened the window, frowned and closed her eyes, and loudly asked why they were fighting in the middle of the day. She looked forward in surprise and blushed deeply, sweat running down her cheeks. Lai Siyu's purple clothes and black shoes were lying on the floor. Bai-yun asked loudly what this was, looking at the blue sheets. Lin Tianhong looked at the girl silently. His wife's legs were on his shoulders. Lai Siyu also silently looked at Bai-yun, blushing. Bai-yun smiled awkwardly, blushing deeply, and white steam came out of her ears. She put her palms on her face, knitting her eyebrows and blushing. She began to apologize, saying that she didn't see anything. The girl quickly ran away, leaving white smoke behind her and, blushing, with tears in her eyes, she said that she had just come to close the window. Bai-yun ran, clenching her fists and blushing deeply. She spoke of Lin Tianhong's dissatisfied face. The wooden doors slammed shut. The girl, blushing heavily, pressed her back against the door, knitting her eyebrows. The city, which was surrounded by a river, had a bridge across the river leading to the gate. There was another wall inside the city, and at the end there was a large palace. 2 guards in silver armor and holding spears stood on the city wall, with an orange flag standing next to them. The flag fluttered in the wind. It depicted a black bird with a long tail. The man next to the flag looked up in surprise. He stood at the edge of the wall, looking down. A horde of people was walking between the mountains. A man in a blue bandana struck a large golden bell with a stick, which was tied to a red structure. A man in silver armor and a silver helmet with horns walked up the stairs. He stood at the edge of the wall, looking down with a serious look. Someone called him as a general. The guy in the blue bandana stood behind the man with folded hands and said that the spies reported that this time the Tianlong dynasty sent 300,000 soldiers, and only the vanguard reached them. The main force is only 5 kilometers away. A man with a silver helmet and long brown hair turned to look at him and smiled. He said that there are only 300,000, and this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, their soldiers are 500,000. He took a long spear in his hand. 2 tassels fluttered next to his blade. The general stood with a smile with his hand on his side. There were other soldiers behind him. The man said that there was nothing to be afraid of, and they could go into battle. One of the people rang the golden bell again. Someone raised a blue flag with a dark hieroglyph on it. Shells flew from the sky, surrounded by red fire. People on horses holding yellow flags galloped towards the gate. An elephant stood next to the cannon on its back. White smoke rose on the ground. The imperial palace with a long staircase leading up to it. A guy in a dark cloak and with a severed hand, which was tied up in clothes, said that he was reporting. The guy ran into the hall, past the wooden doors, shouting that the Tianlong dynasty had sent 300,000 warriors. The guy held his chest, closed his eyes tiredly and walked forward, shouting that in one day they defeated the 50,000 army of General Zhengxi. The guy fell to his knees, bowing his head. There were 4 people in red robes standing in the large hall. Huang Tianhu, Tianyu Huanghu, the empress stood at her throne. The empress said that the Tianlong dynasty killed his warriors. She frowned, her face turning angry as the girl said that they would really regret this. Lai Siyu waved her hand towards Huang Tianhu, who sat down on one knee, folding his hands. She told him to listen to the order. Frowning, the girl looked at him and told him to speed up the completion of the Jinshan magic field. Huang Tianhu sat on one knee, cupped his fist and said that he understood the order. Lai Siyu raised her hand and frowned, telling General Tianyu Huanghu to listen to the order. The girl with pink hair sat down on one knee and folded her hands, saying that she was here. The empress said that from the western border to the capital it was necessary to evacuate the population and strengthen the defenses. She said to leave only garrisons in the cities, to make sure that there were no starving people and marauders left. The empress showed 2 fingers in front of her, frowned, and said loudly that within 2 months, she wanted to see the greatness of the Tian's army. Tianyu Huanghu cupped her fist and looked at the empress seriously, saying that she understood the order. The empress stood near her throne, frowning, looking ahead. She thought that the unceremonious old man Tianlong forced her to marry the scoundrel 3rd prince, also brought an army to kill the people of Xinfeng. Believes that life is just a bargaining chip. She swore that she would die for the protection of his state and his people. Many girls in multicolored dresses and colored hair stood on the street near the houses. The cart was driving along the road. People were jumping away from it. The man on the cart was shouting to get out of the way. Lin Tianhong opened the door, looking at the cart, under the wheels of which there was white dust. The guy thought that the Tianlong army had already attacked. Fortunately, the empress had already prepared in advance. She evacuated the people in advance. But the people were still scared. The main character frowned as he stood at the door and thought why. As soon as the empress and his wife began to live a worldly life, someone again wanted to do mischief. He crossed his arms, looking to the side, his white long hair fluttering in the wind. The guy thought that the Tianlong dynasty only has one army, and as long as he does not interfere, 2 years have passed and he will see if the empress will disappoint him after receiving so many useful of things. He sighed, his face tired as he said there was no work. He would close early and go home. There was a wooden sign next to the wooden door that said closed. The guy walked to the red gate with a sign at the top, telling his wife that he was back. He looked at Bai Yun and Lai Siyu who were standing next to each other holding hands. The black-haired girl smiled as she looked at him. Lai Siyu stood in a green dress, smiling and closing her eyes. She blushed, saying that the guy had come. Bai Yun was still holding the girl's hand, smiling and blushing, and asked if he came so early because he wanted to pack his things and run away. Lai Siyu looked at her in surprise. Lin Tianhong scratched his cheek with his finger and looked away with a smile, asking the girl how she knew about it. And the people in the city are panicking, and the Tianlong army is slaughtering the city. How are they not afraid of him? Bai Yun put her hands to her chest, turned to the empress, and seriously told her not to be afraid and she would protect her. Lin Tianhong clasped his hands together and smiled widely, closing his eyes and saying that he knew that Bai Yun was not a mere mortal. He thanked her, saying that he trusted her with their lives. The guy looked at the girls with a smile. Bai Yun with a wide smile held the hand of the Empress, who was smiling at her husband. The guy thought that Bai Yun was not bad, and when the opportunity arises, he will reveal his cards that he is the founder of her family. The guy put his fingers to his chin and frowned, looking to the side, thinking that he would teach her well, and he wouldn't have to deal with all the garbage himself, and if it spread, he would embarrass himself in front of his younger brothers. People shouted that this is the end. It's over and the Tianlong army is advancing. Another shouted, the damned Empress Shenfeng has destroyed them. A third person shouted that was it really so difficult to marry the third prince of Tianlong. Another shouted that it was just a wedding and she was arrogant. Lai Siyu stood in front of a blue portal. Between red columns, a staircase led upward. Her hair and purple dress fluttered. A voice from the portal called the Empress. A man with a long blue beard and blue hair. There was a silver hairpin on his head. His eyes were white. Instead of the man's body there was a dark mist. He said that the Tianlong dynasty is the divine foundation of Nanju. If the Empress marries the third prince, she will receive everything due privileges, and how dare she refuse, and this is an insult to an immortal. A man with a bald head and a long white beard. He had white eyes and a black mist instead of a body. He said why couldn't she just obey the order? If she wanted to rule, she had to make decisions according to the circumstances. A man with red hair and a black mustache. He also had white eyes and a black mist instead of a body. His face was distorted with anger as he shouted that she had the talent and support of an immortal from the Tianlong dynasty, and in the future she would be able to rule Nanju. One of the men shouted, how can you be so stupid? The Empress stood frowning and clenching her hand into a fist, in a long purple dress. A wooden gate. Soldiers stood on the wall. Above the gate there was a golden symbol with a large ring. Blue and white flags fluttered above the gate. A large blue tent, near the entrance to which stood two soldiers in black and red armor. A man with brown hair and a beard. He was wearing a cape with white fur and a red cloak. There was a long scar on his nose. He told the third prince with a smile that within 3 days, the city of Fengjing will be captured. The army of fighting dragons will fill the area with blood. The third prince with long blue hair sat on a big chair in front of the map, smilingly saying that this is great. And Lai Siyu publicly humiliated the prince, but he will spare her life, and now litter her city with corpses. He said to look at how arrogant she is, and asked not to let her escape. A man with gray hair and a white beard, dressed in black clothes with a dark cloak, looked at the prince with a smile, and told Aoshin to calm down, and as long as he was here, the Empress would not run away. Prince Aoshin clasped his hands together, cupping his fist in his palm and smiled at the man, thanking him for his help. War Dragon War Camp, a large yellow tent with a red flag on top. A man wearing black clothes, over which was a dark cloak with patterns. He had long gray hair and a gray beard. An elder in the reigning Tianlong dynasty, Yinju-san, the second level of power of the human and god realm. Dark particles were flying next to the man. He screamed that no matter how beautiful the Empress is, he will definitely catch her, and today she can become Aoshin's wife. The man frowned and narrowed his eyes when he said that she would become his wife. Someone shouted to Yinju-san that they had not seen each other for a long time. Red energy was flying near Aoshin and Yinju-san. Both looked in the direction of the voice. The prince frowned. He turned his head to the side, sweat running down his face as he asked who it was. A man with a scar on his nose pointed his finger towards the entrance to the tent. Red energy was coming from behind the opening, and the man shouted, who dared to enter the military camp. His eyes widened, red energy flying around him as the man realized that this man had an incredibly strong aura. Yinju-san waved his hand in front of his face with a smile and asked why there was such panic. He stroked his beard and smiled widely, looking to the side, saying that he and brother Fengyu are now enemies. A man with gray hair looked at the entrance to the tent. A guy with a scar on his nose turned to him. Holding a golden sword by the hilt, Yinju-san said why Fengyu came to their military camp. The curtains of the tent parted to the sides. The man with orange eyes and dark red hair frowned. He walked forward, his black and red robes flowing with the red energy that trailed behind him. He stood up with his hands behind his back, wearing a red kimono with a black corset. He greeted his brother, the only immortal ancestor of the Shenfeng dynasty, Fengyu-san, the initial level of power of the realm of people and gods. Fengyu-san frowned, red energy flying around him, his hair covering one of his eyes, and he asked if Yinju-san had come to destroy him. The man with gray hair looked at his brother and stroked his beard with a smile, saying that Fengyu-san felt in his heart why he was here. A man with red hair stood in front of Yinju-san. He said that their Xinfeng dynasty was willing to pay a big price. Feng Yusan looked at his brother seriously, frowning and narrowing his eyes, asking him to withdraw his troops. Yinju-san stroked his beard and smiled, closing his eyes and saying that this is great. He pointed forward, a shadow falling over his eyes as he said that first, Empress Xinfeng should abdicate the throne and drive out their Lai clan. Yinju-san showed 2 fingers, smilingly saying that secondly, the Empress must obey the orders of the Tianlong dynasty immortals and implement all relevant laws. The man pointed his hand at the third prince, who was sitting on a chair, and said that she should also marry Aoshin. Feng Yusan frowned, looking at him from under his brows. He raised his hand, a shadow falling over his eyes as the man said he agreed with that. Yinju-san put one hand to his chest with a smile and said that Feng Yusan is an honest person and he saved him a lot of time. He waved his hand while standing in front of Feng Yusan, who had his hands behind his back, and told him to bring the Empress here tomorrow. The white-haired man smiled, a shadow falling over his eyes as he said that he would then immediately withdraw his troops. The man with red hair turned his back to him and looked back with a frown. He shouted that they had agreed. The man disappeared, leaving behind red energy as Yinju-san looked on. Aoshin clenched his hand into a fist, placed it on his knee and said that Lai Siyu is so mean. He smiled widely, wrinkles visible near his nose as he said that he would finally have her. The prince put his hands on his face, raised his head and smiled widely, blushing, and saying that then they would see where her arrogance would end up. Yinju-san looked at him, pointing his finger, and said that Aoshin, of course, can give vent to his anger, but without tragedy. The prince threw back his head, his eyes widened, and he smiled stupidly. The white-haired man stroked his beard, looking at the prince seriously, and said that Lai Siyu is very strong and the future of the Tianlong dynasty depends on the 2 of them. He turned away, looking sideways at the prince and frowned, a shadow falling on his eyes as he said that immediately after her marriage, Aoshin placed a maximum level bondage seal on her. The man walked towards the exit of the tent, his cloak fluttering back. When he said not to forget about it, the prince folded his hands and shouted to Yinju-san not to worry, and he remembers everything. Main palace, a large, bright hall. People were sitting on many chairs. In the middle of them was a blue carpet stretching to the throne of the Empress. People in red clothes and black hats were kneeling on the carpet, their heads bowed low. One of the men with a black beard raised his head and said that all the elders of the imperial court had already arrived. And why were the 4 gentlemen still missing? Another man in red clothes and a light beard looked at him to the side and frowned, telling him to speak more quietly. And these 4 gentlemen no longer care about court affairs. A man with a light beard raised his palm to his face as he remembered 4 people who stood in the forest. 2 turned their backs. The faces of the other 2 were not visible. One of them stood on the mountain. The stars were shining in the sky. The man said that everyone wants gain power, and such things destroy the country. The main thing is that they do not interfere. With their power they can remain on the sidelines. Someone slammed the palm of his hand on the wooden armrest of the chair. Taoist Tianfeng, grandfather of the Empress, divine fire level peak, a man wearing a black kimono and a red cape. He had golden shoulder pads on his shoulders. His hair and mustache were pink. The man called Lai Siyu loudly. To the side of him, there was the Empress's throne, on which there was no one. The man frowned and shouted, "Why doesn't she come out here quickly?" Tianfeng looked at the empty throne while sitting on the chair in front of him and shouted, "How dare she disobey his order? She is a total disaster of the Xinfeng dynasty. She will never become the Xinfeng Empress, and she must abdicate the throne immediately." The great imperial building. The Empress was heard loudly saying that she should become the Empress. It was destined by heaven. The people in the hall turned towards the entrance. Some of them stood against the walls. Others sat on wooden chairs. Lai Siyu shouted, "Who dares tell her to renounce?" Tianfeng's face was distorted with anger. He frowned, shouting that the Empress was here. He pointed his finger forward, frowning and angrily saying that she was putting their dynasty in great danger. How could she bear the title of Divine Phoenix Empress after committing such a serious crime? Why doesn't she plead guilty and abdicate the throne immediately? Lai Siyu smiled at him, asking if he thought she was to blame. There were several huge golden dragons flying above the imperial palace, emitting golden energy. The Empress said that they would see if he had the strength to prove it. In the throne room, a golden dragon appeared in front of the people, grinning. People looked at him in fear, with tears in their eyes and their mouth wide open. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowing with white light and golden energy emanating from it. A man with blonde hair, sitting on a chair, looked in shock at the dragon, from which golden light emanated. The other two men raised their heads, also looking at the dragon in shock. The man in red clothes opened his mouth in fear, sweat dripping down their faces. Tianfeng stood up from his chair, raising his head and frowning, sweat running down his face as he said that this is such progress in just 2 years. The Empress and another group of people stood in the doorway to the hall. Someone shouted that Empress Xinfeng had arrived. Huang Tianhu looked towards the Empress. Tianyu Huanghu next to him looked forward with a serious look. Behind her stood 3 people, 2 men wearing black headdresses and Zhu Feng. Red flags with black hieroglyphs on them fluttered in the sky. Lai Siyu, wearing a long purple dress with a white lining underneath, walked forward, her long purple sleeves reaching to the floor. She stood in the center between the man in red clothes, Zhu Feng, Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu. Their faces were serious, red petals were falling above them. A crowd of people holding flags could be seen outside the doors. Soldiers at the stairs to the imperial palace held red flags with black hieroglyphs, shouting "Long live the Empress." Lai Siyu strode forward wearing purple shoes. She looked gloomily towards Tianfeng, who was looking at the girl in fear, a bead of sweat running down his face. The girl extended her hand to him. Tianfeng in front of her was small, fire was burning around the Empress, and she looked down at the man. The girl walked up to her throne, turned to the man and told him to speak. He thought that she was emitting such powerful energy that it frightened even him. Lai Siyu turned to him, frowning, a shadow falling on her violet eyes as she asked who wanted her to abdicate. Tianfeng sat on a chair looking at the Empress and frowned and said that he was her grandfather. The man furrowed his eyebrows, a bead of sweat ran down his face, and a shadow fell on his eyes as he said that she was too arrogant and maybe she should cool down. Lai Siyu looked at him sideways. A shadow fell in her eyes as she annoyedly said that he wanted to expel her from the Lai family. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking down at the man with irritation and said that at the same time he called himself her grandfather. Tianfeng clenched his hand into a fist. It trembled. The man behind him with a light beard and orange clothes raised his hand. His face contorted with anger as he shouted that the Empress was impudent. A man with blonde hair pointed at the girl who stood at the throne, shouting how dare she treat her ancestors so rudely and treat them, the elders, so lightly. The man with blonde hair pointed downwards, shouting in irritation that it was time for her to come down to earth and admit her mistake. Lai Siyu looked at him irritably, frowning as dark energy gathered around her. The man with blonde hair looked at the girl in shock and fear, raising his hands, sweat running down his face. The golden phoenix necklace on the Empress's neck began to glow brightly, emitting golden light. From the necklace on the Empress's neck, a long golden dragon flew out and took the head off the neck of the man in orange clothes, flying forward and opening his mouth. A wooden chair stood in the hall. Next to it lay the dead body of a man, which was covered by a shadow. Tianfeng clenched his teeth, looking at it angrily, beads of sweat running down his face as he whispered that the man was at the 4th level of divine fire. He stood in front of the dead body, his back to the Empress, who also turned away. The man said in a whisper that he couldn't even resist. And at what level was the Empress? Lai Siyu extended her hand forward. She smiled ominously, looking at Tianfeng and saying that here in the main hall, he committed a crime against the Emperor. A crime deserves punishment, and who else wants her to abdicate the throne? The girl crossed her arms over her chest, calmly looking forward, saying that those who do not want this should immediately leave the hall. She smiled sinisterly again, looking down at the people, and she said that she would spare those who came out. The people in red clothes looked at each other silently. Their faces were scared. They ran to the exit of the hall, going out onto the street. Tianfeng was sitting on his chair. Opposite him sat another guy wearing red clothes and a black headdress. The red-haired man lowered his head and frowned, his eyes invisible. He and several other people were sitting on wooden chairs. Next to one of the chairs lay a dead body. The Empress sat on the throne. She touched the gold ring on her index finger, saying that she was giving them one last chance. Lai Siyu crossed one leg over the other and rested her cheek on her hand, turning to the remaining people with an ominous smile. Behind her was a golden drawing of a phoenix on a white wall. Looking at the remaining people, the girl smiled evilly. A shadow fell over her eyes. She stood up abruptly, stretching her hand down, and frowned, saying that now she would kill everyone. Tianyu Huanghu folded her hands, looking at the Empress, and said with a smile that they were carrying out the order. Behind her, Huang Tianhu also folded his hands. All the people in the hall looked in surprise at the Empress sitting on the throne. Tianfeng laughed, smiled, and said how cruel it was. The man crossed his arms over his chest and raised the index finger on one hand, smiling and looking at the girl, said how dare she say such nonsense, and even if she were the reincarnation of an immortal in heaven, nothing would have worked out for her. The man clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to his face, frowning and looking away irritably. The guy sitting on the wooden chair, with blue hair and blue jelly, pointed his finger at the Empress and said that if not for the request of the Tianlong dynasty, she would have been the third prince's woman. The person next to him looked at him in surprise. The guy with blue hair raised his hand. There was a red crystal in his forehead. He looked at the girl irritably and said loudly that there are 14 elders of the Shenhuo clan here, and she should have been executed a long time ago. He clenched his hand into a fist and clenched his teeth, frowning as to why he tolerated her presumption in the first place. Lai Siu looked down at him angrily. She rested her cheek on her hand and closed her eyes, smiling and saying that it turns out they secretly sold her, and now her hands are free. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and looked ahead with a frown, fire burning around her as she said she had to act now. Tianfeng put his hand to his eyes and smiled widely, laughing again, asking who she thought she was. The man spread his arms out to the side, his eyes glowing with a bright yellow light, and there was a crowd of people behind him. When he asked, she thought she could defeat them alone. The man raised 2 fingers up and told everyone to listen to his order. He raised his hand above him, frowning, and loudly told them to capture the traitor alive. 2 people in blue clothes and 1 in red clothes jumped up, flying towards the Empress who was sitting on the throne. They shouted to grab her alive. Lai Siu sat on the throne smiling. 2 people in red clothes stood around her, Zhu Feng, Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu. One of them shouted that they would share any fate with the Empress. The Empress put one hand to her chest and waved the other to the side, frowning and shouting for them to retreat. A large hall. The girl stood in front of Tianfeng, behind whom there was a large crowd of people. Lai Siu looked at them, frowned and bowed her head, saying that she would kill them herself. Tianfeng clenched his teeth in irritation. His eyes turned red with anger, and veins bulged on his forehead as he called the girl's name. The floor cracked under the man's feet, and red energy surrounded his body. He walked towards the Empress, clenching his hands into fists. The floor beneath him was breaking, and red energy was coming from his body, which was flying upward. The man said that he wanted to see what the rebellious brat was capable of, and how dare she throw around words. Several people raised their hands, smiling widely and shouting that it was great Taoist Tianfeng. Lai Siu crossed her arms and rolled her eyes as she listened to this. She put her hand to her chin and smiled, looking mockingly at the man with red hair, asking whether he could only talk or just moonlight as a jester. Tianfeng clenched his teeth in irritation, looking at the girl, veins bulging on his forehead and cheek. He jumped from his seat, leaving white smoke near the crowd. A red light emanated from his jump, and he shouted that the Empress was just an arrogant girl. The man, surrounded by a red light, walked towards the Empress, who was looking at him. He held a sword in one hand and held out 2 fingers of his other hand in front of him, shouting that he would cut off her limbs and seal her Kai energy. Tianfeng extended his sword hand forward, jumping high, his black and red robes fluttering in the air. A pink impulse emanated from the sword and a white sharp projectile flew towards the Empress, who calmly looked at him with her arms crossed over her chest. She smiled, holding out 2 fingers in front of her and frowning. She asked, "Does he think this is enough?" Golden energy emanated from the girl. She put her hand in front of her, summoning a seal and hovering above the ground. Beams of white energy surrounded by pink light crashed into the shield. A ring of golden light swirled in front of Lai Siu. Tianfeng looked at this in shock, his mouth wide open, a bead of sweat running down his face as he asked loudly, "Isn't this ability only available at the divine tribulation level?" The Empress stretched out her hand, surrounded by golden light, and smiled. A shadow fell on her eyes as she said, "Didn't he know that the new wave was stronger than the previous one? And let him consider that he was the wave ahead and let him make way for the new generation." Lai Siu hovered above the ground, extending her hand towards the man, her clothes fluttering from the golden energy that came from the girl. A huge golden dragon flew above the girl, which came from the energy around the girl. Tianfeng put his hands in front of him, looking at it in fear, and shouted for her to wait and he would recognize her strength. Lai Siu stretched out her hand and clenched her fist, looking at him, golden energy flowing from the girl as she said that nothing would work out. The huge golden dragon flew forward, capturing Tianfeng in its mouth, golden waves of energy swirling around the dragon. The man with red hair opened his mouth wide as he screamed, tears forming in his eyes. He flew out of the doorway. People looked on in shock and fear. A golden light was left behind the dragon that carried him away. The Empress stood in the throne room. Looking at this, white fog was flying across the floor. The people in the hall were looking at the Empress. Huang Tianhu, Tianyu Huanghu and Zhu Feng looked at the Empress in shock with their mouths wide open. The rest of the people in the hall also looked at the Empress in shock, their mouths open. Lai Siyu put her hand to her chin and smiled widely, saying that the pathetic ant had found its own death. Other people knelt before the Empress, bowing their heads, their faces contorted with fear as they asked for mercy. The Empress looked at them kneeling in front of her, shouting that they were all being forced by Tianfeng, and may she spare them. The girl sat down on her white throne. She rested her cheek on her hand and extended her other hand, smiling and looking at the people, and said that shouldn't they fight side by side with Tianfeng to the very end? Don't want to remain loyal dogs and suffer martyrdom together. People looked at the girl in fear. One of the men clasped his hands together, looked down, and said in a trembling voice that Her Majesty the Empress is so powerful that they don't even have a choice. They must admit defeat. Another man nearby thought that everything was right. The Empress looked at them with a smile, raised her eyebrows and bowed her head. She asked about admitting defeat, and called them a bunch of weaklings and losers. The girl extended her hand, above which many golden rings were glowing. She said that everything has a price, and since they did not obey the king, they must pay. A crowd of people looked at the golden rings, kneeling and asking to be spared. They recoiled to the side. One of them ran back. The second covered his face with his hands, shouting that they were mistaken and needed to run. Lai Siyu extended her hand forward, looking at them with a terrifying gaze. Frowning, golden energy glowed around her. She said that she was destined by heaven to become the Empress, and what she says must definitely be fulfilled, so let them not expect mercy. The Empress called upon the celestial dragon control technique, the fiery breath of 5 dragons. 3 dragons flew over the frightened people. Some people were burned in yellow flames, the rest tried to run away in fear. The sun was shining on the building of the imperial palace, and noise was heard inside. Huang Tianhu, Tianyu Huanghu and the people behind them stood silently, their mouths open, their faces surprised. Some people were lying on the carpet in the hall. 2 of them were lying face down on the floor. The third was lying on his back, his mouth wide and scared. Huang Tianhu and a couple of people behind him knelt down on one knee and clasped their hands together in front of the Empress, shouting, "Long live Her Majesty." The girl sat in front of them. The Empress frowned at them and crossed her arms and told Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu to listen to the order. They sat in front of the girl, closing their eyes and bowing their heads, saying that they were listening. Lai Siyu clenched one hand into a fist, shouting for them to reorganize the man and horse composition of the troops, activate the Jinshin formation, and prepare to fight the dragon army. Huang Tianhu frowned, folded his hands together and said that he was obeying. The Empress jumped from her seat, flying forward and leaving a golden light behind her. She shouted that before fighting with the outside world, we first need to make peace with ourselves, and she will go to the ancestral temple to clear away the old trash. Huang Tianhu and the other people watched as the Empress flew out of the doorway, leaving a golden light behind her. The girl flew over the city from the imperial palace, frowning. She looked forward with her lips pouting, a bead of sweat running down her face as she thought that this clearly couldn't happen without Feng Yusan's approval. She flew over the houses, leaving behind her a bright golden light in the sky, thinking that it was he who forced her to commit all these cruel acts. The building was surrounded by a white fence. 2 people stood near the wooden gate, and there was a sign on top. Lai Siyu walked down the street wearing purple shoes. The 2 men grabbed their swords, pointing their fingers at the girl, frowning and shouting that she should not dare to invade the ancestral temple. The Empress waved her hand, telling them to get out of the way. The 2 men's bodies turned purple, and a long golden light emanated from the girl's hand. She put her hand to her chest and frowned at the door, telling it to open. The wooden door opened wide with a gust of wind. Someone said it was brave and who dared to invade the Tianfeng ancestral temple. Lai Siyu was surrounded by many men wearing gray kimonos with red designs on their shoulders, white smoke flying above the ground. One of the men with gray hair and a gray beard stroked his beard and asked who was killing people in the sacred temple, asking to show him this man. The old man's eyes widened and he opened his mouth in surprise, asking in surprise what Lai Siyu was doing here. The man with the black beard frowned and looked back at the dead body, next to the head of which there was red blood. He told the old man to be careful, and that this woman was not a good person. An old man with gray hair pointed his finger at the Empress, shouting that she was killing members of her clan in front of the ancestral temple. And what was the purpose of her rebellious actions? Lai Siyu looked at them. Everything around her darkened. Red dark energy was drawn towards the girl. She raised her hand, smiling widely, a shadow falling in her eyes as she said that she was here to clear away some old junk and she hoped they had time to pick out a spot in the cemetery. A man with gray hair ran towards the Empress. His hands glowed with a blue light, his eyes turned white with anger, and he clenched his hands into fists, shouting that she was not ashamed of her words and that he would now teach her a lesson. The man's face frowned, distorted with anger, when he opened his mouth wide and shouted that she overestimated herself and thought that she was able to withstand him. A man with gray hair jumped over the girl, stretching out one of his hands to her and clenching the second into a fist, around which blue energy glowed. Other men also ran towards the Empress. Golden energy glowed around the hand of one of them, and blue energy around the hand of the second, who shouted that this is the combined killing technique of 5 lightning bolts, and there is nowhere for her to escape. Lysiu frowned at the man with gray hair and smiled smugly, saying that they are mean old men and only know how to fall from behind. The girl found herself in front of 4 men who tried to hit her. Their blows hit the air. Lysiu put a finger to her lips, smiling wickedly, and narrowed her eyes at them, golden energy glowing around her as she bid them farewell, and wished them good luck in their next life. A huge golden dragon appeared above the 4 men, raising its paws and opening its mouth towards the men. The old man with gray hair looked up in shock and fear, asking the Empress to wait. The huge golden dragon's paw landed on the ground. There were cracks along the stone road, and white mist flew out of the cracks due to the momentum. Small stones were scattered to the sides. Lysiu stood with her back to it, smiling slightly and knitting her eyebrows. A man in black boots, trailing streaks of red energy, walked forward, saying that it was sad and the servants of the ancestral temple had died. Lysiu looked at him with a determined look and smiled widely, asking that he was just watching all this action and now complains that his heart hurts. Feng Yusan stood opposite the Empress. There was a huge pillar of red energy around his body. Stripes of red energy stretched under his feet. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that the Empress had a sharp tongue. But now all the old people understood that she should not be messed with. The man frowned at the Empress. A white mist was flying near him, and he said that she had mastered the level of divine sorrow in just 2 years, and he was amazed by her abilities, but she didn't think she could defeat him. Lysiu frowned, shouting that he was left alone, so why did he think that she wouldn't deal with him too? Feng Yusan walked forward, the energy around him turning black with a red glow. He spread his arms to the sides. The fog around the man turned red, and black feathers were flying around. He said that he had no choice. He would have to kill the young talented cultivator, and this was very sad, but in the name of the ancestors of the Anxi clan, she must die, naming the girl Lysiu. Lysiu raised her eyebrows, looking at him displeasedly, and crossed her arms over her chest, shouting that he should not call her by that name. And this is all in the past, and she has already broken all ties with him and the elders. Frowning and irritably looking at Feng Yusan, the girl said that now there is only the Xinfeng dynasty and the only Queen Lysiu. Feng Yusan smiled, narrowed his eyes and put 2 fingers in front of him, saying great, good luck. Behind the man who stood opposite the Empress, a huge phoenix of dark purple energy appeared, spreading its wings to the sides and opening its beak, stripes of dark energy stretching from it. Lysiu put her hand to her chin, looking to the side as she was surrounded by dark purple energy. It spread across the ground, and a sprout of grass could be seen between the stone slabs. Dark energy stretched near the white walls, along which cracks appeared and stones flew to the sides. Lysiu stood surrounded by dark energy. Birds of dark energy were flying above her, and the girl crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes and thinking that this was his unique technique, the art of the dark phoenix, capable of corroding everything in existence. She held out 2 fingers in front of her and smiled, golden energy glowing around the girl as she said that it was nothing special. Feng Yusan frowned and asked the girl in surprise. The Empress hovered above the ground, raising one hand above the other, her clothes fluttering in the air. And behind the girl a large golden dragon appeared. Bending her body, the girl told him to turn his wings into clouds and bring down rain, calling upon the great Tianlong. Lysiu extended her hand and placed 2 fingers down in front of her, shouting to the dragon to listen to her order and kill the phoenix. The huge golden dragon opened its mouth wide, from which a giant golden beam of light shot out, pulses of dark energy emanating from next to it as the dragon broke through the dark space. Feng Yusan looked at this in shock, a bead of sweat running down his face as he screamed. How was it possible that she had only stepped into the level of divine sorrow, and how was she able to deflect his blow? A huge beam of light from the dragon's mouth hit the man in the chest, piercing through it. A pulse of dark energy passed around Feng Yusan, and the man looked at the beam in surprise, spreading his arms to the sides. Drops of blood flew from his mouth and his eyes rolled to the back of his head as he said in a weak voice that he would not tolerate this. The man fell to the ground with his arms raised and legs spread, with broken rocks and white mist all around him. Lysiu looked at him, stretching out 2 fingers forward. Rays of golden energy stretched from the girl. White mist flew as she said, "Go to hell for the man." The girl's eyes widened in shock. She covered her mouth with her hand. Her face went pale and she frowned. Lysiu sat on her knees with her hands on the ground as she vomited on the ground. Sweat ran down the girl's face as she clenched her teeth, raising her hand to her face, asking what was wrong with her. The girl closed her eyes, pursed her lips and put her hand to her chest, thinking that the energy channels were in order and her internal breathing was smooth. Lysiu wiped her sweaty face with her hand, parted her lips and thought why she was feeling sick, maybe she was poisoned. She rose to her feet and clenched one hand into a fist, raising it and saying that she needed to win this battle before her condition worsened. War Dragon Army Camp. 2 men in black and red armor and golden helmets stood next to the blue tent, with their hands behind their backs. The 3rd Prince of Aoshin was sitting on a red sofa, with his legs thrown up on the couch. Next to them was a girl with pink hair, massaging his legs, hitting them with her fists. The prince smiled, saying that it was good. He looked to the side, resting his cheek on his hand and called his uncle, saying that it was already noon and why didn't the Xinfeng dynasty bring Lysiu. He thought about the girl who was chained and the prince looked at her with his mouth open and his tongue hanging out, blushing. He said that he couldn't wait to humiliate the woman who humiliated him. Aoshin wiped his chin with his hand. He stuck out his tongue, dripping with saliva, and blushed, giggling. Yinju-san stood at the table, holding documents in his hands and told the prince to mind his manners. Aoshin put his hand to his face and coughed, apologizing. The white-haired man looked forward seriously, saying that the time had not yet come, and brother Fengyu-san may not intend to keep his promise. Aoshin frowned at the man and asked what they should do next then. Yinju-san pointed his finger at a man with a scar on his nose and a red cloak, telling him that he was ordering an army of fighting dragons to advance. The man folded his hands and closed his eyes, saying that he understood the order. A man with a scar on his nose stood on a pedestal, stretched his hand up and shouted that the generals of the fighting dragon army are immediately going into battle, and let them capture Fengjing City. But do not touch Empress Lysiu. There should be no one left alive in the city. Let the world seize the power of their dragon army. The crowd of soldiers below him raised their hands, clenched into fists, and cheered. The 3rd prince clenched his hand into a fist, blushed and said with a smile that he wanted to accompany the army and lead the battle, and asked him to grant consent. Yinju-san looked at him with a smile and told him to go, just not to get his clothes dirty. Aoshin clasped his hands together and bowed his head, closing his eyes and thanking his uncle. The man with gray hair looked away and stroked his beard, saying that the prince was so old, and this was the first time he saw the prince being so happy. Aoshin walked forward while Yinju-san looked at him. With a smile, the prince thought that he would execute the empress on the spot. The prince's face became ominous and he smiled widely, thinking that she was waiting for him and they would meet soon. City walls with a red gate, above which there was a Fengjing sign. The army stood near the gate. Some soldiers were holding yellow and red flags. The man with the scar on his nose shouted at them to stand, raising his hand up. Prince Aoshin stood on the back of a creature with white fur. The creature had 3 eyes and horns on its head. There were many spikes on its face. The prince held a fan in his hand, asking why they stopped and told them to attack. The man with brown hair folded his hands together, looking at the prince, and said that no one was defending the city. Aoshin frowned and looked at the city walls in surprise. 6 soldiers opened the red city gate. One of the soldiers stood in front of them with a sword in his hand. There was no one in the city, and the prince and the man looked at it. Aoshin asked that there was no one there at all and what was the matter. The prince put his hand on his face as he laughed and said with a wide smile that it seemed like the Xinfeng army had already found out about the divine power of his dragon army, so they all ran away. The soldiers behind the prince also laughed with a wide smile. The man with the scar on his nose raised his thumb to his lips, clenched his teeth and frowned, thinking that something was wrong, and the 3rd prince should not take risks so easily. Aoshin narrowed his eyes and smiled, putting his hand to his head, saying that this was such a disappointment, and he thought that they would at least shed a little blood and show some resistance. The prince lowered the fan into his palm and, looking at the man with brown hair, told the army to go to the city. The man looked at him in surprise and asked the prince to wait. Aoshin frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and said that there was no need to upset the prince and called an army of dragons into battle. The general with a scar on his nose looked at him in confusion and agreed with the prince's order. Aoshin sat on a white creature, holding in his hand the reins attached to the creature's collar. He extended his other hand forward, saying that they were entering the city. People on horses galloped after him. The general extended his hand to the prince, looking at him in confusion. The third prince's huge army headed across the bridge to the gates of the city, which was empty of people. Clouds were flying across the sky, red inscription, there was not a soul. The prince stood on the wall, next to the yellow and red flag. He put his hands on his hips and smiled, his long blue hair and black clothes fluttering in the wind as he laughed and said that the commoners got scared and ran away. Aoshin smiled widely, stretched out his hand and with a crazy look, said that they should go straight to the palace and capture the Phoenix Empress, and he wants to enjoy her suffering. A huge army walked through the city with smiles on their faces and holding swords and shields, some holding flags in their hands. The army shouted that they understood the order. The army, divided into groups, stood in front of the wall, and the giant creature, the creature was dark blue in color. There were 2 huge tusks in its mouth. Its 4 eyes were small and black. Aoshin jumped from the wall onto the tent attached to the creature's back, shouting that Lyciu will experience his wrath. He stood near the entrance to the tent. The general with brown hair was behind him, asking the prince to wait. He clasped his hands together, telling the prince to be careful, and something strange is happening in this city. Aoshin looked at him. He turned around, entering the tent, and waved his hand to the general, saying that his uncle was standing behind him, and no matter what she tried to do, it was all in vain. Aoshin looked back at the city. Outside the walls surrounding the imperial palace, many golden stars were flying. The city of Fengjing was surrounded by a golden dome, on the surface of which were golden inscriptions. The general looked up in surprise, asking what kind of formation this was. The third prince smiled, looking to the side, and said that there is no need to panic. The Xinfeng dynasty is not capable of anything, and there is nothing to be afraid of the small formation. The guy extended 2 fingers forward, next to which there was a red symbol, and said that he would destroy the formation. The army with long spears in their hands stood near the golden symbols, looking at them. 6 people, surrounded by rays of purple light, flew upward towards the dome while an army of soldiers looked at them. The prince looked at this with a smile, raising his head. Yinjiu-san stood behind the curtain, looking at him. Aoshin said that the 6 sacred fire Taoists are trying to destroy the formation, and this is turning out to be a difficult task. Yinjiu-san looked at the prince sternly and said that there is no need to do this. 6 Taoists in black and red robes were pierced by yellow spikes that protruded from the wall. One of the monks raised his hands up, looking in shock at the spike in his chest, and shouted no. Another monk spread his arms out to his sides as a thorn entered his back. An army of soldiers surrounded one of the monks, who had his arms outstretched, lying on the ground, with a large red mark on his chest, and a large pool of blood spreading underneath him. Aoshin opened his mouth wide, looking at the monk lying on the ground in shock, his body trembling as he screamed. How did the Xinfeng dynasty have such a powerful defensive formation? Yinjiu-san's eyes also widened in shock, and his body trembled as he said that its power surpassed even the Tianlong dynasty great defense formation. The third prince looked at the golden barrier, on which sharp thorns appeared. The army of soldiers also looked at him helplessly, their mouths open. The spikes on the barrier sank down, drops of blood splashed underneath them, and there was a large puddle of blood on the ground. The general with a scar on his nose waved his hand, looking up, and shouted to create a protective dome. A group of people in gray robes and with a red cloth over their faces clasped their hands together, holding out 2 fingers on one hand and 1 finger on the other hand. A seal with a yin and yang symbol appeared above them. Many golden rays fell from the sky onto the golden dome. Aoshin looked at this with an anxious smile, beads of sweat running down his face and biting his lip. Golden shells flew into the dome, on which cracks appeared. The shell landed on the ground, leaving behind a large explosion. The general with brown hair and Aoshin looked at this in shock, eyes widening and mouths wide open, asking how this could happen. Someone shouted for the dragon army to gather all its might together. A bright purple beam of light flew towards the dome as Aoshin and the general looked at it. Yinjiu-san was flying in the air with a serious face, his black clothes fluttering, and he shouted for them to follow him, and they must destroy the formation. Otherwise they will all die here. The general clasped his hands together and smiled, saying that he understood the order. The third prince looked up with a smile, saying that this was great. The general extended his hand, frowning and shouting to the army to make every effort and destroy the defense. The army of soldiers frowned as they shouted forward. They held long spears. Yinjiu-san was flying in the air, surrounded by a purple light. Next to him was the surface of a dome with golden inscriptions on it. He was holding a purple figurine with a small dragon in his hands, which curled up. The man held the figurine in front of him, his long sleeves of black clothes fluttering with energy. A bright purple light emanated from the figurine. The man extended his hand forward. The dragon flew forward, opening its mouth, surrounded by purple energy. He flew up, bright golden energy emanating from his body. The general shouted to the army to use their power. He and the soldiers raised their swords upward. Golden rays of light emanated from them. Dust rose above their feet. Ayashin put his hands in front of him, turning away from the bright light, closing his eyes. He looked at Yinju-san floating in the air and asked irritably what was going on. Yinju-san looked towards the prince, frowned and called his name. 3 rays of blue light flew towards the dome, where a small hole and cracks could be seen in it. A man with gray hair pointed upward, looking at the prince and general, shouting for them to leave quickly. A small hole at the top of the dome, next to which there were cracks. Ayashin and the general flew upward, surrounded by purple light. The man with brown hair gritted his teeth and frowned, and the prince opened his mouth wide, shouting that the exit would soon be closed. 3 violet stripes of light flew upward near the dome wall. A bright white light flashed. 2 beams of light shot out from the golden dome, and there was a large explosion on the surface of the dome. Yinju-san, Ayashin and the general were flying over the dome. Looking at it, white fog was flying next to them. Someone loudly asked the general to help. The soldiers inside the dome beat on it with their fists, helplessly asking to be saved. Yinju-san and Ayashin looked down at the dome in shock, and the prince said that the empress had deceived him. He clenched his hands into fists in irritation and clenched his teeth, frowning, shouting that if he took revenge, he, Long Ayashin, would be disgraced. Yinju-san extended his hand in his direction, and the prince looked at the man, who shouted that they could not stay here for long and needed to get away as quickly as possible. 3 people, surrounded by a bright purple light, flew away from the golden dome. They flew forward. A golden beam of light was visible next to them from the side. 2 stone balls with a carved pattern of clouds flew across the sky, surrounded by yellow fire, sparks flying next to them. 3 stone balls flew above the 3 men, over which a golden wall began to form. 3 golden chains stretched above the golden dome, encircling it. Yinju-san looked at this in shock with his mouth open. The 3rd prince frowned, loudly asking what it was. The general looked at this with a frown and an open mouth. The man with gray hair folded his hands, holding out 2 fingers, and turned to the general, shouting for them not to panic and for them to gain strength and break the formation again. Long Ayashin and Yinju-san extended their hands, purple balls flying next to them, purple rays of light emanating from them, which hit the golden dome, surrounded by chains. The fog dissipated in the air, the golden chains and the dome behind it remained intact. Long Ayashin looked at this with irritation and shock, frowned and loudly asked how this was possible. The 3 men stood next to each other, looking back when they heard someone say that they had come to Fengjing City to create chaos and wanted to leave so soon. A golden seal appeared in the sky, revealing Lai Siyu's head, wearing a pink hair clip with a golden pin on her hair. The girl raised her arms. Appearing from the portal, on her chest was a white robe with a black insert in the middle and golden patterns. She hovered in the air, raising her arms up, holding a huge golden sword behind her back. She had long pink sleeves on her shoulders. The skirt of the dress changed from white to pink. Part of the skirt was held on by a golden decoration. The empress smiled, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The chest of a girl in a white top with a black insert and gold patterns. A girl's thigh is wearing black tights and a pink skirt attached to a gold jewelry on her stomach. She stood on a golden seal with a yin and yang design. A golden dome was visible from below, and on her leg was a pink ornament with a golden blade. She gasped, looking up and smiling. Soldiers and monks in gray clothes look up at the girl irritably, shouting that this is the Xinfeng Empress. Lai Siyu chuckled as she stretched out her hand towards the golden sword that had lightning coming from it. She raised one hand above herself and put the other one in front of her, showing 2 fingers. Golden rings with lightning appeared next to them. A golden sword hovered in front of the girl. Behind her were 3 golden stars. The Empress said that if they dare to offend the Tianfeng dynasty, then she will send them to the other world today. The 3 men covered their faces from the bright light that came from the Empress, closing their eyes. Long Ayashin frowned, biting his lip, his face contorted with anger. Wrinkles appeared on his face as he shouted in annoyance that Queen Xinfeng killed them. This meant an official declaration of war on the Tianlong dynasty, and had she considered the consequences? Lai Siyu looked at him smugly and smiled, saying that he would crush the prince and at the same time wipe out his dynasty from the face of the earth. Yinju-san flew into the air, surrounded by purple lightning that made up his eyes and toothy mouth. The man's eyes glowed with purple light, and he shouted to the Empress that he was here. The white-haired man's face contorted with rage, lightning emanating from his violet eyes as he said that she dare not bully them. The Empress looked at him with a smile, raising her eyebrows, a golden glow emanating from her as she said that he was a second divine level, and she would have been afraid of him before. A golden seal appeared behind the girl. Her eyes glowed with golden light, and a golden sword hovered in front of her hand. Yinju-san looked at her in shock, mouth wide open, a bead of sweat running down his forehead as he realized that this was a god level. Long Aoshin frowned, a shadow falling on his eyes as he said loudly that this couldn't be true and only 2 years had passed and she had already reached the divine level. Wooden house with a dark roof. People looked forward in surprise, their mouths open. One of them asked with a frown why the Empress was so strong and at such a young age to achieve such a high level of cultivation. A sign that says all sorts of things. A deserted street. Ahead there is a white arch in the wall, and on the right there are several doors to houses. Lin Tianhong is sitting in front of a wooden table. Behind him is a counter with 2 figures. He thought that everything was going very smoothly. The guy was painting a figurine that depicted a girl with white hair, one leg raised. She was holding a long stick behind her back. Her body was wearing a black bodysuit and tights. With a smile, the main character thought that the result did not disappoint him and he and his wife Empress Shinfeng will sit on the throne. Lin Tianhong looked at the painted figurine on the table with a smile, touching it with his finger. He held the brush between his lips and nose and looked away thoughtfully, thinking about the time of the battle with the Xie Empress. The hand that was holding a large yellow ball emitting golden light. Cracks were visible on it and blood was dripping from the hand. Lin Tianhong said that if he did not have the primordial chaos pearl, he would not be able to defeat the most amazing woman in all 3 worlds. The main character, from whom a bright red light emanated, he was wearing black clothes and he was floating in the sky in front of a girl from whom a golden glow was emanating. Lin Tianhong struck with a smile. His sword consisted of red energy. The guy's eyes glowed with red light and lightning came out of them. The girl blocked his strike with her golden sword. Lin Tianhong said that this battle almost destroyed the immortal world and the great Tao. The big temple was cut into 2 halves by a bright beam of light. Golden clouds flew on both sides of it. Lin Tianhong stood with his feet on the mountain, looking down at the girl's falling body, a sword sticking out of her chest, from which a red light emanated. The girl's body was holding many claws, black hands that reached out from the ground. A large hand was growing out of the ground. There was fire between the cracks in the ground, and 3 long chains were attached to one of the places in the ground. Lin Tianhong put a finger to his lips, silently and thoughtfully looking at the figurine of his wife that he had made. The guy narrowed his eyes and raised one eyebrow, asking why she looked like that. A girl whose whole body was golden. Her hair rose above her head. She held a sword in front of her, her dress and long sleeves fluttering in the air. The girl's shoulders and body part. Her dress blended in color with her skin. Lin Tianhong again wondered why she looked like that. The girl's breasts are large. The guy again thought about her breasts, which were covered by the golden light. He shouted that this was all wrong. Lin Tianhong erased this image with a mop, frowning and saying that before he met his wife, he did not pay attention to women. The main character again approached the figurine he had made and touched it with his finger, smiling stupidly and flaring his nostrils, saying that he couldn't even remember what his last opponent looked like. Lysiu was flying in the air holding a golden sword in her hand, from which long golden lightning bolts emanated. In front of the girl was a golden dome with inscriptions on top of it. On top of it were thick chains. Yinju-san looked at the girl, his face contorted with anger as he shouted that even though the Empress had surpassed the divine level, she was still the same as him. He shouted that however, he had a second divine level. The man raised his hand up, holding a purple dragon-shaped figurine from which pulses of purple energy emanated. Yinju-san's eyes glowed with a purple light. He frowned, his hair rose up, and behind the man were the eyes of a purple dragon. The man shouted that he would crush everyone. He called on the demonic seal to open. A strong hurricane swirled in front of Yinju-san. Lightning struck next to it. The hurricane gathered into a huge demon behind the man's back. Purple light emanated from the demon. The demon's eyes and fangs glowed. Yinju-san called for destruction. A huge demon flew over the clouds and mountains. Purple energy emanated around him. There were purple clouds behind the demon's back, and lightning struck next to him. The demon's face was distorted with anger and he put out 2 fingers on one hand in front of him, the other hand raising it above the Empress, who was looking at him. The huge demon extended his hand forward towards Lysiu, clenching his teeth. The girl frowned, raising her head up and looking at the creature. She smiled, her white hair flying near her face. The demon's hand touched the golden seal, which had 4 yin and yang symbols on it. Many large golden chains that stretched forward. 2 stone balls with carved designs were flying above them. One of the balls hit the chain. Purple steam began to emanate from Long Aoshin and the general with a scar on his nose. The third prince closed his eyes and spread his arms to the sides, realizing that his strength had evaporated. He waved his hand, calling out to his uncle. Surrounded by purple smoke, he said that his strength was disappearing. Yinjiu-san turned around at him. A man with gray hair and eyes glowing with purple light pointed his finger at Lai Siyu and loudly asked displeasedly what the Empress was doing. The girl smiled widely. Looking at him, she raised her hand and asked what they thought was an ordinary formation. The girl said that it helps her weaken their powers and death would be too simple a punishment for them. She floated in front of the sun. A bright light shone behind her. Lai Siyu spread her arms to the sides. Her long dress and sleeves of clothing fluttered in the air. The girl asked to look at her, and the second level. The Empress opened her mouth. Golden energy emanated from her body, and her eyes also glowed with golden light. The demon above the Empress pounded his fists on the golden barrier surrounded by golden chains, under which was a girl. The third prince and Yinjiu-san looked down at the girl. The white-haired man clenched his teeth. His face contorted with rage as he said that the Empress had destroyed all the formations on the battlefield and she was a mad woman. The demon's hand, which was surrounded by red light, was pierced through by a bright golden beam surrounded by golden stripes of energy. A bright golden beam stretched from the ground to the clouds above the demon's hand. The demon looked at it, raising his pierced hand, a large dark red energy surrounding his body. A bright golden beam flew further into the sky, clouds swirling around it. The sky with dark clouds, golden sparks flying nearby. Between the dark clouds and the sky, a large golden glow appeared, which illuminated the clouds nearby. Lai Siyu hovered with her hands raised above her. A bright golden light glowed near her hands. Behind the girl was a girl made of fire. Her eyes glowed with white light. On her forehead there was a red sign with a fire symbol. Her whole body was orange, and bright lights emanated from it, fiery tongues of flame. Yinjiu-san looked at the fiery creature in shock, realizing what it was. The third prince frowned, his mouth opening in shock. The fiery girl put a golden sword in front of her, holding it with both hands, covering the Empress with it. A bright fiery glow emanated from her. She brought her sword back to strike and flew over the purple demon who was looking at her. The fire girl's sword cleared the clouds and she brought it down on the demon, cutting him into two parts, her blow leaving a bright golden light. The purple demon opened his mouth in shock, his face contorted with rage as his body was cut into two pieces. The purple demon began to dissolve, golden symbols flying above it, two standing inside the demon's chest. Yinjiu-san looked down in shock, spreading his arms to the sides. A blow passed across his head and chest, cutting the man into two parts. The third prince extended his hand to him, calling his uncle. Yinjiu-san screamed loudly, his mouth wide open. He raised his hands, his body disintegrated into purple energy. A bright yellow light shone from his chest and eyes. The man disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke with sad red eyes. Long Aoshin stretched out his hands to him in horror, shouting that this is not the case. He clenched his teeth, his face contorted with anger as he looked at it. The guy turned his gaze. His eyes were red with rage. There were deep wrinkles between his eyebrows. Long Aoshin screamed as he placed his hand on his chest. Purple smoke coming out of his eyes and mouth, revealing red eyes and mouth. The general looked at the prince, surrounded by purple mist, and extended his hand to him, calling the prince. The fiery girl looked at the two of them with a sword in her hands. The two men were surrounded by a golden dome. The purple light from the prince stretched into the sky towards the clouds. Long Aoshin held onto his chest with both hands, his mouth open in horror as purple mist continued to emanate from his body. Huang Tian, who flew next to the Empress, they looked at a large cloud of purple fog inside the dome. The guy asked the Empress what kind of energy it was. He frowned, hovering behind the Empress, who looked at everything with pursed lips. Huang Tian, who said that he had a frightening feeling, as if his whole soul was trembling. The brown-haired general looked at the huge cloud of fog that surrounded the prince and thought that this was bad, and before the third prince could defeat his inner demons, he unleashed a dark power. The man clenched his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face as he thought that, however, there was nothing they could do, and the Empress would never let them go. The whites of the general's eyes showed reddened capillaries as he thought that although it was very dangerous for the third prince to break the seal, there was still a glimmer of hope. Lai Siyu frowned as she looked at how the prince was surrounded by purple fog, and wondered what kind of power this was. Could it be the Lord of Darkness? She looked down, pursed her lips, and wondered how such power appeared in their world. A building stands on a mountain. A small waterfall flows next to the building. Several mountains are visible nearby. A flying island with a tree. Everything is surrounded by clouds. Small houses with people walking around. Trees and bushes visible nearby. Lysiu said that among all the worlds, the Dark Kingdom was the most evil. A large cave with many sharp stones. A red light falls on the stones below. A stone house is visible in the distance, with a red passage into it. Lysiu frowned as she thought about this. The Fire Girl, the Empress, and Huang Tian who were flying near the Golden Dome, behind which was the third prince. He called the Empress, shrouded in purple mist. Long Aoshin raised his hand. Purple steam came out of his mouth and eyes. His eyes glowed with purple light, and his clothes were torn. He shouted in annoyance that he would chop the Empress into pieces. Long Aoshin clenched his teeth, and angry red eyes were visible in the purple mist emanating from him. A huge dark spike surrounded by dark lightning and purple light headed towards Lysiu flying in the sky. Long Aoshin flew forward, surrounded by purple energy and dark lightning. He extended his hand forward, his face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing with purple light. He tried to hit the Empress, but she blocked his blow with her fist, golden energy emanating from the girl. Lysiu swung her leg as she struck, leaving behind a long golden light. She looked at the prince irritably, saying that from now on she is no longer Lysiu, she is Lysiu. The Empress struck again with the sword she was holding in her hand, leaving a golden mark. Long Aoshin repelled her blow with his hand, after which a purple mark and dark lightning were left. The girl screamed that he was just garbage, whose mind was clouded by dark forces. Flying over the river were two beams of light, one of which was purple with dark lightning around it, and the other was yellow with a fiery glow around it. The Empress attacked the prince again, but he blocked the blow, bright yellow pulses of energy emanating from them as they fought in the air. Lysiu held the sword with both hands, pointing it at the prince, who put his hands in front of him. Lysiu said that except for the Demon King, in the three realms, no one is worthy of being her opponent, and she does not even recognize the dark power of Long Aoshin as such. The third prince held his hands out in front of him, looking at the Empress with glowing violet eyes with a wide smile. The body and fog around Long Aoshin became blurry in front of the Empress. Lysiu turned back in surprise. Behind her was the silhouette of a person in purple light. A purple trail was left in front of her. Long Aoshin put one hand in front of him, gritting his teeth. In front of him was a purple sphere, towards which dark energy was drawn. He shouted that he was calling on the Dark Cerberus. The guy raised his hand up, holding it with his other hand. Dark energy swirled around Long Aoshin in long stripes. A creature with 3 dog heads appeared above him. The 2 heads of the creature growled and barked, opening its mouth. The eyes of Cerberus glowed with a purple light. Cerberus, surrounded by purple energy and dark lightning, ran towards Lysiu. The girl smiled, looking at it smugly, and said that she certainly couldn't be taken like that and that it was too weak. She held out 2 fingers in front of her, with golden light shining around them, and called the third prince a fool. The girl put her hand out in front of her, bright rays of golden energy directed towards Cerberus, who opened one of his jaws wide. The bright golden light shining around the Empress collided with the dark energy that was surrounded by lightning. Lysiu held the golden flame under her hand, standing on the ground and looking at several streaks of dark energy in the sky. The Empress was watched by a person from behind the stone. The general with a scar on his nose looked at the Empress. Drops of sweat flowed down his face, and he worriedly thought that this could not be, and why the prince acted so rashly. Long Aoshin looked forward in shock, a purple light emanating from his body. His clothes were torn, and the prince was trembling, trying to say something. Lysiu smiled smugly as she looked at him. She folded her hands, summoning the Ring of Immortality. A golden ring appeared between her hands, with lightning coming from it. The girl called the ring to fly forward. Pointing her finger at the third prince, the ring flew towards him, crashing into the prince's head, leaving a long golden trail behind it. A bright golden light flashed on Long Aoshin's forehead. Cracks ran across his forehead. They went down his cheeks to his chest. The guy frowned, raised his head, and loudly asked what she did to him. Lysiu walked forward, looking at the third prince annoyed, a golden light emanating from her as she told him that this secret technique would tear him into pieces and he would not be able to be reborn. This was her revenge for all the humiliation. The prince spread his arms to the sides. His body was on fire, and he fell on his back onto the water. Lysiu watched as the prince's body burned. Glowing with golden light, her hand trembled, and she thought that even at the second divine level, he was still weak to resist the forces of darkness, and she needed to gather all her strength and knock him down with one blow, or she could lose. She looked forward seriously, thinking that this was an entertaining battle. The general approached the burnt, charred body of the prince, looking at him with concern, and told the empress that the third prince was the most beloved descendant of Taoist Tianlong. He pointed his finger at the girl, beads of sweat running down his face as he shouted that he was also the future of the Tianlong dynasty. She killed him, and now the Tianlong Taoist would immediately act. He would destroy the entire Xinfeng dynasty and all their subordinates. Lai Siyu looked at him and smiled smugly, saying that unfortunately he cannot know what will happen next. The girl waved her hand and said to kill him. Two people ran across the water, holding weapons in their hands, saying that they understood the decree. Huang Tianhu and the three knights behind him jumped over the general who was standing by the burnt body. They raised their weapons, surrounded by golden light. The empress walked forward, her pink dress and white hair fluttering in the wind as she said that it was over. And then she said that although no, it was not over, Taoist Tianlong was next in line. Someone was holding a small knife, carving wood. Lin Tianhong, with a satisfied smile, raised up the wooden figurine of his wife, who raised her hands up, dressed as a dancer. He stretched, putting one hand behind his head and extending the other. He closed his eyes, saying that the Xinfeng Empress did not disappoint him. There was a figurine with his wife on the table next to him. The guy put his finger to his cheek and, smiling, said that it was time to send Bai Yun to carry out his instructions. A large black gate with red pillars. On top there was a sign that said Lin Jai. Bai Yun looked down anxiously. Her body trembled and her lips trembled. She sat on the bed with her hands folded, her body shaking as she said she felt something bad was going to happen. Fengjing City. On the corner of one of the streets, people were walking next to stone houses. There was a group of people standing between two houses in an alley. Someone said that Empress Xinfeng had reached the divine level at 28 years old. A man wearing a straw hat, a black mask and a kimono held out 3 scrolls in his hand, saying that the 300,000-strong dragon army had been defeated. Another man reached out to the man's outstretched hand, which held the scroll. People in dark clothes and black masks stood in front of a man in a straw hat. One of them looked at the scroll in his hand. The man in the hat told them to spread the information throughout the city. He frowned, looking at them, and told them not to hesitate and to do it quickly. The men in dark kimonos clasped their hands together, each holding a scroll, and said that they understood the order. Men in black robes jumped in different directions, leaving behind a golden light. One of the men ran along the ground, holding a scroll in his hands. A few days later, the fame of Empress Xinfeng spread throughout the southern territories. A man in a straw hat stood in the center of the map. 6 yellow arrows stretched from him, in different directions of the map. The house of the main characters, which was shaking. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, blushing and smiling widely. Hearts were coming from the house. A girl stood on the street next to him, looking at him. Bai Yun smiled modestly and blushed, putting her hand to her face and saying that these two are so active even during the day. Lai Siyu and Lin Tianhong were sitting on the bed. Red petals were falling over them. The guy asked the girl why she was in such a good mood lately. She looked at her husband, who was taking off her shoes, kneeling on the floor, and raised her legs, saying that she didn't know, but she just wanted to give him all the tenderness. Lai Siyu clasped her fingers together, blushed, and nervously thought that if Taoist Tianlong did come, she didn't know if she could handle him. Besides, she wanted to spend as much time as possible with her husband. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she put her hands to her face. She ran out of the house, covering her mouth with her fist as Lin Tianhong looked at her in surprise from behind the door. Lai Siyu closed her eyes as she vomited on the ground, and the guy looked at her worriedly, standing behind her and asking what happened. He sat down next to Lai Siyu, putting his hands on her shoulders, and asked what was wrong with her. The girl looked at him, putting her hand to her chest, and said that perhaps she was worried. She could not sleep well today. Bai Yun walked up behind the two of them, folded her hands, and asked to let her look. The two turned to look at her. The black-haired girl giggled, smiling and waving at them. Lin Tianhong frowned, looking up at the girl, and asked how she ended up here. Bai Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile and raised her hand, saying that she was passing by the window and heard some sounds. At first she thought that they were quarreling, but the two of them just started running away. Lai Siyu and Lin Tianhong looked away. The guy awkwardly scratched his cheek, and the girl smiled embarrassedly, blushing. The Empress stood up and walked forward, one of her feet missing her pink shoe. The girl took Bai Yun's hand in hers and put it to her chest, looking at her sadly, and asked to heal, and Lai Siyu does not understand what is wrong with her. Bai Yun with a gray beard put her hand on the Empress's wrist. She worriedly put her hand to her chest and asked what was wrong. A girl with black hair pulled her white beard aside and blushed, looking at the main character with bright eyes and saying that she congratulated her, and that she was pregnant. Lai Siyu looked at the girl in confusion, raised an eyebrow, and asked again. Bai Yun pointed at the girl's belly with a smile, saying that she had a baby in her belly. The white-haired girl raised her hands and looked down, asking with a smile if it was true. She put her hands to her stomach and looking at him sadly, the girl with black hair worriedly asked what happened. The Empress closed her eyes and shook her head. Lai Siyu turned to Bai Yun, looking at her seriously, and asked him to help her hide this from her husband. The time will come and she herself will tell him this good news. Bai Yun looked at her in surprise, raising her eyebrows and opening her mouth. She smiled, closing her eyes and nodded in agreement. A small wooden house. There were round stones nearby. Lai Siyu said that she would go then. The Empress kept her hands on her stomach, worriedly thinking about what to do, and Taoist Tianlong would come here to kill her, and what a bad time it was. She frowned, looking forward with a determined gaze, and thought that for the sake of her child and husband, for the sake of their family, she must win, and she would have to defeat even the immortal Taoist, but she would definitely do it. On some road in Nanju, the road was surrounded by trees, and high mountains could be seen in the distance. A guy with long black hair and gray clothes stood with a scroll in his hands. An old man in red clothes and with a wooden stick in his hand was looking at him. The scroll that the guy was holding with many symbols. The guy said that in poor Nanju there are capable people. The guy with black hair, whose name was Jun Wuxi, looked at the scroll with a raised eyebrow. He said that the Empress is really not that simple. He put his hand to his chin and smiled widely, knitting his eyebrows. The guy thought that she was somewhat similar to Bai Yun, and only such women were worthy of his attention. The guy threw the torn sheet aside, looking at it with a smile, and told Elder King that they were going to Fengjing City. The man with the gray beard closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Two bright blue beams of light flew into the air above the trees. Tianlong Mountain, an island floating in the sky, on which there was a mountain in the shape of a dragon. Above the mountain stood a tall temple. Tianlong Taoist Temple. People were walking near the arch and houses. A gray building was visible, to which a staircase led. Gray plate with gold lettering. Someone raised his hand up, calling an ancestor. A man in a yellow suit, black hair and mustache, ran forward worriedly, holding out his hand and saying that something was wrong. The man's shoe caught on a stone on the road. He raised his hands, eyes widening in surprise as he fell. The man fell to his knee, the bone in his knee cracked. The man cried, placing his hands on his knees, his body trembling as he groaned in pain. He was kneeling next to the gate, looking up when someone's voice said that the man was already at such an old age, and everyone was fussing. The man bowed, resting his hands on the ground and closed his eyes, asking the gentleman for forgiveness for his tactlessness. The temple gate with a golden tablet, a voice said that a man could pass through. He leaned on the column of the temple, on which there were silver carvings with dragons. A house in the courtyard, a small house among the trees with a dark roof. A man in yellow clothes was walking towards it along a stone path. The man stopped at the stairs leading to the house. The wooden doors opened slightly. He walked into the house. A man in green clothes was sitting on the carpet, around whom there was a bright green flame. Taoist Tianlong is the only immortal Taoist in Nanju, the head of the Tianlong dynasty. A man with raised gray hair, the tips of which were red. He had a gray mustache, and his eyes glowed with a green light. He had a green design of a dragon on his forehead. He was wearing a green kimono, with a design of scales and dragons. There was green energy around the man. The man in the yellow kimono knelt down in front of the man, who looked at him with his head down and his hands folded. He tried to talk about the third prince in a trembling voice. Sweat dripped down the face of the man in yellow clothes. His voice trembled. Taoist Tianlong looked at him with a serious gaze, asking what happened to Long Aoshin. The man in the yellow robe looked at the man in fear, beads of sweat running down his face. He lowered his head, hitting his forehead on the floor, his whole body trembling as the man shouted that General Yingju Sanren, Long Aoshin, and another 300,000 soldiers of their army were all killed by the Fengjing man. Taoist Tianlong's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with rage. The yellow-robed man in front of him trembled, bowing low, with a green fire burning behind the Taoist's back. He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, asking what the man just said. A strong yellow pulse passed from the floating island with a rock in the shape of a dragon. White dust rose above the mountains nearby. A large green Chinese dragon appeared behind Taoist Tianlong and opened its mouth. The man's face was half hidden in shadow. One glowing eye was visible. He asked who dared to kill Long Aoshin and Yingju Sanren. The man kneeling in front of him fearfully replied that it was Empress Shenfeng. The man looked at him irritably, frowned and shouted at him to tell him everything in detail. A moment later, Empress Shenfeng, wearing a purple dress, sat with her hand resting her cheek. Smiling smugly, the man said that she had reached the divine level at the age of 28. The girl held a golden dome between her hands. In the middle of it was a yin and yang sign. from which 2 yellow stripes of energy stretched out, which engulfed 2 people. The man said that she used formations that he had never even heard of. 2 people were pierced by a golden beam of light. They opened their mouths, their eyes turned into crosses. The yellow-robed man lowered his head in front of Taoist Tianlong, trembling, and said that this is how she killed Yingju Sanren and Long Aoshin. The man with gray hair looked at him seriously, repeating about the second divine level at 28 years old. The yellow-robed man raised his hands in shock, his eyes widening as he realized that she had reached the god level so quickly, and it was impossible. She was just a monster. Taoist Tianlong responded negatively, his long mustache fluttering in the air. He raised his index finger and said that there was one person she was afraid of. The yellow-robed man looked at the Taoist in shock, his mouth wide open, and asked if it was true. Why had he never heard of it? The man picked up a teacup with a blue design and pulled back the lid. He raised the cup of tea to his lips, saying that this man's progress is so fast, and it's surprising. He stayed in Nanju for a short time, and this happened thousands of years ago, and it's no wonder the man didn't know. He remembered how when he was young, holding a blue book in his hands, reading what was written in shock, the man said that he himself had read about it in an ancient book. Thousands of years ago, Lin San, an unprincipled and terrifying monster, appeared in Lingcheng. Lin Tianhong looked over his shoulder with a smile. His huge figure stood in front of the imperial palace in black robes. Taoist Tianlong looked at the man with a frown and asked him to guess how many years it took him to reach the divine level. A man in yellow clothes showed 5 fingers on his hand and loudly asked that he was 55 years old. He looked in surprise at the Taoist, who folded his hands and replied that he was only 5 years old. The eyes of the man with the black mustache widened in shock. He opened his mouth wide, and snot flowed out of his nose as he shouted that this was impossible, and how could one advance from the basic level to the divine level in 5 years? Taoist Tianlong looked at him seriously, saying that the 3rd Prince of Lin, at 20 years old, he is still training hard, and the man does not know what opportunities will appear after this. He said that Lin Tianhong reached the level of emptiness in 3 days, and the level of sacred fire in a year. The main character sat in the lotus position, meditating. He put his hand in front of him and clenched his other hand into a fist. Training. The main character raised his hand up with a smile. Golden energy was flying around him. Taoist Tianlong said that after 2 years he reached the divine level. It only took him 5 years. The main character put his 2 middle fingers together. He frowned, his eyes glowing with a golden light. The Taoist raised his head up, saying that Long Aoshin was his successor, the general, a person holding the highest position. He frowned, looking forward seriously, and said that Empress Shenfeng had killed him. The Taoist's body disintegrated into green particles as he sat on the pillow, seriously saying that he would personally go to Fengjing to get even with her. His body was disintegrating into particles. A green light was flying around the room near the man in yellow clothes. The Taoist said that the Tianlong city government was temporarily entrusted to him. Lin Tianhong family in Fengjing City, large dark gate with red pillars. Bai Yun sat in the lotus position, her hands folded on top of each other. She closed her eyes, yellow fire shone around the girl. The figurine on the white table opposite the girl emitted purple energy. A wooden figurine of a woman sitting in the lotus position, which she bought in the main character's shop. Bai Yun flew surrounded by golden light, flying near the face of the wooden figurine that became huge in front of her. Golden energy with various symbols written on it flew out of the figurine's mouth. Energy with symbols surrounded Bai Yun, who closed her eyes. The girl's eyes opened and she raised her head, opening her mouth wide. Her eyes glowed with white light. Golden energy flowed from her body. Bai Yun clenched her hands into fists and looked ahead in surprise, blushing, asking what happened. She looked at her hands, around which there was yellow fire. The girl was surprised to realize that her energy was off the charts. She frowned as she looked at the figurine that was emitting golden light. The girl approached her, blushing, and looking questioningly at the figurine. She thought, isn't this an ordinary wooden figurine? The sun was setting in the sky. A wooden painted figurine of Lai Siyu, who blushed with her hands behind her back, standing in a white sailor suit and a short blue skirt. Lin Tianhong sat in front of the table on which the figurine stood and stretched, raising his hands and smiling contentedly. He said that he had finished. He looked out the window where 2 people were walking down the street. A man in blue clothing pointed forward, asking the second person to walk faster. The man in blue clothes closed his eyes, saying that everything had been calm for a few days. Why did something happen again today? Lin Tianhong looked at them in surprise. He raised his eyebrows, smiled and thought that one of the young people had done something wrong again, and he needed to see what Empress Shenfeng would do. The guy hung a gold lock on the door. He ran down the street. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The sky was orange. The guy said that the store had closed and ran home to hug his wife. Lin Tianhong abruptly opened the door, calling out to his wife with a wide smile. YCU stood with a broom in her hands. There was a small pile of leaves next to her. She smiled, looked at her husband and said that he had returned. She looked in surprise at the guy who extended his hands to her. He kissed his wife on the lips and she widened her eyes in surprise, blushing. The girl closed her eyes as they kissed, tilting her body back slightly, red hearts emanating from them. The orange sun above their house waved its hand, driving away the hearts. YCU was breathing heavily. Blushing, she put her hands on her husband's chest and said that he had been kissing her for so long. The girl turned away, looking away and embarrassedly asked if it was possible to get tired of this. Lin Tianhong cupped her face with a smile and said that even this was not enough for him. The Empress looked at him embarrassed. The guy reached out to the girl, stretching out his lips, and she put her hands on his cheek and chest, pulling him away, and saying that first they would eat, and after dinner they would continue. YCU hugged the guy's hand as they walked to the house. She asked where Bai Yun's sister was and she wanted to invite her to have dinner with them. But she was nowhere to be found. The guy replied that she must have gone out on business. Lin Tianhong stretched out his hands, blushing, and said that they could eat and do some other things. The girl covered her body with her hands, blushing and closing her eyes, and said that it was disgusting, and they would just eat it first. There was fried fish, stewed meat and other dishes on the table. Lin Tianhong looked at this with a wide smile, holding a bowl of rice and chopsticks, saying that they were having a luxurious dinner today. YCU sighed, sitting in front of her husband with her eyes closed, and said that they needed to eat well, and then maybe it wouldn't work out like that. The guy asked her why. The girl looked away and put her hand to her chin, worriedly saying that today at school she heard from other teachers that an immortal was approaching the city. Silhouette of Taoist Tianlong surrounded by green light. The girl raised her index finger, beads of sweat running down her face as she said with concern that perhaps it was Taoist Tianlong. He had come to kill. Nanju, the border of the Xinfeng dynasty, there were many soldiers on the city wall. A white tower stood on a high mountain. The soldiers looked up in fear, sweat running down their faces. Taoist Tianlong arrived in Fengjing. On the way he released his entire aura. His power is simply terrifying. It can be felt even from a distance. A man with red hair at the ends was flying through the sky. His eyes were white, green energy glowed around him. He came to take revenge and establish the dominance of the Tianlong dynasty. Everyone should know that he is the boss in Nanju. He is the invincible boss. YCU frowned and narrowed her violet eyes, saying that the only immortal Taoist in Nanju had begun to act. She clenched her hands into fists, looking worriedly at her husband. Behind her was a burning city, and the girl said that their entire city could be destroyed in an instant. Lin Tianhong stuffed the chicken leg into her mouth and told her to eat it with a big smile. YCU held the chicken leg by the bone while the guy said with a smile that there was no need to worry, and Fengjing encountered problems several times, and in each of them, when the danger was averted, the city must have been protected by the heavens. The same thing now. The Empress in a long purple dress waved her hand. There were many troops under her. Lin Tianhong raised his hand and hugged his wife's shoulders, saying with a wide smile that in addition, the Empress has shown herself to be excellent recently thanks to her super powerful techniques and the army guarding her. The girl looked up with bright eyes, blushing. YCU widened her eyes in surprise as she chewed a chicken leg bone and blushed, thinking that her husband's praise made her happy. She looked at her husband. There were crumbs of food on her cheek. The girl said worriedly that this time everything was different, and they were opposed by an immortal Taoist. The guy looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. The guy put the sausage in the girl's mouth, saying that it would be better for her to eat. She looked at the food in surprise, blushing. She took the sausage in her hand, smiling at her husband, who put his arm around her shoulders and smiled broadly, clenching his other hand into a fist and saying that he believes in the Empress, and they can eat in peace. The sun was shining above their house, which was irritably holding a sign in its hands that said, "You will die if you do not constantly show your love." The voice of Lin Tianhong was heard from the house, telling his wife to eat. She agreed. The guy offered the girl something else and she screamed in surprise. The moon was shining among the clouds. YCU blushed as she stood in front of her husband who was sitting on the bed. She embarrassedly asked him to let him thank him today. The girl sat down next to Lin Tianhong, who hugged the girl by the shoulders and with a smile told her not to worry and everything would be fine. He cupped the girl's cheek with his palm. YCU looked down worriedly. blushing and thought why she and her husband are experiencing such difficulties and cannot live a good life for at least a few days. Uncle Van, the clan elders, and also the Tianlong dynasty, although she had advanced to the divine level. Even if she restored the memory of Empress Shi, she would still remain mortal. Taoist Tianlong was flying in the sky, surrounded by green energy, his kimono fluttering in the wind. Lai Siyu was flying in front of him, surrounded by golden energy. The girl thought that even with the addition of the ancient great formation, the shocking god formation, she still didn't even have a 30% chance to defeat this immortal Taoist. Lai Siyu looked at Lin Tianhong with concern, blushed, and thought that before the decisive battle, she would serve her husband well. The couple kissed, closing their eyes, and the girl thought that she was afraid that such an opportunity might not exist. She looked at the couple's house, gritting her teeth and holding a sign that said that this was stupid and took so long. A few days later, Taoist Tianlong was flying high in the sky next to dark and pink clouds. Outside Fengjing City, the Taoist clenched his hands into fists as he looked at the city surrounded by white walls. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu stood on the city wall, their cloaks fluttering from the gust of wind, and they looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The girl asked what it was, and Huang Tianhu replied that such a terrifying aura was caused by the arrival of Taoist Tianlong. Tianyu Huanghu put her hand on her sword, walking to the edge of the wall with the guy. She frowned, looking at the sky, and said that it was so fast and he came earlier than they expected. People ran down the street between houses, frighteningly dropping things and shouting that it was all over and they needed to run. A palace with blue walls next to it. A guy with long brown hair and blue clothes, and Haiyan in a black cloak looked at the dark sky. The king put his hands behind his back and laughed, saying that this is great. He smiled as he placed his hand on the railing and said that once Empress Shenfeng dies, he, Prince Yuan, will take the opportunity to take over the entire Shenfeng dynasty. The prince turned to Haiyan with a smile, who said that when the time comes, they will also be able to realize the leader's ambitions and turn the entire Shenfeng dynasty into followers of the evil god. The blonde chuckled, a shadow falling on his eyes as he said that then Mr. Yuan would succeed. Prince Yuan crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying that this was simply excellent, laughing loudly. Two men stood on the balcony of a building. There was a dark sky above them and the prince laughed loudly. Shenfeng Imperial Palace, someone loudly told the empress that Taoist Tianlong was already here. Huang Tianhu and Tianyu Huanghu stood near the exit of the hall. The empress walked forward, saying that they were coming. They replied that they understood the order. Lai Siyu walked forward with a serious face. Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu walked behind the empress. They stood in front of the fence. In front of them was a huge army, divided into groups. The empress frowned and shouted that Taoist Tianlong wanted to destroy thousands of people in their Shenfeng country because of her own selfishness. But she would never give up. The girl placed one hand on the railing and the other forward, decisively shouting for all officers and soldiers to listen to the order and follow her into battle with the enemy. An army of people who held spears in their hands. They shouted hooray at the empress's speech. Lai Siyu frowned and looked to the side, calling for the shocking spirit formation to open. She extended her hand forward, palm open. A huge seal with the sign of yin and yang opened above the city, from which white light emanated. Taoist Tianlong flew near the red dark clouds, surrounded by green light. He said that they killed his grandson, and he would wipe them out to avenge him. The man spread his arms out to the sides. His eyes glowed green, and his face was distorted with anger as he said that they all do not value their lives and let them die. The gates of the city wall shook, the stones on the ground cracked. The man carved a wooden figure of Huang Tianhu, which trembled. Lin Tianhong looked up, holding a wooden figurine in his hands, the table and chair shaking next to him, and the guy raised an eyebrow and said that the stakes were too high. He took his hair, pulling it. The guy pulled out a small hair from his head, holding it in his hand. Smiling, the main character opened his palm and the hair disappeared in a bright light. He said that he was going to try this new toy on him to see how it works. A bright pink beam of light flew from the store, up into the dark sky. Taoist Tianlong spread his arms, looking up at the dark sky, noticing something. He frowned, asking what was going on. He looked at the starry sky, surrounded by green energy. The man clenched his teeth, a drop of sweat running down his face as he thought what kind of power this was and that there was a Taoist stronger than him. Suddenly, the voice of the protagonist said that Taoist Tianlong could have lived hundreds of more years if he had not gone to Fengjing. Taoist Tianlong looked up with worry, frowned, and loudly asked who he was. The voice continued that since the Taoist was here, He had brought his demise closer. Taoist Tianlong's eyes widened in fear, sweat flowed down his face. His shoulders shook and he pointed forward, shouting who he was. A powerful ray of light flashed from the sky from the clouds, which pierced through the chest of Taoist Tianlong. The man looked in shock at the beam of light in his stomach, drops of blood flew out of his mouth, and he loudly asked how this was possible. The beam of light broke one of the mountains, leaving a huge hole in the second and crashing into the third mountain. The silhouette of a man was lying on the broken stones, with a white mist flying nearby. Lin Tianhong was flying above Taoist Tianlong. His arms crossed over his chest, the hair of the man in green clothes hung down, and he looked at the guy in front of him, lying on the broken stones. There were bruises on the Taoist's face. His face was swollen, blood was flowing near his eye and nose, and there was a hole in his stomach. He looked at the main character in fear. A few years ago, Taoist Tianlong was sitting at the lamp with a scroll in his hands. Next to him was a bookcase with many books and scrolls on it. He opened one of them. It was written there, "The third Prince Lin collects Kai energy in the morning, concentrates it in the evening. In 5 years he will become immortal." The man looked in surprise at the piece of paper that flew out next to him. The piece of paper showed Lin Tianhong with a serious face. The main character in the present tense looked at the Taoist with the same face, and the man shouted that he was the very third Prince Lin Tianhong, who became immortal in just 5 years. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, hovering over the Taoist, and asked with a smile. Taoist Tianlong pointed his finger at him, frowned, and shouted loudly that it couldn't be even 5 years that had passed. Why was he still alive? Lin Tianhong bowed his head with a smile, his black and white clothes fluttering in the wind as he asked if the man really knew him. He clasped his hands together and clenched his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face as he said that he had seen a portrait and description of Prince Lin in an ancient book written 10,000 years ago. Lin Tianhong put his hand to his chin and remembered the old man in the straw hat, and with many scrolls on his back in his backpack and hands. The guy thought that these were probably the tricks of that all-knowing old man. He crossed his arms over his chest and calmly looked at the Taoist, saying that he should not have come to Fengjing. Now let him not expect mercy. Taoist Tianlong stood trembling. He put his hand to the hole in his stomach and, closing one eye, said that he does not understand how he did not die in those 5 years, and how he even lived for 10,000 years. It is impossible. The man waved his hand, looking at Lin Tianhong flying in the sky, and shouted that he still couldn't kill him and he wouldn't allow it. The main character smiled looking at him and said how could a tiny ant like him dare to make a sound. The guy raised his hand up, extending his index finger, above which a black circle appeared, surrounded by blue and pink energy. He said that he was looking forward to the Taoist's tricks, and hoped that he would show at least something interesting. A large black portal surrounded by a golden seal opened above the mountains, white light emanating from it. The stones under Taoist Tianlong's feet flew up, drops of blood flew out from behind the man's mouth, and he closed his eyes, clenching his hands into fists. The man sat on his knees, resting his hand on the stones as he was pulled upward. Lin Tianhong stretched out his hand in front of him with a smile, holding a black sphere above it, and said that this was his trump card, and he had not used his own yet. Taoist Tianlong smiled widely, closing one eye, and told the guy to take a good look. Many dark green tentacles appeared around the man, and a bright green light surrounded him. The man spread his arms to the sides. Eyes and mouths with tongues protruding were visible on the tentacles next to him. The tentacles reached towards Lin Tianhong. The main character frowned at this and thought that this was the power of the Dark World, and he did not know that the Tianlong dynasty was related to the Dark World. The guy looked away, gritting his teeth in irritation, thinking of a large dark creature with horns, a white mask, and red eyes. Lin Tianhong thought that he especially hated the Demon Lord. The guy looked at Taoist Tianlong, who covered his chest with his hands with a smile. There were many tentacles behind his back. A green dome surrounded the man, and ribbons with symbols stretched from below. A large bright beam of light shot forward from the man, and the main character turned around, looking at him. Fengjing, city walls where people stood. Tianyu, Huanghu, and Lai Siyu stood behind Huang Tianhu, who pointed his finger upward, asking to look there. The girls raised their heads in surprise. The Empress looked up, a bead of sweat running down her face as she said that this was the secret way to harness the power of the Dark World. A man with red hair and a black mask looked up in shock, standing next to the Empress, and nervously asked what was happening and where such a powerful ominous aura came from, and what happened. This is really forbidden dark magic. Lai Siyu frowned and put her hand in front of her face, thinking what was going on, and she couldn't leave the formation now, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold back Taoist Tianlong. The girl extended her hand in front of a green beam of light visible in the distance, which shot into the sky, emitting a bright green light. Many eyes appeared in the dark sky, with red whites of the eyes and yellow pupils. The eyes suddenly opened wide. From the eye that was in the middle, a huge demonic red hand with black claws crawled out. A huge red demon appeared above Lin Tianhong, with 4 arms, a wide open mouth with a long tongue, an eye on its forehead, and long horns on its head. Lai Siyu looked at the demon in shock, frowning as her eyes opened wide. Wang Tianhu looked at the demon in shock, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Tianyu Huanghu opened her mouth in shock, frowning and looking up in surprise. The people in the city were kneeling in front of the red eyes in the sky, bowing and shouting that this was heaven's punishment, and their punishment, and it was all over. Taoist Tianlong flew in front of the red demon, laughing loudly, the main character flying in front of him. The Taoist, surrounded by tentacles, pointed his finger at the guy with a smile, and shouted that this is the power of the highest realm, and even if young Master Lin is a true immortal, he will still die here. The huge demon hit Taoist Tianlong's forehead with his finger, and he looked at the demon in shock. There was a big lump on his forehead. The demon said that to enter the lower realm with the taboo power of the upper realm, it requires huge resources and he does not have enough of them. The huge demon glowed red, screaming for the man to die, placing his 4 hands on the mountains. The Taoist knelt in front of the demon, bowing. He looked in fear at the huge demon that loomed over him. Casting a shadow, the man said that Long Aoshan had died. The huge demon waved his arms, throwing the mountain away from him, and asked irritably how this happened. He roared. Pulses of red energy emanated from him. Reaching the city, the demon shouted that Long Aoshan was the prince of their dark world in the lower realm. The Empress and Huang Tianhu covered their faces with their hands in front of them and closed their eyes. Taoist Tianlong stood with red energy circling around him, and he put his hand on his chest, saying that he was going to avenge Long Aoshan. The man pointed his finger at Lin Tianhong, who stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by golden light. The Taoist shouted that the guy was in the realm of true immortality, and this man was not an opponent of the demon. The demon looked at the guy. In front of him, the Taoist pointed his finger at him. The demon said that a simple immortal is like an ant, and let him die. Lin Tianhong smiled as he looked at them and said that even he, the old Lord of Darkness, would stand in awe of him with his tail between his legs, and how dare he, a simple messenger of darkness, speak so brazenly. Red Demon and Taoist Tianlong looked at him in silence and shock. The huge demon opened its mouth, in which many teeth were visible, and stuck out its tongue. The Taoist looked irritably at the main character and, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he even knew about the existence of the great Lord of Darkness. The huge red demon raised his hands, between which a bright red ball gathered, throwing red sparks from itself. He shouted, "How dare the main character treat the great master of the upper kingdom so rudely?" And he sentenced himself. A bright beam of light shot out from a huge red ball. Pulses of energy emanated from next to the ball. A huge beam of light swept across the ground, burning it out. At the end there was a strong explosion. Red lightning flashed next to the beam of light. A bright white ball from which emanated a pulse of energy and red light. Taoist Tianlong smiled. Drops of blood flew out of his mouth and he laughed, shouting that the demon was so powerful and even the true immortals from the lower world were not his rivals. The demon stood with his arms raised above him, between which there was a red ball, which became smaller. Thick white smoke was flying under his feet. The white smoke began to dissipate, red sparks flashing next to it. There was no one on the scorched earth that the ray of light left, and the demon asked in surprise what happened. At the end of the scorched earth, a red ring was visible from which lightning emanated. A ring of red energy sparkled next to the white hair. The demon pointed at him, raising 2 hands up, and said that it was just an avatar created from the hair on his head. Taoist Tianlong looked at this in shock, opening his mouth and trying to say something. He sadly sat down on his knees on the ground and said that he was simply being pushed around by something made of hair. A white hair fell onto the man's outstretched hand. He looked at him anxiously, many beads of sweat running down his face as he thought that third Master Lin was a true immortal. That's why he was so powerful. He never thought that it would turn out to be a hair avatar. There was a huge demonic shadow above the Taoist. Stones from the mountain flew into the air. A man in green clothes looked down in fear, asking what the level of the real body was if just the hair turned out to be so powerful. A huge demonic creature, with a huge white eye on its forehead and a toothy mouth. Taoist Tianlong thought that even in the true form of the upper realm, it would not be able to reach the same level, and how could such a creature appear in the lower world? City building with a sign above the door. Lin Tianhong sighed, holding the wooden figurine of Huang Tianhu in his hands and closing his eyes. He said so carelessly, and he thought that one hair would be enough to kill the second son of an immortal. The guy looked to the side, frowned and said that he didn't expect someone from the upper world to come, so he'd have to go there himself and clean up the trash. The main character disappeared from his place in front of the table, leaving behind only white light. He appeared in front of Taoist Tianlong, who was kneeling on the ground. A huge demon with a white eye, surrounded by red light, loudly asked what kind of person he was and how he dared to interfere with his affairs in the dark world. The main character looked at him, holding a wooden figurine behind his back. Lin Tianhong smiled and knitted his eyebrows, saying that the demon did not need to know who he was. He stuck out one little finger with a wide smile, raised his hand and said that regarding the dark world, for him it's nothing, but he feels a threat from the demon. The huge red demon opened its mouth wide, looking at the guy in rage, and shouted that it doesn't matter who he is, because now he is in the lower world, and is definitely not himself, and the limit of power that the lower realm can withstand is only the initial power heavenly thread. The huge demon looked at the protagonist, whose white hair was flying, and said that everyone had the same power, so he lost. Lin Tianhong's eyes became with black whites of the eyes and red pupils. A red light emanated from them as he asked with a smile if the demon was sure about this. A strong impulse passed from the main character. He raised his head, looking up. His face was red, his eyes glowed with a bright red light, and he said that now they would check how true his words were. Taoist Tianlong was blown away by the wind, the hair on his head fell out, flying back, and the man screamed. The man's clothes were torn. He became completely bald. In front of him and a huge demon stood the main character. He was hidden in shadow. A bright fire was burning around him, and red mist was flying in the air. Lin Tianhong smiled, holding a wooden figurine with Huang Tianhu's face in his hand, saying that it was time to take out the trash and he was counting on him. The guy raised his hand up, surrounded by dark fog, and with a smile shouted forward to him, tossing the figure. The wooden figurine flew in the sky next to the clouds, casting a bright golden light. City houses. A bright golden light was visible in the sky. The huge demon looked at the golden dome that surrounded the city of Fengjing. The huge demon looked at this in shock, opening its mouth. Taoist Tianlong also looked at this in shock, his mouth wide open, his face contorted in fear. Together they said that this is the magic dome of heaven and earth. Lin Tianhong stood in front of a huge dome that shone with a bright golden light. The guy spread his arms to the sides. A huge demon stood over the main character, smiling widely and spreading his arms to the side. He laughed and asked that in the battle with him, he really spent his strength to protect the ants from the lower kingdom. In one of the hands of a huge demon, a spear of red energy appeared, from which red mist came. The demon said with a smile that the main character himself had sentenced himself to death, and let him look at the destructive power of the immortal weapon, driven by the power of the gods. The huge demon leaped forward, holding a red spear in one hand, aimed at Lin Tianhong, shouting for him to die. Taoist Tianlong looked at the spear in shock, sitting on the ground with torn clothes, and said that this is the power of the immortals, a weapon created by them. The man opened his mouth wide, looking at the spear in fear, his face illuminated by white light. He screamed as a white light surrounded him. The man's body dissolved, leaving only a skeleton, white mist flying nearby. There was a large, bright and loud explosion. The demon looked down. The ground was surrounded by dense white smoke. He held a spear in two hands, pointing it down. The demon looked down in surprise. He asked loudly how this was possible. The man behind the white fog raised his hand up, holding a huge red spear. Lin Tianhong held the spear between two fingers with a smile and said that today he will teach the demon to write the word naivety. The blade of the spear, clamped between the guy's fingers, began to crack. The huge red spear in the demon's hands fell apart in his hands, leaving gold-colored particles behind. Drops of sweat ran down the demon's face as he looked at this in shock. Opening his mouth, he stuttered and tried to say something. The demon stood over Lin Tianhong as the red spear completely crumbled in front of him. He asked how a guy could ignore the rules of the lower realm and destroyed the suppression of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The main character looked at him with a smile and asked about the laws of heaven and earth, and said that only ant existence is limited by rules. He spread his arms to the sides with a wide smile. There were many bright stars behind him. And the guy said that while the power is enough, the so-called rules are just little things. The huge demon looked up at the stars, loudly asking what it was, his long red tongue hanging out of his mouth. With a smug smile, Lin Tianhong extended his hand towards him and told the demon to go back into the darkness. Many cracks appeared along the body of the huge demon. He screamed while raising his hands, many bright golden rays of light emanating from his body. He screamed no. In the place of the demon there was a bright golden light. A dense white fog flew in the air, behind which the blue sky was visible. Lin Tianhong stood in front of a huge crater in the ground, from which a dense fog was emanating. A voice was heard that asked who the guy was, and he broke all the rules of heaven and earth. He said that the dark world would not leave this. The main character looked at the dark fog that was flying in the sky. He smiled, putting his hands on his hips and knitting his eyebrows, said that he was just using the power of an immortal. There is no need to talk about revenge, and a creature that does not understand whether it is worth living or better to die. He extended his hand, on which a wooden figurine with Huang Tianhu appeared and smiled contentedly, saying that was all. The main character disappeared from the earth, leaving behind a red light, with dense fog flying nearby. He appeared in front of his desk in the workshop, with a wooden figurine of Huang Tianhu standing on the desk. The guy looked around, frowning and putting his hand to his forehead. He closed his eyes and sighed with a smile, holding the figurine in his hands, saying that fortunately the problem was solved with small losses and without revealing his identity. People stood on the street, looking at the blue sky with white clouds. One of the people said that for a moment, he thought that their world had come to an end. A man with a brown beard looked at him. A woman hugged his arm. He said that now everything is fine again. But how? Someone shouted what happened. A guy in green clothes with tears in his eyes was sitting on the ground. There was a puddle under him and he said that he was so scared that he wet himself. Two people stood next to him, covering their faces with their sleeves. One of the men turned at him with disgust. The sun was shining brightly on Fengjing City. Clouds were floating in the sky. Lai Siyu stood there, frowning, thinking that something was wrong. Behind her, Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu were sitting on the ground, hugging each other and trembling. The guy frowned. Beads of sweat were running down his face. When he said that he thought he would be killed, the girl with pink hair put her hand to her chest and, closing her eyes, said who in the lower kingdom is capable of defeating him. Lai Siyu pursed her lips, looking ahead gloomily, and thought that Taoist Tianlong's aura had also completely disappeared, and he seemed to have died, and it was clearly someone from the dark realm. It turns out that he was from the upper realm. What about him killed? The mountains where the sun was shining, clouds were floating. The girl thought that all the assassins who first attacked Huang Tianhu had mysteriously disappeared. Then the news came that the 6 major sects had been destroyed, and the 6 great divine fire masters had been invited by King Ning, suffered the same fate. King Ning stood between the tablets of the 6 great masters, next to which there were 2 bones. He shook his head in confusion. The girl thought that she was then hit by a mysterious cosmic ring containing a huge treasure. This time even the masters from the highest realm summoned by Taoist Tianlong were killed. A golden ring hit the Empress's forehead and she threw back her head and opened her mouth. The girl put her hand to her chin, remembering all this, and thought that it was as if some mysterious force was protecting the city of Fengjing and her. She looked at him, touching her hair with her hand, her hair and the sleeves of her clothes fluttering in the wind as she thought that maybe the people from heaven knew about her reincarnation and sent someone to the nether world to protect her. Outside the walls of the city of Fengjing, Lai Siyu walked along the ground where there was nothing but white fog. The girl asked what kind of deity had a hand here. She pursed her trembling lips, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. The soldiers stood on the city wall, looking down from it and saying that this actually directly changed the landscape, and this is such a force. Lai Siyu put her hands to her chest, looking at it in fear, and frowned, thinking that such a powerful force was hidden in the human world and it seemed like they should be careful. The girl stumbled, hitting the ground loudly with her foot. She raised her hand with an awkward smile and closed her eyes, telling the soldiers that they could be free to go home and have a good rest. Tianyu Huanghu, Huang Tianhu and the rest of the soldiers folded their hands and said that they understood everything. The soldiers dispersed and the girl exhaled, raising her head and thinking that if she wanted to protect herself in this mortal world, she would need to develop her strength. Lai Siyu sighed, blushing slightly, and said that she would not think about it. She thought about smiling and blushing, stretching out her hand to Lin Tianhong, who also blushed. The girl thought that she could enjoy a happy life with her husband again. She put her hand to her chin and smiled stupidly, drool dripping from her lips. She looked down in surprise and raised her eyebrows, thinking that she had almost forgotten that she needed to cook food. Lai Siyu jumped from her seat outside the city gate, leaving behind a yellow trail. She said it was time to go home. Yuan Palace, someone in the palace shouted loudly that this was disgusting. Prince Yuan sat on the bed, biting his lip irritably and lowering his head. The girl sitting on the bed looked at him in fear, covering herself with a blanket, and said that it was her fault and he should not worry. A girl with blonde hair and a pink nightie sat down on her knees in front of the prince and lowered her head, saying that she was sorry and let him give her another chance. She extended her hands to the man who was sitting on the bed in front of her and said that she would fix everything. Yuan pursed his trembling lips in irritation and silently lowered his head, closing his eyes, veins bulging on his face. The man grabbed the girl by the head. His face was distorted with anger, and drops of sweat were running down the girl's face. The guy shouted that she really thought he was so sentimental that he would deny it. The girl said no. Prince Yuan's face was distorted with rage. He looked down at the girl and told her to go away. She replied that she was obeying. She closed the door to the prince's room. The guy closed his eyes. Tears appeared in his eyes and he clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that his breathing was too bad, and his mood suddenly deteriorated. He sat in the lotus position and put 2 fingers in front of him, thinking that he needed to report this to his mentor. Yuan frowned, purple fire glowing around him as he thought about the devilish message. Someone was twisting a key on his index finger. Lin Tianhong walked down the road with a smile, humming a melody, and put his other hand behind the edge of his kimono. He saw his wife standing with her hands folded near the gate and called her. Liu smiled widely, blushed and said that he had returned. She jumped into her husband's arms, smiling, and said that she missed her so much. The guy grabbed her by the hips. He said with a smile and closed eyes that he was at home and she was probably scared. The girl put her finger to her cheek and stuck her tongue out at the guy, saying that he underestimates her, and she teaches at the academy. If she is afraid and panics, then what will happen to the students? Liu put her hands on her husband's shoulders, looking at him with a smile, and said that therefore, even if she was scared, she could not show it. On the contrary, she had to encourage him. Lin Tianhong reached out to the girl with elongated lips and said that he had a cool wife and a surprise was waiting for her in the evening. The girl put her hands on his face, smiling shyly and blushing. She began to punch Lin Tianhong in the face, blushing deeply, and said that it was terrible, and they had been together for a long time, and he still behaved like a pervert. The couple held hands and walked forward with smiles. Lin Tianhong and Liu were standing on the street where people were walking. The guy was holding an octopus on a stick, looking at the girl who was eating something with a smile. The couple was sailing on a small ship, with a fishing rod next to them. Lin Tianhong lay with his hands behind his head while the girl sat next to him. The guy hugged the girl from the back, putting his hand on her face. Liu looked at her smiling. The son looked at the ship on which the couple was sailing, opening their eyes with their fingers, hearts emanating from the ship on which they were sailing. A map showing 2 cities between rivers. From one city to the other, there was a red dotted line. White and red building with a dark roof. There was a huge hurricane in the middle of the forest, with green leaves flying next to it. Bai Yun covered her face with her hands. Leaves and tree branches were flying next to her, and 2 bloody cuts were visible on her cheek. The girl's white dress tore at the hip due to a gust of wind. The girl frowned, looking forward with a smile. A golden glow appeared around her, and a lotus flower appeared on her forehead. She said that the time had come. She stretched out her hand, which had a golden lotus on it, and summoned the 1,000 hands of Guanyin. Bai Yun told her to appear. She raised her hand above her. The air swirled around her. The golden lotus above the girl's hand glowed brightly, and golden energy emanated from her. A girl made of golden energy appeared behind Bai Yun, wearing a high headdress and a veil on her face. The girl of golden energy with 6 arms, above which golden balls with symbols floated. Bai Yun sat in the lotus position as gusts of wind swirled around her. There was an explosion inside a strong hurricane. It began to dissolve, leaving a girl of golden energy in the center. Bai Yun closed her eyes with a smile and smiled. The golden energy was lost in front of her, and the girl said that the wind had died down. She raised her hands, smiling widely, and said that this was victory, the first step towards the divine level. Pink petals fell next to her. The girl raised her index finger and clenched her other hand into a fist, blushing and smiling, saying that the gentleman said that he would give her a gift after she completed the wind practice, and it was time to go to him. She jumped off the ground, breaking the stones that flew to the sides, and a bright light flashed in the sky. The forest, behind which high mountains were visible, the sun was shining. 2 blue lights appeared in front of the forest. Jun Wuxi and Elder King appeared on the ground. The guy looked at the broken tree and said that someone had already completed the wind practice. The old man behind him held a wooden staff in his hand, saying that Bai Yun was clearly involved. The guy with black hair turned to him and asked what he wanted to say, that she was the one who went through the wind practice. The old man put one hand behind his back. Cracks were visible on the ground under his feet, and he said that this was quite likely. Jun Wuxi laughed, raising his head and closing his eyes, saying that Bai Yun is now easy to find, and he has finally caught her trail. The two disappeared into a blue light. The guy said that they should find her. Bai Yun flew across the sky above Fengjing City with a smile, leaving behind a golden light. She thought that this was the divine level, and she reached Fengjing so quickly. The girl landed on the ground, raising her hands, golden butterflies flying near her. She walked along a city street next to houses. The girl opened the wooden doors. She went into Lin Tianhong's shop. He was sitting painting one of the figures, and turned to the girl. She smiled widely and blushed, saying that she was greeting the master. Lin Tianhong put his hands on the back of the chair and smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes, asking if she had forgotten what he told her. The girl crossed her fingers together and smiled awkwardly, looking away in agreement. Bai Yun blushed and smiled widely, raised her fist up, saying that she had completed the wind practice. Lin Tianhong waved his hands, blushed and said that it was simply excellent. The guy pulled out a red object from his palm, saying that he promised to give her a gift when she completed the wind practice. He pointed his finger towards Bai Yun. A red beam of light headed towards her chest, and she looked at it in surprise. The main character told her to take it away. She looked down in surprise at her chest, which was glowing red. The girl clenched her hands into fists and smiled widely, blushing and looking at Lin Tianhong, saying that this was really an immortal weapon. He looked at her with a satisfied smile and snapped his fingers towards the girl. Bai Yun knelt down, bowing to the guy several times with a wide smile, thanking him. She clenched her hand into a fist, resolutely saying that didn't he say that he would help her after she mastered the wind practices, and they could begin. Lin Tianhong waved his hand without looking back at the girl and said that she should then go to Tianlong Mountain, and they would kill everyone there. Bai Yun put her hands together and closed her eyes. Many orange butterflies were circling around her body. The girl told him not to worry, she would do everything and deal with everything quickly. Orange butterflies flew out of the protagonist's store, flying upward. An island in the air, with a dragon-shaped mountain on which stood a temple. Bai Yun hovered near the white arch, surrounded by orange butterflies, and two people looked at her in surprise. The girl landed on the grass, holding a red spear in her hand, her hair and dress flying in the air. A crowd of people stood in front of the white gate. A man in black clothes and with a black beard pointed his finger at the girl, asking who she was. He said how dare she come to Tianlong Mountain. A blow passed through the bodies of the four people, cutting them apart. Lightning flashed at the white high arch. Someone shouted that there were 12 Tianlong bells. All the masters appeared. 3 men jumped from the stairs in front of the arch, running towards the girl. One of them asked who came here to cause trouble, and she was looking for death. Bai Yun looked at them with a smile, holding a red spear on her shoulder. She bowed her head and said with a smile that she had orders to exterminate everyone from the Tianlong dynasty, and if they offended her ancestor, they would disgrace the Tianlong dynasty. 3 men stood on the ground. They were wearing black vests and gray clothes underneath. A man with brown hair and a long beard pointed at the girl and laughed, saying that it was arrogant. He said that she wanted to destroy all the combat power of Tianlong Mountain, only because she is on the first divine level. He raised his index finger, saying that she was finished. Huge hands slammed, crushing the man. Drops of blood flowed between them. The other 2 men looked on in shock. Bai Yun scratched her cheek, looking at them boredly. 2 men looked at the girl in fear. One of them with black hair said that she had an immortal weapon. The man looked fearfully at the hand lying on the ground, with his index finger extended, and said that he thought that this was a technique lost thousands of years ago, the Guanian way. Bai Yun jumped into the air with a smile, raising her red spear back to strike. She said that everything was right, and now it was their turn. The girl summoned the 1,000 hands of Guanian. A large golden energy girl with 6 arms appeared in the air in front of the men, holding a golden spear in one hand, and a large golden lotus underneath her. On the island with the dragon-shaped mountain, a strong pulse of golden energy passed through, cutting apart other mountains. One of the peaks of the mountain collapsed. Stones flew away from it. Bai Yun sat on the red spear, looking to the side with a smile. She said that although Lin Tianhong did not talk about it, she believes that Tianlong should also be destroyed. Tianlong Fortress, a large white and red building. A golden star flashed in the sky. There was a large red explosion among the mountains, on which a smile and eyes were visible. Bai Yun flew on a red spear away from the explosion site with a smile, closing her eyes and raising her hand to her face. She said with a smile that the imperial family has been destroyed, and now this is a crime scene. Bai Yun stuck out her tongue, looked to the side and said that this no longer concerns her. The sky was divided into two parts, the moon sighed, shrugging, and the sun joyfully looked at the main character's house, from which pink hearts emanated. The problem with Taoist Tianlong was solved. The blue ghost of Taoist, a yellow halo hovered above him. There is also Bai Yun, who is able to restore order. A girl with long black hair ran forward with her eyes closed. Lin Tianhong and his wife lived a peaceful life full of harmony. Lin Tianhong and Lai Siyu stood next to each other holding hands with smiles, blushing. Morning, the sun was shining on the trees in the forest. Lin Linian walked through the forest, holding a turquoise bag on her shoulder. Fangjing City, many people passed through the city gate. The girl put her hand to her forehead and smiled, holding onto the bag with her other hand, thinking that after 2 years of wandering she had finally come. The girl put her hand to her chest and looked down, blushing, wondering if this was the place where she first met her ancestor and if she could find him. Behind the girl there were trees and bushes. Elder King and Jun Wuxi stood behind one of the trees. A guy with black hair watched the girl with a smile. He opened his eyes wide, with a green light shining around them. There was a green light glowing around Lin Linian, who was holding a small pink flower with a smile. Jun Wuxi looked at the girl with a crazy smile, telling Elder King that he seemed to have found another prey. The old man smiled, closed his eyes and congratulated the gentleman on this. He clasped his hands together and lowered his head, saying another beauty, blue energy appeared around them. Jun Wuxi said to the elder with a smile that among the 5 largest continents of Xuanchen, Nanju is the most remote, and where are there so many evil beauties from? He thought about the empress, with white long hair, who stood with her back and about a girl with black hair in a tight green dress. The guy said that first the Shenfeng Empress, and now this person, she is just over 20, and she has already reached the level of divine fire. Jun Wuxi held a fan with a picture of blue mountains in his hands with a wide smile, and laughed, saying that he was incredibly lucky. The guy's brown eyes looked down. Lin Linian in a green bodycon dress. He looked at her from behind. The slits on the dress revealed the girl's hips. Jun Wuxi looked at the girl with a satisfied smile, raising a fan to his face, and thought that in this world, only conquering such women could bring him true pleasure. Lin Linian frowned, her face becoming serious. She turned back with dissatisfaction, shouting who was hiding in the way he was going out. Jun Wuxi and Elder King came out, standing in front of the girl. The guy with black hair said that her instincts were right. Lin Linian looked at them in confusion, her eyes widening in surprise. She frowned, displeasedly asking who they were and what they needed. Jun Wuxi looked at the girl with a wide smile, closed his fan and said that it is rare to see such talent and he decided to give her a chance. The guy closed his eyes and said with a smile that he would make her his slave. Lin Linian pointed her finger at the guy with displeasure and clenched her other hand into a fist, asking where he even came from, and this is a stupid idea. She will beat him so much that his own mother will not recognize him. Jun Wuxi sighed, closing his eyes and said that he didn't want to spoil such beauty. The guy put one hand to his head, extended the other and shook his head, saying that she was forcing him, and suddenly he would scratch this snow-white skin. The guy narrowed his eyes and licked his lips, looking to the side, saying that this could hurt his heart. Lin Linian told him to die and brought the jade flute to her lips. A blue phoenix flew towards Jun Wuxi and Elder King. The old man looked at him in surprise and said that this was an 8th rank technique, and already at the divine fire level she could practice 8th rank spells. The elder stood behind the black-haired guy who was trembling. The old man said that she has incredible abilities and a complete understanding of techniques. Jun Wuxi smiled widely. One of his eyes widened and the other narrowed as he said that he had the ability, the right figure, but a bad temper. He put his hand in front of him, from which blue lightning was emanating, and smiling smugly, he told her not to worry and that the young master would fix it. A huge beam of blue light flew towards the turquoise phoenix, with a purple light shining between them. There was a strong bright explosion. Lin Linian lay on the ground, clenching her teeth and closing her eyes, screaming in pain. She coughed, drops of blood flying from her mouth. The girl leaned on her trembling hands, looking in front of her in shock and thought that this was a divine level. The girl looked at Jun Wuxi, who was looking at her with a gloomy smile, and thought that he was still so young, and was he really of the divine level? The guy narrowed his eyes, looking down at the girl. She leaned her hands on the ground, looking at him, blood flowing down her chin. Bruises were visible on her hips, shoulders, and forehead. Jun Wuxi smiled, closing his eyes and asked the elder to take her away, and later he would raise her. Elder King bowed his head, closed his eyes and agreed. The old man reached out his hand to the girl. She looked at her in fear. A shadow from his hand fell on her face. The ground beneath the girl shook. The stones jumped on the ground. Lin Linian frowned, biting her lip. She clenched her teeth, thinking about Lin Tianhong, who stood with his hands behind his back with a smile. The girl thought that the master said that the immortal weapon cannot be used until she has reached the divine level. The girl flew into the air in front of the elder, who was stretching his hand towards her. She thought that she didn't care about it now. The old man looked at the girl in surprise. She extended 2 fingers forward. She put them in front of her and stood on one leg, raising the other. Frowning, Lin Linian summoned the immortal weapon, the Imperial Bell. Elder King and Jun Wuxi frowned at her, asking about the divine weapon. The girl flew into the air. Behind her was a large golden bell with a red tassel on top. 2 people looked at her. The Imperial Bell suddenly sank to the ground, a loud ringing emanating from it. Jun Wuxi raised his hand in front of him, clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Elder King put his staff in front of him. A white fog flew near the bell, and cracks appeared on the ground underneath it. Lin Linian bent over, holding her side, golden light glowing around her. She anxiously asked the bell to take her away from here. The large Imperial Bell flew high into the sky above the clouds. The smoke began to clear, and behind it stood the figure of a man. Jun Wuxi raised his hand, looking at her and smiled, laughing. He put his hand on his face and raised one eyebrow, shouting that this girl has an immortal weapon. He shouted that they were flying in pursuit and this weapon should be his. 2 bright purple beams shone above the trees in the sky. Jun Wuxi and Elder King were chasing the Emperor's golden bell. The guy with black hair smiled widely, looking at him and shouted that she would not run away from him and let her give up the immortal weapon. His slave must be obedient. Lin Linian bit her lip, turning back as she flew through the air, and wondering how she managed to bump into these 2. Blood flowed down her lip and she screamed in displeasure that he was a scoundrel and that she would rather die than become a slave. Jun Wuxi smiled smugly, laughing and looking at the girl, shouted that she should live or die, now he decides. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek and she raised her head, narrowed her eyes and shouted no. She thought that she had almost no strength left. The girl flew through the sky with her hands clenched into fists, and her teeth clenched, thinking that maybe it was worth activating the superpowers of the Imperial Bell. But if she failed, she would lose all her remaining energy. Lin Linian turned back, frowning, and thought that she had no way out. The girl put her palms together and spread her legs, with a serious face telling the great Imperial Bell to listen to her command, fleeing 10,000 li. With a determined expression on her face, the girl screamed to activate the ability. A long, square beam of light emanated from the great Imperial Bell. Lin Linian smiled happily, realizing that she had succeeded. Someone said that she quickly ran away and the girl opened her mouth wide when she heard this. Someone shouted that they would not let her leave so easily. Lin Linian's eyes widened in surprise, frowning. Elder King appeared in front of her, and the girl put out her hand in front of her. A platform in the sky that had a golden light around it. Elder King extended his hand towards it. He touched the platform with his palm, cracks appeared along it. Many stones scattered in the sky while the old man in front of them stood with his arm outstretched. The golden Imperial Bell began to shrink as it fell down. Lin Linian fell next to the golden bell, stretched out her hand towards it and screamed. Jun Wuxi looked at her with a wide smile, shouting at her not to worry. He extended his hand to the falling girl and shouted that the young master would save her. Lin Linian frowned at him and called the great Imperial Bell again. The bell's eyes turned red and he frowned, flying forward. Jun Wuxi shouted that he was now his. The guy with black hair extended his hand towards the flying bell. There was a large and loud explosion in the sky. Heian suburb, a strong explosion in the sky, from which white pulses emanated. White fog that passed between the trees. Lin Linian was lying on the ground, her eyes closed. Jun Wuxi was standing over her, saying that if she was obedient, he would not harm her. The girl replied, "Let her dream." The guy sighed and raised his hand, closing his eyes, saying that he doesn't like stubborn women. He reached out his hand to Lin Linian, who was trembling, lying on the ground. The guy said that after taming they become obedient. The girl clenched her teeth and looked at him nervously, asking what he was going to do and let him remove his hands. Jun Wuxi reached out his hand towards the girl. His nostrils flared and he smiled stupidly, blushing and saying that they will continue to do so. Lin Linian turned away, blushing and covered her face with her hand, thinking that she had run out of strength and could this really be the end of her. A bright green energy flashed around the guy who was reaching out to the girl. Lin Linian disappeared from the ground. Jun Wuxi looked at his hand questioningly, raising his eyebrows as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He frowned and turned back, displeasedly asking who dared. Bai Yun held a girl in a green dress in her arms, who blushed while looking at her. Bai Yun said that she knew that his nature could not be changed, and he still beats women. Jun Wuxi looked at her in surprise. The girl with green eyes frowned and said displeasedly that now she, Bai Yun, is here, and let him not even think about committing his outrages. Jun Wuxi looked at the girl in surprise with a smile, saying her name. He put his hand to his forehead and laughed, saying that he didn't even have to do anything. The girls were looking at him. The guy pointed his finger forward and with a wide smile, blushing, said that he had been looking for her for several days, but then she came to him. He raised his hands, a purple light shone around him as he laughed and said that he could no longer control his desires, and today he would practice his techniques on Bai Yun. Now she was his. The girl with green eyes frowned, covering Lin Linian with her hand and shouted that he was an arrogant pervert and she would not allow this. Jun Wuxi ran towards the girl, stretching his hand forward and shouting to obey her with a wide smile, a purple light shining around him. A purple light sparkled around Jun Wuxi's hand as he said with a wide smile that she was now his. Bai Yun put her hand in front of her, frowning. Golden light shone around her and she summoned the tears of the celestial. The girl extended her hand forward, throwing the guy away from her. Her blow left a yellow mark. Jun Wuxi looked at her in shock, frowned and shouted, "What is this?" The guy leaned his foot on the ground. Under his feet small stones flew to the sides. He rolled along the ground, legs spread, white smoke flying around him and stones flying. Jun Wuxi looked down in surprise, a bead of sweat running down his face as he asked how this was possible. He asked if Bai Yun had completed the wind practice. The girl stood with her hand out in front of her. Golden energy was flying around her, and a strong wind was blowing under her feet, fluttering the hem of her dress. The guy covered his face with his hand, standing in front of the girl in the clearing and laughed, saying that this was really the legendary celestial woman from the Jixia Academy, and she had not been seen for 1,000 years. The guy opened his fan in front of him and smiled widely, blushing. He said that in this world she could really meet someone more worthy of him. Bai Yun laughed, holding out 2 fingers in front of her with a smile. She raised an eyebrow, asking if he really thought he was worthy of her. The girl's body glowed with a golden light. The guy with black hair closed the fan and put it to his chin, closed his eyes and said with a smile that she had just completed the wind practices, and he had already completed the fire practices a long time ago, and let her not resist, but simply fall into his arms. He stood in front of the girl who was emanating bright golden energy and said that there is no need to say, but the truth is in their hands. Bai Yun frowned, raising 2 fingers to her face and closing her eyes, asking her to stop talking and get down to business. The guy with black hair sighed and put his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes and saying that it's not interesting. He extended his hand forward. Many red swords appeared in the air in front of him. With a smile the guy said that for such impolite treatment of her future husband, she would receive a small punishment. He shouted forward. The girl stood calmly with her hands clasped together. She placed her hands on her shoulders and called Guanyin. Bai Yun hovered above the ground. A girl with a golden body appeared behind her, who closed her eyes and folded her hands together. The red swords flew to the side and the guy with black hair looked at it in surprise. His eyes widened and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Elder King looked at this in surprise and asked in shock how this happened. Golden energy was drawn towards the golden huge hooded girl. She folded her hands. Bai Yun hovered in front of her. Jun Wuxi put the folded fan to his lips and smiled darkly, saying that it was very interesting and her avatar looked good. At the place where the guy stood, a bright purple light flashed forward. A huge red sword was flying above the avatar's head. The guy was standing next to it, and the wind was swirling above the sword. Jun Wuxi put the fan to his chin and looked down at Bai Yun and asked with a smile how she felt about it. The golden avatar extended his hand, placing his thumb on his index finger, and the guy made a surprised sound. The avatar hit the guy on the cheek with his finger. His head turned to the side, and drops of blood flew out of his wide open mouth. He was sent flying backwards by the golden avatar's strike. Elder King looked at this in shock, clutching a wooden staff in his hand and called the guy. The old man quickly ran in his direction, leaving a purple light behind him. A white fog was flying around, and the old man shouted that he had overlooked all this. Jun Wuxi sat by the ruined stones with his head down and coughing. He wiped his face with his palm, shouting that he was hurt. Elder King stood in front of the guy, asking if he was seriously injured. The guy with black hair clenched his hand into a fist. His face was distorted with anger when he thought how this is possible, and people, even who have gone through 4 practices, are no match for him. But she only went through 1 and this is an illusion. And there is clearly something wrong here. So Bai Yun looked down at the guy, folding her thumb and middle finger on her hands, frowning and asking if this is all he has. The avatar exhaled, her eyes glowing golden. The hooded golden girl slammed her two fists together, put her two hands together and interlocked the fingers of her fifth hand. In front of her, Bai Yun frowned and summoned Dragon Magic, Divine Phoenix Technique, and Peng Golden Bird Judgment. Jun Wuxi pointed his finger in her direction and said in shock that this is not fair, and why is she so strong? Elder King looked at the girl in shock, clutching the staff in his hand. There was a red phoenix, a golden griffin and a green dragon flying around Bai Yun. The girl said that Jun Wuxi is always blocking her path, and before, her level was not as high as his, but now she has made great progress, and she swears that she will turn him to ashes. The girl stuck out her little finger and index finger, frowning and screaming for him to be executed. The red phoenix, golden griffin and green dragon flew towards Jun Wuxi and Elder King. The guy with black hair held a purple sword in front of him, clenched his other hand into a fist and smiled, telling her not to look down on him. He struck with his sword, which left a purple mark from the blow. A pulse of golden energy passed ahead. The guy laughed, with a crazy look, shouting that this was not enough. He looked in surprise at the golden energy that was flying towards him. The golden bird pierced Jun Wuxi's chest with its beak and the guy opened his mouth in shock, flying to the side. He clenched his teeth, veins bulged on his face, and his eyes turned red. Golden light swirled around him and the guy thought how he could be so disgraced. Raising his hands high, the guy flew to the side and fell on his back to the ground. He sat on the ground, looking at the green dragon that flew in front of him. Jun Wuxi put his hand in front of him and looked at the dragon in fear, shouting for Elder King to save him. The elder extended his hand, from which a bright green beam of energy emanated. He clenched his hand into a fist, around which green sparks flashed. The old man stood in front of Jun Wuxi sitting on the stones. Stretching out one hand and clutching a wooden staff in the second, he asked to stop beating his master. Bai Yun frowned, looking at him in surprise, and thought that the elder had taken action and it had become difficult to kill Jun Wuxi. Lin Linian put her hands together, looking at the girl and said that her name is Lin Linian, thanking the girl for saving her and asking her name. The girl with green eyes put two fingers in front of her and looked to the side, saying that she is Bai Yun. And she will now they can't be distracted, but after the battle they can chat all night. The girl looked to the side in shock, thinking about the name Lin Linian. She looked at the girl in the green dress, wondering if it was a coincidence, and during this trip, she met people related to Lin Tianhong one after another. Lin Linian tilted her head and asked what happened. Jun Wuxi leaned on a tree, calling the elder, who sat on his knees next to him and held a bottle in his hands, excitedly telling the gentleman not to worry and he would cure him. Jun Wuxi had tears streaming down his face and clenched his teeth together, saying that this time he not only lost to Bai Yun, but was also disgraced. Elder King looked at him in shock, raised his eyebrows and called the guy again. The face of the guy with black hair was distorted with anger and he raised his hands, crying and looking at them, shouted that no one should know about this. The elder looked at him seriously, thinking that Jun Wuxi's reputation had suffered greatly in this battle, just like himself, and he should take this seriously. The old man said that he understood what to do. The elder stood up, hitting the ground with his staff, blue energy flying around him, and he told Jun Wuxi not to worry, and they won't run away from him. He will take care of everything. Lin Linian looked at the old man in surprise, her eyes wide open, and said that he was the one who prevented her from hiding, and whether Bai Yun could defeat him. She closed her eyes and frowned, answering that it was difficult to say. She said that the King Immortal Taoist was head and shoulders above everyone else. The elder stretched out his hand and cried out warlike. Blue energy surrounded him, swirling around him. He looked forward, reaching out and summoning a palm of lightning. A huge blue palm appeared in the sky above the two girls, with dark fog flying around it, and blue lightning sparkled from the palm. She slammed the ground sharply, throwing off sparks. Trees and stones flew away from the strong impulse. Dark energy appeared under the blue palm, from which a bright red light emanated. Dark lightning struck in all directions. Elder King looked at it in shock, stretched out his hand and asked what it was. Bai Yun was sitting on the ground, holding a spear in her hands. The girl was surrounded by golden light. Above her there was a dark shield that blocked a huge blue beam of light. The old man shouted that this was an immortal weapon and only half a day had passed, and this was already the second. Bai Yun stood on one knee, holding a dark spear with a long black brush in her hands. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Elder King and Jun Wuxi looked at this in shock, with their mouths and eyes wide open, thinking that they were giving them away for free on the street. There was a golden light shining around the black spear. The tips of its blades were red. Lin Linian pointed at him with a smile, raised one eyebrow and said that Bai Yun also has an immortal weapon. Dark energy swirled in the sky, throwing off red sparks, with remnants of blue energy flying nearby. Dark red energy dissipated above the spear that Bai Yun was holding while kneeling on one knee. The girl lowered her gaze, drops of sweat flowed down her face, and she tiredly thought that the 7th level of immortality was scary. Jun Wuxi pointed his finger at the girl, frowned and shouted in displeasure that this was impossible. Where did she get the immortal weapon from? The guy pointed his finger at her, raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that something was wrong. A man in purple clothes and long white hair. He stood in a cave with his hand to his face. Behind him there were a lot of gold and weapons. People were sitting in cages suspended from the ceiling. Jun Wuxi said that they say that Lin Xianzong is the founder of Jixia Academy, suppressed the powerful people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in his cave 10,000 years ago. There were countless powerful legacies and treasures left in it. This is the last wealth that Lin Xianzong left to Jixia Academy before his ascension. The guy with black hair clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, looking ahead in surprise, asking if Bai Yun had found Lin Xianzong's cave. The girl with black hair frowned, looking at him with displeasure and answered, so she told him everything. Jun Wuxi smiled, put his hand to his face and laughed, saying that he would make her tell him everything. The guy extended his hand towards the elder, telling him that we were talking about immortal treasures, and let him use all his strength to prevent these two from escaping. The old man turned to him and said that he understood the order. Blue sparks sparkled around Elder King. His eyes glowed with blue light and he clenched his teeth. The old man clenched his fists. The sleeves of his clothes were torn, showing his muscles, and he let out a scream as a strong wind blew around him and blue lightning sparkled. Jun Wuxi looked at him in surprise. Her eyes widened. Lin Linian behind her opened her mouth wide, looking at him in shock. Old man. White fog was flying around them. Elder King became much larger and stronger. His red robe at the top was torn. Blue tattoos appeared on his body and there were lightning bolts around him. Bai Yun frowned, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She thought that the 7th level of immortality was scary. King opened his mouth slightly, inhaling air smoothly. He exhaled loudly and raised his fist upward, jumping directly above Bai Yun. Lin Linian was horrified. Her face turned pale with fear and she said that King is very fast. Bai Yun responded with her divine weapon, which emitted yellow light. Lightning broke the ground into many pieces, raising a column of dust into the air. The girl landed, tightly grasping the divine weapon with her hands. Her face was covered in bruises and she was very tired. Bai Yun was in terrible pain and her shoulder was almost dislocated. She frowned and bared her snow-white teeth, thinking that even if they have an immortal weapon in hand, it is difficult to match a half-immortal like the 7th level of immortality. Elder King also landed. He put his fist forward and said that she withstood the blow in this state and was worthy of praise. He smiled with crazy eyes and said that she deserves nothing but praise. Ruler Jun Wuxi began to laugh and gloat. He ordered Bai Yun to be arrested so that he, the young master, would torture her. Bai Yun frowned and began to get angry, calling them shameless, while she herself thought about what to do next. Lin Linian walked up to her and put her hand on her shoulder, telling her to quickly transfer energy to her because this was their last chance to escape. Bai Yun agreed and a yellow aura appeared around her. Lin Linian put her palms together, smiling, and ordered the bell to start working. The bell with an evil face increased in size, and magical symbols appeared around it. King exclaimed that it had begun. He and Lord Jun Wuxi opened their mouths in shock and shouted that they wanted to escape. The elder immediately shouted that they should not even think about it and ran after them. Jun Wuxi ordered him to stop them from escaping. Lin Linian pulled her lower eyelid with her finger and stuck out her tongue, mocking them. King almost caught her, but at the last second she slipped out of his hands. Lin Linian and Bai Yun rode off into the distance on the bell. Lin Linian even showed them the middle finger. She hugged Bai Yun from behind and sincerely thanked her for her help. Bai Yun smiled softly and raised her hand, saying that everything is fine because she and Jun Wuxi are also enemies, so naturally it is impossible to watch him succeed. The girl's hair fluttered as they flew in the bell. Bai Yun wanted to ask Lin Linian something, but she stopped mid-sentence, causing the second one to ask what was wrong. Bai Yun looked at Lin Linian with warmth and thought that she has reached the divine fire realm at such a young age, has a great opportunity to protect herself with an immortal weapon. So she must be introduced to the Jixia Academy to strengthen the academy. But if speak at this moment, Bai Yun can't help but be kind and self-respecting. Lin Linian smiled very sweetly with her eyes closed. Bai Yun closed her eyes and asked the young girl what her plans were for the future, saying that Jun Wuxi was very difficult to deal with, so she would not let her go. This question made Lin Linian confused, so she lowered her eyes and replied that she didn't know. They sat down next to each other and the girl in the blue dress said to go with her to Fengjing City. The girl in the green dress replied that this is a city that is not far from here. Junwuxi will most likely find them quickly. She looked at her friend a little worriedly and said that if they were well prepared next time, they may not be so easy to open the passage and escape. Bai-yun put her hand on her shoulder and said that everything was fine. She hugged her and pointed her finger forward, saying that if Junwuxi and the old man dare to come, there is only one dead end. The bell made a rift in the sky and flew over the mountains. Bai-yun said that the ancestor even killed the big shot from the upper world. This mere Taoist longevity is not blowing his hair. Lin Tianhong was dusting near the front door when Bai-yun called out to him. She entered the room with Lin Linian and said that she had returned, smiling brightly. The main character looked at them with kindness, smiling faintly. Suddenly Lin Linian burst into tears and said that she had finally found the elder, causing Bai-yun to look at her strangely. The latter pointed her finger at the main character and asked her if she knew him and if he was the elder she was looking for. Lin Linian began to wipe the tears from her face, smiling, and answered in the affirmative. Lin Tianhong put his hand on the back of the wooden chair and asked if he told her to carry forward the Lin family and why is she running around again. Lin Linian took out a scroll from her dress and said that she wanted him to confirm something. She opened a scroll that showed Lin Tianhong's face and asked if he was truly the ancestor of her Lin family. Bai-yun looked at it in confusion, not understanding where she got the scroll from. The main character took a closer look at the scroll and lowered his eyebrows. He didn't think Lai still had his portrait. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying that it is true, he is the third son named Lin Tianhong, but Lin Lai is the son of his seventh brother. Lin Linian looked at him with sparkling eyes. Using magic, he called the scroll to him and began his story. Back then, he was about to ascend to the upper realm. He still had the last concern in his heart. He went back to his hometown to visit. His seventh brother had already passed. Lin Tianhong reached out with his hand to the scroll, saying that he left behind his nephew Lin Lai. He taught him cultivation in the Lin family. He was still a child then with gray eyes and a bun on his head. The main character didn't expect the kid to leave this behind. The scroll seemed to float in space while someone's hand was drawing with a brush. In every stroke of this painting he can feel the yearning for this child. It's a pity that thousands of years have passed. They have all turned into dust. 3 incense were inserted into a small cauldron, and in front of the cauldron there was a memorial shelf. Suddenly, Lin Linian suddenly fell to her knees. She bowed her head and folded her hands down and began to cry. After which she called Lin Tianhong an ancestor and said that she was an unworthy descendant and should bow down. She shouted that Lin Linian still had relatives in this world. A wound opened on her left side and blood soaked her dress. She closed one eye, gritting her teeth in pain. Lin Tianhong, who was sitting on a chair, asked if she was injured and what happened. The girl grabbed her side and began to tremble. Bai-yun clasped her hands together in front of her and said that Lin Linian meets the young master of the Immortal Dao Palace. She began to tell something, actively gesticulating. The main character listened to her and nodded. She then imitated strangulation and death. Lin Tianhong closed his eyes thoughtfully. Bai-yun crossed her arms and said that this is where the story ends. Back then there were 4 great palaces in Jiangju, Jai, Kai, Dao, and Hong. Only Jixia and others were known in the world. He presented 4 clans with different hieroglyphs on the map of the area. Lin Tianhong clenched his hand into a fist and frowned slightly. He said that those things that were rubbed under the feet of the deity have become so arrogant. He looked at Lin Linian, who was sitting on the floor, and Bai-yun, and then said that the Jixia Academy really produced a bunch of thrash. But after only 10,000 years they were ridden on their heads by the Immortal Dao Palace, and there are no talents in Jixia Academy. Bai-yun squatted down and covered her head with her hands, saying that she lost the face of the ancestor. Lin Linian looked at her awkwardly. Lin Tianhong looked at the girls with his palm on his face and said that since they were injured, they must take revenge. The girls held hands and thought that he would avenge them. However, he looked at them mockingly and said that they would take revenge themselves. They immediately looked at him in bewilderment, not expecting this. Bai-yun began to cry bitterly and shout loudly that Junwuxi had a 7th level immortality expert on her side. She made a cross with her finger and said that even if they had an immortal artifact, and if they wanted to draw a tie, she was afraid it would take decades. The main character got up from his chair and started waving his palm, saying that then he would give them a little luck. The girls did not understand what was going on. Lin Linian looked at him questioningly, her mouth parted. Bai-yun also looked puzzled and confused. He raised his hands up, his eyes sparkled, and he shouted that he would give them sleep for 1,000 years. His smooth and straight palm sparkled. He asked what time is tonight. First, he hit Bai-yun's head with the edge of his palm. After that, he did the same with Lin Linian, saying that this is the big dream method. Lin Tianhong frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. The girls immediately closed their eyes and fell to the floor. The main character took them by the side and carried them towards the exit. He went outside and walked along a rocky road, with a tree growing nearby. He laid the girls on the bed, crossing his arms over his chest. With a barely noticeable smile, he looked at them and said that this is the supreme immortal sculpture created by the Lord of Great Dreams. Based on their state of mind, one night's dream is worth more than 10 years of cultivation. The girls lay next to each other on a pink bed. Lin Linian and Bai Yun were fast asleep, their breathing was even. Lin Tianhong told them to take advantage of the opportunity. The sun was shining outside and people were passing by the Hongyu wood carving shop. In the utility room, Bai Yun slept on her back, her chest heaving with every breath. Lin Linian lay nearby, sleeping on her side. The girls lay peacefully on a pink bed. Suddenly their faces became tense and they began to move. Bai Yun began to open her green eyes. Both girls woke up and jumped up in shock. Bai Yun's face was a little red. She looked at her palm and asked if it was really half-step longevity. Frightened, Lin Linian looked at her palms and asked in surprise whether she had survived the wind catastrophe. The girls turned to each other in shock and asked how much time had passed. Lin Tianhong entered the room and, seeing the girls, said that they had already woken up. He placed his hands on their hips and asked if they slept well last night. The girls quickly ran to him and asked him excitedly what was going on. They looked at him confused and slightly scared and said that they just fell asleep. Bai Yun asked why it felt like she had been training for over 10 years. Lin Tianhong smiled and frowned slightly, answering that this is a great dream for 1,000 years and the miraculous effect of the Great Dream Heart Scripture. Bai Yun smiled and raised her index finger, saying that since the Great Dream Heart Scripture has such a miraculous effect, it is better to let them sleep again. She clenched her hands into fists and happily asked if they could not directly achieve immortality. The main character flicked her forehead with his finger, causing a bruise to appear on her forehead. She closed her eyes and grabbed her head, and Lin Tianhong said that haste makes waste. Entering the dream world consumes a lot of soul. If they enter again, he is afraid they will be confused. Bai Yun pouted and began to rub her bruised forehead. Lin Tianhong withdrew his hand into his blue robe. He took out a figurine of a man from there and handed it to Lin Linian. He threw the figurine, and she caught it in her hands. The girl took a closer look at the figurine of an old man with a bowl in his hand. The main character began the story. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens among the fluffy clouds. The poem, written on the tablets, is engulfed in a yellow glow. A jug of wine is tied with a yellow rope. The neck of the jug is tied with a red cloth. Long song, a sword to the end of the world. A man drank wine from a jug against the backdrop of the sunset while birds flew nearby. Lin Tianhong said that how much to comprehend depends entirely on her own chance. Tears appeared in Lin Linian's eyes. Bai Yun came up to her and said that this is a great opportunity. It contains the supreme Tao bestowed by brother Lin Tianhong. Lin Linian knelt down with her hands together and thanked her ancestor. The main character asked her to stand up, after which she began to rise. He said that the name of ancestor is to show oldness. Lin Tianhong put his hand on his chest and said that she would also call him brother from now on. He leaned against her and, with a suspicious face, asked in a whisper not to let his wife find out his identity. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking to the side, and said that the old man and the young guy came from the city, assuming that they were the ones the girls mentioned. Bai Yun and Lin Linian frowned and tensed when they heard this. Lin Tianhong smiled with a creepy expression and told the girls to take revenge on them. They started smiling with their palms together and agreed with him. They went outside and immediately flew away, leaving the main character alone. The sky above Shenfeng Palace was blue. The sun brightly illuminated the majestic building. Elder King and Jun Wuxi arrived at the palace gate. One of the guards noticed them. Both guards blocked the gate with their spears and shouted that they were not allowed to enter the royal palace, after which they ordered them to retreat. In the next second, both guards were killed, blood flowing from their bodies. King pointed with his palm down and asked the young master to pass. Jun Wuxi waved his fan. He grinned and said that he had not eaten meat for 2 years. All that was left of the palace guards were pools of blood and broken spears. King and Jun Wuxi entered the palace gate. The young master said that it's less suffocating. The palace building was quite tall. The walls were made of wood with beautiful carvings. Liu was sweating profusely, and there were yellow light circles around her. There was a flower decoration on her neck. She sat in the lotus position and was concentrating on cultivation. Suddenly, the image of 2 strangers entering appeared in her head. She frowned. The main character suddenly opened her eyes, stopping the cultivation. She was immediately transported to the real world, wearing her usual outfit. The girl jumped high into the sky, the train of her robe fluttering beautifully. Her candlelit meditation room was empty. Liu floated in the air above the gates of the palace, which was separated by a small river from the rest of the city. The girl frowned, her violet eyes narrowed. She asked the strangers who they were and how they dared to break into her palace. Jun Wuxi looked at her with loving eyes, sticking out his tongue. He thought that such a woman should live in heaven. Why did she find herself in the mortal world for him? He thought she was very beautiful. Jun Wuxi looked at her like that for a while before he came to his senses, drool dripping down his lip. He clasped his hands together and asked with a serious face if she was the Shenfeng Empress, calling her talented and unparalleledly beautiful. He bowed to Lai Siyu, who was floating in the air, and said that he, Junwuxi, wanted to tell her good news. The main character looked at Elder King, who had a blue aura around him, and realized that this old man was not simple. Lai Siyu frowned and looked at them arrogantly, saying that she was willing to listen. Junwuxi closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he has his eyes on her, and it is a great honor for her that he makes her his slave. Lai Siyu was dismayed by this proposal, causing her to make an angry face and ask if he wanted to die. Old Man King raised his wooden staff and struck it on the ground. Everything around suddenly began to shake violently. The main character tensed, her pupils narrowed. King looked at her from under his brows and said that his young master allowed her to be a slave because he thought highly of her, so let her not be ignorant in flattery. Lai Siyu looked at the old man tensely, realizing that he had the 7th level of immortality and they were not from Nanju. The girl put on a calm expression and said that she would never give in to a guy who is weaker than her. The trains of her dress fluttered smoothly in the air. The main character said that he was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Junwuxi looked at her arrogantly, narrowing his eyes slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest, holding a fan, and said that as expected of the remote Nanju, a mere Shinfeng Empress, who has just passed through the catastrophe of the wind, is so arrogant. He frowned and smiled creepily, pointing at the girl with his fan. Junwuxi said that he will let her open her eyes. He cannot take her down within a few moves. This young master will accept her as a concubine. Lai Siyu frowned, putting her fist to her chin, and realized that she had no chance of winning against this old man. She imagined in her head how she would clash with Junwuxi while King stood aside and did not intervene. The main character realized that to challenge this shameless man to a one-on-one fight with her, only by subduing him can get out of trouble. She held out her hand with an evil smile on her face and said that she would give him a chance. Lai Siyu loomed over Junwuxi with her hand on her chest and said that if he wins, she will become his slave, but if he loses, he must leave Nanju immediately. Junwuxi hit his chest with a closed fan and agreed. He showed the number 3 with his fingers and said that he promised that if he could not subjugate her in 3 movements, then obediently get out. Lai Siyu became angry and clenched her hand into a fist, swinging. Junwuxi looked at her with a crazy look, covering his face with a closed fan, and said that she is so strong, and he became more and more excited. Their fists collided in a powerful blow, and it was as if fire appeared from the point of collision. He shouted that only by conquering a genius like her could he reveal his charm. A building near the palace was destroyed and explosions occurred inside. Pieces of this building flew towards Old Man King. Junwuxi raised one finger with an arrogant smile and said that this was the first move. A cold-blooded and creepy smile appeared on Lai Siyu's face. Her opponent looked at her in bewilderment, slightly confused. The main character raised one hand up while in the air and called on the god of heaven. A giant head of a deity with pointed ears appeared above the girl. He was yellow in color and his eyes glowed. Junwuxi looked at this in shock. Elder King frowned, causing the wrinkles on his forehead to become more pronounced and tensed. The young master was thrown back and lost his balance. He fell to the ground, small pieces of stones flying everywhere. He quickly rose to his feet and sneezed, leaving cracks in the paved road after his fall. Lai Siyu smiled with confidence and showed 2 fingers, saying that this was the second move. Junwuxi pushed off from the destroyed road and jumped up. He flew up to the level of the main character, which slightly confused her. The young master was very angry, and a vein appeared on his cheek. He shouted that she was very serious. He hasn't done it yet, and he allows her, a hillbilly from Nanju, to see the details of the Holy Land in Zhongzhou. Soaring in the sky, he raised his hand up. A sword with beautiful details appeared above him, and there was a purple aura around it in the sword. He opened his eyes wide and said with a crazy smile that this sword is named Kunwu, under the immortal artifact, the 8th grade magic treasure. Junwuxi unsheathed his sword, and dozens of similar swords appeared around him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. The young master pointed his sword at Lai Siyu, and the rest of the swords flew towards her. The main character looked at this excitedly and tensely, thinking that an 8th grade magic weapon is already at the peak of the lower realm. Each of this kiss is enough to severely injure a strong man in the first realm of divine tribulation. She brought 2 fingers to her lips, determined. Then, Lai Siyu swung, putting all her strength into the blow. Yellow sparks began to emanate from her fist. The girl sent a punch forward, the spiritual yellow fist flying towards Junwuxi. He stood in a fighting pose with a sword, smiling disgustingly. Lai Siyu's fist made contact with the young master's blade. A lot of smoke appeared at the site of the impact, and the opponents were thrown to the sides. Lai Siyu's body emitted smoke and blood came out of her mouth. She clenched her teeth, through which blood flowed. She thinks that in her previous life, from a mortal body, she ascended to the position of Emperor of Heaven, pushing everything horizontally. She thought about suppressing countless powerful chaotic innate gods and demons, except for that hateful demon lord. That's what gave her her first taste of death. She landed on the road, skidding, her movements sending dust into the air. She promised that she would never have this taste again. The main character wiped the blood from her lips with her finger. When she got to her feet, Jun Wuxi ran towards her with a sword and shouted that she was a scoundrel and he would show how they differ. His pupils shrank as he swung his sword and commanded them to obediently submit to him from now on. Lai Siyu grinned. A magic sign appeared near her fingers, and she said that it was too early for him to rest on his laurels. A moment later, a magical yellow sword appeared in her hands. Jun Wuxi looked at this slightly confused, not expecting such an outcome. The main character was able to defend herself, and their swords collided with each other. The young master frowned with displeasure, continuing to maintain his position. He couldn't figure out what kind of magical weapon it was that his level 8 sword could withstand. Lai Siyu looked into his eyes with a self-confident grin, thinking that fortunately there is the treasure of the Lingshuan Holy Land, the Lingshuan Holy Sword. Although it is not as good as Kunwu sword, it is enough for him. They put their swords aside, causing a distinctive clang of metal. The main character flew up again and said that she would show him what it meant to be a real swordsman. She raised her sword and a bubble of water appeared at the tip. The bubble began to narrow and shrink, becoming smaller. Jun Wuxi pointed his finger at it and started laughing, asking if this is her swordsmanship. She lowered the hilt of the sword to the level of her chest and said that this trick is called dripping water. He will know TRS power if he tries it. From a small drop of water a large stream appeared. This stream was heading towards Jun Wuxi, who was slightly discouraged. He pointed many purple swords, preparing to repel the attack. These swords flew towards the water jet. The tips of the swords tried to stop the powerful stream. Suddenly, Jun Wuxi's face turned pale and he frowned. Old Man King also tensed slightly as he watched the battle. Lai Siyu put the sword forward and said that a drop of water can cause a huge ocean, and he cannot stop the ocean with his little things. The young master ran his palm over the blade and applied a full defense weapon. Several swords began to protect him from the flow of water. However, this did not help. The jets of water instantly destroyed the swords. He looked insulted at his sword, which was barely holding back the stream of water, and asked how he could lose to a simple cultivator from Nanju. He thought it was impossible. He was thrown back and broke through one of the columns with his back. The main character flew up to him, looking down on his defeat. The girl put her hand on her hip and shouted that he had lost and should get out of her imperial city. Jun Wuxi struggled to his feet. There was a lot of smoke around. He looked at his broken sword and ordered Old Man King to defeat this woman and destroy her cultivation. He smiled madly and put his hand forward, saying that he will make her his slave. This is a very painful process. Lai Siyu looked at him angrily and said that these were empty promises. Jun Wuxi began to laugh evilly as he mockingly asked what promise the young master could make to the ants. Old Man King stood in front of him, raising his staff, and told him to be calm, promising to defeat this woman. He cast longevity sevenfold and the road beneath him began to crumble and his hair rose up. A terrifying face of purple clouds appeared above the city. Everyone in the imperial buildings took notice. The two old men hid under the table and hugged each other. They were trembling, and one of them asked what was happening. What is this breath of longevity? Is Taoist Tianlong not dead? Lin Tianhong sat on a chair and looked at the blue clouds in the sky. He said that this was the Old Man King that Bai Yun was talking about. He grinned, narrowing his eyes, and said that the ant in the lower world are doing something again. He really doesn't want to pay attention to it, so I decided to let Bai Yun and the others handle it. The main character leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, imagining the body of his wife. He just wanted a happy life with his wife. Lin Linian caught the sacred piece of paper with her fingers and grinned. She and Bai Yun were floating above the city in the skies. Bai Yun crossed her arms while looking down and said that it was the aura of those two people. She didn't expect them to go to Shenfeng Palace. The girl looked the other way and said that Empress Shenfeng is very strong. She forced Old Man King to take action. She smiled as she looked at Lin Linian and said that the Empress had beaten Jun Wuxi quite badly. She invited the girl in the green dress to go to the palace and take revenge on them. Lin Linian agreed and they began to descend. Lai Siyu hovered above the ground with a smoke screen behind her. She clutched her stomach and her face showed that she was in pain. She understood that if push higher power, it would affect the child, so she didn't know what to do next. Old Man King pointed his finger at her and called out to her. His hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, he said that if she obediently became the master's slave, then the old man would also save her from torment. She frowned and looked at him displeased, wondering what to do. In the name of her husband, she will never humiliate herself. Lin Linian and Bai Yun appeared above them. The latter called out to Jun Wuxi and said that they had come to take revenge on him. Lai Siyu turned around and looked at them in surprise. The girls smiled softly. Lin Tianhong stuck out her tongue and pulled her lower eyelid with her finger. Old Man King tensed as he recognized familiar faces. Jun Wuxi began to laugh madly, raising his hand up, and said that they arrived on time because he was very lucky today. Bai Yun looked down a little surprised and greeted the landlady, asking if it was really her. Liu turned away from them with an awkward face while Bai Yun asked if she was really the Xinfeng Empress. The main character began to swing her sword at them and shouted that they had confused her with someone. This made Bai Yun a little embarrassed, but she tried not to show it. Lin Linian pressed her from behind and asked if she knew Empress Xinfeng. Bai Yun smiled and waved her palm, answering that she is Lin Tianhong's wife. They have known each other for about 2 years. Lin Linian looked at the Empress in surprise and asked if she was really Lin Tianhong's wife. Liu turned to them and began to wave them off irritably, convincing them that they had made a mistake. Jun Wuxi frowned as he began to sweat. Looking at the girls, he wondered why did the realm of the two seem to be rise in just a few days. Old Man King came up to him and whispered in his ear that something was wrong with this situation. Bai Yun had truly survived the disaster. He said that she has already broken through half a step of longevity. That little girl actually survived the catastrophe. The girls went down to Liu, who was covering her face with her hands. Jun Wuxi turned to King and shouted with a furious face that this was impossible. The old man's face turned pale. He looked at the young master and said that maybe the two of them made this breakthrough relying on the treasure left by Lin Xianjun. Jun Wuxi's pupils shrank and he smiled ominously, saying that Lin Xianjun, who has been ascended in 100 years, must possess some incredible powers. He pointed his finger at them and ordered the old man to catch them and begin to torture them. King accepted his order. The 3 girls looked at them disdainfully, and Jun Wuxi asked Bai Yun if she missed him. He shouted that they couldn't wait to meet him. He was very happy. He began to laugh evilly and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that tonight he will bestow the 3 of them with the supreme honor of serving this young master together. Bai Yun looked at him with hostility and showed her fist, asking how dare he speak so loudly and shamelessly when he is about to die. Today is the day of his death. Old Man King flew into the sky and a blue aura appeared around him. He smiled madly, his eyes began to glow, and he shouted to Jun Wuxi that he would grab these girls for him. The girls stood next to each other, and Bai Yun invited Liu to work together and kill this old man. The main character smiled confidently and agreed, telling everyone to join hands. Bai Yun got into a fighting pose and grinned, ordering the others to kill the 2 thieves. Lin Linian clenched her hands into fists and agreed. Liu raised her fingers up, the tips began to glow, and she ordered an amazing array to rise. A yellow magic circle with yin and yang appeared in the sky. Old Man King rose into the sky, holding a staff, and asked how did the Mir Xinfeng dynasty create such an exquisite and majestic formation. He shouted that her aura is actually approaching the longevity realm. The girls surrounded him in the sky from all sides. King frowned, smiling ominously, and said that these little dolls dare to attack this old man. He pointed his palm to the side, and ball lightning appeared there. The old man raised his hand up, lightning came from there. He shouted that today he will let them know what it means to be an ant in front of longevity realm. The main character tensed, watching him. A green ball appeared in the sky from which lightning came. These lightning began to strike the roads and streets of the city. People ran away in fright from the electric shocks. Lin Tianhong took out her big bell and swung it at the old man. Liu began to spin around with the sword in her hands, aiming at King. Bai Yun had a red spear in his hands. The old man dodged her attack and said that he had overestimated them. 3 blue dragons appeared from the green ball in his hands. Each of the dragons headed towards the girls. Bai Yun swung her spear, preparing to repel the attack. She cut the dragon in 2. Lin Linian breathed air into her lungs, and there was a bell in front of her face. She exhaled sharply, and the bell repelled the dragon's attack. Liu ran her fingers over her sword and summoned Imperial Dragon Sky Art. The yellow dragon showed his grin and walked towards the blue dragon. There was a loud explosion in the air and a bright flash. King gritted his teeth, realizing that his attack had failed. A golden lotus appeared in Bai Yun's hands and she called upon the goddess Avalokiteshvara with 1,000 arms. A golden-colored goddess appeared behind her. She had 6 arms and there was a lotus under her feet. Liu looked at her in shock and asked if this was really the immortal sculpture of the upper realm and why would she. Then Bai Yun summoned 3 dragons, ice, thunder, and fire. She asked them to help her kill her enemy. 3 colorful dragons began to intertwine and fly towards King. He surrounded himself with a large ball of lightning, which the dragons crashed into. The old man continued to emit lightning from his hand, saying that he can't get enough of it. He looked up and saw a large bell, wondering if it really was the Eastern Emperor bell. King screamed loudly, summoning lightning again. However, he saw a phoenix circling around the bell. The firebird opened its beak wide and screamed. The bell began to shake, causing the old man to become discouraged. He began to fall down, blood began to flow from his mouth. He didn't understand where they practiced such unheard of powerful techniques. King frowned angrily, he was furious, and he asked how dare she be so arrogant. YCU was hovering behind him. She said that he had no chance. She placed the sword in front of her face and used Chakra Drive, the Dharma of the Emperor of Heaven, the mountains and rivers. A bright ray of light emerged from the clouds and illuminated the entire city as if forming a barrier. A huge divine blade began to appear from the gloomy clouds. The main character raised her sword and the tips of the swords touched. She pointed the sword at the old man and ordered him to look at the blade. The girl flew towards King with lightning speed, preparing to pierce him with a sword. He had in his hands a green object from which current was emanating. However, YCU was able to injure him and his body began to bleed. His green sphere began to crack and break. King was left with only fragments in his hands as he hovered above the palace. All three girls were full of determination. They frowned and firmly said, "Destroy Longevity Realm." King had a hole through his chest. The goddess Avalokiteshvara appeared in front of him. With one pair of hands she was holding a bell, with the other pair of hands she was holding a spear, and the last pair of hands was grasping the hilt of a sword. King looked at this doomedly, realizing that this was the end. His image began to gradually fade and dissolve. He eventually disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of steam. YCU smiled, happy with the victory, and said that they had overestimated him. All three girls gathered together in the sky. King's staff fell on Jun Wuxi's head, causing him to scream. He shielded his face from the bright light. Three girls loomed ominously over him. The guy looked at them. Lin Linian frowned angrily and asked if he wanted them to become his slaves. She shouted that now he could die. Jun Wuxi fell on his back and began to crawl back, even wetting himself from fear. He begged them not to come near him. He began to sob and tremble. He told Bai Yun that she knew his identity. Jun Wuxi shouted that if he died, then not only she, but even Jixia Academy would be doomed. He knelt down and ordered her to stop the others and not do anything stupid. Bai Yun grinned and thought it was just funny. She frowned and smiled, thinking that now they have the support of Lin Tianzhen. What is the Extreme Tao Immortal Palace? Bai Yun pointed her finger at him while floating in the air and said that even if he is the son of the Extreme Tao Immortal Palace, he must die today. Jun Wuxi sweated from exertion and stood up. He told her to think about it carefully, because if she offends the Extreme Tao Immortal Palace, there will never be any good results for her. YCU descended from the sky and swung her leg, ordering him to shut up. She stomped Jun Wuxi's face into the road with her foot. The main character put her foot on his face and asked what Extreme Tao Immortal Palace was and how dare an ordinary ant look up at the Empress. YCU furrowed her brows and pursed her lips. She thought that the lower realms are filled with such lecherous and wretched people. If there is a little more time, no one in the lower realms will be her opponent. She pressed her foot harder on Jun Wuxi's face. He had a lot of abrasions and bruises, and even his teeth were crumbling. The guy called her a crazy woman and said that if she kills him, the entire Xuanqian territory will not have any space for her. These words made the main character very angry. She shouted that he was too noisy and swung her leg. YCU hit him in the crotch, causing him to turn pale and wince. She continued to kick him in the crotch out of rage, insulting and swearing at him along the way. YCU was very angry and beat Jun Wuxi for some more time. Lin Linian and Bai Yun looked at this in horror. They were sweating due to the exertion. Lin Linian didn't think that the ancestor's wife was so cruel. Bai Yun couldn't understand where her original tenderness had gone. She imagined Lai Siyu as a dominatrix with a whip in her hands, and she imagined Lin Tianhong naked and enduring her sadism. Bai Yun grabbed her face and thought that she would still be violent to the ancestor at ordinary times. She smiled awkwardly and told the main character that this was enough and he was already dead. YCU looked at Jun Wuxi's soul leaving his body. She grabbed the soul with her hands and shouted that this was not enough. A sacred yellow leaf appeared in her hands. She swung, holding Jun Wuxi's soul tightly, and shouted that she would send him to the 18th level of hell and he would never be reborn. She applied the talisman of death to the frightened soul of the guy. It immediately evaporated, leaving behind a bright smoke screen. The main character turned back with an ominous smile. Lin Linian and Bai Yun were shaking in fear as they hugged each other. YCU walked up to them and bowed her head to them, thanking them. She raised her head and said with a smile on her face that everything worked out thanks to their help. Bai Yun started waving her palms with an awkward face and said that the landlord's wife is too polite and Jun Wuxi already has a grudge against them. Lin Linian agreed with her and said that Her Majesty the Empress is very polite. She frowned and put her fist to her chin, wondering what she should call the Empress since she was the wife of her ancestor. YCU raised her finger, remembering something. She put her palms together and said that she had one request, but she didn't know whether to say it. The girls, slightly confused and scared, said that everything was fine and she could talk. The main character leaned over slightly and quietly asked him not to tell her husband about her identity as the Empress. She said that when the time comes, she will confess everything to him herself. Lin Linian hugged Bai Yun's shoulder and said that they would not tell anything. Bai Yun was slightly tense and worried. She was thinking that Lin Tianhong doesn't want to reveal his identity to his wife, and his wife Lai Siyu also doesn't want to reveal her identity, and they are just pretending to be ordinary people. The main character smiled friendly, clasped her palms together, and thanked them. She said that she wanted to show hospitality since they came to her palace. She invited them to take a bath in the palace's first-class medical bath. Why see you imagine the three of them taking a bubble bath? The Empress offered to take the girls to comfortable baths, to which they gladly agreed. Why see you put her arm around them and led them around the palace grounds, saying that he smelled like that old man to all of them and it was disgusting. Jiangzhou, Extreme Dao Immortal Palace. The palace was located on a mountain slope next to waterfalls. Cranes flew among the mountains. There were guards standing in front of the palace gates. One of them said that there is no summoning from the Supreme Elder and asked the old man in blue to stop. The old man had a decoration on his head and had a long gray beard. He said that he had important news that urgently needed to be reported, so he asked to be let in. The guards continued to hold their spears. One of them turned to the Great Elder and said that the Supreme Master is rushing through the critical moment, no one should disturb him, after which he apologized. The old man was horrified, his pupils narrowed and he asked what he should do. He bowed to the guards and said that in that case he will take his leave and wait for the Supreme Master to leave the seclusion. He asks Brother Tome inform him immediately. The guards bowed back to him and said that he was very polite. The old man sat on a crane and began to fly on it among the mountains. He thought that it seems that the Supreme Master is going to break through to the immortal realm. This is the supreme being in the world. The old man frowned, placing his palms on his knees, and realized that Holy Sun Jun Wuxi's fate card had suddenly shattered, so he didn't know what to do with such a big event. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and realized that something had happened to Lin Xianzun's treasure. King Wu Jiang, the Supreme Master's disciple, has already gone to Nanzhou. He flew on his crane towards the sunset. He thought that he can ask him to check the situation first. Somewhere in Nanzhou, a flying ship with a palace flew among the green mountain slopes. The son asked his father if it was true that the treasure of Lin Xianzun was born this time. He stood next to his father, who was sitting on a chair. His father answered him that there is no problem with the news. The treasure left by Lin Xianzun is in Nanzhou. His name was Qin Jan. He was the disciple of the Supreme Master of the Extreme Dao Immortal Palace, King Wujing. He had dark hair and beard and his clothes were black. He said that this time many big forces have been dispatched to compete for the treasure. However, in order to avoid unnecessary damage and hatred caused by everyone competing for the treasure, it was decided to send a younger generation to compete for it. Qin Jan got up from his chair and headed towards the exit of the palace, telling his son to represent his Wujiang palace. His son's name was Qin Feng. He had long hair and clothes in pink and blue. He clasped his hands together and said that let his father be calm, his child will try his best. Qin Feng looked at his father's back and asked what kind of person Lin Xianzun was and whether his treasure was really that attractive. Qin Jan stroked his beard and replied that Lin Xianzun is a terrible monster, a peerless figure who was invincible in the lower realm 10,000 years ago. The man frowned and looked into the distance, saying that it was sad to live in the same era as him. He added that although Lin Xianzun killed the ancestor of their Extreme Dao Immortal Palace, but since father practiced, he is still the person father admires the most. Qin Jan walked to the balcony, his son kneeling behind him. Qin Feng said that he will try his best to obtain the inheritance of Lin Xianzun and become legend like him. The father noticed a golden talisman flying in their direction and realized that it was the messenger talisman of the Great Elder. The image of a golden-colored old man emerged from the talisman and informed them that the holy son of Jun Wuxi was killed in Nanzhou, and since they are here he asked to check what happened on behalf of his master. Qin Jan was horrified, his face was frightened. He asked if the younger brother was really killed and who is so bold, even dare to kill the master's son. Their flying ship set off, and the father told his son to investigate his uncle's death first. Bai Yun and Lin Linian moved into Lin Tianhong's house together. The girls and Lin Tianhong and his wife were sitting at the table and drinking tea. The husband and wife played and pretended to be ordinary people getting along, so it had nothing to do with them two outsiders. Therefore, there is no good thing to debunk the identities of both parties. The two women also began to work hard to practice great freedom of Avalokitesvara and Kinglian sword art to improve their strength. Lin Linian trained in swordsmanship and Bai Yun trained in magic. Lin Tianhong was naturally not polite, announcing that the two girls would be taken in as cleaners, as thugs. In order to train them, Lin Tianhong often instructs them to practice without hesitation. With the guidance of Lin Tianhong, the number one person in the three realms, the strength of the two women has naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Night fell, stars and a crescent moon appeared. Lin Tianhong and Lai Siyu were sitting at the table together. The guy was having dinner. Lai Siyu asked her husband what opinion he had of Her Majesty the Empress. Lin Tianhong stopped eating and said that he heard that Her Majesty the Empress is a genius who appears once every 10,000 years. She defeated many enemies and saved Fengjing City, allowing them to live in peace. He was very grateful to the Empress. YCU looked at him with a smile. She blushed slightly and said with an awkward face that she heard that the Empress is very cruel and all her enemies are tortured to death. She asked if Lin Tianhong liked such a cruel woman. The girl looked at her husband with loving eyes. The guy took a break from eating rice and said that being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself, so he likes the way the Empress conducts her affairs. YCU feigned anger and crossed her arms over her chest, saying that if he likes the Empress so much, then let him go and confess it to her. His status will immediately skyrocket if he becomes a prince under one person and above 10,000 people. Lin Tianhong hugged his wife's shoulder and said that no matter how good the Empress was, she was not as good as his wife, and besides, as an ordinary person, how could he win the heart of the Empress? YCU smiled and her cheeks turned red. She said that this could happen if the Empress liked him, and if she were the Empress, she would definitely accept him and marry him, making him a prince in the palace. She took off her shoe and stroked her husband's foot with her foot, asking what he would do if she turned out to be an Empress. Lin Tianhong grabbed her leg and pressed her foot to his face, saying that then he will assist the wife to become the only Empress of 9 heavens and 10 earths. He grabbed her hips, tilted the girl towards him, and asked what she would do if she found out that her husband was a very strong and invincible man. YCU hugged him tightly, smiling, and replied that she would be very glad that her husband could protect her, and no one would dare to threaten his wife. She pressed herself tightly to him and laid her head on his shoulder, thinking that if her husband were truly an invincible master, then she wouldn't be bullied by a bunch of snobs every day. But even if her husband is an ordinary person, she still loves him very much. She had lived hundreds of thousands of years in her past life, and she had never been this close to men. She even has a slight aversion inside to get along with men. But for some reason this man who only has the Foundation establishment realm. Their silhouettes could be seen through the curtains as they kissed. It fascinates her so much that she can't extricate herself and wants to be with him forever. The flying ship continued to fly among the mountains. A light fog hung in the air. Qin Feng asked his father where they should start investigating his uncle's death. Qin Jan replied that the servant who protected his uncle is a Taoist of the 7th level of longevity. He walked to the edge of the ship and said that as long as they inquire, there has recently been a battle at the level of longevity in Nanju, they can find the location of the incident. Qin Feng put his palms together and asked inquire now. Qin Jan first arrived at Tianlong Imperial City wanting to inquire about news. He and his son watched the fight with an awkward expression on their faces. It was found that since the fall of the Taoist Tianlong and the complete annihilation of the Tianlong royal family, wars for the territory have ignited everywhere in the Tianlong dynasty. Qin Jan frowned, looking down, and said that it seems that in Nanju, a strong man has come, even Taoist Tianlong is dead, maybe this person is the murderer who killed his little uncle. Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at his father seriously, asking if the people who came for Lin Xianzun's treasure could have killed his uncle. His father ordered him to stop. Qin Jan narrowed his eyes, lowered his eyebrows, and said that they still don't have the guts to offend his extreme Dao Immortal Palace. Some time passed, he was reading something from the scroll. He shouted that in Fengjing City there were 2 longevity level battle auras, one was Tianlong Taoist, the other time no one knew who it was. They continued on the flying ship and the father told his son to go to Fengjing City and see for themselves. He asked if there really was someone in the small Nanju dynasty who could kill a person, who had reached the 7th level of immortality and had an 8th rank magic weapon. At this time, Sky Thunder Pearl and Kunwu Sword, though 8 rank magic weapons, have been divided up. Lin Linian had the sword and Bai Yun had the pearls. In the vicinity of Fengjing City, Lin Linian was flying on a Kunwu sword. She took the sword in her hands and swung it, using heaven-slashing sword art. The impact hit one of the mountain ranges. The mountain immediately crumbled into many small boulders. Lin Linian put her hand on her hip and happily said that she had succeeded. Bai Yun flew up to her from behind and congratulated her on her mastery of the sky-slashing swordsmanship and said that her Kinglian sword is also getting hotter. Lin Linian smiled, her cheeks turned pink, and she said that it was also taught to be the ancestors, otherwise she would have to wait for it to comprehend it herself. Something flashed in the sky behind them. The girls tensed and turned around, not understanding what it was. It was a flying ship. Qin Feng got angry and shouted that he saw Bai Yun, the saintess of Jixia Academy. Qin Jan noticed a sword with yin and yang on the handle and realized that it was a Kunwu sword. He remembered that this was his younger brother's magical weapon. Bai Yun grabbed Lin Linian's hand and said to run away, they are not rivals. She said to go to Hongyu wood carving shop. Qin Feng pointed his finger at them and shouted to his father that they were running away and that they should start chasing them. Qin Jan replied that there was no need to rush, he wanted to understand who was behind them. Lin Linian looked nervous and her face was sweating. Bai Yun turned pale and frowned. The girls quickly flew away, leaving behind a yellow trail in the air. Qin Jan said to let them escape and draw out the strong man. Bai Yun and Lin Linian flew to the city, over which there was a slight fog. They rushed into Lin Tianhong's house, and Bai Yun shouted that Jun Wuxi's elder brother, named Qin Jan, was here. Lin Tianhong was engaged in wood carving at this time. He turned to the girls with a grin and said that another one to die, this deity will fulfill him. Qin Jan entered the room with his son and called Bai Yun by name. They put their hands behind their backs, and the man said that they would now see where she had run away. The girl began to mock them, making faces, and asked if she said that she wanted to run away. She said that if he has the strength, then he can come and take her down, she'll wait for him here. Lin Linian put one hand under her chest and grinned, saying that this child can only perform tricks. These words angered Qin Feng and he clenched his hand into a fist. His father stopped him and told him to take a step back, he's no match for the Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy. Qin Jan shouted to Bai Yun that she had escaped here and would not go anywhere else, and that strong man who killed the old man king should be here, so she had nothing to fear. The girl crossed her arms over her chest with displeasure and frowned. The girls stood opposite their son and father, the latter said let him out. Lin Tianhong asked with a bored face if he could help them. Qin Feng grinned evilly and raised his index finger, saying that he's an ant in the Foundation establishment realm. He asked how he dared to speak to his father. The main character slapped him with a magic hand, which shocked his father. Qin Jan became angry and pointed his finger at Lin Tianhong, asking how he could sneak up on the king's son. He said that it looks like he's the one behind it. Qin Feng rubbed his cheek, which was red from the blow. The main character stood in front of the girls, who were making faces at them, and said that he just hit it, and even he is the Tianwu Emperor of the Immortal Dynasty. He dares to fight. Back then, in front of the Emperor Tianwu, Lin Tianhong beheaded his son who was against him directly. Emperor Tianwu didn't even dare to fart, with the smile on his face sent Lin Tianhong away. Thousands of years ago, don't know how many ancient dynasties were swept away by immortal venerable Lin. Qin Jan frowned and sweated with excitement. He thought that Emperor Tianwu was the emperor of the Immortal Dynasty thousands of years ago. With outstanding martial arts, he is one of the most outstanding emperors in the entire Immortal Dynasty. However, people who lived tens of 1,000 years ago either ascended or reached the limit. This is still the law of the world. No one can violate it. The man grinned viciously, showing his teeth, and said that he really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is, that even Emperor Tianwu of Immortal Dynasty he dares to insult. He added that if he killed his younger brother, then he and his relatives would die. Bai Yun smiled, crossed her arms over her chest, and said that this is the immortal venerable Lin, the ancestor of her Jixia Academy, and he should bow to him. Qin Jan laughed and applauded her, praising her acting skills. He shouted that no one would run away today. The girls looked at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and told him not to kill Bai Yun for now. After all, his uncle had been chasing her all this time. He would probably regret it. He wanted to dedicate her death to her late uncle, to make his dream come true and let him rest in peace. He thought that since his uncle was dead, he would enjoy Bai Yun instead. Bai Yun put her hand on Lin Tianhong's shoulder and asked Qin Feng if he would really dare to attack her ancestor. Lightning and a dark aura appeared around him. He shouted that if this is immortal venerable Lin, then he is immortal venerable Lin's father. A red, ominous aura with an evil smile immediately appeared above Lin Tianhong's head. Qin Feng fell to his knees due to weakness. The main character grinned and said that he was really brave for daring to be his father. The man, with a surprised and confused face, asked if he really was the immortal venerable Lin. He knelt down and bowed deeply. His son also began to bow. Bai Yun grinned and folded her hands under her chest, saying that she told them a long time ago that he was her ancestor, but they still didn't believe her, and now they were terrified. Bai Yun looked at the main character and thought that unexpectedly 10,000 years have passed, and the name of the ancestor scared them out of their wits. She wondered how terrible he was back then. The red magical aura continued to loom over Lin Tianhong. Qin Jan asked to spare him. The main character grinned, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said that they had probably heard the legend about this deity. Continuing to bow, Qin Jan replied that he had heard. His son looked at him. The man said that immortal venerable Lin is an idol worshipped by the junior, grew up listening to his stories. Lin's hand began to turn red, starting from the tips of his fingers, and he said that since they had heard the legends, they should know that he never spares his opponents. Qin Jan jumped up sharply when he saw the guy's fist flaring up. A magical red creature immobilized the man. He only managed to get the talisman. Lin Tianhong stretched out his hand, surrounded by a red aura. The golden leaf began to fall, after which it began to dissolve and disappear. The servant was running through the building next to the river. He shouted to the great old man that things were bad. The servant ran to the green portal and held out the jade fragments, saying that King Wujiang's life card was shattered. The great elder stood up abruptly and reacted in shock to the news. He emerged from the portal, floating on a lotus, and saw that he had received a message through the talisman. The message was written about Jixia Academy. The great old man burst into flames out of anger and said that he would take revenge on them. Actually, he didn't know what King Wujiang wanted to write was that immortal venerable Lin, the founder of Jixia Academy, has come down to the realm and asked not to take revenge on him. However, he died in the hands of Lin Tianhong just after writing the words Jixia Academy. The great old man sat on his crane and headed there. King Wuzhong is the royal family of the Buxu dynasty. He is going to the Buxu dynasty. Lin Tianhong and his wife Lai Siyu were boating and fishing as the sky grew dark. Lai Siyu began to move her toes and said that she was hiding something from her husband. She was wearing a green dress with a peignoir. The girl blushed and asked if he would be angry with her. Lin Tianhong was bare-chested and wearing blue pants. He asked his wife what she was hiding from him. Lai Siyu playfully stuck out her tongue and replied that she couldn't tell now, but would definitely do so when the time came. Lin Tianhong's front strands lay on his chest. He agreed with his wife. She hugged him and bit him on the cheek, asking him to promise not to get angry when the time came and to continue to love her endlessly, as he does now. She didn't want to intentionally hide it. The girl was afraid that this would affect their relationship. She wants to spend more ordinary days with him. Lin Tianhong was able to catch the fish, and Lai Siyu lifted the bowl to put the fish in it. He had to wait a little, and she would soon confess to him. When the time comes, he will cultivate to become immortal, and they can remain husband and wife forever. The fish splashed in the bowl. Lin Tianhong hugged his wife from behind. After reaching the immortal realm, transcending the vulgarity, getting rid of the mortal body, many methods from the previous life can be used to help him with mediocre aptitude to cultivate. Lai Siyu imagined Lin Tianhong cultivating with a huge goddess standing behind him in the middle of the mountains. Empress Shi started from a mortal body, went against the heaven, embarked on the road of the Emperor of Heaven. She presented two golden figures of a man and a woman. She is confident that she can make her mediocre husband become an immortal, or even an immortal emperor and immortal lord, but after confessing, she also made up her mind. She doesn't know if the relationship with her husband will be affected at the same time. It is also difficult to live a normal life like this now. Lai Siyu imagined herself sitting on the shore, looking at Lin Tianhong's reflection. She understood that the lifespan of mortals was too short, and therefore she could see her husband die of old age. Tears began to flow from her violet eyes. Therefore, she doesn't want to reveal her identity before she reaches longevity. This is the last day of their normal married life. They sat hugging on the boat, enjoying each other. Lin Tianhong reached out to the cherry tree where the flowers were blooming. He picked flowers and decorated his wife's hair with them. Lai Siyu lay on his chest. Lin Tianhong said that he would love her forever, and even if the ocean dried up and the stones rotted, he would never change his mind. As immortal venerable Lin and demon lord who are invincible in 9 heavens and 10 earth, how many outstanding immortals and goddesses favored him? He sat on a throne surrounded by women. Lin Tianhong had never been moved. He didn't even bother to take a look until he met this ordinary wife. He imagined himself walking on water and looking back at Lai Siyu. For the first time in a long time, he felt his heartbeat, and he fell in love with her. He knew that this was the woman he must always protect. They were boating on the lake next to the trees. Lin Tianhong smiled and looked at his wife, who said that she always knew that he would love her forever. The girl's peignoir lay on the shore while they enjoyed each other. The guy's boots and the girl's shoes were also lying on the shore. Tianding Mountains. A long river flowed near the mountains. At this time, the younger generation of countless forces came to the Tianding Mountain range under the leadership of an elder at the peak of the longevity realm. Flying ships were hovering in the sky, several people were flying on swords, and some were flying on lotuses. There are people from ancient great clans, there are true disciples of the Holy Land, there are disciples of divine sect, there are descendants of the ancient race, there are emperors of the dynasty. Men with dark skin hovered on the stones, there were golden circles on the back. One of them said that it is said that the treasure left by immortal venerable Lin before his ascension is hidden in this mountain range. At the beginning, immortal venerable Lin swept away so many ancient gods, ancient holy lands, and powerful ancient countries and swept away their many years of heritage. 2 guys were sitting on the branches of a tree. One of them grinned and said that as long as they get the treasure of Lin immortal venerable, they can soar into the sky. The Sea King struck the surface with his trident. He had long blue hair and was wearing green clothes. He said that the treasure of Lin immortal venerable would belong to him, and no one would take it from him. Someone said that this man is from Haiti, a descendant of the ancient Haeyang tribe. With the strength of the 4 steps of the divine tribulation realm, the perfect sea god bloodline was awakened. The girl with long legs and brown boots told the Haitian that his strength is good, but they are not weak either. She flew on a large folded fan and had horns. The girl said that if he wants to get the treasure, it depends on whether he has this ability. All the people around began to swear at the Sea King, which made him frown. Something sparkled in the sky and flew quickly, leaving a yellow trail behind it. It was Bai Yun and Lin Linian. Everyone around immediately turned their attention to Bai Yun. The girls hovered over one of the mountain peaks. People called Bai Yun the Saintess of Jixia Academy. Lin Linian smirked and Bai Yun crossed her arms over her chest. Both girls giggled. The girls pressed their backs to each other. People around said that people from Jixia Academy had come, but they did not have so much strength to protect the treasure of Lin Immortal Venerable. Bai Yun began to list the names of the clans. She turned to the people and said that they were all here, and she did not expect that the treasure left by her ancestor would be revealed so quickly. The girl joined hands with Lin Linian, and she said that apparently bad people planted many spies in Jixia Academy. The green-eyed girl turned to her friend and asked her to be careful, because a fierce battle could begin. A girl in white shoes and a white dress said that if people from the academy came, then there was a treasure hidden among the mountains. A girl in a white dress had green ribbons. She flew here on a green bird, and an elderly woman stood next to her. The Sea King, flying on a bunch of tentacles, pointed at Bai Yun with a trident and told her that she had courage for coming here. He asked if she was afraid of losing her life. A golden aura appeared around Bai Yun. She said that she was a descendant of Immortal Lin, and he dared to glance at the treasure of a descendant of their academy. There were a lot of hostile people around the girls. They said that Bai Yun, the saintess of Jixia Academy, has already reached the half-step longevity realm. This talent is too heaven-defying. A prince in a red and black suit stood next to an older man. The prince said that we must first take a look at the Immortal Mansion. At this time, everyone will compete for the treasure according to their abilities. Xuanchen territory originally had 5 ancient kingdoms. However, the 3 ancient kingdoms were swept away by Immortal Lin 10,000 years ago, leaving only Jin Kingdom and Mu Kingdom. The girl with purple horns, who was floating on a large fan, agreed with the prince and said that by following the established rules, their younger generation will compete, the rest should not interfere. Bai Yun crossed her arms and closed her eyes, saying that there is no need to look for the mansion, she knows where it is and can show the others. People shouted to her that since she knew where the mansion was, there was no need to waste their time. The girls took off while Bai Yun thought that the younger generation is so scramble, and with the strength of Lin Linian and her, it is NP problem sweep them. However, this secret realm needs the power of the Divine Tribulation realm to be able to open it. The girls landed in the forest near the hollow bark of a tree, where a magic shield hung on chains. Otherwise, the two of them would not have stayed in Fengjing City for 2 years without looking for treasure. Bai Yun put her hand to the shield and it began to crack. A red roof began to emerge from the ground. Soon the gate to the mansion appeared and people began to gather around. They climbed up there at once, pushing each other aside, and shouted that the mansion was open. Bai Yun and Lin Linian also decided to go inside. They began to climb the stairs. There was a cosmic sky all around. The people who were hunting for the treasure stood in front of the bridge. Gold coins were lying everywhere. They immediately began opening treasure chests and examining magical weapons. Someone even found the wine of immortality. The warriors began to fight for the treasure, trying to take it from each other. A fierce battle began between kings, princes, and other heads of clans. Bai Yun and Lin Linian were sitting on chests and eating watermelons at this time. Lin Linian asked what they should do. Bai Yun replied that first they need to eat watermelon. They started going down the stairs. Bai Yun said that the Immortal Mansion is very big, and the treasures in the square are just appetizers. A wooden roof with red pillars appeared above their heads. Bai Yun said that various immortal artifacts, blood essences, and so on were hidden in different places. It could be said that the ancestor was the richest person in the entire lower realm. At the beginning, he didn't know how many forces he had robbed. The girls, with surprised and thoughtful faces, remembered the image of Lin Tianhong. However, Bai Yun's goal is not to find these immortal-level treasures. Go to the core of the Immortal Mansion to refine the key of the Immortal Mansion. The key looked like an expensive keychain made of gold and silver with red ropes. The girl looked thoughtful. In fact, the entire Immortal Mansion is a top-grade immortal artifact. It is an immortal artifact of the same level as the Tathwang Bell. The girls approached a building with majestic blue roofs, and there was a key there. Refining the key is equivalent to recognizing the master of the Immortal Mansion. At that time, everything in the Immortal Mansion, all will be in the bag. A crowd of enemies followed Bai Yun. The Sea King grinned and said that she knew secrets that were not available to others. He added that presumably this token is the key to control the entire Immortal Mansion. Bai Yun suddenly jumped towards the key, which made the Sea King taken aback. He sent waves of water at her and shouted that the key to the Immortal Mansion was his and ordered Bai Yun to get out of the way. Lin Linian blocked the attack with her sword and shouted that she was his opponent. While she held off her enemies, Bai Yun was able to get to the key. The Sea King and the other rulers began to put pressure on her and order her to give them the key. At this time, the Taoists of longevity seemed to be calm, but there were waves in their hearts. The immortal artifact comes to the world. If there were no rules, everyone would have started to grab it. The rulers began to threaten Bai Yun with death if she did not give them the key. She turned to them, grinning, and told them to take it away from her if they had the ability and don't let them yell. Lin Linian pointed a sword at them and said that they are dogs that bark loudly, and let them try to defeat them, then the key to the mansion will belong to them. Enraged enemies ran towards the girls, ready to kill them. Bai Yun grinned and said that they were the ones looking for death. The girl waved her palms. 2 huge magical palms slammed the Sea King. The palm snapped its finger and threw the enemy away. The rest of the people watched this in shock and said that this disciple of the Aeotian divine sect who survived the fire calamity, he was sent flying by a palm. They also said that Bai Yun is very strong. A girl in a white dress with a green ribbon activated a blue pearl that emanated water. She chuckled dissatisfiedly and said that Bai Yun is only 26 years old, so she doesn't believe that she is that strong. Bai Yun raised 2 fingers up and the head of the goddess appeared in front of her. The girl said that it's a little tricky, she dares to show off in front of her. Goddess Avalokiteshvara directed dozens of palms towards the girl in a white dress. She was defeated, her eyes turned white and blood began to flow from her mouth. People were shocked by this. Bai Yun stood in front of the girl lying on the floor and asked how dare she come here to steal the treasure left by the ancestor. The Sea King approached her on a large wave. He shouted to her not to be complacent, because he would wait for her. She took out a golden weapon with an ingot that had hieroglyphs written on it, and on the back was a golden dragon tail. Everyone around said that it was a Kinjan magic weapon, and they didn't understand how it ended up in Bai Yun's hands. She had actually successfully refined a rank 8 magic weapon. Some time ago, Lin Tianhong gave her this weapon. He said that she could use it, because if she always relied on the power of the immortal weapon, it would be difficult for her to grow and improve. Bai Yun swung the golden weapon with a smile on her face. They called her a little thief. The girl hit the Sea King in the face with a magical weapon, causing his tooth to fall out. The rest of the rulers' jaws dropped at what they saw. They were shocked by the strength of Bai Yun, who was able to defeat the Haitian with one blow. They did not understand what had happened to her in 2 years. The girl with a huge fan and horns on her head said that they could not defeat Bai Yun alone, so she suggested that they attack her together. The prince in the red and black suit agreed with her. He said that after grabbing the key to the immortal mansion first, they are fighting slowly. Bai Yun pressed her back to Lin Linian's back and invited her to join forces. She agreed, smiling confidently. Bai Yun appeared with 2 magical heads and 2 pairs of magical hands, and she picked up a red spear. The girls united and began to respond to the attacks of ill-wishers. Lin Linian had a huge magic sword and she used heaven-slashing sword art. She soared into the sky and swung her sword. One of the opponents with a frightened face asked what it was. His sword was broken into small pieces. He and several other enemies were defeated. They all began to cough up blood. 3 elders hovered in the sky and watched Lin Linian. One of them said that he thought that Bai Yun was crazy, but this young girl was also crazy. Several fierce enemies immediately surrounded the girl with a large sword. She was able to get out of this situation and flew several meters back from the column of smoke. Another enemy attacked her with a sword, who promised that he would take her life. Lin Linian frowned and took out her magic bell. The light from the bell immediately blinded the enemy. Lin Linian had a magic sword behind her, and a bell was floating in front of her. Her opponent began to cry blood and scream that he could not see anything. Opponents could not believe that such an immortal artifact as the Taewong Bell ended up in the hands of such a little girl, and they also recognized her as their master. A gray-haired elder with a beard watched her from the sky, saying that it was the Taewong Bell that Immortal Lin snatched back then, the immortal artifact of his Taeksu immortal sect. The warrior barely opened his bloody eyes and said with shame that he was injured by an immortal artifact from his own sect. The multi-armed Bai Yun simultaneously cut her opponents in half and hit her with a golden magical weapon. Defeated enemies lay near her. Lin Linian fought her enemies with her giant sword, and the bell helped her in the battle. Elders appeared behind her, ordering the Taewong Bell to be given to them. They wanted to help the Taeksu immortal sect return the Taewong Bell. Bai Yun asked what they were doing. The girls stood with their backs to each other as the elders surrounded them. The girl shouted that the older generation cannot interfere. This is the rule jointly set by the major forces. Bai Yun's heads were turned in different directions. She frowned and asked displeasedly if they really wanted to shamelessly break the rules. One of the elders was dressed in a brown suit and had dark hair and a beard. He said that they would not break this promise and the terms of the contract. However, this little girl stole the immortal artifact from his Taeksu immortal sect and acted recklessly. Inside, he thought that it would be great to return the bell for his sect and wash away the 1,000 years of shame from himself. He promised to take the bell and kill the thief. A bunch of elders began to grin evilly and surround the girls, saying that just because they have a good relationship with Taeksu Immortal Sect, this little girl stole the Taewong Bell and today they must seek justice for Taeksu Immortal Sect. Lin Linian was furious at their words. She frowned and replied that they were a bunch of shameless old men. The ancestor of the Taeksu Immortal Sect, the Immortal Taewong, was beheaded by Immortal Lin, the ancestor of her Lin family. The girl said that it's fine if can't win, but she didn't expect the descendants of Taewong Immortal Venerable to fight back now. It's shameless. The elder in the brown suit pointed his finger at her and said that she has sharp teeth and sharp mouth, and that was stolen by her ancestor Lin, and today he wants to seek justice for the ancestor Taewong Immortal Venerable. Everyone around immediately took up arms against the girls. They were ready to defend themselves. Lin Linian frowned and became angry, her braid on her head flying in the wind. She shouted that if they want to take the bell, then let them try. Bai Yun turned to her and smiled, saying that you don't even need to talk to them, they need to be beaten. All these elders gathered together and began to pressure Bai Yun, ordering him to give them the immortal weapon. The girl frowned and smiled, saying that they are so shameless that they have lived a lot of them like on dogs. Lin Linian smiled softly and turned to her, asking her not to insult the dogs in this way. The brown-suited elder raised his fist and asked how this little girl dared to offend them, and let the two of them not think about leaving the immortal mansion today. Bai Yun stopped smiling and looked at him displeasedly, saying that the rules are set by all forces. They openly violated the rules and don't take her Jixia Academy into consideration at all. An old man in a brown suit began to attack the girl from behind, saying that the prestige of her academy would not scare them, after which he ordered to give up the bell and the key to the immortal mansion. Bai Yun and Lin Linian created a protective barrier, shielding themselves from the elders' attacks. Bai Yun shouted that they should not be afraid of her academy, but of the immortal ancestor Lin Tianhong. 10,000 years ago he was an invincible character who swept the lower realms. The eyes of the old man in the brown suit began to glow as he continued to break through their defenses. He ordered not to frighten them with the ancient name and said that if they have the ability, then let them call on him. Bai Yun's cheeks turned slightly red. She smiled and said that she did not have the opportunity to ask the ancestor to go down to the realm, but she can ask the ancestor to draw a portrait of the ancestor. The three elders looked at her questioningly, not understanding what she meant. The girls stood with their backs to each other. The old man said that the immortal Lin Tianhong is very strong, but his portrait alone will suppress them. It is absolutely impossible. Bai Yun smiled and replied that they would definitely regret it. She put her palms together, closed her eyes, and asked Lin Linian to take out the portrait of the immortal Lin Tianhong. The girl took out a scroll with a wide smile on her face. She tossed the scroll with the design into the air. On the scroll was a picture of Lin Tianhong among mountains and forests. The old people began to laugh, pointing to the portrait, and said that they were not depressed, they could no longer pretend. The real Lin Tianhong began to emerge from the scroll, with several heated spheres behind him. He completely stepped out of the portrait and appeared before everyone. All the elders immediately fell to their knees. They raised their heads with difficulty to look at Lin Tianhong and asked how he could come out of the drawing and how is it possible that they don't even have the strength to resist. The main character looked down with a smile on his face and asked if they called the deity the thief who stole the bell. The old man in the brown suit looked at him and began to mutter something inaudibly. The girls looked at Lin Tianhong in amazement and said in unison that he was so handsome. The old man in the brown suit lowered his head and said that this junior made a slip of the tongue, after which he asked to forgive him. The red-hot spheres behind Lin Tianhong and in his hand began to spin. He asked if he called him a thief and said that the Taewong bell was stolen from the immortal Taewong. He asked if he was an emperor and an immortal in order to be his equal in order to steal his things. The old man was blinded by the hot spheres. He begged to be forgiven. However, a second later he was already burned to the bone. The girl with horns on her head was also burned. She screamed that she did not want to die. She still had a wonderful future. Lin Tianhong began to descend from heaven to earth to the girls. Bai Yun poked the charred remains with a stick and said that the ancestor is worthy of being an eternal figure who suppresses the existence of the world. Lin Linian smiled as she raised her fist in the air and said that if they worked hard, they would one day reach the level of their ancestor. Bai Yun picked up the chest and told her that after she refines the key to Immortal Mansion, she will return to Fengjing City and offered to take everything she likes. At this time, Wudong and the elder of the ancient academy who came late because they went to Fengjing City to meet their parents. They approached the entrance to the Immortal Mansion and said that they felt a powerful force. The old man said that they arrived quite late and avoided disaster. Wudong said that unexpectedly, Immortal Lin actually left such a powerful means in his own Immortal Mansion. They hurriedly ran away from there together in fear. Clouds floated over the city and white doves flew. The main character sat near the open window and carved a figurine from wood. He said that those guys of Zhangzhou are really not honest, too kind to them 10,000 years ago. He closed his eyes dreamily and remembered his beautiful wife, thinking that he was too lazy to get involved in a battle between groups of kids. It was only important for him to be close to his wife. He looked with pleasure at the figurine that he himself had carved from wood. The main character said that to be able to carve Pangu, one can achieve great comprehension of immortality. He placed the woman figurine on the table. Ever since he found the way to immortality, every time Lin Tianhong sculpts a character, his comprehension of immortality will be improved to a higher level. At the same time, Zhangzhou is in chaos. The rulers of other kingdoms on the map were confused and did not understand what's the situation. The elders and genius disciples from various sects of Zhangzhou all had their fate cards shattered. At the peak of the longevity realm, even if it is placed among the superpowers in Jiangju, it is still an elder with a very high status. Above the large yin and yang disc, many jade cards collapsed. After all, there are not many immortals. Moreover, those geniuses are all important figures in these Jiangju superpowers. Now, all of them are dead, which has caused a great commotion for the forces in the entire Jiangju. All of these people participated in the battle in the Immortal Mansion. There was a beautiful palace with a black and red roof, someone exclaimed loudly. A council was taking place inside, several people were sitting at tables. The man asked his interlocutor if his family was also destroyed. The man with long hair exclaimed affirmatively and said that only Bai Yun from Jixia Academy survived. A man with a receding hairline and a blindfold asked if Jixia Academy did it. The man with a crown on his head next to him was very angry. Someone angrily hit the table with his hand and wished them death. They ordered the destruction of Jixia Academy. The skies burst into red lightning and thunder. They went to the academy to restore justice. Yellow footprints wrapped around gray mountains. Jixia Academy was the first holy land that was created by the immortal Lin Tianhong 10,000 years ago. There were buildings and trees on the floating islands. A boy was meditating near a tree. He was floating above the ground. His name was Wu Hao. He was the son of Wu family in Qinfeng. A few years ago, his grandfather, also named Wu Hao, bought his grandson a wooden figurine of the Monkey King from the Lin Tianhong store. The boy closed his eyes and thought about this memory. His grandfather was very old and had a long beard. He washed the boy in a wooden barrel and stroked his beard. Later, when grandfather was washing his marrow, the aunt of the Wu family people brought to fight for the family property. During this battle, grandfather was seriously wounded in the stomach with a sword, trying to protect his grandson. Wu Hao and his grandfather fled into the forest and hid from the others. However, in the process of escaping, grandfather died due to blood loss. Wu Hao cried near his corpse. At this time, the elder of Jixia Academy, who traveled down the mountain, felt a touch of Tao in the sculpture. An elder flying on a sword noticed a spark in the forest. At this point, he took Wu Hao under his wing and they buried his grandfather in the forest. Since then, Wu Hao joined Jixia Academy and became a student. Two girls squeezed and touched the boy while he stood with a dissatisfied face. A year ago, he accidentally sensed the possibility of the Tao of Monkey King. He was cultivating near the magic circle as the Monkey King sculpture hovered above his head. Wu Hao has comprehended the battle of the immortal sculpture and the law of heaven and earth. He looked at his palms in surprise while colorful scrolls hovered behind him. As a result, the supreme bone grew, his talent skyrocketed. The golden spirit of the Monkey King appeared behind him. The boy looked at the figurine with a smile and thanked him for helping him break through the profound cave realm. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise that distracted him. He turned back and saw dark red clouds with lightning. One of the lightning flashed and struck the mountain peak. Liu wrapped herself in a towel and sat near the hot spring when she noticed the strange sound. The girl looked straight and asked what happened. At this time, Lin Tianhong was standing behind the fence and looking at her. He closed his eyes, smiled and waved his palm, saying that these were just letters jumping. Liu threw a slipper and a basin at him, ordering him not to peek. The guy with brown hair looked up and saw swords flying in the sky. Men in white coats with blue robes were flying on these swords. One of them said that the real immortals were arriving. He added that it seems that it was left by the ancestor, the people who have been killed. Now they all come to Xingxi to question the crime. A man with a black mustache and beard said that he did not know how Bai Yun was doing. The gray-bearded man got angry and said that when the ancestor was around, all these people were like turtles who didn't dare to go out and make mistakes, and now his Jixia Academy was being attacked. Bai Yun was soaking her feet in the hot spring at this time. Lin Linian sat next to the hot spring with a basin in her hands. The girls sat in the hot spring and enjoyed, their cheeks turning pink. Dark red clouds hung over Jixia Academy, and someone shouted death wishes from there. A creature with a beard and a horn on its forehead appeared in the sky. Its skin was green. A man with a black mustache and a bun on his head was horrified and said that this is the immortal venerable of Tianzin Mountain. A whirlpool appeared near the academy employees. A thin and graceful female hand began to emerge from the whirlpool. An angelic woman appeared in a white dress with pale skin. She had dark green wings. It was an ancient heavenly feather-clad true immortal. Two immortal deities looked down menacingly at the academy from the heavens. A drop of water appeared nearby, from which someone said that his son died in the Lin Tianhong immortal mansion. A whirlpool began, in which the silhouette of another immortal could be seen. He shouted that there would be no survivors from Jixia Academy today. This was the father of the Sea King. He had red skin, a mermaid tail and a trident. He sent a violent whirlpool towards the academy servants, who were struggling to hold back the attack. Wu Hao looked at what was happening with horror on his face and thought that they were all doomed. The surface under the boy's feet began to crumble. The roots of the tree came out. The tree where Wu Hao was sitting appeared to have a face. It was an immortal tree that was once planted by Lin Tianhong. The tree frowned angrily and asked who dared to come to Jixia Academy and play their tricks. The tree began to raise its roots from the ground. Wu Hao looked on in shock. The root of the tree took on the form of a dragon flying to the heavens. The sea immortal was horrified and opened his mouth in surprise. He tried to protect himself from the attack of the roots by splashing water. However, this did not help him, and the roots pierced his body right through. He was thrown to the side and began to fall down. Wu Hao clenched his hands into fists and looked up joyfully, saying that the real immortal had fallen and they were saved. The other two immortals grabbed their heads in doom and shouted that the immortal was killed by the old tree. They said that this was definitely an immortal tree planted by Lin Tianhong. It lived for thousands of years and became stronger and stronger. The immortals' faces became fearful. They were glad that the sea immortal attacked first, otherwise they would have been killed themselves. The Jixia Academy servants looked at the tree in surprise and said that it could easily kill even an immortal. The angelic woman and the man with the horn noticed that the roots of the tree were moving towards them. The immortal woman was horrified and stepped back. She shouted that they urgently needed to retreat because the immortal tree was going to attack again. Wu Hao was happy to see that the dark clouds were quickly moving back. The Academy servants landed next to the tree and thanked it for saving Jixia Academy. The tree lowered its eyebrows and narrowed its eyes. He told the master that 10,000 years had passed and he missed him very much. The master gave him life. The tree promises that he will protect the Academy all his life. The tree said that his life would soon end, and soon there would be no one to protect the Academy. Tree root patted Wu Hao's head. The boy sat down on his knees, and the Academy servants stood in a row next to him. The tree said that it would soon die of old age and would no longer be able to protect the Academy, so it proposed to start implementing the fire plan. The tree began to pull Wu Hao's cheeks with its roots and said that he hopes there will be 1 or 2 fires left. The Academy can be rebuilt here in the future. The Academy servants bowed low to him and said to ask the Lord to order. The tree looked down at them and said to send a message to Bai Yun not to come here. He ordered to take the master's treasure and hide it, because the master's treasure is the hope for the revival of Jixia Academy, Shenfeng capital city. The sun's rays illuminated the roofs of the buildings and reflected beautifully from the water. Bai Yun and Lin Linian held hands and walked through the park. Lin Tianhong was lying on a chair with a blindfold and dozing. He lifted the headband and smiled, praising the girls. Bai Yun put her hand on her chest and sighed tiredly. She thanked the ancestor who left a spiritual thought in the portrait before left. The two of them escaped unharmed. The main character reached for a cup on the table. The girls dreamily raised their heads and remembered how he appeared from the portrait. They wondered how strong he was. Lin Linian clasped her hands together and asked Lin Tianhong with a sweet face what level his strength had reached at the moment. He put his hand to his chin and looked up, answering that the realm is probably lawlessness and unfettered. He showed the peace sign with his fingers and told them to be free and unrestrained. The rules of heaven and earth do not apply. The girls hugged and looked at him in amazement, asking, "Is this the end of strength?" Lin Tianhong looked at his reflection in the cup of tea and thought that it's not the end yet. There's still one step ahead of deity. He can unite the immortal and the demon, will transcend the 3 realms, turn the universe upside down, change the world. Bai Yun was pouring tea into his cup and, out of amazement, did not notice how the tea began to pour onto the ground. She said that the rules of heaven and earth do not apply, so it is no wonder that ancestor can really enter the lower realm. There was bamboo growing behind the protagonist. Lin Tianhong said that if they worked hard, they would reach his level in the future. The girls joyfully raised their fists in the air and exclaimed that they would not let him down. The sun softly illuminated the park and nearby buildings. Lin Tianhong asked Bai Yun to return the 10,000-year-old immortal ginger that she received from the immortal mansion. The river flowed between the mountains straight to the city, which had beautiful gardens and trees. Bai Yun put her hand between her breasts, which surprised Lin Linian. The girl began to take out ginger root from there. This ginger had a face and even arms and legs. Ginger asked Bai Yun if she was willing to let him go. She answered in the affirmative. The girl looked at the ginger in her hand with dislike, which said that the immortal Lin Tianhong had sealed it away for thousands of years, and now it was seeing the light again. He looked at Bai Yun obscenely, raising his finger up, and said that since she freed him, he was giving her the perfect opportunity to become his maid. Ginger pointed his finger at Lin Linian and said that she was also destined for him, so he would take her too. He reached out to kiss her and told her to drink the water from his bath, because it would make her forever young and she would always serve him. Lin Linian pushed him away with her hands and told him to leave her alone. Bai Yun looked away with an irritated face and said that this old ginger root is poor. She said that she can't take her mouth off. Lin Linian even started to feel sick. Lin Tianhong looked ominously at the frightened ginger and asked him how he dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. The main character said that he even regrets a little that he did not erase his spiritual consciousness 10,000 years ago. The ginger root immediately took on a red robe. He fell at Lin Tianhong's feet and began to cry, saying that 10,000 years had passed and he missed his master very much, and he even began to think that he had forgotten about him. The main character began to take off the slippers from his feet and called Ginger a vile thing. He roughly grabbed Ginger's face, squeezing it. Lin Tianhong hit him hard in the face with a slipper. Lin Linian and Bai Yun watched in horror as he was beaten. The beaten Ginger lay on the ground and asked to be forgiven. Lin Tianhong ordered the Ginger to change back, and it turned into the most common Ginger root. The main character held out his hand to the Ginger and said that it looked disgusting just now, but now he can deceive his wife and tell her that it is ordinary Ginger. After lunch, Lin Tianhong returned home and greeted his wife. He put his hands behind his back and told her to guess what her husband brought her. Liu put on an innocent expression and said that she was so stupid that she couldn't guess. Lin Tianhong held up the Ginger with a wide smile on his face. Liu looked at it with a thoughtful face and said that it looked like Ginger. He gave a thumbs up and answered in the affirmative. Liu sadly lowered her eyebrows and looked pitifully at her husband. She asked why he bought Ginger since they didn't have much money. Lin Tianhong took the Ginger in his hands and said that if you drink Ginger soup, she will stay young forever, and if your wife drinks it, she will definitely look better, so he bought it. Liu turned away from him and began to cry. She asked if he despised her because she was unattractive. She said she felt as if one of her hairs had turned gray today. The main character opened his eyes wide and asked in confusion how this happened. He immediately began waving his palms and saying that she was the most beautiful woman and there was no one more beautiful than her. Liu burst into a smile. She pushed him in the side with her thigh and said that she would eat Ginger to always be beautiful, and her husband looked at her. Lin Tianhong thought that he couldn't tell her that this was the essence of Ginger that was 10,000 years old, otherwise she would be horrified. The husband and wife looked at each other lovingly. Liu thought that for the sake of her husband, she drinks 1,000-year-old Ginger tea every day in her palace. She doesn't want to upset him, so she will happily eat the Ginger and show it to her husband. The girl looked at the Ginger in surprise and realized that it was the energy of Ginger. She took it in her hands and smelled it, thinking that if she hadn't opened the eye of the Emperor of Heaven, she would almost missed it. She smiled and her cheeks turned red. She realized that this was a forbidden immortal Ginger that was 10,000 years old, an absolute rarity in the lower realm. It can really keep appearance forever. It also greatly shortened the time breakthrough to the realm of immortality. Lin Tianhong looked down at his wife and asked what was wrong. She smiled and stroked his cheek, saying that he had given her a gift, and she was so touched that she wanted to cry. Liu spread her arms and said with a blissful face that she wanted to hug him. Lin Tianhong took the girl in his arms and pressed himself against her. Liu thought that soon she would give him a 1,000,000-year-old Ginger, which would instantly make him immortal. Night fell and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. Liu and Lin Tianhong bathed together in the bathroom with the windows open. The girl said that he bites her again and knows how to mock her. Their house was shaking and sounds were coming from there. Lin Tianhong grabbed both of the girl's wrists and said that she's so fragrant, he just wants to have a bite. Liu said that she would take revenge on him. The lovers splashed in the bathtub, splashing water on the floor. Lin Tianhong asked not to bully him. Outside Shenfeng City, forbidden areas of Imperial City, Yellowstones hovered in the air above the luxurious palace. Inside this palace, Liu was sitting in a bubble with space around her. She cultivated with her eyes closed in the lotus position, with a Ginger wig over her head. In her hands was a transparent sphere with yin and yang. Many burning asteroids began to fall. The main character was protected from asteroids by her barrier. Meteorites fell down. 2 blue dragons appeared and grabbed the asteroids with their teeth. Liu opened her eyes and looked at the sphere in her hands. She said that thanks to this old ginseng, easily broke through the fire tribulation. She frowned and looked away, saying then go for it. The main character raised her hand up and stood up to her full height. Lightning began to appear above and below her barrier. Dark clouds appeared. Purple lightning flashed. The lava ground beneath the girl formed into the shape of a lotus flower, and thunder roared above her. Liu placed her fingers in a certain position and a golden character appeared above it. She said its sky thunder quenching body. The barrier around her disappeared and she stretched her hands straight towards the lightning. Lightning struck her body, the girl clenched her teeth, and veins bulged on her face. A golden dragon appeared behind her, and her hands were still covered in purple bright lightning. The dragon began to rise into the sky, wrapping itself around the beam of light. A barrier appeared around Liu again. She wondered if the third thunder disaster had passed. The main character realized that the immortal Ginger still had enough energy. Liu fell to the ground and a heavy downpour began, causing her to become thoroughly wet. She looked down sadly and raised her eyebrows, thinking that was enough. The girl put her hands under the water. Soon she herself dived into the depths, stretching her arms forward. She found herself in the forest when sunset began. She had a long white dress. Liu smiled as she looked at the cradle where the 2 babies lay. She told her husband that they were very cute. The girl looked at them with emotion and asked who they were more like. Someone's voice said that the children looked like him. Liu tensed and looked back in fear. Lin Tianhong appeared in a demonic form, surrounded by purple fire, and greeted Empress Xie. The main character covered her mouth with her hands in horror and asked him if he was really a demon lord. He looked at her with a crazed look, his left eye burning with a violet flame. He asked if she had just found out about it. Demonic Lin Tianhong shouted that it was impossible. Lai Siyu fell to her knees and began to tremble. She asked how it was possible that her husband turned out to be a demon lord who killed her. The main character began to cry. She put her hand on her chest and asked why he lied to her. Lin Tianhong looked at her. He had black big horns on his head. He asked if she herself had deceived him and called her Central Heavenly Empress Xie. Lai Siyu lowered her head, her face gloomy. She realized that she couldn't blame him because she, too, hid everything from him. The girl didn't know what to do. Lin Tianhong raised his hand burning with purple fire and said that she blocked him from dominating the three realms, and today is the day of her death. Lai Siyu closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She asked if they, husband and wife, really had to take the path of life and death. Lin Tianhong clenched his hand into a fist. The fire turned into a blade. He asked what she just said. The main character clasped her hand on her chest and started screaming, asking why he was a demon lord and why fate was treating her like this. Lin Tianhong drew a line between them with his fire weapon and said that from now on they would separate. His pupils constricted. He looked at her ominously and said that either he would die or she would die. Lai Siyu stood up, the cradle rocking behind her. She lowered her head and said that it was not he who would die, but she. The girl began to sob again, remembering all the happy moments lived together, and shouted that he was very cruel. She felt as if their love was shattered into small pieces, like a mirror. Lin Tianhong shouted that he accepted her wish and he was done with her. He said that in the previous battle between immortals and demons, he was unable to finally kill her and gave her a chance for reincarnation. He held a scepter in his hands, a dark aura hovered around him. A sword gradually began to appear in Lai Siyu's hands. She got into a fighting pose, still sobbing, and offered to end this battle. They began to fight fiercely near a small island that was surrounded by the sea. Lin Tianhong wounded her with his spear, and she tried to fend off the attack with her sword. The guy attacked her again, but Lai Siyu was able to dodge in time. The girl clenched her teeth and swung, screaming loudly. Lin Tianhong looked at her emotionlessly, his mouth parted. The girl looked angry and upset. She frowned. Lin Tianhong was able to repel her attack and they were thrown away from each other. Lai Siyu said that he was so fast and asked if that was not enough. The guy smiled madly, his pupils narrowed. He said that this was not his old enemy, who was invincible. He swung his spear, but the girl was able to dodge. She slid backwards, kicking up a column of dust. Lin Tianhong knelt down on one knee and looked at the cradle, saying that he really gave birth to such scoundrels along with a loser like Lai Siyu. The guy shouted that it was a shame. He jumped up with lightning speed and ran to the cradle, shouting that he would get rid of these children and the girl, and from now on only he would be in the three kingdoms. Lai Siyu tensed and turned around excitedly. She ordered not to touch the babies. The girl stood between him and the children, ready to protect them. She thrust her sword forward and called him merciless. She surrounded the cradle with a protective barrier and asked Lin Tianhong if he really wanted to kill their children. Tears began to appear in Lai Siyu's eyes and she shouted that she would never forgive him. The girl pushed off the ground and jumped forward. Her eyes turned white with rage, leaving a yellow trail in the air behind her. She pointed the sword directly at Lin Tianhong, who was standing at a distance. The guy looked at her kindly, not intending to defend himself. Lai Siyu's pupils shrank as she opened her eyes wide in shock. The girl wounded him, and the impact even shook the ground. She turned around in horror, feeling alarmed. Lin Tianhong stood with his back to her, his long white hair flying in the wind. Lai Siyu ran to him and hugged him. She asked why he didn't resist. Lin Tianhong fell on his back. He stretched out a trembling hand to the crying girl's face and said that only she could kill him. He smiled softly as blood flowed from his mouth. He said that only then can take revenge, break the demonic barriers in their hearts, only then can they transcend the three realms. The girl began to sob even more, pressing Lin Tianhong's palm to her cheek. Lin Tianhong could hardly speak. He also began to cry and said that he had to do this. And whoever his wife is, he loves her very much. And if the reincarnation is successful, then they can resume their relationship. His palm fell to the ground as he died. Lai Siyu raised her eyebrows in horror and screamed. She took him in her arms and began to beg him to wake up. She said that she would not let him leave her. Her shrill and pained cry came from the island, screaming that she would not allow him to leave her. Lai Siyu apologized to him and said that she should not have doubted his love. She still held his dead body in her hands. The main character said that no matter how long it took, she would find his reincarnation. With tears in her eyes, she began to leave the island where their weapons remained. She said she couldn't find him and she would never transcend. Lai Siyu's pupils shrank as she said with a shocked face that she had just killed the man she loved with her own hands. She lowered her eyebrows and looked down, realizing that it was an illusion of the heart. She ran her hand over the jade brooch on her belt and said that the illusion of mental tribulation is so terrifying, it releases a person's greatest fear. The main character bit her lip and began to wipe away her tears, saying that she really forced her husband to become her enemy, the Demon Lord. She slowly walked towards the exit, asking how an ordinary person, like her husband, could turn out to be a demon. Lai Siyu walked out of the luxurious palace and wondered how a cruel demon lord could fall in love with an ordinary woman. As she walked under the brown gate, she puffed out her cheeks resentfully. Bathed in the moonlight, Lai Siyu stretched out and said that she only had one step left to achieve longevity. Progress was really fast. The girl approached the hot spring and began to undress. Suddenly she realized that she really missed her husband and she needed to find him as quickly as possible. The main character began to wash herself in warm water, thinking that after washing she would be able to hug her husband. Lai Siyu doused herself with water from a ladle. She didn't want her husband to leave her and decided to become stronger so quickly so that her husband can also ascend. King Wu's mansion. Several servants stood outside the palace. A guy began to descend from heaven. Girls in pink clothes greeted the young master. His name was Wudong. He had blue hair and was wearing a black t-shirt and a fur-lined jacket. The guy descended to the ground. The servants bowed to him respectfully. A gray-haired man in blue clothes took his hand and said that the young master had finally returned. A man with a gray beard and a black and white suit began to walk towards him and said that Wudong has finally returned and grandfather is very happy. It was King Wu. Dang bowed low to him and greeted him, after which he congratulated him on entering the 4th level of Divine Tribulation. His grandfather smiled widely and joyfully and said that there is nothing better than the 4th level of Divine Tribulation without his grandson coming back. Wudong also bowed to his mom and dad. Mom was dressed in a white and purple kimono, and father had clothes in dark colors. His father narrowed his eyes and smiled at him, saying that he was only 20 years old and had already experienced a wind disaster. A chariot rushed towards the mansion. His second grandfather said that his grandson had returned. Yu, dressed in light blue clothing, descended from the chariot, stepping on the servant. He put his hands on his grandfather's shoulder and said that he also came to see him. Wudong bowed with his hands together and greeted his grandfather. His mother was standing on the stairs. She asked why they were all outside and suggested they talk inside. The grandfather in black and white put his arm around his grandson's shoulder and agreed. As everyone entered the mansion, it was announced that the banquet had begun. The warm sun warmed the air around the palace and several people stood outside. The whole family sat down at the table with food. Wudong asked Grandpa Wu that he had heard that Empress Shenfeng had reached the realm of divine tribulation through cultivation. He picked up a glass of alcohol and said that she also killed the angel Sanren who was in the 2nd realm of divine tribulation. Wu smiled and raised his palm, saying that he is the same age as her. He has trained in holy places like Zhangzhou Ancient Academy since he was a child. He has extraordinary skills. He has survived the wind disaster and is already outstanding. Suddenly he frowned and began stroking his beard. He said that Lai Siyu has insufficient resources in this barren Nanju. The spiritual and energy is much thinner than that of Zhangzhou, but it is really terrifying that it can reach this level. Yu picked up the glass and said that Wudong had harshly mentioned the Empress and asked if he had any thoughts on the matter. The blue-haired guy looked at the cup and said that without the support of resources, it is completely impossible to survive the wind tribulation. He took a sip of alcohol and asked, "Has this Empress acquired some mysterious inheritance?" Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at him slyly, trying to ask something. Wu then waved his palm, answering negatively. He said that although their 4 major kings no longer take the Empress's life seriously, but after all still a minister of the Shenfeng dynasty. He imagined the image of Lai Siyu in his head. After that, he frowned and asked emotionlessly how can it be detrimental to Her Majesty the Empress. Wudong smiled, scratched his nose, and asked how dare he go against the Empress. He looked back sadly, imagining Lai Siyu sitting on the throne. The guy said that he and she were about the same age and were both geniuses. Yu reached for the meat with his chopsticks and said that it would be better if his 2 grandfathers worked together to propose marriage to the Empress. He placed his palm under the piece of meat and told Wu that it was time to get married. He put the chopsticks next to the bowl of rice and said that Wudong is the #1 student of the Ancient Academy. They have a background of 2 great kings. This Empress is a perfect match for him. Wu picked up the glass and laughed, agreeing with him. He put his arm around Yu's shoulder and said to go to the palace tomorrow and propose to her. They clinked glasses with beautiful painted glasses and said that they had an agreement. Wudong thanked his grandfathers for doing their best for their grandson. The sun was slowly setting and golden rays fell on their palace. In Lin Tianhong's backyard, he and his wife practiced sword training in an embrace. They walked barefoot on the green grass. Lai Siyu had a golden ornament on her feet. The trains of their robes fluttered beautifully in the wind and flower petals swirled in the air. The lovers sincerely enjoyed each other, clinging to each other. Lin Tianhong bent his wife down, causing her to smile happily. Suddenly the guy felt his spine crunch painfully. The girl asked him what happened. Lin Tianhong fell on the grass and clutched his back. Lai Siyu began to cry and asked how he had twisted his spine and whether he had been too mobile lately. Lin Tianhong turned pale and shouted loudly that he could still do this. The scream came from outside the backyard. Night fell. The bedroom was illuminated by a night light. The lovers were lying on the bed, closing the curtains. Lai Siyu was wearing a white nightie and called her husband seductively. Lin Tianhong lay bare-chested under the blanket. Lai Siyu was kneeling directly above the lying guy. He even thought that she took the wrong medicine today. He didn't understand why she was so enthusiastic, as if it was a matter of life and death. The guy even looked worried. His face was sweating. He asked what happened to her today. Lai Siyu sighed languidly. Lin Tianhong ran his palm over her cheek. She leaned towards him and held his head, replying that she just missed him. The girl puffed out her cheeks and began to squeeze her husband's face, not understanding how that demon lord could be her husband, because he is not even worthy of wearing shoes for her husband. She kissed him sharply, causing the guy to open his eyes in surprise. Lai Siyu playfully stuck out her tongue and winked at him, asking why doesn't he come. Lin Tianhong looked at her with pleasure and told her to stay with him until the very end. Their bare feet stuck out from the edge of the bed. Soon the sun replaces the moon and morning comes. Lin Tianhong hugged his wife from behind. Lai Siyu asked him to promise to never leave her, no matter what happens. He smiled softly, looking at her shoulder, and replied that he would never leave her. They continued to lounge in bed, and the guy said that he would always be on her side. A group of people arrived at the palace gates, and it was announced that King Wu and King Yu had come to meet Her Majesty the Empress. The chariots approached the gate. The guards repeated the information to their colleagues and asked them to pass on this news further. The guard looked intensely at the royal entourage. Thinking that the mansions of King Wu and King Yu were carefully hidden, they actually brought 3 powerful men of the Divine Tribulation realm with them. He wondered when they became so powerful. Yu crossed his arms over his chest and thought that this Shenfeng Empress was so strong that she even went to war with the Tianlong dynasty in order to refuse marriage. The strength is not weak. Fortunately, the old man's family is protected by the evil god. King Wu's family also has the Ancient Academy as a backer. He hoped that the Empress would understand how strong their 2 families were. Lai Siyu was wearing a purple dress while she was reading a scroll. Tianyu Huang who approached her and said that King Wu and King Yu had suddenly come and asked for an audience. The main character closed the scroll and turned to her, saying that with her guidance and resources Tianyu Huangyu has entered the realm of divine fire. Her talent is not weak. She touched the scroll with her lips and asked if they had come to meet her. The girl said that these 4 kings with different surnames had not come to court for more than 20 years. Why would they come so unexpectedly? Tianyu helped Lai Siyu down the stairs and said that the minister did not know that they were coming. No notice was given in advance. The main character looked at the front door and felt a strange aura. She realized that they actually brought a bunch of masters from the Divine Tribulation realm over. She wondered how could they have hidden such powerful power for so many years. Lai Siyu frowned, expecting something bad to happen, and wondered what they wanted to do. She placed a wooden scroll on the table and told Tianyu Huanghu to send it to them. She bowed to her, clasped her hands together, and obeyed her. Tianyu Huanghu went outside to the kings and said that the Empress had decreed that they could enter the palace and meet her. Yu and Wu opened the doors and began to go inside, one of them telling the other to pay respect to the Empress. Lai Siyu put her hand under her head and said that there was no need for politeness, let them sit down. Dust was flying in the air. The main character smiled at the guests and asked why they came to meet her. King Wu smiled joyfully, running his hand over his beard, and said that his grandson Wudong had just returned from the Ancient Academy. Oh, he was specially brought here to pay homage to Her Majesty. Lai Siyu said that he could come in then. Wudong began to enter the Empress's palace. He went inside and looked at Lai Siyu, saying that he met Shenfeng Empress. He was thinking that since he was a student of the Ancient Academy, he would not be polite when he saw her. The main character looked at him slightly tensely. She noticed a third eye on his forehead and frowned, wondering if he was born that way. She couldn't understand why she felt the familiar breath and whether he was the reincarnation of an immortal from the upper world. King Wu sat opposite Lai Siyu and said that his grandson survived the windy disaster until he turned 30. He is a high-ranking disciple of the Ancient Academy and was gifted with wonderful eyes. The man clasped his hands together and said with a smile on his face that Her Majesty would make a great match. He came to propose a wedding. The main character, with an arrogant expression on her face, replied that she had no plans to get married, so they didn't have to worry. King Yu was dumbfounded by this statement. King Wu was also at a loss. Lai Siyu remembered how she hugged her husband, thinking that it's just another self-righteous thing, and no one is worthy of her except her husband. The main character frowned and pursed her pink lips. King Yu smiled evilly, frowning, and said that the Shenfeng dynasty has experienced several turmoils, its vitality has been severely damaged, and there are also outsiders looking around. Wudong is the #1 true disciple of Zhangzhou Ancient Academy. He continued to convince her that her dynasty would gain greatness with her marriage. The main character listened to him with a dissatisfied face without answering anything. A red aura appeared around King Wu. He said that he has come to visit her with sincerity. Please don't chill the hearts of me, senior minister. Wudong frowned, the eye on his forehead emitting golden light. He thought that he had lowered himself to her level. She's still putting on the airs. YCU looked at him and told King Wu that he had said that he wanted her to marry his grandson. The main character smiled evilly, showing a grin, and said that Wudong is not his grandson, whom he wants to marry her. All three guests looked at her in shock and asked what she said. She put her fist to her chin and asked King Yu what about his daughter Yu Feng and his cousin Yu Heng. She asked if he had told King Wu about them. King Wu turned sharply to King Yu and looked at him with displeasure. King Yu jumped up from his chair and asked if she was trying to sow discord between his two families. YCU stood up from her desk and said that it didn't matter whether she was lying or not, they will know if they can confess kinship with a drop of blood. King Yu frowned at this point, sweat running down his face. A fiery aura appeared around Wudong. He said that it's just a confession of blood. Her Majesty spreads rumors and slanderers. He bit his thumb and blood flowed from there. He said that it is not so easy to quarrel between the family of Kings Wu and Yu. The main character took the blue notebooks from the shelf and told King Wu that it was his turn. King Yu sat tensely on his chair, looking at King Wu. The girl opened the blue notebook and asked that even if the grandson is not afraid, what happened to the majestic King Wu? He drew blood from his finger and said that real gold is not afraid of fire. The drop of blood was surrounded by Lai Siyu's energy. She looked at the notebook with a sly smile. She tried to combine the blood of Wudong and King Wu in the air. The girl shouted that there is no fusion. All three guests were shocked and puzzled. She grinned, rolling the notebook into a tube. King Wu angrily stood up from his chair and shouted that he would kill Yu. The latter immediately began to try to justify himself. He said that even if Wudong does not have his blood, he has raised him since childhood and it is a true family bond. Wu punched him, but he managed to cover his face. The man shouted that he would kill him and his daughter first. Suddenly Wudong decided to attack Wu from behind, raising his fist. The bearded man was thrown back with monstrous force. There were bruises on his face and blood was coming from his mouth. He asked how Wudong dared to hurt him. The guy replied that the blood was not connected. He was no longer his grandfather, and Wudong himself was no longer part of their family. He ordered him not to touch his grandfather and said that seeing the past relationship, he will let him off today. King Wu clenched his teeth. Lai Si watched them with a smile on her face and opened her cup. King Wu came out of her palace and shouted that from now on the Wu and Yu families were done with each other. The main character smiled happily and waved at him, telling him to go slower. Wudong looked at her angrily and said that it was all because of her. The relationship between the Yu and Wu families was broken. King Yu sat on the floor and shouted that she was instigated by this and ordered her to be killed. Tian Yu Huang who appeared in front of Lai Si with a sword in her hands and ordered them to be bold, after which she asked them do they want rebel. The main character put her hand on her shoulder and said that she could go. The girl could handle these clowns herself. A glowing sphere appeared in her hands. She said that she had just entered a new realm, so she would fight them. Wudong and Yu looked at her in shock and asked how this was possible. The long-haired man said that she has actually broken through to the half-step longevity realm. Tian Yu Huang who looked at her in amazement and congratulated her on her achievement. A golden dragon appeared above Lai Siyu's palace. She said that the Yu family should be punished. King Wu turned around and thought that Her Majesty the Empress was so scary. The golden dragon flew over the Empress's palace, repeating the same words. King Yu smiled evilly, his face turning pale. He said that although she is very strong, the four of them Divine Tribulation joined forces. The man added that she wants to kill his family, but that is not enough. King Yu Ancestral Hall. The dark silhouettes of the elders with creepy faces said that the Empress could cause a lot of trouble. The old woman said that her face was very beautiful and she would consider destroying her pretty face. The sun shone on the sign of the store owned by Lin Tianhong. The main character was sitting on a chair and looking out the window. He didn't understand why this Shenfeng Empress such a magnet for bees and butterflies. It makes some noise every now and then. The guy frowned, his red eyes flashing. He thought that he should consider disfiguring her so that she won't cause trouble to Fengjing City. Lin Tianhong believed that if he had not secretly protected his wife, she would have been coveted by countless bad men. He imagined how he covered his wife. The guy smiled sweetly, his cheeks turning red. He considered that his wife was very lucky to have her husband. The bright rays of the sun broke through the clouds and hit the roof of the Lai Siyu Palace. She stood opposite the guests and asked about the four Divine Tribulation realm. The main character showed her little finger and said with a grin that waist multiplied by 4 is 4 waist. She believed that she had nothing to fear. Wudong frowned, the eye on his forehead closed. He asked how dare the Empress of a barren land in Nanju talk so shamelessly. Queen Yu was very angry, and the veins on her face bulged from her aggression. She asked how this woman dared to disgrace her daughter's honor. Everyone in the room turned to look at her in surprise. The queen pointed her finger at Lai Siyu and called her dirty stuff. This woman was beside herself with anger. She asked how she could behave like this when death was near, and then said that she did not even deserve to be his grandson's slave. These words made Lysiu furious. Her brows furrowed, and yellow lightning appeared around her eyes. She struck the woman with lightning, causing her relatives to look at her in horror. King Yu turned to his wife, who was fuming due to the electric shock. He and Wudong became even more angry as they looked at Lysiu and asked how dare she. The main character had a self-confident smile on her face. King Yu's eyes turned red and his teeth turned into fangs. He shouted that he would kill her. A dark entity with a creepy face destroyed the building. Lysiu and King Yu stood opposite each other. The girl covered her nose with hostility and smelled the smell of the demonic kingdom. She said that since he was a lackey of the demonic realm, he deserved death even more. The embittered and aggressive king began to prepare an attack. He directed dark forces at her, which flew towards her with lightning speed. The main character put her hand forward and grinned. With her yellow lightning, she easily destroyed his dark forces. The girl smiled, frowned, and said that he overestimated his capabilities. Lysiu attacked him again with yellow lightning, knocking him back. He opened his eyes wide in pain and began coughing up blood from his wounds. A concerned Wudong ran up to him as he fell. He turned to the Divine Tribulation and asked what they were waiting for. All 5 of them attacked Lysiu. Wudong said that since she is so strong, they will do it together. The main character grinned evilly and said that they were acting recklessly. She slashed with her magical sword, using a heavenly dragon slash. Wudong immediately tensed up, sweat began to flow down his face, and he ordered the others to run away. However, they did not have time, and their bodies were cut into pieces. The guy himself was painfully thrown aside. The king was able to get up. He looked at Wudong and said that they were no match for her and they needed to run away. The main character approached the guy lying on the ground and asked if he wanted to run away. She put her hand on his hip and said he couldn't leave without her permission. Wudong raised his head and replied that he was a true student of the ancient academy, and then asked how dare she kill him. The next second, the girl stepped on his back with her foot, which is why the guy began to cough up blood. Lysiu's eyebrows furrowed and she said that this is just an ancient academy. Wudong gritted his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his face. He said that he was not going to give up because he was a proud son of heaven. He could not die here. The third eye on his forehead suddenly opened and began to emit red light. The guy raised his head and opened his mouth wide, shouting that he would not give up. A moment later, a bright light appeared and Wudong soared into the skies. Soaring in the skies, he looked up with an empty gaze. He remembered that he was a third-generation disciple from the Chan Immortal sect, the three-eyed immortal emperor. He once fell in a battle between immortals and demons, after which he was reborn here. An image of a three-eyed deity appeared behind him. Lysiu watched this silently. After some time, she grinned contentedly and said that it turned out to be the reincarnation of a disciple of the Chan Immortal sect. No wonder there is a little impression. The eye on Wudong's forehead began to glow even brighter. He said that it was a heavenly eye, a nightmare. The huge eye in the sky blinded Lysiu with its brightness. Wudong used his powers, which wrapped around the girl. The main character seemed to begin to dissolve in the air in a spiral. Wudong grabbed his real father King Yu's hand and told her to run because this trick wouldn't hold her back for long. A bright yellow flash began to break the dark barrier, and a blue trail flashed nearby in the sky. The black aura began to dissipate. Lysiu landed down. She was wearing a pink dress and had a sword in her hand. The main character ordered Tianyu Huanghu to lead Heavenly Army and destroy King Yu Mansion. Tianyu Huanghu bowed to her. The pink-haired girl clasped her hands together and said that she obeyed her. The fiery phoenix flew over the army. The warriors shouted that King Yu Mansion was committed a heinous crime. The Empress issued an order to punish all 9 clans to serve as a warning to the world. A chariot with a horse drove past a crowd of people. Wudong called out to his mother with a very angry face. King Yu put his hand on his shoulder. They were both dressed in black robes. He took his grandson away from the crowd and told him not to be impulsive. Thousands of miles away from Fengjing City, white clouds floated over the mountain peaks. Suddenly, the mountains began to glow red from the inside. Something flew by very quickly and turned in the sky. Wudong was surrounded by a smoke screen and called out Lysiu's name. His torso was naked. He clenched his teeth tightly and shouted that he was at odds with her. Someone's hand reached out to him. It was King Yu's hand. He tried to calm his grandson. He looked at him seriously and said to go back to the academy first. Look for the right opportunity to stir up a conflict between the academy and Empress Xinfeng. Wudong calmed down and covered half of his face with his hand. He turned to his grandfather and bowed, folding his hands. He asked to go with him. King Yu stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, and said that he had other plans. A man can bench and stretch. His face became creepy and ominous. He said that the next time grandfather and grandson meet, They will destroy the Empress. Wudong flew away, leaving a trail of fire behind him, and told Grandpa to take care of himself. A dark cloud with a scary mask appeared next to King Yu. He turned to the special envoy and asked him, has the leader agreed to his request? Arms appeared from the dark cloud and embraced the king. Special envoy said that the leader wants him to be loyal, as long as he completes the task of the leader, and the leader will definitely help him to take revenge with his own hands. The king's face became eerie, he smiled widely, and his pupils shrank. He thanked the leader. Night fell. Moonlight fell on the pond near Lin Tianhong's house. Lai Siyu was wearing white tights and was massaging her husband's back with her feet. The guy looked at her while she walked on his back and said that the Empress Shenfeng is dealing with the rebellion all day long. Lai Siyu held onto the wall to maintain her balance. Lin Tianhong asked if Lai Siyu thought that the Empress was not running the dynasty very well. The girl frowned and pursed her lips resentfully. She pressed her heel on her husband's spine. This made him wince and cry out in pain. The guy grabbed his back, trembling. Lai Siyu lay down next to him, hugging him, and told him not to say bad things about the Empress, because without her protection they would never have had such a stable life. The dynasty would have been destroyed an infinite number of times. Lin Tianhong said with an awkward and embarrassed expression that he was wrong. He would also work hard on the business, pay more taxes, and make more contributions for the Empress. Lai Siyu playfully stuck out her tongue and said that he is a good husband. Their house was shaking again from the night of love, and soon morning came. Wudong was cultivating inside the sphere on the mountain. The sun was shining brightly. He looked at the sky and saw strange signs of light and dark colors, after which he asked if someone was coming from the upper world. There was a bright flash of light with a characteristic sound. A girl in a green dress began to emerge from the dark portal. Wudong asked who she was. He looked at her worriedly, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The guy wondered if it could be an immortal summoned by the Empress to catch him. He understood that if an immortal attacked him, he would definitely die. The girl's name was Xiling. She had brown hair with white streaks and green-yellow eyes. She called the guy Big Brother and said that she is the recent disciple accepted by Immortal Emperor Jinding and his little junior sister. She looked at him lovingly, placing her palms on her cheeks. The dark portal began to close. Xiling stuck out her tongue and said that he was the first disciple of the third generation of their immortal Chan sect. She had wanted to meet him for a very long time. Wudong looked at her and asked if she was the master's little apprentice. The girl landed on the rock where the guy was sitting and said that she was his little younger sister. She looked at him lovingly, imagining the image of the master in her head, and said that when Wudong awakened the immortal consciousness, the master felt it. She happily showed a small bag and said that she was specially sent to the lower realm to look, and she brought him something. Wudong clapped for her. He stopped worrying and asked her how she broke through the law of boundaries and came to the lower realm. The girl squatted down, floating in the air. Xiling grinned and raised her index fingers, saying that this law is for the heavenly immortal. She put her hand on Wudong's shoulder, raising her legs in the air, and said that she was so useless. She only reached the void immortal realm while she was 20 years old, so master sent her here. Wudong was embarrassed by her words and looked away awkwardly, saying that she was so modest. He wondered if she had come to him to show off. Xiling sat down on her knees and began to draw something with a stick that senior brother has already surpassed others in his previous life, even ridiculed others. He patted the sad girl on the head and asked what she brought him. Xiling's eyes sparkled and she took out the bag again. She said that this was the treasure that the elder brother left in the upper realm. She began to take something very long out of the bag and told the treasure to show its face. Wudong took the gift in his hands, exclaiming joyfully. It was a silver spear whose tip could catch fire. The guy began practicing his strikes, waving his spear in the air. He looked at his weapon with a crazy grin and said that he never thought they would meet again. He raised the spear up, and it began to seem to dissolve and enter into him. Wudong smiled slightly strangely and looked at Xiling, asking if she could do something for him. The girl looked at him lovingly, put her finger on his lips, and said that if he has something to say, then he can speak. Wudong began to get angry and clenched his hand into a fist so tightly that it began to shake. He shouted that there is a demonic girl here who is doing various evil things and has destroyed his family. She is now his sworn enemy. Xiling began to cry with her head down, her body trembling. She said that the netherworld is full of fish and dragons, but there is such a bad demon girl here. As tears streamed down her face, she smiled widely and told her older brother not to worry. She said that a simple ant from the lower realm is causing harm to the whole world. The elder sister will help him destroy this demon and take revenge for him. Wudong smiled widely, showing his white teeth as he thanked his sister. He looked at the hieroglyph on his hand with an ominous grin and said that he has a divine weapon. He has a junior sister on the void immortal realm, and the Empress will definitely be dead. Xiling took him by the hand and led him somewhere, calling him with her. She rushed off so quickly that Wudong felt as if his hair and third eye had fallen off. The girl flew upward very quickly. The flow of wind made Wudong's eyes water, and he began to ask her to slow down a little. Xiling turned to him with loving eyes and asked what he said. They flew so fast that Wudong began to swear and swear. The rice field workers looked in surprise at the sparkle in the sky. At the same time in Fengjing City, a river with the purest water flowed through the city. The sun warmed the air near the beautiful buildings. Lin Tianhong looked out the window with a bored face, closing his eyes. Empress Lai Siyu walked outside her palace. Lin Linian was running in circles with a weight strapped to her body. Bai Yun was doing squats with a barbell that had 2 heavy stones attached to it. Lin Linian continued to run, and Bai Yun lowered the barbell to the ground. She said that with the resources of the Immortal Mansion, the realm is really advancing rapidly. It is extremely easy to reach the realm of longevity. Suddenly the girl's hands began to freeze. Bai Yun asked what kind of breath this was and why it was so cold. They looked at the sky in horror and asked what was coming to them. The city was protected by a golden barrier, and many dark clouds appeared around. Lightning flashed from a black cloud and struck the barrier. Lin Tianhong fell asleep on his windowsill, not noticing anything. Lai Siyu was alarmed. She looked up with a scared look and asked why these immortals were going to kill. Dark clouds surrounded her palace. Purple lightning struck in all directions. Wudong shouted insults at Lai Siyu and said that she almost killed his entire Yu family. His dark silhouette stood with the silhouette of Xiling. He shouted that today he wants the entire Fengjing City to be buried with his people. Lai Siyu lifted the hem of her dress and said that of course Wudong did it. In the palace with red columns, someone began to swear loudly. King Wu with his son looked up at the sky angrily and asked Wudong if he really wanted to kill the entire city, and asked if he was even going to spare the Wu family. Purple lightning struck all directions of the city. Xiling shouted that the commoners from the lower world dared to offend her elder brother. She put her hand on her hip with an angry face and said that she would destroy an entire city to appease her older brother. Lai Siyu looked at her with a worried face and asked if this was really the breath of an immortal. A huge fireball appeared over the city. It began to rapidly fall down. The main character looked at it, clenching her hands into fists. She furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, saying that no matter how many times she calculated, she didn't expect Wudong to invite an upper world immortal here. Residents of the city began to run away from the fireball in fear. Lai Siyu lifted the hem of her dress and sat down, saying that as long as give her a little time, she can reach the longevity realm. The methods of the previous life can be used. It's easy to defeat the immortals by leapfrogging the level. She covered her face with her hands and began to cry. Lai Siyu said that she would have to separate from her husband this time. Xiling flew down on a fireball, from which thick black smoke poured out. The wild-eyed girl laughed sadistically. Someone from Fengjing House got angry and shouted that they always come here and cause trouble. A golden talisman appeared over the city and he shouted that if they want to die, then he will help them with this. Lai Siyu raised her head. There were still tears in her eyes. A powerful beam of light attacked the fireball in the sky. The fireball began to break into small pieces. Residents of the city looked at this in surprise and asked what happened and why the fireball disappeared. Someone asked if immortals lived in their city. The sun began to appear. Lai Siyu shielded her eyes from the bright light. She asked if there really was an immortal in Fengjing City. The girl began to get up from the floor, saying that Taoist Tianlao and that powerful dark force disappeared for no reason. It turns out there is an immortal living in seclusion in Fengjing City. She wondered if the immortal was tired of living in the upper world and came here to live in solitude. This immortal was Lin Tianhong. He yawned tiredly. Lai Siyu looked at her city in amazement and said that Fengjing City is a wonderful place. In the backyard of Lin Tianhong's house, the girls were sitting on something. Bai Yun was eating a watermelon. She said that this is the aura of the ancestor, and that immortal is so unlucky. Lin Linian ate the seeds and spat out the husks. Bai Yun looked at the sky with a happy look and said that maybe the ancient academy will also be implicated now. She asked if the ancestor would allow her to destroy it. Lin Linian put her palms together and began to pray to Heavenly Lord with infinite blessings. Amitabha Buddha's wisdom. Bai Yun looked at her worriedly and asked what she was doing. Lin Linian winked at her, holding her palms together, and said that she is taking 3 breaths of silence for this immortal, because she is so pathetic. Lin Linian hoped that she would never offend the ancestor again in her next life. Bai Yun looked at her with kind eyes and grinned. She swung her palms sharply. Bai Yun slapped Lin Linian's buttocks, causing her to flinch. Lin Linian jumped up from her seat and began to rub the bruised area. She asked what she was doing and why she hid it there. Bai Yun stuck out her tongue and put her finger on her cheek, saying that she is such a naughty girl, but she likes it. She blushed and barely restrained a smile, saying that she couldn't help it. This made Lin Linian angry. She ran towards Bai Yun, her cheeks were red, and she said that she should look at her movements. She wrapped her fingers around Bai Yun's chest. She immediately pulled away, covering her chest with her hands, and said that she had indeed attacked her. The girls continued to play with each other for a while in the backyard of Lin Tianhong's house. Xiling and Wudong were floating in the sky. The girl asked how this was possible. The guy looked worried and puzzled. He didn't understand where the immortal was coming from. Xiling took his hand and said with a scared face that this immortal is too strong. She feels like her soul is trembling. She smiled alarmedly and suggested running away. Wudong was shocked, but tried not to show it. He asked if she could handle him too. Xiling turned around in fear and pushed her brother back. Wudong frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly without answering. They began to quickly fly away from there, not knowing what else to do. Suddenly their path was blocked by Lin Tianhong, who was sitting on a chair. He hovered in the air. A fiery aura appeared behind him and he asked where they were going. Wudong and Xiling were taken aback and froze in surprise. The guy hid behind his sister and asked to save him. Lin Tianhong looked at them gloomily, leaning forward, and asked if they were so brave that they dared to kill the entire city. Wudong cowardly hid behind Xiling. The girl laughed nervously and told Lin Tianhong that he was an immortal from the nether world and asked if he dared to stop her. The main character leaned back in his chair and asked if she came from a higher world. She clasped her hands together with a crazy look while Wudong peeked out from behind her. The girl said that she is a direct disciple of the immortal Emperor Jinding of the Upper Realm Chan immortal sect. Lin Tianhong looked relaxed while Xiling tried to threaten him and order him to go away. The main character began to laugh loudly at her, asking what kind of thing is Jinding. He said that even her Grand Master Hongshan of Yunxiao Palace has to put his tail between his legs in front of him. Lin Tianhong smirked with his hand in front of him and asked how dare she threaten him. Xiling was horrified. She was scared and worried, so she asked how he, a man from the lower world, knew her grandmaster. The girl imagined images of 3 warriors in her head and said that her grandmaster was one of the strongest people in the 3 kingdoms. The protagonist frowned, clenched his teeth, and said that she could continue talking. Xiling stopped smiling and looked restlessly into space. She was sweating profusely from the exertion, but started grinning again and said how he could touch her if he knew her grandmaster. She suddenly became more confident and clenched her hand into a fist, asking if he was afraid that her grandmaster would be so angry that he would never recover. Lin Tianhong began to laugh loudly because of her words. He put his palm forward, where the fire came from, and said that if Hongshan had not run away so quickly, he would have already turned to ashes in his hands. Xiling took a step forward and said loudly that no one in the 3 realms except the thief-like demon lord dares to say such arrogant words. She arrogantly pointed her finger at the main character and said that he said insults towards her grandmaster and he would definitely die. Purple lightning and a dark aura appeared around Lin Tianhong. He asked, "Is the demon lord a thief?" His eyes sparkled brightly and began to glow. A red magic circle with hieroglyphs appeared around them. Xiling asked what he was going to do. She turned to her brother worriedly and asked what they should do now. Wudong narrowed his eyes, his face sweating heavily. He thought Xiling was stupid, because at this time she should please the other person. She made him angry. The main character raised his hand forward and began to pull the girl towards him. She began to approach him against her will. Lin Tianhong said that not only did she want to kill him, but she also dared to insult him. He began to choke the girl. She tried to escape from the grip. The main character told her that if she doesn't die today, it will be really intolerable to the demon. Xiling began to choke and sob. She shouted that he was actually not an immortal, but a demon lord. Lin Tianhong looked at her with an evil grin and said that while he was away, Chan immortal taught a waste like her. Wudong was so scared that he wet his pants. He didn't understand how this was possible. The 3 of them soared in the sky above mountain ranges and rivers. Wudong couldn't believe that a demon lord lived in such a remote place in the lower realm. The likelihood of this was even less than if Wudong became the eternal immortal lord. He watched in horror as Lin Tianhong strangled his sister. The guy frowned. Fear was visible on his face. He didn't understand why he met him. The girl wet herself out of fear, and everything flowed down. Her eyes rolled back from the suffocation, tears ran down her cheeks, and drool dripped from her mouth. She couldn't believe that she had actually offended the demon lord. A small black cloth appeared in Lin Tianhong's other hand. He told the girl that if she was a human in her next life, she should be smarter and more respectful. He brought his fingers to the girl's forehead and the black matter began to absorb her. Xiling begged for forgiveness, but it was already too late. Her skin was dissolving, revealing bones and organs. After that, only a skeleton remained of her, and Wudong grabbed his head out of despair. He was horrified and with a pitiful face begged not to kill him. In just a second he escaped and quickly flew away in an unknown direction. Lin Tianhong looked after him irritably and said that this guy could cause a lot of problems. Lin Linian and Bai Yun were lying on the floor and fooling around when the main character called out to them. Lin Linian tried to take off Bai Yun's dress. The main character told them to take this thing's head. The girls immediately stood up and said with awkward faces that they would listen to him. They started making faces and said that they are cleaning after finishing their work. After that, they soared into the skies. 2 flashes of green and blue colors chased Wudong. Bai Yun and Lin Linian, who were dressed differently, appeared above his head. Wudong turned around and recognized Bai Yun. He asked if she dared to stop him and if she was afraid that her Jixia Academy would be in trouble. Discs with yin and yang appeared in her hands. She laughed and said that he would die today. The girl asked how dare he suppress her with the help of the ancient academy. She flew forward towards Wudong and told him to take his life. The eye on the guy's forehead opened wide and began to glow. He shouted that Bai Yun could not defeat him. His eye shot out a beam, which Bai Yun stopped with a disc of yin and yang. Continuing to hold the defense, the girl tensed and said that with just first level of divine tribulation, he was able to knock back her skills. She made a sign of the horns with her fingers, and hieroglyphs appeared there. She used true dragon art. Large yellow hieroglyphs appeared behind her, and a translucent dragon hovered around her. She said that if he forced her to act, his death would be more painful. Wudong began to take out a spear from his palm. He swung his weapon, which began to blaze. The guy shouted that she would regret it. Wudong began to rapidly fly towards her, preparing to attack with a fiery spear. There was a faint purple glow around Bai Yun. She asked if he really had an immortal weapon and said that she had really underestimated him. She put her palms together and a golden lotus appeared there. The girl shouted that the Dharma is coming. The divine halberd appears. A golden image of the goddess Avalokiteshvara appeared behind her. Bai Yun took out her weapon and swung it. Their spears hit each other. There was a flash in the sky and something fell into the river, causing it to splash. Wudong fell backwards against the mountains, which began to crumble beneath him. He wiped the blood from his face and asked how it became so terrifying. He raised his head and saw the goddess Avalokiteshvara and the bell. Lin Linian held the image of Bai Yun's bell and rock in her hands that she could not defeat him alone, so she would help her. Bai Yun replied that they would join forces and kill him, after which they would return and quickly recover. They flew forward synchronously, leaving trails in the air behind them. Lin Linian's hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a small translucent replica of a bell in her hands. The bell increased in size, after which Bai Yun hit it with her spear. The ringing of the bell quickly overtook Wudong, who was at a loss. His eyes rolled back into his head and blood began to flow from his mouth. He clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his face. He raised his spear, which began to exude energy. After that, he shouted that he had supreme talent. He asked how he could die here. A beam appeared from the yellow circles of the bell. This finally finished off Wudong. He already began to lose consciousness. The beam became stronger and stronger, destroying everything in its path. Wudong's charred body lay in the crater, with smoke pouring out of it. Bai Yun grabbed her head and shouted that the ancestor told them to bring the guy's head. Lin Linian covered her face with her hands and said that he might be upset. Bai Yun began to fly away alone with an awkward expression and said that she had some things to do and would return later. Lin Linian grabbed her and shouted to her not to even think about running away, because they had agreed that they would share blessings and tribulations. Bai Yun tried to escape, but Lin Linian held her tightly and said that she would return with her. They opened the door to Lin Tianhong's house. The main character was sawing a tree at that time. The girls said that Wudong was killed. He turned to them with a smile and asked where his head was. The girls looked away awkwardly, and Bai Yun said that they tried to make a combo of their attacks, but it was too strong, and Wudong turned into ashes. A smaller Wudong spear appeared in the girl's hands, and she said that it was a top-level immortal weapon. The main character picked up a spear and asked where this Wudong came from. Bai Yun imagined various buildings in her head and said that he is the #1 true disciple of Zhongzhou Ancient Academy. Lin Tianhong twirled the spear around his finger and said that it's just a projection of the immortal emperor's weapon, but it's still a pretty good thing. He put the spear in Bai Yun's hands and said that she could use it. Lin Tianhong continued to saw the tree. He told Bai Yun that she should further train the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, and if she uses 6 immortal weapons at the same time, then her strength will increase greatly. She raised her fist in the air and thanked him, but Lin Linian looked a little upset. Lin Tianhong, with an evil smile on his face, squeezed a piece of wood with his hand and said that if the ancient academy wanted to kill his wife, then he would destroy it. The girls left his house. Lin Tianhong told them to go and enter the longevity as soon as possible. The girls waved to him and left. The main character looked outside, following them. He went inside and started walking in circles around the room. He said that to crush the ancient academy from a distance of thousands of miles, the immortal realm cannot do it, can only unlock a little bit of the divine power, have to do it quickly to avoid being noticed. The main character hit his palm with his fist and put 2 fingers to his forehead. Golden circles with chains appeared there. A dark purple rift appeared in the sky. It began to get bigger, gradually opening up. From this portal in the sky, Lin Tianhong appeared. He formed a pistol shape with his fingers and made the sound of a gunshot. The ancient academy was destroyed. Lin Tianhong flew back, saying that he had finished. The outline of his body was surrounded by a golden glow as he frowned. He said that Chan Immortal Sect needs to wait until he takes his wife back to the upper realm. Then he will come and destroy them. Just a moment ago, an employee ran up to the old man sitting on a large black and white disc and shouted that the Wudong life card was broken. He would die. The old man's eyes began to glow brightly with red light. He asked who did this, because he must destroy him. A purple magic circle appeared in the sky with Lin Tianhong's face sticking out its tongue. A huge purple hand with a hieroglyph appeared above the buildings. A brutal blow was struck, followed by a shock wave. All that was left of the buildings were rubble and a pile of rubbish. There were high mountains next to the river, purple lightning flashed in the sky, and it was raining. An elder in yellow clothes with a broom in his hand. Behind him stood a tall tower and attendants. He said that such vast and surging demonic has never been seen before, after which he asked what happened. A man in red-brown clothing stood on the hilt of a huge stone sword. He asked, what kind of bad deeds did the ancient academy do that actually caused such a disaster? He wants to tell his disciples to do less bad deeds in the future. A man with a long black beard looked out of his window at what was happening, sitting at his desk, and asked, why does the power beyond the law appear here, and is Xuantian domain going to be finished? A man in a long robe ran up to the servants near the building and shouted that the sect protecting formation is activated and all defensive formations are used. He ordered them to take the sacrifices and ordered the old men to take out the best treasures. An old man in blue clothes with fur around his neck was sitting in his room, where a candle was burning. He picked up the turtle shell and began to pour something out of it, asking what happened to the upper world. He took out several gold coins from his shell, his hand shaking. He asked how such a devastating disaster could happen. The ancient tribe also experienced heavy rainfall, which dripped onto the dinosaur remains. The immortal lord of the tribe sat next to the leopard skin. He was dressed in bloomers, and there were deer antlers on his shoulders. He said that there are 3 true immortals in charge of the ancient academy. He had a long light beard. The lord frowned and said that even a big shot in the upper world can never destroy with just one slap. Near their tent stood a pagan totem. The lord shouted to his clan that any stranger who comes here must be humbled and never cause trouble, after which he announced that he was going to the upper world. Lin Tianhong was sitting at home at this time and looking out the open window. He carefully carved a figurine of a woman from wood. It was a masterful job with many details that he finally finished. The main character got up from his chair and proudly looked at his figurine and said that his understanding of the immortal way has now gone one step further. He found himself in space, golden effects flowing around his hands. 3 more figures began to appear from the golden portal. Lin Tianhong sat down and began to examine them with interest, saying that along the way, he also learned Nua's magic of making people out of clay and scattering beans to make soldiers. One of the figures said that when the immortal path is complete, won't need to bring a bunch of demons with him when go out to fight. The main character imagined himself launching figures into battle. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms and began to laugh, saying that just spread the beans and form an army, and there will be hundreds of millions of immortal soldiers. He looked at the piece of wood lying on the table and asked what else he should cut. He closed his eyes, put his fist to his chin, and said that he had read a lot of stories about mythology and immortality before he traveled back in time. The silhouette of a girl with long hair appeared in his head. It was a woman with a beautiful white dress, whose brown hair flowed in the wind. The main character said that not to become an immortal, just to wait for her return to the world of mortals, the most stunning and beautiful emperor, the most talented woman in ancient times. He picked up a wood-carving knife and enthusiastically told himself to focus on the true self, the only self, the long-lasting and indestructible ruthless emperor. Lin Tianhong closed his eyes tightly, and a golden sphere appeared in front of his face. He pictured this woman in his head with a majestic sword in her hand. Her face was hidden by a golden mask, and her white dress was richly decorated. He looked at the yellow sphere in his hand and said that if it weren't for this Hangmeng origin pearl, it would be extremely difficult for him to even become an immortal. He would have exhausted all the ways of demons. Now that he has understood the myriad ways of immortality, finally the immortals and demons merge into one. He can transcend the three realms and achieve true eternity. His two sides, the immortal and the demonic, stretched out their hand to the Hangmeng origin pearl. A city with beautiful buildings was on fire. Since the fall of Tianlong, Taoist of the Tianlong dynasty, the royal family was completely wiped out. Now wars are raging. 3 girls were hanged, and a man in gold clothes had his throat cut. 1/3 of the territory of Tianlong dynasty, evil god kingdom. There were high mountains around the temple. The sky and the moon were blood red. At the top of the tower, someone ordered to worship. The servants worshipped. It was King Yu. He was dressed in a red robe and called upon the Lord Evil God. One of the attendants began to walk up to him and shouted that he had news. The servants began to whisper among themselves, looking at the ominous demonic skull. King Yu took off his hood and shouted in horror that Wudong was dead. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted furiously that the Empress had probably done this. He would kill her. He began to shoot purple lightning into the sky while the attendants repeated that God calms down his wrath. The king's robe fluttered in the wind, and an attendant bowed next to him. King Yu shouted that he could wait no longer. He furrowed his brows angrily. His eyes began to glow red, and he shouted that Lai Siyu must die. He walked towards the demonic skull with a talisman on its forehead, saying that she must die as soon as possible and he would risk everything he had. He put his hand to the golden surface with the runes. The lower jaw of the skull opened and a passage opened inside. King Yu walked inside. The entire environment around him resembled entrails with veins. He reached the bottom. There stood a strange figure with many golden talismans. He extended his hand there. Violet forces appeared around him. King Yu smiled widely, looking straight. A few days ago, the king worshipped this strange figure. A dark cloud with an eerie mask told him that this was a gift from the Lord Evil God for him. The creature pointed his finger at the figure and said that as long as he sacrifices his soul, he will be able to obtain the powerful power bestowed by the evil god. As long as he pours your mind into the demon statue, he can see the great evil god. The king's purple powers began to wrap around the figure. He clenched his teeth tightly. The veins on his face were swollen from tension, and his pupils were like those of a goat. His legs were entwined with red roots. He spread his arms and shouted that the Lord Evil God is here. Red thick tentacles with many eyes appeared. King Yu bowed low and said that believers see the Lord Evil God. Many red eyes looked at him. The Lord Evil God ordered him to give up his soul and become his slave. The Lord Evil God had several pupils in one eye. He said that he would give him great power. King Yu stood up and raised his hands, saying that he could give him everything he had and was ready to become his enemy forever. He begged for strength. Lord Evil God looked at his crazy face and praised him, grinning. The king cried out loudly as he gained strength. Tentacles began to emerge from his forehead and eyes, and his hands began to turn into terrifying claws. He acquired horns, sharp fangs, and his tongue became longer. Red wings appeared from his back and the man shouted the name Lai Siyu. He said her death would come soon. His hands became black and red and animal-like. Something sparkled in the citadel, and a counting beam rushed into the sky. One of the servants raised his head and asked if the Lord Evil God had come. The silhouette of a demon appeared in a bright light. He said that he could not be impulsive. He must continue to improve his strength so that he could kill with one blow. King Yu, in demonic form, raised his hand and ordered the believers to sacrifice whatever they had to him. The souls of believers began to emerge from them. King Yu was sucking out more and more souls, but he shouted that it was impossible. His eyes were covered with dark horns, and all his teeth became sharp fangs. He demanded more souls. He gathered all the souls into his hands, after which he shouted that as soon as he became even stronger, he would find Lai Siyu. A flying ship with a yellow aura flew over the river. Someone on the ship asked if this is Nanju. The ship began to fly over the mountain slopes. 2 people stood on the balcony. One of them said that the spiritual energy is so thin. If you want to reach longevity, it is absolutely impossible without a great opportunity. He was a man with long hair and a platinum-colored beard. He had 2 horns on his head, and his ears were pointed. He said that if he had not looked for Bai Yun, he would never have wanted to stay here even for a moment. Behind him stood a short man in a green robe. His hair was tied in a bun, and he had a long, thin mustache. He looked at the horned man's back with a smile on his face and asked if he said that Bai Yun had left Nanju. They turned to each other, and the horned man said that he'll wait for an immortal Taoist from each of the 23 sects to come together to look for her. There were several people sitting inside the ship, and the man said that even if Bai Yun flies to the edge, they can catch her together. Inside the Zhongzhou spaceship magic weapon, a man in white and blue clothes began to fly up to the ship. He bowed to the horned man and said that many strange things had suddenly happened in Fengjing City. The man with horns began to read the scroll and said that even the immortals had appeared. A creature resembling a fish turned to him and said that it was just an immortal. There are not one or two immortals in the sect of fellow Taoists. A hidden immortal who can only hide in Nanju has nothing to be afraid of. A girl with green hair and red shadows under her eyes presented the image of Lai Siyu and said that Xinfeng Empress is really a good seedling. When she was only in her 22nd, she cultivated to the realm of divine tribulation in Nanju, a place with little spiritual energy. The girl opened her eyes and looked back, saying that with such talent and luck, she is qualified to enter Dao Heavenly Palace. The black creature, who was hiding under the black robe, said that her Dao Heavenly is too overbearing. Their Taixu immortal sect is also optimistic about her. A gloomy atmosphere reigned in the air, and those present continued to swear. They began to get up from their seats and clashed, defending their clans and sects. Soon a fight broke out between everyone. Only the man with the horns remained on the sidelines. He awkwardly closed his eyes and tried to calm everyone down, saying that they were all highly respected sect elders, and if such an act were to spread, it would be a disgrace to the whole sect. The elders stopped fighting and turned to him, asking what they should do then. He closed his eyes and began stroking his beard, thinking about his next actions. He raised his finger up, imagining Lai Siyu in his head, and suggested to go to Fengjing City together. Which sect the Empress Xinfeng joins depends on everyone's ability. The elders gave him a thumbs up and agreed with him. Their ship immediately set off and quickly flew on. A golden bubble hovered over a lake in the mountains, and blue lightning flashed in the sky. Inside the bubble, Lin Linian and Bai Yun sat in the lotus position and cultivated. Bai Yun's face was peaceful and she smiled faintly. Lin Linian looked more tense and focused. Bai Yun raised her hands up, and an image of a blue lotus appeared behind her. She stretched out to her full height, and she had 4 more arms. The girl straightened her long black hair with her hands. She slowly opened her eyes and sighed. Bai Yun looked at her hands with joy and smiled. Lin Linian flew up to her and congratulated her on entering the longevity realm. She said that she is going to be a great leader in the lower world. Bai Yun flew up to her and pointed her finger at Lin Linian's stomach. She pressed herself against her side and said that she has now survived the thunder tribulation. When she enters longevity, they will be able to sleep together. Lin Linian laughed and began to tickle Bai Yun, saying that she was not a man and would not sleep with her. Bai Yun playfully stuck out her tongue and said that her pretty sister wants a man. This made Lin Linian very embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. She angrily tried to hit her and said that she was really laughing at her. Bai Yun began to run away from her across the water. They chased each other. Lin Linian shouted that she would deal with her. Suddenly they saw a flying ship in the sky. Lin Linian opened her mouth in surprise and said that this is the first time she has seen such a huge ship-shaped magic weapon. She became gloomy and lowered her eyebrows, after which she asked where it came from. Bai Yun frowned at the ship and replied that this is Zhongzhou magic ship. Lin Linian was very surprised and turned to her, asking why they were here. Bai Yun looked at her feet in the water and replied that during the battle for the secret treasure of the ancestor, all the disciples of each sect were killed, and these people came in search of her location. The ship was approaching the lake with the girls. Bai Yun shouted that they were possessed by the ancestor's treasure. Lin Linian put her hand on her shoulder and asked what they should do now. Bai Yun grabbed her hand and ran forward, ordering her to seal the breath because there are too many of them. They will not be able to fight them. She turned to Lin Linian and told her to go first. The girls continued to run away from the ship, and Lin Linian asked why they were chasing them. The water under their feet splashed in all directions. Bai Yun replied that it was not their target, so she herself asked the same question. They were told that they were chasing Her Majesty the Empress. Bai Yun suddenly braked, which puzzled Lin Linian. She looked at her worriedly and asked what she was doing. Bai Yun stood firmly in place and said that the Empress is the wife of the ancestor. These people cannot take them away. She turned to Lin Linian and told her to go to the wood-carving shop and warn Lin Tianhong, and she would stay here. Lin Linian looked very worried. She asked her to be careful. Bai Yun raised her hand and a magic circle with hieroglyphs appeared. The magic circle increased in size, and the girl was wearing different clothes. She called them a bunch of old people and shouted to let her in and meet for a while. 3 people came out onto the deck of the ship. They laughed and said that she didn't know how to live or die. She even dared to block their way. A woman in a blue robe with her eyes closed with a ribbon asked, "Is this Bai Yun?" All the elders immediately came out to look at her, after which they began to laugh and said that it was so easy, they didn't even make an effort. The man in the dark purple robe looked at her and said that the person he was looking for had come to him. The man in red clothes said that then there will be no way for her to come back. The elders began to jump off the ship towards the girl. One by one they landed next to her. She was told that if she obediently gave them the Lin Tianhong treasure, then they would let her die with dignity. Bai Yun looked at them seriously and replied that they were unlucky, and today it would not be she who would die, but they. The man behind her began to insult her and accuse her of murder. A man with a long black beard and mustache with a large hat on his head and asked, "Does she think that after receiving the inheritance from the immortal mansion, she will be so crazy?" He said that there were 23 longevity Taoists standing opposite her. Bai Yun turned to him and with a confident expression said to not think that they are longevity they will dare to look down on juniors. She began to provoke him into a fight. The girl frowned with a smile on her face, thinking that this old man from Kingshan Mountain has a bad temper, tempted him to fight with her. She has a slim chance of victory, but if they join forces, she will definitely lose. The man with a black beard began to concentrate his strength. He said that no one dares to move. He will kill her himself. Huge wings appeared behind his back. A silhouette of a bird appeared in the sky. A man with horns and a short man asked, "Is this the blue sky god technique?" A man with a black beard pointed the bird towards Bai Yun. He was told to be careful not to destroy the treasure. The girl began to push away from the blue water. She smiled widely, showing her snow-white teeth. She flew sharply into the sky, reaching the bird. She somersaulted in the air, swinging her leg. With one kick she caused the bird to begin to disperse. Bai Yun landed on the water, and the elders said that it was obvious that she had not entered the realm of divine tribulation before. The man with the horns became covered in a red aura and said that he understood everything. Bai Yun showed her little finger to the man with the black beard and asked if that was all he had and how he was going to destroy her. He was furious. The man suddenly rushed forward and shouted that he never loses and she must suffer death. He was almost close to Bai Yun and was about to attack her. One of the girl's eyes became covered with a red light, and she raised her hand. She slapped him so hard that his tooth fell out. The other elders were in complete shock. Bai Yun kicked him in the stomach and shouted to cut off all descendants. After that, she gave him another slap, causing another tooth to fall out and blood to come from his mouth. She shouted that it was a pride-killing fist. She struck him hundreds of blows to the head with her fists, causing him to even start crying and begging for help. The short man sweated and pointed at her in fear, saying that she had defeated the elder of Kingshan Mountain without even using her full strength. The fish man said that he most likely would not be able to defeat her either. The man with the horns was tense. He pointed his finger at the girl who continued to beat the elder and asked her how dare she be so disrespectful to the elders. He frowned as he continued to point at Bai Yun and told the others to teach her a lesson together. She roughly kicked the elder of Kingshan Mountain, causing him to jump several meters forward. The rest of the elders ran towards her. Bai Yun gritted her teeth and tensed, thinking that these old people had no shame, because they had joined forces. Suddenly Lin Linian ran to her and called out to her. Bai Yun turned to her and asked why she came back. Lin Linian awkwardly turned away and said that the ancestor said that the two of them need to clean up this garbage. Bai Yun was surprised and shocked when she asked if they were now cleaners. They squatted down and started crying. Lin Linian said that now it was no wonder why the ancestor had been giving them more advice lately. The elders looked at them in disbelief. The girls pulled themselves together and looked at them. Bai Yun said that she won't play with them anymore. The girls stood up and turned to face them. Lin Linian said that they were ordered to clean up the garbage. That is, them. The elder with the horns on his head got angry and asked if she knew what she was talking about. Bai Yun threw the golden weapon into the air. It immediately increased to incredible sizes. The elders tried to protect themselves with a barrier and ordered it to stop immediately. The horned man noticed that one of them was not coping. He was burned to ashes, and he said that that is the heaven-shaking seal of King Wu Jiang, the leader of the Immortal Dynasty and Extreme Dao Immortal Palace. He added that he was sure that King Wu Jiang died because of Jixia Academy. Bai Yun clasped her hands together, releasing lightning bolts. She said that the man was full of evil and died miserably, and then asked if they wanted to hear that in life. The golden seal put more and more pressure on the elders. They agreed to work together and destroy the seal, and then tear the mouths of these two girls apart. The seal with the dragon gradually began to crumble. Bai Yun tried her best. She said that with more than 20 longevity Taoists joining forces, it's hard for them to defeat. Lin Linian reached into her inner pocket and told her not to worry, because her ancestor gave her something that would help clean up this pile of garbage. Bai Yun looked at her playfully and said that she was good at hiding things. This surprised Lin Linian. She hit her on the shoulder and asked how long she had been laughing at her. She took out a Monkey King figurine from a tree and said that she had a weapon of mass destruction. Suddenly everyone fell silent awkwardly and looked at each other. The elders burst into laughter and the horned man said that she had gone mad. The figure in Lin Linian's hands was covered with a yellow aura and she said that she would look at their pride when they die. After that, she threw the figurine into the air and told him to watch it. She used immortal law, spreading beans and forming soldiers. Lin Linian showed 2 fingers up and ordered to invite the immortal general the great sage to come and help. The Monkey King figurine began to emit bright light. Suddenly there was a bright flash in the sky. The huge monkey's tail threw aside the golden seal with the dragon. Giant feet touched the surface of the water. The formidable image of King Wukong began to appear. The elders turned pale and looked at him in horror. King Wukong was covered in fire as he grinned. He stood up to his full height, holding a huge column in his hand. The elder with horns on his head looked at him and said that this monkey really exudes the aura of an immortal. The bunch of elders looked small compared to Wukong. They asked why it was so easy to break the rules of the world. The Monkey King frowned angrily and said that he was sending them to their deaths. His imposing silhouette was truly terrifying, and all the elders began to run away in horror. Wukong began to inhale air into his lungs. He exhaled a column of fire that rushed tens of meters forward. The elders were burned to ashes and nothing remained of them. The girls themselves did not expect such an outcome. Lin Linian asked, "Is she not dazzled?" She said they all just disappeared. She looked at Bai Yun with alarm and asked how could a wooden sculpture carved by their ancestor with only 3 breaths have power beyond that of a true immortality. Bai Yun turned away from her and lowered her eyebrows slightly. She replied that the realm of the ancestor is probably far beyond their imagination. She felt as if she was in a dream. Lin Linian leaned towards her hips and raised her palm. She slapped Bai Yun's buttocks, causing her to scream. She began to rub the bruised area and, with tears in her eyes, asked what she was doing. Lin Linian playfully stuck out her tongue and looked away, answering that since she felt pain, it means she was not in a dream. Bai Yun attacked her and shouted that she dared to spank her sister and she would teach her a lesson. Lin Linian laughed loudly and pushed her away. She said to stop causing trouble and suggested that she look at the Dharma ship first. The girls flew up to the majestic ship and said that it looked good. They landed on the wooden deck of the ship. Lin Linian examined the side of the ship and said that it was an ancient treasure. The ship was still floating in the air above the lake. Bai Yun said, "This is a famous artifact in Zhangzhou. It is faster than ordinary immortals." She took out a small bag from her dress and said that it's a pity that the manufacturing method has been lost. There is only one in the world. The girls flew into the air. The bag began to glow. The ship began to shrink and then entered the bag. Bai Yun flew forward and told Lin Linian to return and pay respect to their ancestor. Zhangzhou, Immortal Assembly. Against the background of space, golden footprints twisted into a spiral. A man in a long robe told the assembly that all cards of the longevity that went to Nanju were shattered at the same time. A red man with a long beard asked who did it and if he could kill 22 longevity Taoists at once. The man who came looked small compared to the gods. They said that this was something that even an immortal like him could not do. They asked if they should send someone to investigate. Someone asked who would dare take such a risk. In the mountains, surrounded by golden light, they shouted to suppress the news, best to defend first. The weather was good outside. The girls called out to their ancestor. They came to his window and said that they were back. The main character looked at them suspiciously and asked what their facial expressions were. The girls looked at him in amazement and replied that they unexpectedly experienced endless respect for him, like the waters and the sea. Lin Tianhong waved his palm with his eyes closed and said that all the trash had been cleared away. Bai Yun handed him a figurine of King Wukong and said that this is his wood carving. The main character sat down at his desk and said that she could keep it. There is an immortal technique from 72 transformations that he has integrated into it. Once she learns it, she can change it in thousands of ways. Lin Linian put the figurine in her inner pocket and sincerely thanked him. Bai Yun looked at her with disappointment and asked Lin Tianhong, "Is immortal technique so easy to develop?" She put her palms together and said that these longevity Taoists should have come to look for his treasure, but now they are all destroyed. She closed her eyes and said that the disciple wants to return the treasure he left behind to Jixia Academy to help the academy rise again. Lin Linian looked at her slightly surprised. Bai Yun asked permission to do this. The main character looked at her silently, silver strands of hair partially covering his face. He told her to go quickly and come back quickly. She agreed with him, bowing to him. The main character turned to them with his palm raised and told Bai Yun to take Lin Linian with her so that she would have a companion on the road. She smiled and raised her hand, saying that she knew and she would return right away. Lin Tianhong raised 2 fingers, and something in Lin Linian's chest shone. A wooden figurine appeared from Bai Yun's chest, and the second figurine hovered in the air. The main character pulled these figures to his palm and said that after all, there are many opponents in Zhangzhou that they cannot fight against. He threw these figurines to the girls and said that he transformed this objects into an immortal weapon. They should use it when encountered danger just this time. Lin Linian clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Tianhong, thanking him. Bai Yun showed him finger hearts. She intertwined her hand with Lin Linian's and said that if you follow the ancestor, a great treasure will be in their hands. Bai Yun looked at her with joy and said that she used to be hunted everywhere and was always on guard, but now she feels like she's not afraid even if she goes around the world. There was a red sky above the caves, lightning flashed. The believer called out to his lord. He got down on one knee and said that following his instructions, the cultists had discovered an extremely yin crypt. Demon King Yu smiled with his hand under his head and said that this was wonderful. He stood up from his throne and pushed off the surface. He soared into the sky, and in the cave lay many corpses of believers. King Yu looked down at the hole and said that there is actually such a strong evil spirit of heavenly yin in this underground cave. The demon smiled widely, revealing sharp fangs, and said that this is enough for him to advance to the realm of demon immortal. He flew inside this cave, flying over the corpses of the cultists. King Yu descended further and further down the rocky hole. He landed below, his wings spread wide. The king began to suck in many souls and shouted that this thing is such a great supplement to him. In the corner of the cave he noticed a stone with a golden talisman. He asked if this was really the seal of the ancient immortal Lin Tianhong. King Yu lowered the corners of his lips and scratched his chin, saying that about 10,000 years had passed. It turns out that the seal was almost worn out, so such a huge amount of yin kai was released. He sat down on one knee, absorbing the souls, and asked what was sealed inside. The demon grinned as he absorbed the last of the souls. He said that the enemy of his enemy is his ally. He placed his hand on the seal and ordered it to open. A red sphere appeared in front of the demon, into which thousands of souls were also absorbed. The red powerful beam began to grow larger. This ray destroyed part of the mountains and reached the heavens. Thousands of souls swirled in the whirlpool as the beam exuded power. The king looked at the crazy whirlwind and asked, "Are these resentment left behind be ancient? And there are so many more." He said that this is a strong resentment. If he can make them work for him, his strength will be greatly increased. He gritted his teeth and smiled, saying that he might even be invincible in this world. King Yu flew up and asked if they hated the immortal Lin Tianhong, the creator of Jixia Academy. Many faces of dead souls uttered muffled groans. A demon flew up to them and said that as long as they were devoted to him and became believers in the evil god, he would help them take revenge. Thousands of souls immediately began to frown and shouted that they want to take revenge. As long as can defeat him, they are willing to become believers of the evil god. King Yu pointed his finger at the city and said that many followers of their evil god cult are around, and ordered them to find the container like him, take the body, and reborn. Thousands of gloomy souls headed towards the city. They began to turn into ugly zombies and shouted that they were being reborn. King Yu spread out his arms and said that his combat power suddenly increased dozens of times. A flying ship flew over the fog in the mountains. Bai Yun went out onto the deck and enjoyed the fresh wind. She didn't think that after leaving Jixia Academy for several years, she would finally be able to return there and meet her mentors and classmates. An unknown silhouette began to approach the girl from behind. A guy with blue hair tied in a bun hugged her from behind and called her beautiful, asking what she was thinking about. Bai Yun was very scared. She pushed the young guy away in fear. The girl covered her chest with her hands and began to cry. She asked who he was and how he came on the ship. The guy smiled widely, putting his hand to his chin, and said that he saw how beautiful she was and chased her. He began to fake a kiss with his lips and reached out to her, asking why she shouldn't follow him. Bai Yun began to back away in horror and ordered not to approach her. The girl's eyebrows rose in surprise, and she opened her mouth slightly. Bai Yun noticed a familiar green-red earring on the guy. She pointed her finger at his chest and called him a pervert, asking how he dared bully his sister. The guy pouted offendedly and asked if Bai Yun really recognized him. It was Lin Linian who turned into a guy. Bai Yun ran her hand over her flat chest and asked how she became a man. She spread her hands to the side and said that just now she understood one of the 72 transformations of distant ancestors, the yin and yang transformation. Lin Linian took Bai Yun's face in her hands. She pulled her face towards her and said that now they can live together and she will take good care of her. Bai Yun extended her graceful hand forward. She grabbed Lin Linian's crotch like a monkey grabbed a peach. Lin Linian, as a guy with a very embarrassed face, pulled away and asked what she was doing. Bai Yun smiled playfully, placing her hand on her chin, and said that although her upper body had changed, her lower body remained the same. She asked how they would live together then. Lin Linian turned into a girl again. Her cheeks were very red. She said she hasn't fully researched everything yet. Bai Yun smiled at her, raising her little finger, and said that then they can only wait until she gets better, then they can try again. Lin Linian was offended by her and ran towards the cabins, shouting that she would ignore her. Bai Yun looked after her, still smiling. After some time, the ship flew over the snowy mountain slopes. Zhangzhou. The ship approached the mountain peaks. The rest of the mountains were hidden by fog. Bai Yun came on board and said that they were in Zhangzhou. She put her hand on her chest and something flashed on her forehead. She said she would send a letter first. Jixia Academy. The air was very fresh. Warm rays of the sun were breaking through the clouds. The man with gray hair opened his eyes. Something sparkled in his forehead. He realized that Bai Yun was coming back. She also brought with her the treasure of the immortal Lin Tianhong. The girl stood near the side and looked forward with hope. With this treasure, Jixia Academy can finally produce an immortal master. The lord of the academy was Feng Qingshan, a man in a blue suit with an ornament on his head. Immortal Leian had long red hair that was combed up. The immortal Hanai wore a hat on his head with a crescent moon. Immortal Bai Chan looked like a mixture of a human and a moth. Immortal Jiudao had a wooden mask with 9 holes on his head and a black rosary around his neck. Immortal Honghu had a long and thick red beard. Hanai Palace was a 3-story, beautiful gray building. Ice Palace. Hanai sat on the throne, with sparkling ice all around. The man with the cloak bowed to him and asked why he called him. Hanai's face was half hidden by the fabrics and he replied that Bai Yun would be back soon. He raised his hand forward and ordered the disciple to send someone to kill her and take away the treasure of the immortal Lin Tianhong. The student put his palms together and covered the other half of his face. He asked why it was necessary to do this. Hanai imagined a tree whose leaves had fallen. He said that the life of the immortal tree would soon come to an end. At that time, other forces will inevitably join forces to strangle. He spread his arms and said that the destruction of Jixia Academy has become a foregone conclusion. Master is unwilling to be buried with this crumbling Jixia Academy. He pointed his hand forward, looking at the student, and said that after receiving the ship, he would take it and they would escape from here. It's just around a corner to become a true immortal. When the time comes, he will lead him to establish a new portal. The student raised his face and replied that he understood everything and they would do it. 3 days have passed. The ship flew up to a piece of land where people were already waiting for them. Bai Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as she smiled tenderly. One of the 3 people greeted Bai Yun, making her surprised. The girl flew up, and a guy with shoulder-length hair said that her older brother had come to greet her. Bai Yun clasped her hands together and bowed. She thanked him for coming to meet her. She thought that her relationship with Uncle Hanai was not very good. She didn't understand why to send Leng Chan to greet her. The girl's face darkened. Leng Chan smiled a little evilly. He said that she was probably tired, and in order to prevent the loss of her ancestors' treasure, she should hand it over to her elder brother for safekeeping. Bai Yun frowned and straightened her hair, saying that she herself would hand over this treasure to the academy master. Leng Chan began to get angry. He frowned and shouted that he would do it himself. He pointed his finger at her and asked what is she dawdling about. His allies agreed with him. Bai Yun landed next to them, and Lin Linian began to approach them from the ship. She said that it seems that her senior brother is not here to greet her. She landed next to Bai Yun and said that he wanted to get the treasure. The fat man who came with Leng Chan asked what they could do for them, and then ordered them to hurry up and give them the ancestors' treasure. Bai Yun frowned with displeasure and asked why. Leng Chan smiled relaxedly, raising his hand, and said that it's just them 3 longevity Taoists. They 2 girls are just ants. The girl narrowed her green eyes, which sparkled. She released a huge golden beam into the sky and asked, "Is the real of longevity amazing?" Leng Chan began to back away with a frightened face, saying that obviously a few years ago it was just the divine fire realm. He asked how it could improve so quickly. Bai Yun bent her middle finger and said that now they will see that it is a real ant. She struck the fat man, which made Leng Chan terrified. A huge hole appeared in his body and his skin began to tear and dissolve. He shouted that she was very fast. Soon the fat man was burned to the bones. Leng Chan and his friend began to tremble. He said that Bai Yun is very brave, and since she killed a student, she deserves death as punishment. His face turned pale and sweaty. He pointed his finger at her and said that they could report this to the Academy Master. A golden seal began to appear from Bai Yun's chest, and she asked if there was a chance for him to go back. A powerful golden aura appeared around her. The aura turned into a whirlwind, and the seal increased in size many times over. Lang Chan was horrified and with a frightened face asked, "Is this King Wu Zhong's heaven-shaking seal? And why is it in her hands?" His friend fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands, and began to beg her for mercy. The giant seal fell down, crushing them. Lin Linian put on dark glasses to avoid being blinded by the bright light. She took off her glasses and looked at Bai Yun, asking who wanted to kill her. Bai Yun said with a serious face that Lang Chan might have known that she would come and bring treasure with her. Most likely it was Uncle Hanai's order. He wants to betray Jixia Academy. Lin Linian began to get angry and frown because of this. She asked how such a scumbag could appear in the Jixia Academy that their ancestor founded. The girls turned to the ship. Lin Linian asked if they should go back. Bai Yun replied that Jixia Academy is her route. Even if it is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, she will go back. Hanai Palace. The full moon illuminated with white light the towers on which snow was falling. One of the students hurriedly ran into the tower, calling out to his master. He bowed to Hanai, who was standing by the window, and said that Lang Chan's life card was broken. Hanai clasped his hands together, bowing his head down. He said he understood and then ordered the student to leave. Hanai gritted his teeth and frowned. He angrily asked how Bai Yun dared to kill his disciple. Sharp ice flows appeared around him. He angrily shouted that she would pay for this. Jixia Academy. Near the majestic academy building there was a square where many people were standing. A ship landed on the square and people started shouting that it was indeed a Dharma ship. The girl in a pink dress ordered the students to report that a distinguished guest had arrived. 2 people were thrown out of the building's windows. People around asked, "Is it the Academy Master and the Honghu Immortal?" They were wondering how important a person had come to the Academy, that even the Master of the Academy had arrived. They landed on the square. The Academy Master greeted Bai Yun with a calm face. Next to him Honghu was sitting on a large pear. Bai Yun came down to them and from the ship and greeted the Academy Master. She put her palms together and bowed to Honghu, greeting him as well. She walked up to him and Honghu patted her on the head, saying that she really has broken through to the realm of longevity. The people from the academy who heard this were shocked, because she is not even 30 years old. The crowd near the 2 masters and Bai Yun put their palms together and congratulated her on entering the longevity. Among the adult students was little Wu Hao, who looked at her in amazement. He looked at her majestic image with delight and thought that he also wanted to become as strong as the beautiful Bai Yun. The Academy Master looked at her worriedly and said that he was sorry that Jixia Academy could not protect her, but with her skills, she could repeat the glory of the ancestor. Honghu smiled and suggested going to the main hall, because all the brothers and sisters were waiting for Bai Yun there. All 3 flew up to the immortal tree. Leian smiled at her and said that little Bai Yun has returned. Sitting next to him was Ji Yudao. Hanai hid his face with white fabrics and sighed displeasedly. Bai Chan stood still and said nothing. All the elders sat on stone thrones. Bai Yun greeted them. She knelt down and clasped her hands together, addressing the Academy Master. She bowed and handed over the key to the immortal mansion to Lin Tianhong, saying that this is the treasure left by the founder to help Jixia Academy tide over the difficulties. She asked to accept this and revive the reputation of their academy. The Academy Master looked at the key and said that since she found this thing, she could keep it. He sadly closed his eyes and said that her master and he would send her away from Xuanchen territory. Bai Yun was very surprised and asked why with concern. Hanai extended his hand forward, saying that it was because she killed so many superpowered elders and disciples in Zhongzhou in the immortal mansion. He put his hands behind his back and his angry face appeared. Hanai shouted that it was when the immortal tree dies. This is the day that Jixia Academy was destroyed. He tried to calm down, but he was still frowning. Hanai asked the Academy Master why he was sacrificing the entire academy for Bai Yun. He shouted that the culprits should be handed over. If they take out the treasures of Ancestor to appease them, their Jixia Academy will be able to survive this disaster. Academy Master Bai Yun and Honghu did not say anything while listening to him. Honghu turned to Hanai and said that as an elder, he is just living an ignoble existence, but he actually wants to sacrifice the younger. Hanai looked at him arrogantly, saying that this is the trouble caused by his disciple, and asked why should they be implicated. The Academy Master frowned displeasingly and shouted that Bai Yun was fighting for the treasure of Jixia Academy, and a group of thieves wanted to get the treasure. They deserved to die, after which he asked what does that have to do with her. He shouted that even if it costs him the entire academy, he will protect the girl. Hanai's face looked disappointed and upset. Jiyudao stood up from his throne and asked the Academy Master. For one by Yun, the entire Jixia Academy was implicated. He asked if it was worth it and said that he agreed with Hanai's proposal. Lei-Yun's ringing laughter deafened him, causing him to be taken aback. Lei-Yun spread his arms and said with a smile on his face that all these people want to get the ancestors' treasure, and they should all be killed, asking what is wrong with Bai Yun. He smiled widely as he raised his golden hand, saying that this proves that Bai Yun is better than all of them. Hanai looked at him and said that they might not consider the immortal mansion, but he asked what about Jun Wuxi, the holy son of the holy palace. He said that because of this incident, the two holy lands are at war with each other. This matter must always be her private matter. He turned to Bai Chan and asked if she wanted to say anything. She didn't move, her hands behind her back. Bai Chan closed her eyes without saying anything. Suddenly Lin Linian appeared on the island. She said that Bai Yun risked her life to get the treasure, but they, the immortals from the academy, really did it to her. She frowned and shouted that it's so bullying. Hanai noticed Lin Linian had arrived and asked who dared to interrupt the elders' discussion. The girl grinned confidently, her hair flying in the wind. She said she was his aunt. Bai Yun looked at her with a joyful smile. Lin Linian pointed her finger at Hanai and said that old mouth can spit blood. Hanai was insulted and angry because of her. He asked who she was and how dare she interfere with the affairs of their Jixia Academy. Lin Linian put on a serious face and took out the Taewong bell. She placed the bell next to her, and it made a ringing sound that echoed throughout the island. The golden rings from the bell spread to the nearby mountains. All the academy elders and the master looked at the girl in surprise, asking, "Is it Taewong Bell?" The immortal tree raised its roots from the ground and said that the master's descendant was here. The tree had a face and turned to Lin Tianhong, saying that although he could not see him again, but now he could at least see his descendant, and now he had no regrets in life. The tree face frowned while looking up and said that Jixia Academy was welcoming the second saint, then ordered the others to greet her. All the elders except Hanai and the academy master put their palms together and bowed respectfully to her, shouting who the academy students were showing respect to the descendant of the immortal lord. Jiyudao began to look around in confusion. He still bowed and greeted Lin Linian. Hanai looked at her angrily. Bai Yun smiled mockingly and asked him why he didn't bow. A small piece of ice appeared in his hands, and with an arrogant smile he asked if they were worthy of his bow. Hanai used 36 Big Dipper bundles immortal technique, and many giant ice flows appeared around. He jumped up from his seat and threw several seals forward, shouting that all life is gone. The immortal tree was sealed and red chains appeared around its trunk. It shouted that there is an enemy invasion. Hanai covered the ground next to the tree with ice. Honghu frowned and pointed his finger at him, shouting that he was a traitor and he would take his life. A blizzard began over Hanai, turning into a strong whirlwind. He shouted that no one would leave here alive. The man with a black mustache and beard smiled and praised him for his good job. He emerged from the whirlwind, a tall man in a white and green robe. His eyes were closed, his beard flowing in the wind. The academy master obscured the girls and Honghu, saying that Shengxu, immortal lord of Taixu immortal sect, had come. He ordered all the elders to form a formation and protect the two saints. Bai Chan and Honghu raised 2 fingers up. The academy master put his weapon forward. A golden magic circle appeared above them, which acted as a barrier. Jiyudao cowardly ran up to Hanai and shouted to him that he was with him and he needed to protect his little brother. Hanai looked at him with a grin and said that it was natural. Jiyudao put his hand on his shoulder and asked what they should do, saying that he would obey him. Hanai laughed and said that the immortal lord will do everything himself, they can watch. He added that sealing the old tree is already a great achievement. When the immortal lord gets the treasure, he will share it with them. A portal opened in the sky. The academy master heard that someone told him that with his strength, the immortal killing formation may be able to barely block a true immortal. An immortal in golden armor with a mask on his face emerged from the portal along the golden road. He ordered the 2 girls to be handed over to him and his whole body left intact. Lei-Yun frowned, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He said with concern that this is the Jingyuan immortal of Extreme Dao Immortal Palace. The sealed tree began to get angry and shouted at the uninvited guests. How dare they come to the academy and cause trouble? It asked if they were afraid of death. Shengxu turned and smiled at him, telling him not to get excited, because he won't be able to break this formation for a while. Honghu turned to Bai Yun and Lin Linian, telling them to run away. His face became surprised and puzzled when he saw what they were doing. The girls ate apples, puzzling everyone around them. Lin Linian said that they are not afraid of these 2 old dogs. Hanai began to get angry and asked how she dared to insult the immortal lord when her death was near. Lin Linian continued to chew the apple with a bored expression. Jingyun said that that bunch of immortal formations won't last long. Shangsu twirled his beard in his fingers and said that he will break the formation. Jingyun comes and gets those two girls, and then he will find the treasure of the immortal Lin Tianhong. Lin Linian spread out her arms and shouted for them to stop. Two red pupils lit up in Jingyun's mask. He asked her if she was afraid of death. He shouted that she killed his innocent grandson, so he wants to take her little life and treasure. Lin Linian put her hands on her hips and laughed. She said she wasn't afraid of him and wanted to tell him something. A bell appeared in front of her and she breathed air into her lungs. Bai Yun knew what would happen next, so she covered her ears. The elders and the academy master were puzzled. She shouted through the bell that he was a scumbag who wanted to take their lives, and let him stop being a coward. Jingyun and Shangsu were shocked by how loud she shouted. Her voice was so deafening that she could be heard from everywhere. She shouted that the immortal Lin Tianhong's treasure was in their hands, ordering them to show themselves. A fire broke out in the sky and an unknown person appeared. He was a fiery immortal lord from the Fire Clan. He had red hair and a beard. Then lightning flashed in the sky, and the Sea King, the immortal lord, appeared. He had blue hair and a beard, and water swirled around him. These two immortals appeared behind the girls. The academy master felt doomed. He shouted that this was definitely the end. Lin Linian took out the wooden figurine that Lin Tianhong had given her and asked if everyone had arrived. The Sea King began to laugh and asked if this girl was crazy. Lin Linian threw the figurine into the air and asked Lin Tianhong to help her kill those bugs who disrespected her. The Sea King and the fiery immortal looked intensely at the wooden figurine. Lin Tianhong appeared from the figurine, dressed in black and white, holding a pot of wine in his hand. He took a sip of clear wine. After that, he picked up his sword and said that one sword to the end of the world. He threw a pot of wine to the others and told the enemies to taste the wine and go to hell with a clear mind. The pot of wine flew towards Jingyun and Shangsu. Jingyun broke the pot and spilled the wine, saying that he is just a piece of wood. But he dares to be so brazen. He flew up and swung his fist, intending to kill him. A huge palm flew towards Lin Tianhong, who did not even flinch. He placed the sword in front of him and said that he was sorry that a pot of such good wine had been wasted. The main character attacked with his sharp blade. He cut the palm into two parts and said that the water from the yellow hand comes from the sky. He grinned and ordered them to go to sea and never return. Lin Tianhong raised his sword into the sky and yellow lightning flashed. A giant sword tip began to appear from the sky. All four evil immortals tensed and realized that things were bad. Lin Tianhong picked up the new wine pot and used the big river sword intent. The four swords that fell from the sky destroyed the evil immortals. Hanai and Jiyudao were shocked looking at their charred bodies. Hanai's pupils shrank and he asked in fear what happened. Bai Yun approached the academy master and said that it was all over and offered to deal with the traitors. He, still shocked, agreed with her. Jiyudao didn't know what to do. Hanai clenched his hands into fists and told him to keep the green hills and not to worry about running out of firewood. Suddenly a wooden stake pierced his chest. Hanai turned to Jiyudao, who staked him. He said that he had already killed the traitor. Jiyudao pulled out the stake from Hanai's body. Everyone else was shocked. The academy master frowned angrily and gritted his teeth, calling them shameless. The news that immortal Lin's treasure killed 4 true immortals in an instant spread quickly throughout Jiangsu. Many people have read this from the scrolls. Jiangsu Taixu Immortal Sect, Extreme Dao Immortal Palace, Fire Clan, and Sea Clan collectively met and reached a unified consensus. Their meeting took place in the high mountains. They shouted that they had numerous losses. They must remain invisible and not get involved in a conflict with Jixia Academy. Someone slammed the blue book with hieroglyphs shut. Bai Yun clasped her hands together and bowed to the academy master, saying that with the ancestors' treasures, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough to become a true immortal, and then their Jixia Academy could regain its glory. The girl smiled at him with raised eyebrows and said that they still had important reasons to return to Fengjing City, so they said goodbye. They boarded the Dharma ship and waved goodbye. The elders waved back. Their ship took off into the skies and set off. The girls flew to Lin Tianhong, who was fishing on the river bank. Bai Yun said that they completed the task and fortunately they have lived up to their fate. She held a net in her hands and said that all forces have suffered huge loss and will no longer be able to cause trouble in the short term. The main character caught fish from the river and Bai Yun set up the net. Lin Tianhong said that his wife and he could finally live in peace for a few days. He put the fish in the pot and told the girls to entertain themselves. He went home and waved to them, telling them to come home later. The girls clasped their hands together and bowed to him. Bai Yun told him to rest easy. The girls stuck out their tongues, looking at each other playfully. Lin Tianhong ran down the street and called out to his wife. Lai Siyu was hanging laundry in the backyard at this time. She heard him and turned around in surprise. He ran to hug her. The girl said that something good had happened and it made him happy. Lin Tianhong lifted Lai Siyu off the ground and said that he felt that they could live in peace. She looked at him lovingly, her cheeks flushed, and she said that she felt the same. The guy lowered her to the ground and said that they would celebrate this wonderful day inside the house. He squeezed her buttock with his hand, which made the girl feel embarrassed. She turned her head away and connected her index fingers, thinking that with her cultivation level, happiness with her husband would not affect the child. They entered the house, slamming the door behind them. They made love, after which the sun angrily showed the sign. The inscription on the sign: "It's broad daylight, you're doing this, why don't open the window." After some time, the lovers sailed along the river on a boat next to trees with pink leaves. The relationship between Lin Tianhong and his wife became deeper and deeper. The two of them dreamed that they would always be together and never be separated. While Lin Tianhong played the musical instrument, Lai Siyu danced. Their shadows were visible on the stones. They played tag while the guy was blindfolded. While in a flower field, they again indulged in love. Lai Siyu lay on the chest of the undressed Lin Tianhong. They covered themselves with a blanket. He looked at her and asked, "Why is she hesitating?" She raised her feet and looked at her husband, saying that she has been asking someone to inquire about her separated family. They care. The news came yesterday. It seems that someone has seen it in Nun, so she needs to confirm it. Lin Tianhong smiled softly, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said that they could go together. Lai Siyu looked at him worriedly, placing her hand on her chest, and said that they still need someone to look after their house, and his store is the source of their income. She smiled sadly, lowering her eyebrows, and said that if the store closed, they would have nothing to eat. Lin Tianhong gently stroked her face with his hand. He was thinking about asking Bai Yun and Lin Linian to secretly protect his wife, allowing her to find her family peacefully. He looked at his beloved knowingly and said that then she should go and return them as soon as possible. He happily raised his fists in the air and said that he would work hard and buy a bigger house. Lai Siyu kissed his forehead and said that he was so kind. She would definitely come back as soon as she could. Lin Tianhong leaned towards her ear and whispered that she would have to leave for a long time, so they should enjoy each other. She placed her hand on his chest and agreed with him. Their bare feet stuck out from under the blanket. The sun looked in shock at the flow of their love. Lai Siyu was very happy and ecstatic. Several days passed. Near Lin Tianhong's house there was a carriage with a horse and a coachman. Lai Siyu looked out of the carriage and her husband waved at her. Bai Yun and Lin Linian were hiding behind the tree. Lin Tianhong said that they should protect his wife and prevent their identities from being revealed. They came out from behind the tree and saluted, saying that they obeyed him. The main character looked to the side, his hair flying in the wind. The girls flew into the sky, green leaves swirling in the air. Royal Palace. Lai Siyu was wearing a gorgeous red dress and had a crown on her head. She walked up the stairs and said that she wants to attack the realm of longevity. There were two people standing below. She turned around with a serious face and said that the dynasty was temporarily in their hands. Tianyu Huanhu and Huang Tianhu bowed respectfully to her and said that they hoped that Her Majesty will soon achieve the longevity, transform from mortal to saint. Bai Yun and Lin Linian were on the roof of the palace and watched this. Lin Linian said that the ancestor never dreamed that his wife was actually trying her best to reach the realm of longevity. She put her hand on her hip and said that she was wondering when they would find out each other's identities. She told Bai Yun that she really wanted to see their faces on this day. Bai Yun smiled as she sat next to her. She looked at Lai Siyu and agreed with Lin Linian. The main character was sitting in her office and thinking that now that she has broken through to the realm of longevity, she will confess to her husband. She sat on a chair with her eyes closed, thinking that at that time it would be able to help her husband break through the situation as soon as possible. The white strands of her bangs fell over her face. Her thoughts were that the lifespan of mortals is too short. Only by becoming immortal can they stay together forever. She looked at her belly and told the child that he did too. She tiredly rested her head on her hand and said that the child had been in her belly for 3 years and there was no movement. She asked when he would finally come out. White birds flew over a tree with green foliage. The stone cave was located among the mountains, with trees growing nearby. A dark aura and purple glow emanated from there. A whirlwind of 1,000 souls rose into the dark skies. The tornado had eyes and mouths and said that thousands of years had passed. Strange evil demons appeared from the vortex and shouted that they could not take revenge on Lin Tianhong, but they would destroy everything he had left in the nether world. The mountain began to move apart, forming a canyon with a purple glow. The demon with a head shaped like a lantern cried out in surprise. Demon King Yu appeared. He spread his arms and said, "Meet the helmsman." He smiled widely, long fangs protruding from his mouth. He told everyone not to worry, because when he kills everyone in Fengjing City and unify Nanzhou, he will take them to Zhangzhou. The king imagined the image of Lin Tianhong in his head and ordered everyone to destroy what was left behind. The king's eyes were hidden by black horns. He shouted that as the most devoted believers of the Lord Evil God, they will definitely be able to ascend to the upper world. At that time they can also seek revenge to the immortal Lin Tianhong himself. Believers immediately began to praise him and thank the Lord Evil God for his gift. King Yu looked at the hundreds of demons at the first and second levels of longevity. He said that no force in the world could defeat them. A figurine with talismans appeared in his hands. He asked the evil god to give him an order. The figurine increased in size and purple lightning struck. The evil god said that it's great to become a demon immortal in such a short period of time. He is very pleased, and from now on King Yu will be the leader of his cult in this world. A huge yellow eye appeared in the sky, on the clouds. A dark aura appeared around the eye and he said that he would give the king 2 gifts. The evil god ordered him and his believers to promote the reputation of their cult. A sword with a red blade appeared in King Yu's hands. He felt himself gaining more and more strength. The demon sat down on his knees and spread his wings. The evil demons looked at him with joy. The king raised his sword up and smiled widely. He shouted that he could finally avenge his loved ones. He grabbed the blade of his sword and shouted to the rest of the demons to follow their cult leader. The king flew into the sky, floating in front of the giant yellow eye. The demons reached out their hands to them. A child and his mother came into Lin Tianhong's store. The boy said that he wanted the animal figurine that the main character showed him. Lam and child left the store, and Wu Hao came running there. A boy dressed in green ran into the store, calling Lin Tianhong boss. The main character put his hand on his face and said that he looked familiar and asked if he was a regular customer. Wu Hao smiled, raising his index finger, and said that his grandfather once bought him a figurine from his store. Lin Tianhong snapped his fingers and said that now he remembered him. He is quite a rare guest. The guy asked what was the matter. Wu Hao replied that he did not know. Lin Tianhong looked at him puzzled and asked what he meant. The boy replied that he did not know if the wood carving is due to the material, and there is a big secret inside. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and responded positively. Wu Hao began to rush around the room, asking him to help him reach the pinnacle of enlightenment among his peers at Jixia Academy. He began to tell his story. The main character thought that he has some fate with this boy. He actually joined Jixia Academy. He crossed his arms and told the boy that this statue has such a use. Lin Tianhong asked why the boy looked anxious if this was a good thing. Wu Hao pulled a wooden stool towards him and said that it was a long story. He sat on a stool and said that he had recently gone to the mountains to train. Lin Tianhong was eating watermelon and listening to him at this time. The boy said that he saved the woman on the way. The two of them traveled together, their friendship growing stronger over time. Together they climbed the ruins of the temple. After she learned the statue's secret, she stole it without the boy's knowledge. At that time he was sleeping in the cave, and the woman began to leave. Wu Hao lost her, but learned that she was a strong person from the Xuan Wang realm. He hid behind a tree and watched the palace in the distance. She was sent to find out the secret of his rapid growth. Wu Hao talked about this with a thoughtful face. Lin Tianhong burst a bubble above his head with a knife and began to laugh. He said that after he saved a beautiful woman, starts fantasizing about a better life. Wu Hao became very embarrassed and began to wave his palms, saying that this was not the time to talk about this. The boy took out a cloth bag and told Lin Tianhong to go out and hide, because those bad people might come looking for him. He put the bag on the table and said that this is 10,000 taels of silver and let Lin Tianhong use it first, and then the boy will find more and give it to him. The main character took the money and went to another room, saying that everything is fine and let them do it. Wu Hao was taken aback and asked why. He ran up to the guy and said that they were very strong and he would be killed if he stayed here. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms and remembered the image of his beautiful wife, saying that she had gone to look for relatives but had not returned yet, so he had to wait for her to return. Wu Hao stubbornly crossed his arms and sat on the floor, saying that if Lin Tianhong did not go anywhere, then he would stay here. The boy with a serious face frowned and said that he took advantage of him, so he would use his life to protect him. The main character put his hand behind his back, standing in front of Wu Hao. The guy thought that this kid and him have a bit of a fate. They both have supreme bones and experience tragic experiences in their childhood, so Lin Tianhong decided to give him some guidance. He reached for the figurine on the shelf and said they were doomed. The main character threw the Wu Hao figurine and said that he would give him another chance. If he wants to protect Lin Tianhong, then he needs to improve his strength. The boy began to carefully examine the figurine. The golden footprints wriggled in a bizarre way. Wu Hao seemed to be transported into space, where he met a wooden figurine. The main character hit him on the head with his palm, asking what year it was. The boy immediately fell asleep on the floor. Lin Tianhong crossed his arms and told him to get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow he would wake up as a completely different person. The guy locked the store and said that Wu Hao has the same aptitude as him that is unparalleled in history. He walked down the street, smiling and twirling a bunch of keys, and said that since he was destined to be with this boy, he would train him to be janitor number 3. It began to get dark, and the stars gradually appeared over the city. Suddenly, a bright glow began to appear from the windows of the Lin Tianhong store, frightening passers-by. Wu Hao woke up and began to float above the floor. He asked if he really experienced the disaster in his dream. He also understood the cursive sword technique. When the main character came to open the store, a passerby approached him and said that his store might have been robbed. Lin Tianhong began to enter the store and said that it was the new employee he had hired. The guy said that he had disturbed everyone and would teach the boy a lesson later. The main character smiled and looked at Wu Hao, asking if he woke up so quickly. The boy looked at him with his brown eyes. He fell to the floor and bowed deeply, thanking the elder for his great kindness. Lin Tianhong looked at him with a calm face. The boy said that he had nothing to repay. The main character took him by the scruff of the neck and told him to stand up. He suggested that the boy might be his descendant, so he was allowed to receive help. Wu Hao, with frightened eyes, clasped his hands together and asked who he was. A bright glow appeared around Lin Tianhong, which blinded the boy, and he asked if he had heard of the immortal Lin. Wu Hao's eyes sparkled, and he imagined in his mind the image of a wise old man with a long beard. He replied that this was the founder of Jixia Academy, the most powerful being in the history of Xianqian territory, who was sweeping through ages and is invulnerable. Wu Hao imagined this old man extending his hand to him while he stood above the sea, and said that the ancestor's style is what he has been striving for all his life. Lin Tianhong made an arrogant face and said that he was the immortal Lin. The boy looked back at it in its bright glow. He frowned and moved his index finger, saying that this is impossible. The ancestor ascended to the upper world thousands of years ago. He accused the guy of lying and said that he also had no beard. These words made Lin Tianhong taken aback and angry. He hit Wu Hao on the head with his palm and said that he was stupid for thinking that he couldn't return after ascending to the upper world. But fortunately, he still saw talent in the boy. A lump appeared on Wu Hao's head and he asked if he was telling the truth. Lin Tianhong winked at him, running his finger over his upper lip, and answered in the affirmative. The boy made a thoughtful face and said that he really had extraordinary powers and had given him great opportunities, so he wouldn't lie to him. Wu Hao bowed low to him and expressed deep respect. The main character waved his hand at him and said that from now on he was his third janitor. The boy stood up proudly and showed the number 3 with his fingers, saying that he was the ancestor's cleaner. Suddenly his face became puzzled and asked why he was number 3. Lin Tianhong hit him on the head even harder. The boy even fell into the ground. The guy shouted that there was also number 1 and number 2. Blood was gushing out from Wu Hao's head. With a dumbfounded face, he said that cleaners number 1 and number 2 are so lucky that they can run on behalf of their ancestor so early. The main character closed his eyes and said that now he can go about his business and let him come back if something happens. Wu Hao bowed to him and agreed. He gave a thumbs up and said that he would go for revenge first. Lin Tianhong literally kicked him out of the store and told him to mind his own little business. Wu Hao stood in front of the palace. His family is a branch of King Wu's family. His grandfather is the strongest in the Wu family. A fire flared up around the boy. He angrily clenched his hand into a fist, realizing that the wife of the second patriarch was thirsting for his superior body. He imagined the skeleton being separated from his body. Hatred flashed in his eyes. He thought that they had killed his grandfather and injured his parents. If he had not been saved by Jixia Academy, he would have been dead. Wu Hao was approached by a servant of the Wu family and ordered him to get out of here. The boy kicked him so hard that he tumbled several meters back. He shouted that this was his home and why he had to leave here. The servant raised his beaten face in fear and asked who he was. Wu Hao frowned and said his name angrily, saying that he had returned today to demand justice from the king of the Wu family. The servant realized that it was the third young master and ran to his master inside the palace. The red doors of the mansion were closed. A servant ran towards the master and called out to him. The gentleman opened the door with his foot and shouted that he was drinking, asking what kind of running around and whether he was looking for death. The servant was taken aback and wondered that the master had become like this after his wife's betrayal and the news that his son was not his biological son. The servant said that the third young master has returned and he says that he is looking for him. A gentleman appeared from behind the door, looking very unkempt and holding alcohol in his hands. He asked if the third young master had indeed returned. With the help of a servant, he walked to the boy with a staggering gait. The gentleman said that it was the one whose whole family was killed by his wife. He asked if that woman from the Yu family dug up the bones of the supreme body and if that boy was still alive. He offered to meet this little nephew. Wu Hao was very angry. He frowned, and fire was blazing behind him. The master began to leave his palace, surrounded by two servants. He grabbed his face and asked, "Is this Wu Hao?" He approached the boy floating above the surface and asked if he was dead. The boy frowned, and being covered in fire, said that of course he did not die. He let him down. Wu Hao stood up in a fighting pose and became even more inflamed. He offered his uncle a battle, because today he came to seek justice. All the servants and the master began to laugh. He asked how he dared to challenge him. The gentleman covered his eye with his hand and thought that he was the eldest son of King Wu's estate, an outstanding man. He had been cheated on, and his son was not his son. In that case there is no way I can keep the heir after they separate. His drunken face broke into a smug smile. He shouted that he had let him escape by accident, and today he would pull out the roots. He rose into the air and a red aura appeared around him. The servants shouted to him to use the power to kill this remnant. The gentleman rushed forward and swung his fist. Wu Hao successfully dodged the blow by leaning to the side. He struck back at the solar plexus. The man was thrown back. Wu Hao's fist was covered in yellow light. The gentleman hit his back on the stairs and blood began to flow from his mouth. He stood up and wiped the blood from his lips and asked how this was possible, because he is at the peak of the divine fire realm. How could he be beaten like this be a casual punch from him? The servants looked out from behind the gate and asked if he was okay. The man struggled to his feet, shaking. A huge golden silhouette appeared in front of him. His shadow fell directly on the master. He asked if he dared to kill his uncle. Wu Hao gritted his teeth and frowned, saying that he would spare his life. The boy swung powerfully and said that he wanted to destroy his cultivation. The man tried to stop him. The giant fist was pointed towards the man. Someone ordered him to stop. The fist stopped a centimeter from the gentleman's crying face. Someone tried to hit Wu Hao, but the boy managed to jump back. It was King Wu, and the servants immediately bowed to him. The king smiled, closing his eyes, and exclaimed that he was very glad that Wu Hao was alive. He said that there was a misunderstanding between their families. It was because of the Yu family. Today's incident will be wiped out. King Wu extended his hand to him and said that from now on, he would be the eldest son of his Wu estate. He thought that his son is already at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm and was defeated so easily. He didn't understand how this child could be so strong at such a young age. His Wu family is facing changes. With his help they can stabilize their situation. There was a distance of several meters between the son and father of the Wu family and Wu Hao. The boy clenched his hand into a fist and ordered him to be so two-faced. He asked why he didn't stop digging up his bones then. King Wu sighed and shook his head to the sides. Wu Hao pointed his finger at them and ordered them to stop talking nonsense. He became extremely angry and frowned, gritting his teeth as he shouted that he would not kill them, but destroy the cultivation of the two of them. His words offended King Wu and he asked how he dared speak to him like that. A powerful red aura appeared around him and he said that since the boy was so stubborn, let him not blame him for not caring about family ties. A bright red explosion occurred on their estate. Passers-by who saw this realized that it happened in the direction of the Wu mansion. They said that that is the pinnacle of the divine tribulation realm. If go further, can reach the longevity. King Wu jumped up and swung his palm. He extended his palm forward, from which red power emanated, and used covering the sky. His son smiled madly, sitting on the stairs, and said that his father really used covering the sky. This is the secret technique of their clan. Wu Hao clenched his hands into fists and looked up seriously. From the red sphere of King Wu, a beam rose into the sky. Wu Hao was covered in a yellow sphere. The king put all his strength into the attack aimed at the boy. Their blows clashed, and the servants were shocked that the boy had the third level of divine tribulation. King Wu gritted his teeth, opened his eyes wide and said that he actually survived the thunder tribulation. Wu Hao raised two fingers up and used a cursive sword technique. A fiery sword appeared in his hands and he used the supreme sword intention skill. He swung his blade several times, keeping a serious face. The son of King Wu looked in horror at the boy who had incredible strength. He began to back away and tremble with fear, begging his father to help him. King Wu was defeated and blood was coming out of his mouth. Wu Hao raised his fist while standing over the master and reminded him that he said that he would not kill him. The king's son began to run inside the palace. He ordered the servants to stop the boy. His piercing scream was heard in the palace. Outside Fengjing City, over the river in the mountains, something sparkled in the sky. A portal appeared there, from which a ship, a dragon and a white fox emerged. Someone exclaimed that they had finally reached Fengjing City. The girl in the pink dress with fox eyes and ears was from the Heavenly Fox clan. She crossed her arms and said that this news was received by her clan and how dare they come and fight for it. The anthropomorphic blue dragon with a green beard was from the Dragon clan. He said she relied on her beauty to extract this information from the child. He asked what face do they need. The dragon and the fox began to get angry at each other, baring their teeth. An old man with a long beard and mustache with a crown on his head climbed between them. He ordered them to stop arguing, saying that there would definitely be more than one figurine carved from wood. Everyone would get one for themselves when the time came. The three of them walked along one of the streets of the city, starting to look for a store. The fox saw a wooden figurine of a superhero in the boy's hands. She realized that this was what they needed. The boy showed the figurine to his mother and was very happy. The three clan heads looked at him in amazement. The fox angrily took the figurine away from the boy, shocking him and his mother. The woman took her crying son away and tried to calm him down. The boy screamed that bad people took his superhero. The fox took the burning golden talisman in her hand. She put the talisman to the wooden figurine and said that it was real. It was exactly the same as the Monkey King wood carving. The dragon pointed to the wooden superhero figurine and asked where they bought it. Mom and son were terribly scared, but answered that it was from Hongyu woodcarving shop. The three clan heads immediately ran there, leaving the woman and child in confusion. Inside the Xinfeng Palace, a golden sphere appeared on the roof of the palace, from which a golden beam emanated, directed into the sky. YCU was flying inside this beam. Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu bowed to her and congratulated Her Majesty on her attainment of longevity. Bai Yun and Lin Linian stood on a tree branch. The latter pointed her finger at the Empress and said that she had finally made a breakthrough. Their mission was accomplished. YCU's bare foot began to land on the surface. The main character was dressed in a white dress and a blue robe. Her hair was slightly disheveled. She made a slight movement with her hand and smiled. The next second, she was wearing a majestic royal dress with puffy sleeves and a tiara on her head. Bai Yun tensed slightly, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She said that the imperial aura emanating from the ancestor's wife is even stronger than those emperors in Zhongzhou. Lin Linian agreed with her and said that he has an urge to submit to her, after which she asked, "Is this legendary kingly aura?" The main character approached Tianyu Huanghu and Huang Tianhu and ordered them to retreat. They obeyed her. Lai Siyu proudly walked inside her palace. She looked at the light in her hands and said that she had not seen her husband for so long and missed him very much. The girl smiled, looking to the side, saying that she has reached the longevity. It's time to confess her identity to her husband. She walked outside with a joyful step and said that she would go to the store and find him to arrange a surprise. Meanwhile, the dragon, the fox, and the old man approached the wood-carving shop. They approached the front door and saw two people there. The fox was surprised and recognized the boy sitting near the cash register as Wu Hao. The boy turned to her and pointed an angry finger at her. He shouted that it was she who joined forces with that girl and stole his figurine. The dragon said in surprise that he was just a teenager and had already survived the disaster. The old man was also confused. They went inside the store and the fox said that not long ago this kid was the divine fire realm. She asked why he broke through. The fox smiled widely and pointed at him with her mirror, shouting that this must be the influence of that ancient force. Her guess turned out to be correct. She said to look at this wood carving. Lin Tianhong looked at them with a bored look. He looked up from his wood carving. The dragon crossed his arms over his chest. The fox covered her face with a mirror. The old man stroked his beard and said that that's just an ordinary person at the foundation building level. The level is so low that he can't even tell how high it is. The dragon smiled cheekily and said that we just need to take the wooden figurines. He asked what they longevity Taoists have to be afraid of. The other clan heads grinned. The dragon smiled madly, raising his hand, and said that it's a crime to have a jade. He suggested stealing the figurines and dividing them equally, and then taking this store. He then shouted that they must destroy the city of Fengjing. The gods and ghosts will not be aware of it. The old man and the fox began to chuckle evilly. The dragon pointed his finger at Lin Tianhong and ordered him to give up all the wooden figurines. He wanted to take everything. The fox smiled ominously, revealing his fangs, and ordered him to tell where he found these figurines, otherwise he would die. Wu Hao activated his golden aura and told them not to move. Lin Tianhong hit him on the head with a stick and told him not to panic. The main character got up from his chair and began to stretch his arms with a grin on his face. He thought that this bunch of ants had come here to die. It happened that he hadn't seen the wife for a long time, felt very uncomfortable. He began to think about how to make their deaths as unpleasant as possible. A golden glow appeared in the store and someone shouted how dare they threaten him and whether they were looking for death. The three clan heads stood in fighting poses, although they were scared. The dragon asked, "Is this the realm of longevity? And this remote little place actually has the realm of longevity." Lin Tianhong's pupils shrank as he realized that it was his wife's voice. He was puzzled and perplexed, not understanding why her voice became so domineering. His pupils looked in different directions. He asked, "Is it still in the realm of longevity?" The dragon smiled madly. He shouted that no matter what he does, after which he ordered his allies to destroy it. A foot in a red shoe stepped into the store. Lai Siyu entered there, a powerful aura hovering around her. The clan heads were taken aback and backed away. They said that this was a very strong empress. Wu Hao, who was confused, poked Lin Tianhong in the side and asked who she was because she was so amazing. Lin Tianhong realized that this was his wife. He squinted his eyes and tried to look at Lai Siyu more closely, even thinking that he had become farsighted. For one moment, he felt as if he had seen the peerless grace of Empress Shi in the immortal realm. The Empress's majesty reaches the 9 heavens. He remembered in his head the majestic image of her in space with a golden dragon behind her.